Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 81. Flustered. 3. Currently, Cal was inside Latana's tent. He had slept in for the first time in a while before slowly walking over. Latana looked at Cal before starting to speak. Bin, one of her subordinates, moved to stand in front of Cal at her calling. He had met Cal inside the cave. The novel had given Cal information about Bin, one of Latana's most loyal and strongest subordinates. Bin will guide you to the location. Latana handed Cal a document. Cal had to work hard to maintain his expression once he got the document. Miss Lena, you can't do this. This is too much. She could see that Cal seemed to be bothered by this and starting to smile, thinking this person really was a very good person. No, it is not too much at all. The document Cal received had Latana's name and thumbprint stamped on it. It would be a complete contract as soon as Cal signed it as well. There was one other spot that was left unfilled in addition to the spot for Cal's signature. The location of the land and size was missing. Latana started to speak. It is complicated if it is someone's personal property in the section, but if it isn't, I will take care of everything, so have as much as you want. Everything she said sounded like angelic singing to Cal. The sound of money flowing in was always beautiful. Latana was a generous person. How can you give me a contract like this? What if I said I want the entire shoreline or something? I knew you would say something like that. But it does not matter. Take it if you would like. She really was the type to pay back gratitude as best as possible. Cal realized why Latana was sending Bin with him instead of someone like one of the chiefs or advisors. I guess she is really planning on giving me whatever I want. Cal put on a helpless expression. I think having a lot of land is just cumbersome. I just need a small enough area for me to rest whenever I get a longing to see the jungle. This made Latana think about how she could pay back this extremely good person. Cal must have told his crew to help, as his subordinates had woken up early to help with the restoration of Section 1. Of course, Cal had woken up late and did not know what his crew was doing. Mr. Cal, may I know your family name? Cal suddenly felt chills on the back of his neck. He had a bad feeling that he might end up in a complicated situation if he made the wrong move. That was why he answered back on reflex. I just wish to leave quietly. Let's forget about what happened yesterday and just look toward the future. You really are not giving me any way to pay you back. In Cal's opinion, there was no need to pay him back. Nothing she could give would be worth more than the magic stones. They were not low or mid-grade magic stones, but a load of the highest-grade magic stones. They were all already refined as well. Cal had no idea who buried all of them in the jungle, however. The novel explained that it had been hundreds of years. That meant that there was no owner for these magic stones. Latana looked out the tent and started to shout. 10, 10, the Black Panther, GRRR, please take him with you. 10 will find the quickest path for you. Cal turned around after getting the chills. He couldn't tell whether the panther was smiling or smirking, but it was revealing a fang that was the size of Cal's arm. 10 seems to be happy to guide you, Mr. Cal. You can ride him. Since this is a token of my appreciation, please accept at least this much. I will. GRRR. The Black Panther approached Cal like it was happy. Cal dodged to the side. However, he was on Ten's back a moment later. Latana was amazed. This is the first time Ten has crouched down for anyone else but me. Ten is really a good judge of character. I see. Cal didn't feel welcomed while hearing the Black Panther growl. It was fine when he was on here with Latana, since he was with the Panther's master. Sitting on 10 on his own felt like he was putting his face into a tiger's den. Young Master Cal, we will follow you soon. Cal nodded his head at Rosalind's words. I leave it to you. The only people going with Cal were Lark, Bin, and Beacrox. Of course, Rayan was following them while invisible, as usual. Not a problem. We will help with the restoration until Mr. Hands and On show up. Then we will head over as well. Cal had asked Rosalind and Choi Han to wait for Hands and the children who were recovering the remains of the lost people. I can't have Rosalind there with me. Rosalind was a great mage. It would be complicated if she ended up finding the magic stones. Then let's go. The rest of the group urged their horses forward at Cal's statement. All of them had a lot of stuff on their horses. Have a safe trip. Thank you for everything. It was nothing. Cal gently responded to Latana's goodbye. He could not let his guard down until the end. See you again next time. What a terrible thought. If he was to see Latana again, there was a very good chance that it would be on the battlefield. That was why Cal had no desire to see her ever again. He just responded back with a smile. 10, shall we go? Cal respectfully asked the Black Panther, who then started to move. The horses followed beside him while Latana watched him from behind. Are you okay, Your Highness? I am fine. She quietly responded to her subordinate's question. The Black Panther 10 was the first life she had ever saved. Since then, they had always been together. Although it was only for a short time, this was the first time that Latana had ever left 10 with someone else. Cal did not know about this as he headed towards Section 1 on 10's back. The jungle people all stopped moving and greeted him when he went by. Each of them had their own way of doing it, but they all bowed to Cal in one way or another. Latana must have said something, as there was no fanfare or very passionate responses. It really is best to leave quickly. Take action and then leave as fast as possible. Cal realized that that really was the best way to avoid annoying things as he quickly headed to the black ash remains of Section 1. Cal got off the Black Panther's back. He could hear Rayon's voice in his head. Wow, there really is nothing here. There was nothing left in the Section 1 shoreline. Even the sea is black. The sea by the shoreline really was dyed black by the ashes. Cal just quietly looked out toward the sea and the scenery. A cool yet salty breeze blew by his side. The Queen's subordinate, Bin, who came with Cal, observed Cal's actions. The Queen had told him to report everything Cal did. I bet this was a really beautiful place. The subordinate flinched at Cal's statement. It was the truth. It really used to be a beautiful place. The sun will set soon, so can I look around a bit? I'll let you know once I decide on the plot of land. I understand. It was almost time for the sunset. Cal patted Lark's head as he started to whisper, "Play with 10 for a bit. Don't follow me." "Yes, sir." Lark now listened without asking questions. Cal headed toward Beacrox, who was standing there with a frown. He didn't like all of the ashes in the area. Beacrox, who had not taken off his white gloves for a couple days now, started to speak as soon as Cal approached him. "I will keep that Bin or B or whatever his name is occupied. I knew you'd understand what I want." Cal then followed up with an unexpected question. "Beacrox, have you been to the Roan Kingdom's northwestern region?" "I have not." "Really? Don't you want to take a look? I must take care of the Henitus estate's kitchen." Beacrox looked toward Cal with a confused expression as Cal started to smile. He needed a torture expert soon. He needed someone for physical torture and mental torture. Beacrox was the best when it came to physical torture. The mental torture can be done by the crazy priestess, who is probably with the eldest son of Marquis Stan right now. Cal patted the still confused Beacrox's shoulders a few times before heading toward the highest hill in the area. The Black Panther and Bin watched him for a bit, but they soon had to deal with Lark and Beacrox. That was why Cal's steps were very light. No, it was very light as he was thinking about the magic stones. He felt the same way when they found the magic tower's liege's room. Every time he became a step closer to a slacker life, Cal's heart jumped with joy. "Weak human, you look very excited." Rayan was correct. Cal was excited. He verified where everyone was located before heading toward the highest point by the shoreline. He headed to the top of the hill. Only ashes were left here after the fire. "Ha!" Cal started to smile at Rayan's response. The magic stones were found by chance in the novel. This place was normally filled with tall trees, such that you couldn't tell what was underground. However, once the trees all burned down and left behind only ashes, the magic stones were revealed when the ashes and dirt happened to flow away due to the rain. Maybe about here. "Human, there is something 5 steps to the left from here." Cal took 5 steps to the left, following his amazing navigation system. The black dragon was omnipotent. Dragons had the greatest sense for mana in the world. Cal moved to the spot Rayan mentioned and crouched down. He then took out the small hoe that he had used when he earned the sound of the wind. Dig, dig. The hoe dug through the black ash and dirt. The ground was a bit mushy from the rain, and thus was easy to dig. However, Cal cautiously dug like it was the most precious thing in the world. And then, finally, wow! Cal couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. He found a very average-looking but large metal box. However, that rusty box looked colorful. Cal worked hard to dig around the box. "Human, why are you working so hard? I've never seen you work so hard before." Cal ignored Rayan as usual and continued to dig until the opening of the box appeared. It was so big that he needed to move as quickly as possible to finish before sunset. He was excited. All you had to do was ask me to clean it. Cal stopped for a moment. I will take care of it. PSSSSSD. A small noise was made as black mana floated in the air and got rid of the dirt and ashes. Cal realized that he had been too excited. He took a breath to calm himself before pointing to the lock. Break it. All right. The lock was easily broken. Cal took another breath before slowly grabbing onto the lid of the box. Highest grade magic stones. Money was good, but this was a precious ingredient for his sturdy and safe, sweet home and sturdy transportation vehicle. He would put these ingredients to use until he died. He slowly opened the lid. Screech clung, and Cal let out a noise of excitement. All sorts of vibrant colors appeared in front of his eyes. These magic stones had not changed at all, even after hundreds of years. The colors of these highest-grade magic stones were very vibrant and beautiful. The corner of Cal's lips started to twitch as it went up. Oh, good stuff. Human, we found another treasure. Rayan removed his invisibility and landed next to Cal. He then tippy-toed to look inside the box. Rayan's actions made Cal look around to make sure no one was around before he lifted up a magic stone. These bundles of money. The magic stones used in the magic devices from the Whipper Kingdom were usually low or middle-grade magic stones. That should give one an idea about the worth of these highest-grade magic stones. Someone at the level of the royal family would use high-grade magic stones. The worth of these magic stones would go up based on how severe the wars became. There were all sorts of places he could sell these to. Crown Prince Albaru would definitely be one of his biggest buyers. Human. Rayan lifted his head up from the box to look at Cal. His wings were fluttering. I want some too. Cal flinched before deciding to be generous. He then patted Rayan's head and pointed to the box that held a couple hundred highest-grade magic stones. I will give you the one you like the most from there. Really? Thank you, human. You are a very good person. Cal was happy to see that this 4-year-old was excited to get just one of these magic stones. So, hide it well in that spatial dimension of yours. Got it. All right. The seed and one magic stone are mine. Sure, sure. Rayan was making sure to follow up with details like a proper dragon. Cal wondered if this was Rayan just getting used to the world as he watched the sunset for a while before heading back down to the shoreline. The still setting sun made a beautiful image behind Cal. He put a gentle smile on his face as pointed to the hill and started to speak to Bin. I could see the sunset well from the top of that hill. Can I get a small plot of land up there? Of course. Bin was amazed after seeing the size of the land Cal was asking for. It was just large enough to fit a small villa. Cal kept his copy of the contract as he started to speak. He'll just stay here until the rest of my group gets here. Bin, Beacrox, and Lark quickly unloaded the supplies and put up the tents. Cal was going to wait for the others at this location. 1 week later, everyone had gathered together. Cal, who had been laying on a chair by the shade created by the tent, opened his eyes once they gathered. Shall we head back? Deputy Butler Hands couldn't help but think Cal was his usual self as he stepped forward. He didn't know Cal meant the Hennetus territory when he said, head back. Are we heading back to the Whipper Kingdom? Then why would I tell you to come here? Then where are we heading back to? It was not just Hands. The others also became confused at Cal's relaxed demeanor. However, only one person, the only person left to bid farewell to Cal, Bin, was quietly listening. Cal sat up on the chair and pointed to a location. The group could see that he was pointing to the sea. Oh, maybe. Rosalind looked toward Cal with a questioning gaze. Cal started to speak as everyone looked at him. This is the sea. At that moment, boo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo, he heard the sound of a horn in the distance. A single ship was heading toward the group. They were familiar with the ship, as it was the same ship they had taken to get to the Whipper Kingdom. Are you leaving now? Yes. Thank you for everything. Cal and Bin casually chatted with each other. He walked past the group who were looking at the ship and headed toward the shore. Young Master Nim. At the head of the rapidly approaching ship was Billows, who was waving at Cal. Cal smiled at the excited Billows and shook a magic bag in return. Once the ship stopped here shore, Billows took a small boat and headed toward Cal. Here. Ha, thank you very much. Billows was extremely happy after receiving the second bag of magic devices. Cal turned around to look at the group, who were all also looking at him. Let's go. At that moment, he heard a vicious voice in his head. Human, is it now time for my revenge? It was Rayan. Cal nodded his head. He climbed on board and felt the cool breeze before blinking his eyes. The ocean breeze was very nice. Cal was heading back to the Henitus territory, his hometown. Welcome back. Count Deruth warmly welcomed Cal back. Cal, who had returned quietly without informing Deruth that he would be back, immediately headed to the Count's office to report to his father. It is thanks to you worrying about me that I returned safely. It's good to see that you don't seem to be hurt. Deruth was thankful and happy to see that his son had come to find him first. However, he then had an odd expression on his face. His gaze moved to the bottom left side of Cal. "And who is this? Greet." Cal bluntly spoke, and a loud voice rang through the office. "Hello, nice to meet you." Mueller seemed to have eaten well the last few days, as he looked much better than when Cal had found him in the tower. "My name is Mueller Han, the successor to the Han family that has specialized in construction and development for over 200 years. I will do my best with any task you give me." It was a very loud introduction. Deruth was confused. Construction, development. He looked toward his son with confusion. At that moment, Cal called out to him, "My lord." Cal did not call Deruth father, nor even count. That action made Deruth become serious as well. Cal was now addressing Deruth as the lord of the territory. "I heard that you were reinforcing the castle walls. I am sure you have a reason for it." Deruth had been reinforcing the castle walls, starting around when Cal had headed to the capital. The reason for that came out of his son's mouth. "I believe you expect that the era of wars will start soon as well, my lord." Cal could see his father's eyes turn cloudy. Cal pushed Mueller in front of him. "This guy is the descendant of the family that built the magic tower." Cal could see Deruth flinch. Castle reinforcement, magic tower. Cal knew Deruth had understood. "Father." Cal spoke to his father, "Deruth, let's give it a try." 1. "Lady, did you forget that you were just without this panther in the forest?" Chapter 82, we meet again. 1. "Give what a try?" Deruth asked, even though he already knew the answer. Cal was naturally aware of this. "Father, what are you afraid of?" Deruth could not answer the sudden question. However, his son responded after a moment, "I'm afraid that we will get hurt." Deruth's eyes became cloudy. It was the same. The thing he feared was the same as his son. No matter how selfish it may be, Deruth was scared that his territory and his family would get hurt. "I am sure that you are aware of how the Western continent's state of affairs is ready to blow up." There was no way that the noble who suddenly started to reinforce the castle walls and invested in a naval base would not know. The Henitus territory did not get involved in any wars until the end of Volume 5. However, there was no guarantee that it would remain that way. "I will only tell you this. The reason that the Crown Prince sent me to the Whipper Kingdom is related to something." Cal deliberately said it this way because doing so would prevent Deruth from asking Cal more about it. He would not question something from the Crown Prince. Cal said one word to Deruth: "Northerners." Deruth and Mueller both flinched and looked toward Cal. "The Northerners have created an alliance." "What?" Count Deruth started to frown. Cal understood Deruth's reaction. This was important to the Western continent's state of affairs. There were 3 kingdoms in the north. The Perun Kingdom was located farthest north. The guardian knight of the Perun Kingdom wanted to lead his knights' brigade to the fertile lands of the south. Deruth rubbed his face and sighed as he started to mumble. ... It is not the Whipper Kingdom or the Margoru Empire." Cal was internally full of admiration. Although their territory was located in the corner, Deruth was aware of the Whipper Kingdom, as well as the Margoru Empire's desire to become the control tower. Why would the Empire want to be the control tower? That was because the East and the North were changing. "Cal, how are the Northerners going to cross the gorge? There is also the Forest of Darkness. Of the 5 forbidden regions, there was just one that was not a complete mystery. However, the shape of that area made moving large numbers of people almost impossible, making people add it to the list of forbidden regions. The Gorge of Death. As the name indicates, this gorge, that was the most dangerous in the continent, became the dividing line between the north and the central regions of the continent. At the end of that line was the Forest of Darkness. That was why it was difficult for the north to come down to the central region. However, Cal, the Empire, and even Crown Prince Alberu knew about a different method. "Father, there are more ways than just the ground." At that moment, he heard a voice. "Ship." It was Mueller. The dwarf and rat half-breed quickly took off his backpack with a pale expression. There were two rolls of paper sticking out of the backpack. One was the blueprint for the castle, the other was of the ship. Cal nodded his head at the chaotic 30-year-old who was looking back and forth between Cal and the paper. Yes, ship is an option. Sigh. Deruth let out a deep sigh and sat down on his office couch. Cal went over to sit down on the opposite side. But a ship is not the only method. There was something Cal knew about that neither his father nor the crown prince knew about. Why would the other two kingdoms ally with the Perun kingdom? The guardian knight of the frozen kingdom that emphasized one's skill in martial arts had brought to reality something from the legends. A wyvern knight brigade. They had found a way to dominate the sky. This brigade gave them a method to cross through both the Gorge of Death and the Forest of Darkness without any issues. Other than a long-distance levitation magic that someone at Rosalind or Rayon's level could use, this was the best you could find. Starting that moment, the three kingdoms start to stealthily build ships to dominate the sea as well. They had been at this for 5 years already. It would all come to fruition in less than 2 years. Why would Cal have agreed to help the Ubar territory build a naval base? It was because the North's invasion was not far away. Around that time, a future that Cal doesn't know about would start. I am just worried because this novel was a Munchkin novel. The Birth of a Hero was definitely a Munchkin novel. It was the type of story where an egg would suddenly turn into a chicken when you turn the page. Cal needed to prepare in order to survive in such a world. Cal. Yes, father. Count Deruth started to speak after a long time. He looked directly at his son. I trust your words as your father, however. As the lord of this territory, I must verify whether your statements are true or not. I am sure it will not be easy to verify, as you heard it from the crown prince. Cal knew it would be difficult. Cal knew about it because he had read about it in the novel, but it was not something any average noble could know about. Even so, Deruth would work as best as he could to figure it out. I will try to verify it as quickly as possible. If your father does not have what it takes to find any information out, I will choose to trust your words. Deruth got up and headed to his desk. Son, there is something I've come to realize as I started to touch money. The Henitus family has gathered money for generations. Of course, they spent money as well, but it was minimal compared to the money they gathered. It was to the point that Count Deruth has never thought that he has ever spent a lot of money. He shared his findings with his son. What I learned is that if you find a place to use your money, you have to spend a ton of it. Money does not help much during wartime. However, the results made by money prior to war will become useful during the war. I will contact you soon. Yes, that is good enough. Deruth called out to his son, who casually responded and headed toward the door. Cal. Yes, father. Deruth recalled the conversation he had with Basin as Cal turned around. Have you ever thought about the issue of our successor? Not at all. Cal answered seriously without a second of hesitation. Deruth started to laugh after hearing Cal have the same response as Basin. Yes, there is no need to think about it. Yes, father. He was definitely not planning on thinking about it. If it came up in the future, he was planning on saying he declines the position. Most importantly, there was no need to think about it, since Count Deruth should remain as the lord of this territory for at least the next 15 years. Basin came to me and said he will not do anything to worry you. Of course, Basin will be great for our territory. Basin was a perfect fit for the next lord of the territory. Sure, go get some rest. Cal verified that Count Deruth looked happy before smiling and heading out of the office. Excuse me, young Master Nim. What is it? Mueller looked around before cautiously asking, is the reason you are building the castle and ship because of what you discussed in C? Yes, for that reason. Cal cut Mueller off so that he doesn't need to listen to a long rambling and answered. His goal was to build that castle and ship to safely avoid the war. He did not want to fight. They called life a continuous war, but he didn't want to live in a real war. Just treat it as you are building a domain to prevent us from dying. Mueller's eyes became complicated. Cal put a gift on Mueller's neck. It was a golden necklace. Then you will live to get more presents like this. I will definitely make a safe place to prevent us from dying. Mueller turned the most pale when he was in front of Cal, even more so than when he was around the kittens or the dragon. Cal was satisfied with Mueller's confident answer. Giving presents and being nice really was the answer. 1 week later, Count Deruth had a look of disbelief. I couldn't find any information about the North. The reason for not being able to gather information, even with money, meant that it was precious information that could not be purchased with money, or that it did not exist. Deruth picked the former. I have a ton of money piled up anyways. There was only so much you could save. Deruth started to speak to his son as if he had expected this to happen. Son, let's give it a try. Cal started to smile. He then turned his gaze to the side. Deruth had not called just Cal over. Although their youngest sibling Lily was still too young to get involved in the dealings of the territory, it was possible for one other person. I will work hard as well, Hyang Nim. Good. It is where you, our parents, and Lily will live. Let's give it our best. Cal didn't include himself because he was planning on retiring to a small village in the future. Basin vigorously nodded his head. Yes, I want to live working for our family and the territory until I die. Cal, who only cared about living for himself, just nodded his head at Basin's statement. Right after this moment, a secret document with the golden turtle crest was delivered to the necessary parties. A plan that would take a minimum of 1 year and a maximum of 2 years was starting. Cal, who was observing the starting point for that plan, still looked lost. Is he really half dwarf and half rat? Ahem, yes I am. Mueller went and stood on top of a chair and let out a fake cough as he responded to a construction worker's question. Oh, my lord, your dexterity must be amazing. Amazing. The meticulousness of the rat tribe and the dwarves' technical skills. We want to see your skills. Mueller's shoulders were moving up and down with joy. Cal was secretly watching Mueller's meeting with some of the territory's construction workers. Countess Violin was next to him. They are all talented and know how to keep their mouth shut, so we should be able to trust them. We have created all of the contracts as well. Since Violin was in charge of all of the artists in the territory, construction could not be missing from the group. The developers that Violin meticulously selected were the best of the best, experts in their field. Even these two experts were currently amazed by Mueller, the family that developed the Magic Tower. I am disappointed that we cannot show off such a talented individual to other people. I know, right? My God, I never thought I'd be able to see a dwarf at work with my own eyes. Please take good care of us. Ahum, ahum. Mueller let out multiple fake coughs. I am 30 this year, but I have 29 years of experience. I have been looking at blueprints since I was 1 year old and held a hammer in my hand since I was 5. This is typical of both the rat tribe and the dwarves. Cal scoffed at Mueller's words. He had never seen Mueller looking so confident. He was even wearing his best clothes with the golden brooch. It was at that moment. He should be easy to handle. Cal relaxed after hearing Violin's observation and started to speak. Please take care of Mueller. Sure, you don't need to worry. Violin's cold gaze headed toward Mueller. They say that a fox becomes king when a tiger isn't around. Mueller did not know about any of this as he acted like a king. Will you go after verifying the blueprints? Yes, I will return as quickly as possible. All right. Cal just responded to Violin's worried expression with a smile. He had to leave here again. Cal took care of the things he needed to take care of before he returned to his room and laid on the couch. He peeked toward Choi Han, who was across from him, and started to speak. Choi Han, yes, sir, let's go. We have only been here for 4 days. We are going already. Choi Han continued to speak. I will gather everyone. No, there was a reason Cal had only called Choi Han over. Only we will go this time. At that moment, the existences that always resided in Cal's bedroom revealed themselves. Mio. It has been a while since it has been just us. Hung and On lightly jumped off the bed and approached Choi Han. I will naturally go a well. Rayan removed his invisibility and sat down on the table next to the couch. Choi Han looked around at the team when he heard Cal's voice. Beacrox will follow us later. However, we will first move with this group. There is something we need to take care of with Justice. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Is it Marquis Stan and company? Choi Han really was a smart guy. Cal started to smile. I knew you were sharp. Get ready to go. This was the team that originally met and rescued Rayan. They had gathered together to move for the dragon once again. That night, a basic carriage without any crest on it stealthily left through the back door of the Count's estate. It was heading toward the northwest region of the Roan Kingdom. Chapter 83. We meet again. 2. It was a pretty long journey from the Hennetus territory to the Stan territory located at the center of Roan Kingdom's northwest region. Human, can't we hurry over with teleport magic? That was why Rayan was constantly asking if they could just use magic. Rayan's abilities seemed to exponentially grow after being around Rosalind for a while. Cal remembered what Rosalind had said to him. A dragon really is the best, even before their first growth. His abilities and learning speed are both scary. Dragons live very long lives. That is why there was still a lot of time before Rayan's first growth phase. Of course, the first growth phase could come earlier if a dragon receives some type of shock, or a dragon desperately seeks power. Dragons go through a total of 3 different growth phases. The first growth phase had minimal changes on the physical body. The second and third growth phases were where their bodies explosively grew, making them become a 20-meter-long adult dragon after the third growth phase. On the other hand, the first growth phase focuses on the internal aspects of the dragon. It could be considered setting the foundation for the second and third growth phases. Cal looked toward Rayan, who was rolling the large, circular glass egg on the side of the simple, yet pretty large carriage. Cal's gaze made Rayan shout once more. Human, teleport. We'll have to wait, even if we got there right now. Cal's indifferent answer made Rayan scrunch his nose before turning to focus on the seed inside the glass egg. It was the glass egg and seed they had found in the magic tower. Rayan only used magic to decrease the size of the glass egg in order to become closer to the seed. He was working hard to grow it and observe it. But ahem, Cal, who had been thinking about taking the seed away from Rayan as soon as it started to grow, turned toward Choi Han, who called out to him. Is that plan really possible in the Stan territory? Choi Han had to also listen to Rayan's revenge plans as a lullaby for the last few days. Although he was only 4 years old, the dragon used vicious words like detention, violence, and torture. However, they were all things that Rayan had experienced for the first 4 years of his life. Why? You don't like the plan? Rayan quickly turned his head to look at Choi Han after hearing Cal's question. However, the response that came out of Choi Han's mouth was simple. No, I think the plan is passable. I'm just wondering how we can deal with Marquis Stan and Venian Stan. Rayan started to frown after hearing that his plan was passable. Cal didn't know that Rayan was contemplating new ideas about how to make this more dramatic as he started to speak. The newly recovered Taylor Stan is currently increasing his influence in the Stan territory. Taylor Stan, who had recovered the use of his legs through the help of the Crown Prince, was increasing his influence at a scary rate. The Crown Prince's assistance played a big part in this, however. Taylor's own skills and new health played important roles as well. And Taylor had done something Venian would never even think about. Taylor had pointed his blade at the current lord of the Stan territory, Marquis Stan, as well. His influence is not only inside his family. Some of the Northwest nobles have chosen to trust him. Choi Han really was a smart person. Cal nodded at Choi Han, who quickly understood what he meant. Even the number of subordinate families who prefer Taylor Stan has increased as well. They probably felt like they could live at least a slightly easier life under Taylor. In the past, Taylor's weak body made them feel like he would bring down the glory of the Stan territory. However, that weakness had disappeared, and Taylor had also pulled in the Crown Prince. That was why people were slowly starting to trust that Taylor could be the next Marquis. Of course, Cal didn't know too much of the details. He had not contacted the crazy priestess Cage nor Taylor for a while. He just asked the Crown Prince for a general overview of the situation. The Marquis is just allowing that to happen. He would no longer be the lord of the territory if he stopped Taylor. Choi Han became confused. Cal started to explain how the Marquis family was able to become known as cruel and cold, but efficient. The Stan family's motto is pretty much survival of the fittest. They believe the successor has to be the strongest child. Once they officially become the successor, they must kill their own siblings. For the Stan family, strength did not mean physical strength nor intelligence. The strongest was the one who survived. The Marquis had not done anything, even when Venian had destroyed his brother's legs. The Marquis killing that strong candidate simply because he is strong when Taylor Stan has not done anything publicly to kill him. The Marquis could only sit back and observe as he increased his own influence. Of course, he would still stealthily help Venian, however. He could not do too much, as doing so would go against the family's rules. It is difficult to understand. Then don't. There was no need to understand that. Cal continued to speak to Choi Han, who was looking at him. We just have to do what we have to do. What is it we have to do? Hung, who was next to Rayan, suddenly shouted out, "Kidnap!" Cal quickly added on before Choi Han, who seemed to think nothing of such vicious methods, nodded his head. We need to first prepare. Prepare? Yes. We need a location and someone's help. Who is the person? Someone you know as well. Choi Han started to think about the nobles who were at the capital when Cal had prevented the terror incident. He remembered Taylor Stan was there as well. Was Cal talking about Taylor Stan? At that moment, a completely unexpected name came out of Cal's mouth. Odious Flynn. Who? It was a foreign yet familiar name. Choi Han then recalled the moment he first met Lark, as well as the merchant who had hired him. The merchant? Yes, we need to see him. Odious Flynn, Bilos's uncle, and someone who had given up on the successor position for the Flynn Merchant Guild. He was also the person secretly in control of the Northwest's underworld right now. To Choi Han and the others, he was just a good person who took care of Lark and the Blue Wolf tribe. Cal was going to go meet that good person first. That would let good things happen to them. We won't work with him for that long, though. Choi Han shut up after seeing Cal's smile. Choi Han had learned that it was best to just quietly follow Cal when he had such a devious smile on his face. The simple carriage that looked like the type a slightly rich peasant would use slowly left the northeast region and entered the northwest region of the Rhone Kingdom. Ding, ding. The wind lightly tapped on the window. It was a surprisingly windy night. The man whose work would only start when night approached the Stan territory was leisurely leaning on his couch as usual. On his face was a gentle smile that he brought out every so often. "I am really curious." The man was very curious about what was going on. He tapped the armrest of the couch. Tap, tap, tap. The window rustled along with the beat of his tapping. The wind was getting stronger. The moment he started to listen to the sound of the wind, he heard the sound of knocking. Knock, knock, knock. He quickly got up from the couch. Odious Flynn quickly opened the door with that bright smile on his face. "Egu, young Master Nim and Choi Han, I didn't expect to see the two of you. I was so shocked after getting Bilos's message." Cal received the favorable greeting he had expected from Odious as he entered the room. No need to be shocked. Cal didn't even look around as he answered indifferently and went over to sit down on a couch. Odious watched that quietly before turning his gaze to the open door. Choi Han was standing there. "I will wait outside." "Choi Han, you're not coming in." "No." Choi Han stood in front of the door like a guard. There was a corridor outside the door with a loud bar downstairs. This was the second floor of an inn in the Stan territory. This location, that was busy with people both night and day, was where Cal had told Billows to inform Odious to meet him. "Come in if you get tired." "I will, Odious Nim. Please have a nice conversation." "Sure." Odious slowly closed the door. Cal was the only other person in the room. Odious naturally walked over and sat down across from Cal. Odious, who was sitting with the door to his back, comfortably started to converse with Cal. "Young Master Nim, it is very nice to see you again." "Really?" "Yes, I never expected you to come see me like this." "I see. I couldn't believe it. Even Billows didn't know where I was, so how did you know I was in the Stan territory?" Cal didn't respond to Odious' question right away. Instead, he sat up from the couch to lean forward. He then made eye contact with Odious, who was watching him closely, as if he was observing him. Cal didn't want to waste his time with such useless talk. "Odious, let me commission you for something." Cal's phrasing made Odious start to smile. "You really did know about it. Billows is serving a very scary person." Odious' gaze became sharp as he said that. How did Cal know? Did he have that many abilities? However, Odious did not put much meaning behind it. Cal had a thought as he watched Odious' expression change. He really is different than the others. Unlike everyone else whose secret identities were revealed by Cal, Odious was not surprised at all. He just considered it to be out of his expectations. The merchant of the underworld, who had experienced almost everything in his 60 years of life, asked Cal a question. "What kind of commission are we talking about?" "I knew you would be easy to talk to." Cal looked very comfortable, as if he was sitting in his own bedroom. Odious couldn't believe Cal's relaxed demeanor, but quickly stopped a chuckle from coming out. "Don't you want to get rid of Marquis Stan?" Instead, the favorable smile was firmly planted on his face. "I'm not sure what you mean. To be more specific, isn't Marquis Stan getting in your way of completely controlling the Northwest's underworld?" Odious just quietly sat there and smiled. However, that smile was slowly disappearing. Cal was very calm, as if he was just talking about the weather or something trivial like that. I am sure the citizens would be shocked to hear about how such arrogant person like Marquis Stan, who claims to value the proper etiquettes of nobility, is actually someone who commits a lot of atrocities in the underworld. Am I right? Young Masternim. However, those years of experience do not go away that easily. Odious looked just as relaxed as Cal. What do you need me for? Cal easily responded back to the question. Your service. Excuse me. This finally made Odious look anxious. Service. Was it what he was thinking about? It is, as you heard. I need your service to cover up everything I do in the Stan territory, as well as supply anything I need. This includes a place for me to stay as well as food for me to eat. Odious started to smile as he casually asked, Are you trying to use my secret identity as a weakness in order to use me as a servant? However, Odious' tone was cold and sharp. Odious' gaze seemed to get past anxiety and turn into anger. Cal nonchalantly responded back, Do you even know what I want to do? What are you talking about? Do you know what I am trying to do? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Odious heard some knocks on the door. However, he could not turn around as Cal started to speak. By the way, there is a third party coming to this discussion today. It meant one more person was coming. Creak. The door slowly opened, even though nobody said anything. Odious got up from the couch and turned around. Creak. The door opened all the way, and someone wearing a robe entered the room. That person removed their hood as soon as they entered. Gasp. Odious could not help but gasp. It was one of the people at the center of the information he considered top priority these days. Long time no see, Priestess Nim. It was the person who was always by the side of Taylor Stan, who was trying to take over the successor position. It was a woman who had short hair and was wearing a priestess outfit with no crest for the guard she was serving. The priestess outfit was not visible under the robe today. It was the crazy priestess cage. Ah, right. Cal modified his greeting. You are not a priestess anymore. Long time no see, Cage. Yes, young Master Nim. Nice to see you again. Cal turned to look at Odious, who was staring at him. Odious' eyes were full of avarice. The novel had a few lines about Marquis Stan and Venian during the Black Dragon arc. Two of those lines were about how Venian got his power within the successor candidates. Although Venian Stan put up the front of being a good noble, he did all sorts of dirty deeds in secret. That was why he could not be separated from the Stan territory's underworld. These two sentences made Kim Rock Sue understand how Venian could make Taylor Stan lose his legs and then eventually kill him. The current operation had started from those two lines. Although these two lines were short, they held a lot of information about the type of person Venian was, as well as his past. He asked Odious a question. So, aren't you curious about my commission now? Odious sat back down across from Cal without saying anything else. Cage sat down on the remaining seat. It was now the perfect time to discuss the operation. Chapter 84. We meet again. 3. The beginning of the conversation naturally started with the most curious person. Odious was the first to start the conversation. I never knew that the two of you knew each other. Are you curious about that? Odious answered as if it was obvious. Not at all. Cal also accepted it, as if that answer was the obvious answer. Someone like Odious would personally investigate something like this. What kind of merchant earns information from his client? Odious, when does Venian visit this place? While Odious had been working in the underworld for the past 5 years, he had figured out that there was someone who was an obstacle for his taking control of the entire underworld. However, he was never able to figure out who it was. The information that he had only recently learned was coming out of Cal's mouth. You mean the back alley? The young master in front of him knew that Venian would come to the back alley. Of course, Cal was just reiterating the information about Odious that he had read in the novel. They called the dark side of the Stan territory the back alley. Gambling, alcohol, prostitution, the black market with illegal items, slavery and violence. All of those dirty things happen on a daily basis in the back alley. Only Odious did not use slaves or violence. He always put conditions so that both the client and he could be protected by each other for any deal. That was why Cal had come to find him. Furthermore, Taylor Stan, the eldest son of Marquis Stan's family, probably had the same train of thought. Well, it may be slightly different. Taylor knew that Venian was responsible for paralyzing his legs. However, he didn't know the source of Venian's resources. That was how stealthy Venian was with things. That was one of his strengths. However, Taylor was able to figure everything out thanks to Cal's communication to him, and he found that information to be very important. Taylor's desire was delivered through the excommunicated priestess, Cage. Young Master Taylonim wishes to know all sides of the Stan territory and the Northwest. Cage and Odious made eye contact. Taylor and Cage had asked Cal to connect them with Odious as soon as they heard the information from Cal. As a noble and a member of the family that rules over the region, young Master Taylor Stanim hates the underworld. I agree. I hate it as well. Cal was saying that he hated it out loud, but Odious nodded his head. Yes, a noble who values the citizens should feel that way. Doesn't the Henitus territory not have an underworld? He was right. Although the Henitus territory had some rebels and gangsters, there was no underworld or a black market. Although Count Deruth seemed very average, he was devoted to the noble way of life. He had a sense of responsibility and had enough money that he would never allow something like that to happen. Furthermore, their location made it so that there wasn't much desire to develop such a market in the Henitus territory. Then young Master Taylonim probably wants to get rid of the underworld. Yes. Odious started to smile at Cage's short response. He then turned to look toward Cal. Young Master Taylonim seems to be a true noble. The next sentence was the most important one. He doesn't want to lose his sense of justice. There were many reasons that the Stan family was destroyed in the novel. They bickered with Choi Han and ended up in a terrible situation. There was also the Black Dragon going berserk. Furthermore, Odious played a role in their downfall as well. He revealed Venian's identity in the underworld in order to prevent him from taking control of the underworld, and that destroyed the reputation of Marquis Stan and their entire family. The family that seemed to be the noblest had done something dishonorable and hurt the citizens. Of course, Odious had to reveal himself to bring this news to light. That put him in a lot of danger. Although Choi Han knew him because of the Blue Wolf tribe situation, he could not do anything to help. However, there would be no reason to do that this time. Cal put a clear ending to their conversation. The two of you can fight later. We need to get rid of our common enemy first. Odious and Cage both became confused at that. What reason did Cal Henitus have to hate Venian? Both of them had the same question. Excuse me, but what do you plan to do to Venian? Odious stopped mid-question and looked toward Cal. Cal had a simple answer for Odious. Killing him. That's. The crazy priestess Cage cut Cal off with a shocked expression. However, Cal continued to speak. Isn't possible, but something worse than death. Excuse me. Cage had a blank expression as she thought about what Cal had just said. Something worse than killing him. She got the chills and looked back toward Cal. He still seemed to be relaxed. However, she knew about Cal, who had lent them money and stealthily got them into the capital while making them make a vow of death to protect the secret. He was someone who kept his word. Ha ha ha! Odious started to laugh and nodded his head. Of course, there are many things that are worse than death. And Cage made a noise and then started to speak. Then how do you plan to do that? She saw that Cal turned his head instead of responding. He was looking at Odious. That gaze let Odious know what he needed to do for Cal. I will be taking care of things for the young Masternim, so you do not need to worry. Odious was happy and willing to serve Cal for this. He had no choice. Then I will take care of it with Odious' assistance. It was because Cal had said Odious would not need to personally do anything to Venian. Well, it isn't me, but the dragon. In Cal's point of view, he would not be doing anything. All he had to do was set it up. It was Rayan who was going to take care of everything. Egu, it looks like he'll be busy for the first time in a while. The 60-year-old Odious pretended to be weak. However, he had a bright expression on his face. He looked like he was ready for a celebration. Then move quickly. I will be staying in this inn. Oh, sure. Odious, who was between the middle age and senior age, easily got off the couch and headed for the door. He then heard Cal's voice behind him. Odious, find a house. A house. Odious turned around to look at Cal. Yes, and you're going to have to do a good job serving me. I only like luxurious stuff. Odious was fine, accepting Cal's attitude of actually asking him to serve him. I've never had a request like this in my 60 years of life, but I will consider it my honor. You're also getting paid enough for it. I'm getting rid of your obstacle for you. That is plenty. Odious opened the door. Choi Han gently smiled at him. Odious now understood why Choi Han had been guarding the door. A discussion like this needed someone on watch. See you next time, Choi Han. Of course, merchantman. Choi Han closed the door again after Odious left. Now it was just Cal and Cage in the room. Cal had a question for her as soon as it was just the two of them. Cage. Yes, young Master Nim. Why can't I kill Venian? Cage quickly answered as if she had expected the question. Taylor will make a proclamation to his siblings in 2 days. Cal had a feeling like he already knew what it would be, that he won't kill any of them. I knew you would know. She held back her admiration for Cal as she continued to speak. Although it seems to go against the Stan family's way of life, it is not completely going against it, as the successor only needs to make the other siblings unable to try to take the position away. Other people may ask how you can make sure nobody else is tempted to take the successor down except by killing them. That was why she was planning on explaining it to Cal. However, Cal already knew the answer. You can use a vow of death. Correct. I guess I don't need to explain anything to you, young Master Cal. I guess the God of Death really hasn't pushed you aside, Miss Cage. Although the temple of the God of Death had excommunicated her, the God of Death did not do so. Cage started to smile and responded to Cal. Well, I would be really happy if he would stop bothering me. The conversation became lighter once Odious had left, and Cage had no problem saying whatever she wanted. The other priestesses might faint in shock if they had heard her words. We can't always get what we want, right? However, Cal had no reaction to it. Then let us chat again next time. I am tired today. Cal announced the end of the discussion. He verified that Cage had left the inn before speaking to Choi Han and the invisible Rayan. Let's sit back and wait. However, there was no need to wait for a long time. Cal stood on top of the roof and looked around. The weather is perfect. It was a foggy and hot day, making it very humid. The time is perfect as well. It was early morning before the sun even came up. Hung was next to Cal, nodding off as he was still half asleep, but he was trying his best to stay awake. There is also not many people around. Since it was foggy, humid, and early, it was the perfect conditions to hinder people from being out, especially because this was the back alley where people stayed up all night with their vices and were only just getting to bed. Cal looked down to the ground again. I heard there were a lot of routes. The chance he uses this route today is over 70. Cal recalled Oju's report and looked to the side. Rayan was calmly sitting there looking down. Cal petted Rayan's head. Human, do not do that. Contrary to his words, Rayan sat there and allowed Cal to pet him. However, he was glaring at Cal. Weak human, you will not do anything today. Fine, fine, I will just watch. Be careful as you watch, okay? Rayan seemed to be satisfied with Cal's answer as he opened up his arms. The black wings started to move as Rayan floated up in the air. Rayan's movement made Choi Han on and Hung all start to move. On, I leave it to you. This is the best environment for me. On wagged her tail as she disappeared into the fog. Hung looked toward Cal. Time for poison. Yes. Hung nodded his head at Cal's response and approached Rayan, who floated downward. Hung patted Rayan's body before smiling and disappearing into the fog. I'll be on my way as well. Choi Han quietly moved to the other roof as well. Rayan approached Cal and waited in the air. Rayan, what is it? Do whatever you want. Rayan started to smile as he answered. Don't say something so obvious. Rayan disappeared into the fog. Cal leisurely crossed his arm as he looked down to the ground. The 70 chance was correct. 3 people hiding themselves under their robes entered the alleyway. Venian should be one of those 3 people. Cal leaned on the railing and looked down at the trio. Venian Stan did not know Cal was watching as he started to walk quickly. Crazy bastard. Venian was swearing internally, which was not how a noble should act. Yesterday, his formerly paralyzed brother said some crazy shoot. I will not kill my siblings. I only plan on ruling over them. Taylor's words caused a huge reaction, making the family quite chaotic right now. Thanks to that, Venian was able to come to this place early in the morning. Taylor was gaining too much power right now. There was a need to suppress him. Normally, he would not have made the trip himself. However, according to his lackey in the back alley, the most influencing black market merchant kept getting in their way lately, making it difficult for them to make any moves. All these useless fools keep getting in my way. Venian clicked his tongue as he quickly walked through the fog. He was thankful that it was foggy as it would prevent many people from seeing him. At least the weather is helping me. Venian was happy that the fog was getting thicker. His 2 lackeys followed behind him. There was something they missed as they walked through the fog. It was because their hood was down very far to prevent people from recognizing them. The fog above their heads was slowly becoming black. Mio, Tusk. Venian clicked his tongue at these cats that meowed even this early in the morning. There were a lot of useless people and stray animals in this back alley. They needed to either gather them up and teach them or kill them all. Meow. Another chilling meow could be heard. That made Venian think of someone. That existence was responsible for all of his issues. I should have killed it. Venian started to frown. He should have killed that damn black dragon. None of this would have happened had he done that. He had caused a scene about taming it, and that led to his downfall. He was extremely frustrated. At that moment, he heard a cat meow once again. Meow so annoying. It was the moment Venian mumbled in frustration. Ah! The sound of someone trying to breathe was heard behind Venian. Plop. He then heard something fall to the ground. Why, young Master Nye, he then heard his lackey's voice. Venian quickly turned around. What? One of his lackeys was on the ground holding his neck. The lackey that had called out to Venian was staggering as he slowly fell. See, can't breathe, Keck. The lackey's face turned blue before he fell down. That lackey's hood touched the tip of Venian's boot. This sudden turn of events made Venian start to frown and become chaotic. He had never expected something like this. Meow. At that moment, he heard the cat meow again. Venian realized something else as well. The cat's meow was slowly getting closer. Meow. Above, it is coming from above. Venian lifted his head. That was when he saw it. Ha! Unlike the white fog around them, the fog above them was dyed black and red. That fog looked dangerous. Venian subconsciously took a step back. It was at that moment. Tap. Something touched Venian's back. Venian stopped for a moment before grabbing the hilt of his sword and quickly turning around. However, all he could see was the fog. What the? He subconsciously started to speak. His lackeys were moaning behind him. Ooh, ooh, Keck, ugh. He could hear a faint wind as well. Sweesh. It was the moment Venian was about to turn his head on reflex. Hi there. Venian could hear a voice. He turned back around but did not see anything. No, it was just that he could not see it. A black figure slowly appeared in front of Venian. That figure was taking his time to slowly reveal himself. Venian started to step backward. Tap. However, his path was blocked by one of his fallen lackeys. And then that black existence completely revealed himself. Those eyes that showed intense hatred for Venian. He had not seen this figure for a very long time. We meet again. The black dragon appeared in front of him. The dragon, Rayan, was smiling. Chapter 85. We meet again. 4H. How did this bastard? Rough words that were not fitting for a noble came spilling out of Venian's mouth on reflex. His hood slowly came off to reveal his entire face. It was completely pale. The black dragon slowly flapped his wings as he approached Venian. Why are you so surprised? The calm and low voice reached Venian's ear. What is it? Are you having a hard time recognizing me because I am not all bloodied up? Rayan had a completely indifferent expression as he said that. He then slowly approached Venian while his black mana was fluctuating in the air around him. Venian took a step back. He stepped on one of his lackey's bodies as he continued to walk backward. Venian Stan. The dragon was speaking. Venian had never heard the dragon speak in the 4 years he had watched it get tortured. It was also calling out his name. The dragon in front of him was different from the existence that used to get beaten and bloodied by clubs and whips. Although the dragon was still the same tiny size, that formerly tortured existence was standing in front of him as a higher-ranking race. I guess you never expected me to come back. Venian had never expected this. All he had thought about was how he needed to find the dragon and bring it back to teach it to learn. It was a foolish thought. The foot taking another step back had started to shake. He couldn't help it. What? What the hell is going on? The dark red fog approached him and started to move up, starting from this feet and moving up to his leg. It was like a snake was coiling around him. However, he could not run away. Nice to see you again. That dragon that was greeting him had tied him up with his mana. This snake-like fog had now reached Venian's neck. One of his lackeys grunted once more before becoming quiet. Yes. The wind sounded like a snake hissing by his ear. Venian looked very shabby right now compared to his usual self. New. The fog reached just underneath his nose now. He had never been through something like this before. He could not do anything with his body paralyzed by the dragon's magic. The dark red fog slowly covered his nose and face. Venian tried to hold his breath, but eventually the fog entered into his nose. He could not breathe. At that moment, he could see the dragon's face through the fog. "I am very happy to see you, Venian Stan." Ah! Rayan could see Venian's face through the fog. Venian's body was shaking after having absorbed on and Hung's lightly poisonous fog. Rayan slowly removed the mana, tying Venian down. Plop! Venian fell down to the ground. He had already lost his consciousness prior to Rayan removing his mana. Rayan just quietly stared at the fallen Venian. At that moment, a hand started to pet him on the head. It was Cal. Cal had used the sound of the wind to lightly jump from the rooftop. He petted Rayan's head as he looked down at Venian. He could hear Rayan's voice. "Weak. He's so terribly weak." Cal put on a bitter smile. It was because Rayan sounded so upset. However, Cal asked him back, "So do you want to stop?" "No, I will treat him the same way he treated me." Cal patted that round head of Rayan's after seeing him respond without a second of hesitation. He looked around before speaking once again. "Start." Tap, tap. The kittens, On and Hung, who were on top of a nearby building, lightly jumped down. Once they did that, On controlled the fog in order to provide a path for Choi Han. They're all waiting at the entrance of the alley. Cal could see Rayan slowly turning invisible and gave the order. "Tell them to come." "Yes, sir." Two small carriages soon entered the alley and filled it up. A person came out of one of those carriages. "Good morning, young Master Nim. Here they are." The crazy priestess Cage gulped while looking at the unconscious lackeys on the ground, as well as Venian Stan, who Choi Han had picked up. She had not seen what had happened in this alley. The fog had played a part, but it was mainly because Choi Han was in the front of the alley entrance guarding it. She could see that the two lackeys were frowning even while unconscious, and that Venian looked very pale with fear. "We do not have time." Yes." She came back to her senses at Cal's serious tone and quickly ordered the two people who came with her to move Venian's lackeys. While they did that, she approached Cal, who was about to leave with Venian in the other carriage. "Remember, 4 days later." "Yes, that is plenty of time." Cal, who was confidently saying 4 days was enough, as well as Choi Han, who was throwing Venian into a corner, both seemed calm. That gave Cage the chills. He felt different than the Cal Henitus who stepped up to protect everyone in the castle, as well as the same young master who helped her and Taylor out. However, Cal soon started to smile. He needed to act properly for his plan. "Yes, I will trust you. Since you set the date, please remember it, young Masternim 4 days." Cal thought about what would happen in these next 4 days as he gave a clear response to this priestess who was full of worries. "Yes, it is impossible for me to forget, so please stop worrying." "Absolutely." Cal looked toward Venian as he continued to speak. "Each day will feel like a year, so he will definitely not be able to forget it." He then turned toward Cage and said goodbye. "Then we will be off now." Ah, yes. She would never forget the way Cal stared at Venian. It was so scary. She continued to watch the carriage until it disappeared out of the alley. It should be fine, since he promised not to kill him. Cal promised to hand Venian over without killing him. Cage and Taylor trusted him since he wasn't the type to break a promise, and because he was the reason that they were able to hatch such a plan in the first place. We should trust him since we said we would. Cage firmed her resolve. She needed to start moving quickly starting today. "Everybody is on the carriage." "Yes, Mom." "Then let's go." Her carriage left the alley as well. It was heading in the opposite direction of Cal's carriage. Cal's carriage was heading opposite of the Stan Territory's Lord's Castle. It was heading toward the quite luxurious section where the rich, the nobles, and the knights lived. The streets were clean, and all of the buildings looked fancy. Click, click. The carriage that was moving across the early morning fog stopped in front of a single residence. The gate slowly opened. Creak, clunk. The carriage headed to the back of the residence as soon as the strong iron gates opened. There was a door heading underground in this average-looking residence. "It's a nice house." Cal made an observation as he got off the carriage and looked toward the driver. The driver had his head deep under a hood. The robe's hood lifted up a bit in response to Cal. "You can go." Odious, the man under the hood, slightly bowed before quietly and stealthily heading out of the residence's back gate. He wanted to turn around and look at Cal once more, but held himself back. I was wrong about him. He had personally moved because Cal had told him it was something he couldn't leave to one of his subordinates. He now understood why Cal had told him to serve him. The things they were doing were not things anybody else could know about. A torture chamber. He was certain Cal was known for being a good person. He was also one who would sacrifice himself for others. However, that was not the real Cal. Even Choi Han, who was a good person, listened to Cal's orders. Odious thought about his nephew Billows, who had said he would follow Cal. Odious then started to move quickly as he needed to cover Cal's tracks for the next 4 days. The problem is that I am following him like it is normal. Odious mumbled in a quiet voice before disappearing into the fog. Cal opened the door heading underground once Odious disappeared. Screech. A chilling noise was heard as the door slowly opened. Ah, you've arrived. He could see Beecrox right by the door. Beecrox had arrived here yesterday evening. Son of the assassin, Ran, a swordsman and chef. Beecrox held many titles. However, the one title being utilized right now was that of a torture specialist. Yes, let's move him. Choi Han lifted Venian up and headed down. Beecrox followed behind him while peeking at the black dragon flying next to Cal. Cal pretended not to see Beecrox peeking at Rayan. Cal had revealed Rayan's existence to him yesterday. He easily accepted it. I knew it. Beecrox accepted it as soon as Cal told him Rayan was the one who brought them food when they were traveling to the capital. However, Beecrox had some issues with what they were doing, as Cal had not explained anything about Venian, but at least he follows orders well. Beecrox was very thorough with following through. Cal felt that way about Beecrox even more as soon as he headed to the chamber underground. The room was quite large. You set it up properly. There were many types of equipment on one side of the room. Beecrox had prepared all of it. Cal gasped while looking at those vicious tools before turning to look at Rayan. It is the same. Rayan calmly rated the room. This underground torture chamber was set up to look as close to the cave that Rayan had to suffer in for the first 4 years of his life. Choi Han put Venian on a chair. Beecrox looked toward Cal and started to speak. Do I just need to work on him? Yes. What should I do to him? Rayan was the one to answer that question. Beecrox had to speak to the dragon that flew in front of him. I will return everything I suffered. Suffered. Beecrox did not know about Rayan's story. Yes, I was abused for 4 years, dealing with being tortured and beaten day after day. I was also imprisoned in a cave. I want payback for my 4 years of suffering during these next 4 days. The calm 4-year-old's voice echoed in the room. Choi Han rubbed his face while On and Hung didn't know what to do. Cal crossed his arms and looked toward Rayan. Rayan really was great and mighty. In Cal's opinion, it was difficult to calmly talk about your pains like Rayan was doing. I will give you a basic rundown of how I suffered. First of all, I was whipped until this mighty dragon skin of mine was raw. Rayan briefly explained in detail everything that he had suffered through during the 4 years. Rayan was very passionate as he explained it all to Beecrox, who was carefully listening. He wanted to pay Venian back for everything, and to keep hitting the spot that is already bloodied and injured is the most important basic knowledge. Bang! Rayan stopped talking and looked toward the source of the noise. Cal had kicked the chair the unconscious Venian was sitting on. Venian fell to the ground, but still remained unconscious. This made Cal wonder how strong of a sedative Hung had used to poison Venian. Cal fixed his shirt as if nothing happened before starting to speak. Keep doing what you have to do. I understand, human. Rayan returned to talking about his past. He just described the core of it, as he did not have much time. Silence filled the room once he finished. Cal looked toward Beecrox and then started to smile. Beecrox had taken a pair of white gloves out of his pocket. He always put these gloves on so that he does not get dirtied. Sounds like there will be a lot of blood. He then took out another pair of white gloves and put it on over the first pair. Cal had never seen or read about Beecrox putting on 2 pairs of gloves. Beecrox. Yes, sir. Beecrox looked toward Cal at his calling. Make some food before we start. Food. Beecrox looked toward Cal as if Cal was crazy. However, Cal pointed to Rayan. Rayan stretched his wings as if he agreed with Cal. Rayan needs something to eat. That bastard hit me while eating, saying that seeing my blood made it easier to swallow the food. That crazy son of a... Choi Han started to swear. Beecrox took out another pair of gloves before speaking to Rayan and Cal. Looks like I need to prepare a feast. This made Cal think that Beecrox really was weak against affection. He was a torture specialist, but whether it is with the wolf children or Rayan, Beecrox seemed to be very weak against children and affection. Beecrox asked a question as he headed up to prepare the food. "Shall I cripple him? No need to do that." Rayan responded. "All right. Young Master Nim, will you be down here as well?" Cal let out a moan and started to frown at Beecrox's question. I don't really want to see it, but he wanted to live in peace because he hated seeing blood or wars. However, this was a special occasion. They had set up an invisibility magic device in the corner. It would be complicated if Cal's identity was revealed, so he could only watch in secret. I don't think I can enjoy a feast while watching a torture. I should just stick with wine. Cal knew it would be brutal. He's probably going to want to throw up and get angry at Venian. In a situation like this, alcohol was better. Cal tried to open his mouth to ask for wine, however. Rayan started to speak first. "I understand, weak human. No need to think about it. You do not need to watch. It's true. I feel like it may be difficult for you, young Master Nim." Choi Han continued to speak after Rayan, and even On and Hung nodded their heads. Cal started to speak with a shocked expression on his face. "What are you talking about?" Cal petted Rayan's head before walking past him. "If I don't watch, are you going to watch alone?" There were some things you needed to see no matter how hard it was to watch. He then took a potion out of his magic bag and handed it to Beecrox. "Use the potion if it looks like he is going to die. Then he will be able to last all 4 days." Of course. Beecrox easily accepted it as if it was natural. In fact, it was Choi Han and the Black Dragon's responses that Beecrox did not understand. "Then let me go get it ready." Beecrox prepared the best feast possible underground. It was a feast just for Rayan. Ooh, ah. Venian groaned and tried to move. His body felt heavy. Although he could feel every part of his body, it felt like he was lacking oxygen. He soon came to his senses and tried to figure out what had happened. Gasp. Venian opened his eyes in shock. What he saw in front of his eyes was a feast. A grand feast that even nobles would not usually see was in front of his eyes on a just as luxurious table. The Black Dragon looked down toward Venian from the table. Clang. Venian turned his head as he heard the clang from the chains on his limbs and neck. He wanted to speak but could not say anything. The magic chains on his neck prevented him from speaking. He could not say anything, just like how Rayan had suffered. PSSSH, bang. The whip was moving across the floor. It was a large whip with metal and glass embedded throughout the whip. It was very similar to the whip that was used on Rayan. The masked man wielding that whip slowly approached Venian. "Start." Rayan gave the order. Chapter 86. We meet again. 5. The masked man, Beecrox, flicked the whip. Flick. The whip cut through the air and landed on Venian. Ah! Venian's body was heavy, but he could still feel pain. The whip continued to land on Venian's body. The simple noble's attire underneath, the robe started to tear, and the skin underneath started to bleed as the sharp additions to the whip cut into his skin. Some of the glass fell off the whip and remained pierced in his skin. It was the same way Rayan was abused when he was just a newborn. Ooh, ah, ooh. Venian was shouting something, but the words did not come out of his mouth. He tried to struggle and move, but his body was still paralyzed. Just like Rayan had suffered under the mana restriction chains, Venian could not do anything but suffer. All he could do was slowly curl up. However, just as Rayan had done, Venian glared up at the Black Dragon on top of the table. It was a glare that showed that he would not give in. Flick, flick, the whip cut through his cheeks as he continued to glare. Ah, ah, ah. Venian's body shook in pain as it slowly became drenched in blood. However, Beecrox showed no reaction and continued to whip at a steady pace. He whipped the bleeding areas over and over and did not show any emotion even as the blood sprayed into the air. Cal turned after hearing a moan from his side. The baby kittens On and Hung were in the invisible area with him curled up next to each other. Hung seemed to find it difficult to watch as he looked up at Venian and looked down at the ground over and over. Rayan had already set up noise-suppressing magic in this invisible area, so there was no chance of getting caught by Venian. However, it wouldn't really matter if Venian heard the noise. Ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Venian's cheeks were completely bloody as he started to shout some groans and words that could not be understood. Every time he did that, Beecrox just flicked the whip even harder. "Do not speak. Stay still. Stop glaring." That seemed to be the message, as the whip landed any time Venian showed any of those reactions. "I need to watch. That's what I need to do." That was what the silver kitten On was saying as she lowered her head. Cal understood how they were feeling. On and Hung were in pain watching this. The basement, where Venian's arms, legs, and neck were chained up, was slowly turning red with blood. But it was not that they were struggling to watch, because it was scary, or because they felt bad for Venian. It was because they knew what Rayan had gone through, and that this was only just the beginning. Cal petted On and Hung's heads. You don't need to watch if you can't. He turned his head as he said that. He could see Rayan sitting alone on top of the table. Rayan was currently eating. He was eating his favorite food, steak. Rayan continued to stuff his mouth with food. Ah. Rayan fed himself over and over while listening to Venian scream. Rayan had looked forward to this moment over and over for a very long time. He had imagined this exact scene in his head numerous times. That was why he could not miss even a moment of this meal, no, this feast. Precious food that he could not have even imagined half a year ago, as well as a healthy body and his freedom. Rayan continued to eat as he savored all of the things he had now gained. Cough. Rayan coughed for a moment from stuffing too much food, but he did not stop. Cal observed Rayan's face as well as his actions. Rayan was crying. However, he did not stop. And cough. He continued to stuff himself with food while observing Venian getting whipped. On and Hung did not manage to see how Rayan was right now, but Cal was making sure to observe Rayan. Ooh, oog, ooh, ah, Venian's body started to twitch. Beacrox continued to flick the whip in spots he knew would hurt. Venian could not even look up at the black dragon on top of the table anymore. He just had a blank expression as he slowly lost consciousness while being surrounded by his own blood. Swish! With a loud noise, the whip struck Venian's head, making him finally lose consciousness. Rayan stuffed another steak into his mouth. Rayan's eyes were open, but he did not see Venian. What he saw was his past self. That was why he could not stop. It was at that moment. You're going to choke. Tap, tap. He could feel the sturdy yet warm hand on his back. He was familiar with it now. Rayan turned his head. Tusk, it's all over your mouth. The voice was as indifferent as usual. Rayan could see a sleeve wiping his mouth as well as Cal's face. Rayan slowly turned his head. Venian was lying on the ground. Rayan looked at the unconscious Venian and started to speak. I will continue to watch. Sure, let's watch together. Rayan put his head on the table as Cal said that. Cal continued to pat Rayan's back as he looked at Beacrox. Beacrox could see that Cal was frowning. What is it, young master? Why are you using the potion now? Cal pointed to the potion in Beacrox's hand with his chin. Beacrox asked a question back with confusion. Don't we need to heal him? Use it when he looks like he's about to croak. Although Venian had fainted, he was still groaning. His entire body was covered in blood and made it look like his skin was red. Beacrox looked toward Venian after hearing what Cal had to say and nodded his head. He won't die just yet. Your order is correct and amazing. He put the potion back down. Cal let out a sigh, then went to lift Rayan up in his arms. He then started to frown. Rayan was heavy. Rayan was very heavy. Although Rayan had not grown in size these past few months, his weight seemed to have exponentially increased. Cal could feel his arms slightly shaking, but kept on holding Rayan. He couldn't just leave him here. Cal could feel his shoulders starting to get sweaty as he looked at On and Hung. They were anxiously walking circles around Cal and Rayan. Cal sensed his arms quickly going numb and quickly started to speak. Let's rest a bit. Nobody said anything in opposition. However, Beacrox had a question. What should I do when he wakes up? Isn't it obvious? Rayan answered after that. We will continue. What he said. I understand. Cal pushed the door and it opened with a small noise. Choi Han was standing there with an expression that showed both anger and sorrow. Cal gave an order to Choi Han, who looked back and forth between Rayan and himself. There's an unopened bottle of wine in there. Bring that along with a glass. Cal decided that he needed to drink tonight. Cal headed for the residence upstairs as he asked Rayan, did you grow bigger? You're heavier than last time. Weak human, you just have no arm strength. I can't say anything about that. Rayan, who had been stuffing himself since the early morning, raised his head. He could see the view outside the residence. The fog had lifted and morning was quickly approaching. Well, it's good that you are growing. Good job getting bigger. Rayan put his face on Cal's shoulder after hearing that. Cal's arm was shaking, but Rayan pretended not to know. And Cal let Rayan do that. He was only 4 years old. It was fine for him to act this way. It was now late at night 3 days later. Rayan flew up from the table and landed in front of Venian. Huff, huff. Venian was breathing heavily. His face had become a mess in the last few days, and that arrogant noble was now crying and begging for his life. He had glared at first, thinking that someone would come to save him, but he grew tired and weary as he did not know how much time had passed. All he knew that Rayan continued to eat meals while watching him suffer. Venian Stan. Rayan quietly looked down at Venian, who had his face on the ground and did not dare to look up. Rayan remembered the others who had abused him as well. Cal already had a plan to punish those people as well. This included the Marquis. Although the Marquis had not personally abused him, he was the one responsible for all of this in the first place. Even he will pay for it soon enough. I plan to let you live. That was why Rayan was planning on letting Venian live. Rayan felt like even the term human was wasted on Venian after seeing this weak, stupid, and hateful human who was shaking without being able to even look at him. Rayan remembered what Venian had said to him in the past. It really is best to see this dragon bastard's blood when I'm annoyed. Always gets me in the mood. A calm voice reached Venian's ear. And I will come find you whenever I don't have an appetite. Rayan was planning to do the same thing Venian had done. Venian's body started to shake after hearing what Rayan had to say. The dark red fog surrounded Venian's body again. Venian continued to shake in fear. He looked at the dark red fog surrounding him and tried not to lose consciousness. Looks like he is unconscious. In the end, he fell unconscious. Becrux verified that Venian was knocked out before looking at Cal. Cal was slightly astonished while looking at Becrux. For 3 days, Becrux had instilled fear in that snotty Venian's mind. It was only natural that Venian's entire body was injured, but Becrux had given Venian enough fear every so often to make him lose his will. There's no need for Cage's mental torture. They didn't need to call Cage. Of course, there were many times that it was difficult for even Cal to watch Becrux torturing Venian because of how brutal it was. However, he had to watch as he promised to watch. Choi Han approached them and stood next to Cal while looking down at Venian. He seemed to have been hoping for the Marquis to come save him. Too bad. The only thing that kept Venian going was the fact that he had hoped that the Marquis would come save him. Even if he wasn't the legitimate successor, one of his potential successors had disappeared. They would need to find him even if it was to just save face. Do you mean that? No. Choi Han shook his head at Cal's question. I feel like we need to torture him more, but this is Rayan's business, so I am holding back. Good. Although the fact that Rayan told him he will not kill him probably put some hope in his heart. Choi Han looked down at Venian with an odd expression. As Venian thought, the Marquis was currently frantically looking for Venian. 2 of Venian's lackeys were caught by Taylor's friend Cage, and they had revealed that Venian had worked with the Stan Territories underworld to do all sorts of illegal deeds. That revelation put the citizens in a state of shock. Although the Marquis and his family was tyrannical, they had thought that they were at least upright nobles. The Marquis was currently looking for Venian Stan, who had left his injured lackeys behind and ran away when Cage and her crew caught them. Of course, the person with the evidence for all of this was the eldest son, Taylor Stan. Cal gave an order to Becrux and Choi Han. Get it ready. Becrux put on a new pair of white gloves. A potion was in his hand. Venian Stan will end up getting caught in his secret base in the back alley without an injury on his body. It was time for him to feel despair while remaining alive. Chapter 87. We meet again. 6. Watching that despair would be Rayan's joy. Looks fancy. Cal said that as he gave Choi Han a command, sit him on that chair over there. Got it. Choi Han threw the unconscious Venian onto the luxurious leather seat. Cal was looking toward Choi Han, who was avoiding his gaze. I'm sorry. I got even angrier after looking around this base. Cal's group was currently in Venian's secret base in the back alley. It was full of luxurious and fancy items. The crazy priestess Cage had told him about this location 2 days ago. Cage, who served the god of death, was still a priestess even though she was excommunicated. She specialized in curses and mental torture. It was easy for her to get the information from Venian's lackeys. Of course, since her abilities were used under the name of a god, she could only use her curses in situations where she believed she was just. But she should have had enough reasons for justice to use her curses this time. Still, she's amazing too. There was nobody else serving the god of death who was better than her at using curses. It made sense why people called her the spawn of a necromancer, and that she was not fit to be a priestess. Well, I know there is a separate necromancer. As was the case with many fantasy worlds, you were bound to find those professions that were said to have become lost in the past if you looked hard enough. Something like finding out that the main character's neighboring old man was a sword master in the past was not uncommon in fantasy worlds. It was all just part of making a story interesting to the readers. This world is the same. The Birth of a Hero was known for having many of those types of developments. Cal quietly observed the unconscious Venian who was hunched over on the chair. I understand why you would want to throw him like that, but this position is not what we need. Beecrox, sigh, yes, sir. Beecrox let out a deep sigh before approaching Venian. He then sat Venian down properly and made sure Venian looked tidy, fixing his outfit, hair, etc. Anybody who saw Venian now would think that he was a fancy noble who has had no problems or injuries for the last few days. Venian's back still had a few small scars that could not be healed with the potion, but the majority of the injuries throughout his body were healed. In fact, his face, hands, and visible areas showed no signs of injuries at all. Then we will be on our way now. Sure. Beecrox took Choi Han with him as they stealthily left through the base's back door. Cal approached Rayan, who had been quietly curled up in a corner since earlier. Shall we start? Sure, human. You guys come here as well. Mio. On and Hung jumped up and sat down next to Rayan and Cal. Cal made sure they were all against the corner and looked toward Rayan. Black mana started to appear from Rayan's paw. It was now time to watch. Pat. With a quiet noise, Cal's body started to turn invisible. They were no longer visible inside the base. Ooh, ooh. A bit later, the base was filled with a person's moans. It was Venian. He was frowning, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Gasp. He gasped as he opened his eyes. He could only observe his surroundings with a blank expression at that point. He blinked a few times and tried to figure out where he was. This is. Venian touched his neck in shock. He could speak. Human language was actually coming out of his mouth. He also realized that there were no shackles on his neck. He then frantically checked his body to see that there were no injuries or blood on his arms and legs. His fancy outfit did not have any blood on it at all. He was not in any sort of pain. Was it a dream? He couldn't tell whether this was the dream or if that basement and the torture was the dream. It was so terrible and painful that he still clearly remembered it, but it must have been a dream. Venian slowly reached his hand out and touched the desk in front of him. This definitely felt like it was real. Yes, this was all real. Venian started to frown and wonder if he had been dreaming. Rather than being abducted on his way to the base, he had arrived and then fallen asleep. Haha. Venian started to smile, however. Many emotions were running through his mind. Yes, it was only just a dream. It had to be a dream. He could still feel the whip cutting through his body, as well as the torturer's cold gaze and that dragon bastard's gaze, but it was all just a dream. It didn't matter that he was still afraid. It wasn't real. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he was here right now. Ha! Venian put his hands on his neck. He could feel the warmth of his hands. It was at that moment. Mio. Venian flinched and his shoulders started to shake. Cal, who had been watching in the side in his invisible state, petted Hung's head once with an indifferent expression on his face. Hung let out one more chilling meow. Mio. Venian's face turned pale and his hands started to shake. Something suddenly popped into his head. I plan to let you live, and I will come to find you whenever I don't have an appetite. Venian's hands that were clutching onto the desk were turning pale. See, crazy, he looked down and started to shake. The dark red fog was slowly crawling up his legs like a snake. His face turned teary like a little baby. That crazy dragon bastard. He quickly started to brush away the fog. However, the fog did not disappear and just moved further up his body. He felt like he was going to go crazy. However, at that moment, Venian realized something. It was different than last time. Unlike last time, he was able to move his body. Venian looked around and quickly found the door. The moment Venian laid his eyes on the door, Cal looked up at the clock. If Venian hurries a bit, it would create the picture-perfect moment. Cal patted On's back this time. Swish, the fog started to move up Venian's leg even faster. Meow. The two kittens' meows became even louder. Venian's two legs were shaking. He quickly got up from the chair. Bang! The leather chair fell backward with a loud noise. However, Venian did not care as he quickly rushed toward the door. Unlike his fancy clothes and slick hair that were fit for a noble, his face looked like he had gone crazy from fear. Quickly Venian grabbed the doorknob with his shaking hand. It was at that moment. Click. He heard someone turning the doorknob from the outside. Was it his lackeys? Venian thought that he no longer needed to face this scary situation on his own. He was relieved. It definitely had to be his two lackeys from the morning. Someone pulled the door open from the outside. Thanks to that, Venian did not need to do anything, as the door had opened for him. Kriak, the door slowly opened. Venian did not manage to notice that the fog surrounding his legs had disappeared. He was too absorbed by the light he could see coming from the other side of the door. The door finally opened completely. We finally found you. The person to greet Venian was Taylor Stan, his older brother whom he had paralyzed in the past. Venian took a step back. Behind Taylor was the path heading down to this secret base, which was now filled with a lot of people. It was filled with both Taylor's people and people from the Stan estate. What is this? Taylor confirmed that Venian had no visible injuries before looking at his face. Venian's face was full of fear. Taylor looked past Venian's shoulder into the base. Nobody was there. However, he knew that Cal was inside. He had borrowed Cal's invisibility magic device before. That was why he was even more certain that Cal was inside. Is this a dream too? Venian blankly started to mumble to himself. Taylor looked at his brother, the brother that he detested, and answered his question. Looks like you had a long nightmare. He turned around and gave an order to the knights of the Stan estate. Arrest him. This was only the start of Venian's nightmares. Not only was he now completely pushed out of the successor picture, but he would also have to pay the price for all of his illegal deeds. He had to receive the anger of all the Stan family members for ruining their reputation. The dragon did this. The dragon did all Taylor did not care about Venian's mumblings. He focused on what Cage was saying as she walked next to him. Tonight, Taylor could meet his benefactor again tonight. It had been quite a while. Young Master Nim, should I start searching the base right now? Taylor shook his head at the knight's question. The most important thing right now is to quietly move Venian to the castle. There are too many people outside. Won't it be difficult to do it quietly? The citizens of the Stan territory were gathered outside. That was why the knights were anxious. However, this was all because Odious had spread the word at Cal's order. Taylor knew about it as well, but pretended to worry about it. Even he could do this level of acting now. That is true, but we still need to move him as quietly as possible. We cannot allow our reputation to fall even further. I understand. The knight responded with a serious expression. You can focus on searching the base after that. We will leave some of the soldiers here to guard the entrance. Yes, sir. Taylor made it a bit easier for Cal to get out and turned his back to the entrance. He now had to go to the castle and cut off the Marquis and Venian's arms and legs, one by one. Some of the knights remained to protect this empty secret base. The others went to capture Venian's other lackeys, who were probably in his other bases. Hey, guard properly. It's not like anybody is there. We haven't been able to rest the last few days. Let's just chill. We cannot do that. Why so serious? We just have to prevent someone from going in. The two knights were talking quietly so that the soldiers could not hear. A light wind passed by behind them, but they paid no attention to it. Although the wind didn't make sense, they couldn't see anything anyway, so they didn't care. Cal, the person responsible for that light wind, got on a carriage he had prepared not too far from the base. Rayan, who was following behind Cal, removed the invisibility on everyone except himself. Shall we head out now? Go. Odious closed the carriage door and sat down in the driver's spot. The carriage slowly started to head toward the residence. Cal leaned on the chair and could feel the soft leather relaxing him. He looked down and made eye contact with Rayan, who was no longer invisible and was laying on his lap. At that moment, Rayan started to smile and speak. I'm not too bad. I'm a great and mighty dragon. Yes, the hell is only just beginning. Right. Cal spoke to the others in the carriage. Let's all eat some delicious food and get some rest today. However, Cal had to enjoy his dinner away from the others. I guess you have some free time now. Of course I had to come since it is to see you, young Master Cal, Taylor Stan, and the crazy priestess Cage. The two of them came to find Cal with some alcohol and drinking glasses. They came to see him late at night, so Cal ended up drinking and eating at the same time. I will probably get busier after today. Naturally so. Cal nodded at Taylor's words and looked toward Cage. She smiled and lifted up the bottle. Cal emptied the entire glass without any changes to his expression. The majority of the people you told us about were Venian's people, young Master Cal. Is that so? Taylor could not look at Cal comfortably. Cal had given him the file regarding Venian's bases and the involved people. That alone was surprising, but there was an even more surprising development. There were some of my father's people as well. I did not know that. Cal looked toward Taylor with a sincerely shocked expression, but of course he was just acting. Venian had received orders from Marquis Stan to torture the Black Dragon. Thanks to that, the people guarding the cave were naturally going to include some of Marquis Stan's people. A couple of them were connected to Venian's dirty deeds. They would receive a life sentence at minimum and be executed at maximum. The Stan territory had the most vicious rules after all. The Marquis would probably want to kill them all so that he could try to hide his involvement. I will trust that you didn't know, Taylor answered like he was convincing himself. A bottle was placed between the two of them. How about we empty this bottle first? Sure, let's drink. Sounds good. The three people took turns filling each other's glasses and emptied the bottle. Taylor and Cage had to return to work as the bottle emptied out. Will you be leaving tomorrow? Yes. I heard you are taking the western route to the capital. Is the capital your final destination? Taylor could see Cal starting to smile instead of answering his question. Taylor did not ask further. Instead, he shared his sentiments with Cal. I will definitely pay you back for your help in this situation, as well as last time. I look forward to it. Yes, please look forward to it. Seeing Taylor looking straight into his eyes as he told Cal to look forward to it, Cal thought about the new connections he had in this northwest region. Taylor and Odious. He had quite a few people to put to use in the approaching future. Cal finished all of his preparations early the next morning and was looking in the mirror. He asked Rayan, who was looking in the mirror as well, "Have you figured out the Crown Prince's magic?" "I know what it is, human. I am great and mighty." There was a smile on Cal's face as he continued to look into the mirror. Chapter 88. I suppose it is a gift. Cal, who was coming out of the bedroom and heading to the back door, ran into Odious. Odious, very satisfactory performance. Odious didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Cal's comment. However, based on the results of everything, he had only happiness on his mind. No, the pleasure was mine. I'm very happy about the overflowing benefit I gained, I'm sure. Cal didn't even play along to say that the fee Odious received was small. The deal was for Cal to get rid of Venian from the southern underworld after all. I'll contact you next time. Odious did not want to see Cal ever again. His instincts that he had built up through his long life were telling him that it was dangerous and that he would suffer greatly. However, his vast experience was also telling him that it was unavoidable. He will have no choice but to see him again. Of course, I will let you know where I am every so often. Good. Cal got on the carriage with Beacrox in the driver's seat. The driver who had brought the carriage to the Stan territory had already returned. Odious, yes, sir. You know what to do with the basement, right? Odious' eyes slightly shook. He looked toward where the entrance to the basement near the back door used to be. Now it was just a pile of rubble. I will take care of everything properly. Good. Odious had seen the remains of the feast as well as the broken torture devices in the basement before it was destroyed. Total bullshit about him being a good person. There were no good nobles with a strong sense of self-sacrifice. They were all vicious and sly. And I don't want you to tell Billows about what happened. Secrets are the life of such commissions. Yes, I know. It definitely is the main part. Both of them started to gently smile at each other. However, neither of them was smiling internally. Then, off I go. Please have a safe journey. Odious' goodbye was very sincere, like he wanted to never see Cal again. Cal smirked at Odious' goodbye and closed the carriage door. Beacrox started to drive as soon as the door closed. The carriage left the Stan territory and headed toward the kingdom's western region. They continued to quickly travel other than resting during the night. Bored. Cal, who had been looking out the window, turned his head after hearing Choi Han's gentle voice. Choi Han's unique, pure smile was on his face as he was handing on and hung some snacks. No, not bored. I enjoy rolling around doing nothing the most. Choi Han laughed and responded back. You guys really are similar to Cal Nim. Is he talking shoot about me? Cal focused on Choi Han after hearing what could be both a compliment or a dig, and then turned his gaze to On and Hung. The carriage was currently between the Rhone Kingdom's northwest and southwest region. Basically, they were currently in the western region of the kingdom. If the northeastern region, where the Hennitus territory lies, was famous for its marble, the northwest to the west region was famous for their granite. That was why there were a lot of stone mountains in this region. Choi Han continued to speak. I came here last time too, but there really is nothing other than stone mountains. Choi Han passed through here before. Cal questioned that fact in his mind before quickly figuring it out. Rosalind. He probably passed through here when he went to the Breck Kingdom with Lark to help Rosalind out. Did you pass by when you went to the Breck Kingdom? Cal had an odd feeling after seeing Choi Han's reaction to his question. Seeing Choi Han hesitating to answer gave him a bitter feeling. Cal continued to speak like nothing was wrong. Did you cause a mess in the Breck Kingdom? It wasn't like that. Cal did not ask anything else. He did not want to know. It was enough that he heard the results of it from Crown Prince Albaru. However, there was something else he needed to ask. Did you pass by the Ten-Finger Mountain when you went through the west? Is there a mountain with such a name? I have never heard it before. On, Hang, and Rayan seemed interested in the unique name as well. Their sparkling gazes asking Cal to explain made Cal scowl. Tap. Rayan put his paw on Cal's knee. Human, explain. I am curious. In the end, Cal had to explain. There are many strong rocks called granite in the west. However, not everything is made of such rocks. Still, at the border of the west and southwest region are 10 granite peaks next to each other. These granite peaks were located at the border of the west and southwest and had a unique shape that looked like 10 fingers. I don't think we saw it last time because we cut through the northwest and not the southwest region. It was the same when we came back. I'm sure I would have remembered seeing such a mountain. Really, I was curious because they said it was a unique view from there. Rayan responded to Cal's answer about being curious. Rayan remembered how Cal told Latana that he enjoyed traveling. Rayan opened his mouth to say, let's go there right now. However, Cal was faster. I thought about going there in about a year. That was why I asked. A year later? Yes. Cal definitely had to go to the Ten-Finger Mountains in 1 year. The last ancient power will reveal itself there. Cal needed to get this final ancient power, an attacking fire ancient power that was similar to lightning. I thought it'd be great if we all traveled together. Cal nonchalantly mumbled that line, but his words made the fatigue on, Hang, and Rayan's face all disappear. Choi Han also had a small smile on his face. Yes, that sounds good, but there probably aren't any villages near there. Why wouldn't there? No, there aren't any. Cal looked toward Choi Han and the children and sternly repeated himself. There are none. Based on my knowledge, there are no villages around there. None at all. At least when it came to human villages. The problem was that there was a village of elves who passionately loved nature and almost worshipped dragons. Elves. They were a magical race that used illusion magic to hide their village and lived away from humans. They were the race that was closest to nature after the dragons. That was why they were able to handle elementals and had a beauty that was admired by all humans. They were different than the dark elves who were just as beautiful but had the darkness element instead. In the novel, Choi Han passes through the Ten-Finger Mountains with Lark on their way back from dealing with the issues in the Breck Kingdom. They coincidentally happen to find the elf village and get involved with one elf, Pendrick the healer. Unlike Cal's restoration abilities, the elf Pendrick had the ability to heal others. He joins Choi Han's group and starts to travel with them. Fantasy worlds always seem to have at least one elf in the main character's party. That was Pendrick in this novel. The problem is that he ends up dying. The original point of Lark's berserk transformation was Pendrick's death. He died while Lark was protecting him, and that results in Lark going berserk for the first time. It also changes Lark's personality as well. That meant that Pendrick should not die if he does not meet Lark or travel with Choi Han's party. They already missed the moment to run into each other. Pendrick had not had any interactions with Cal, Choi Han, or Lark until now. If 1 year passes like this, Pendrick would have lived longer than he had lived in the novel. It could be considered the biggest change in the flow of the original novel. Yes, there are no villages. Cal mumbled once more and made up his mind. He told himself that he would avoid the elf village when he went to the Ten-Finger Mountains next year. He had taken on too much baggage by not thinking things through and just doing whatever he thought was the easiest for him. Cal was not going to let the same thing happen again next year. I want it to be next year already. I do not care if there are no villages. Cal looked toward Rayan, who seemed to be excited. He definitely could not take a dragon to the elf village. He would be treated like a god. Thinking about that was already giving Cal the chills. Cal quickly turned away from Rayan. He strongly reminded himself that he would not even take a step into the western region until he returns a year later with the Crown Prince's golden plaque to find the last ancient power. Cal opened the small window toward the driver's seat and spoke to Beecrox. Let's speed it up a bit. Yes, sir. The carriage quickly drove through the western region and arrived at the capital. It has been too long, Your Highness. The gently smiling Cal, who was wearing a simple yet stylish outfit, would catch anybody's attention. Yes, I'm glad to see you again. How was your recovery? Blonde hair and blue eyes. Elbaru, who was just as handsome as Cal, smiled brightly as he hugged Cal. They were currently in front of the Crown Prince's palace. Crown Prince Albaru was warmly welcoming the hero of the now faint Plaza Terror incident. Although people didn't talk about it much anymore, the plaza was still being rebuilt and had knights patrolling around it. There were also many who were upset with the palace for not revealing the identity of the terrorists. I was able to rest well and recover thanks to Your Highness' concerns and the royal family's generosity. Cal, who was smiling like he was telling the truth, definitely looked healthy. Crown Prince Albaru looked at him like he was happy that Cal had recovered and then pointed to the inside of the palace. Come on in. I should at least give you some tea since you've come to visit after such a long time. Yes, Your Highness. I'm sure you are busy with work, so I will only take a bit of your time. I don't know why you do this every time. Cal had the same thoughts, but there was nothing he could do. Click. The moment they entered Alberus' office and closed the door, both Cal and Albaru, who had been walking close to each other, quickly moved away. Your Highness, you must be tired. I'm sure you feel the same way. Albaru sighed before pointing to a table on one side of the office. However, he noticed that Cal had always walked over there and sat down on what seemed to be the most comfortable couch. People will think you've been here a couple of times. It is my first time here, but I feel like it is very welcoming. Cal had no problem using that glib tongue of his. Albaru looked toward Cal, who sat on the couch of his choice, while keeping the seat at the head of the table open for him, and sat down. I thought I told you to come as quickly as possible. That is why I cut into my sleeping time to rush here, Your Highness. Albaru snorted at Cal's response. He didn't know what Cal had been up to, but the person who was supposed to be in the northeastern Henitus territory had come in from the west, and he knew exactly what had happened in the west, no, the northwest region right now. You are a very suspicious person. Albaru took a sip of the tea that his servant brought over and just quietly observed Cal until the servant left the room. There was quite a lot for him to discuss with Cal today. He also had a lot of requests for Cal as well. The Crown Prince has a sneaky look on his face. Cal agreed with Rayan's assessment and pretended not to notice Albarus' gaze. The gaze was one that seemed to want to take a lot from him today, however. That thought and their relationship will go the opposite way. Click. The servant left the office with a small click of the door. Albaru was about to speak, but there was someone who started to speak even faster. Your Highness. Ha! Cal made eye contact with Albaru, who seemed confused. Rayan was speaking in his mind as he did that. After dealing with both things, I am now certain he really is an odd existence. Cal took a magic bag out of his pocket. I have prepared a present for you. For me? Yes, for the star on the minds of our kingdoms. Enough. Albaru was not happy at hearing that Cal had a present for him. In fact, he looked toward Cal with even more suspicion. It was because of the things that had happened with Cal up to this point. However, he could not lie and say that there was no anticipation in his mind at hearing about a present. A few weeks ago, Albaru had already received one of Cal's so-called presents under one of the Flynn Merchant Guild's people. Let's first take a look at this present. Cal slowly opened the magic bag with Albaru's permission. Rayon's voice rang in Cal's mind as he took a small glass bottle out of the bag. He has a darkness attribute. Tap. The glass bottle was placed on the table. What is this? Cal showed with his actions instead of answering. Squeak, squeak. The lid of the glass bottle slowly opened. This small glass bottle was full of black water. The lid opened completely, and an invisible substance slowly started to come out of the bottle. I am used to this smell. I smelled it in the black swamp. The scent of the dead mana slowly started to fill the room. This was one of the items he received from the Whale King on their way to the Whipper Kingdom. Unlike Cal's other bottle, this bottle only had dead mana with no poison in it. Of what he received from the Whale King was in this small bottle. You. Cal slowly closed the lid back, while seeing that Albaru could not continue to speak. Your Highness, of course, this present is not free. There was no way Cal would give something so precious for free. It was poison for humans, and not precious at all. However, Cal remembered what Rayan had said about Albaru the last time they were here. Why did this puny human called the Crown Prince dye his hair with magic? It is at a level that only a great dragon like me can notice. Did another dragon dye it for him? No, is it a different type of power? A different type of power. Rayan was able to tell that it was different than natural mana because he was a dragon, but he was not sure of exactly what it was. It made sense because Rayan had never experienced it before. However, he had experienced it now. Dead mana. Cal mumbled like he was talking to himself. Probably not a demon, black magic, or a necromancer. Dead mana. It was used by those with the darkness attribute to use magic. Of course, it was very different than regular mana. Magic devices that were made to detect mana could not detect dead mana, especially if the dead mana was used by a high-tiered race. I heard that the late queen was an average person, but that people thought she was part southerner because her skin was a bit dark. Rayan mentioned that the crown prince had regular brown hair. His hair and eyes were regular, but Albaru was known for his looks. People also said that the crown prince's mother was a beauty as well. Dark elves have dark skin, but I heard that a mixed child of a dark elf has skin similar to the southerners. Cal looked toward Albaru and finished his deduction. So then, the child of a half-blooded dark elf. The crown prince answered more confidently than Cal expected. You're driving me crazy. I guess I was right. Chapter 89. I suppose it is a gift, too. Cal and Albaru both just quietly observed each other. And the crown prince's response at the end of that silence was pretty confident. His face was not shaking at all. Cal shrugged his shoulders. Just that I can give this to you, but not for free. Albaru couldn't believe Cal had nothing else to say after giving him such a strong blow. Ha, ha ha, Albaru started to laugh. It made Cal wonder what would have happened if there wasn't soundproof magic in the office. Either that, or what would have happened if he hadn't sent the servants and his subordinates out. The atmosphere turned chilly in the room. I was planning on putting you to work. I shouldn't have told you to come. Albaru was tired of that mug on Cal's face that was as relaxed as usual. His gaze headed toward the bottle with the black liquid. Mother. The weight of that word pierced into Albaru's heart. Cal did not say anything else, and just sat there observing the crown prince, who was staring at the bottle. Dark elf. They were creatures of the dark that were chastised by the people of the continent because of their affinity to darkness. The base of their power was the dead mana flowing out of the dead. In the past, dark elves tended to be found near graves or villages that were destroyed by illnesses. That was why people hated dark elves, even though the dark elves never harmed people nor desecrated corpses. This led to the dark elves living in hiding. They were hiding even better than the elves. Albaru moved his gaze from the glass bottle and looked toward Cal. Cal just smiled back at him. And you'll keep your mouth shut, of course. But not for free, naturally. Albaru spoke his honest feelings. You sly bastard, why thank you. Albaru hated how Cal didn't even flinch at what he said. At the same time, he was relieved as well. Cal had come directly to him instead of going to the favored third prince or the second prince who were aiming for his position. It meant that Cal wanted to make a deal with him. That was why he was relieved. It was because Cal was similar to him. However, he did have a question. Are you really not one of us? How could Cal know his identity if he was not a dark elf as well? Albaru could not figure this out. The only people who knew his identity were his mother's siblings. They had helped him so that his father, the king, would not find out his mother's identity. They were all on Albarus' side. Cal pointed to the glass bottle and answered Albarus' question. I will die if I drink that. Dead mana was like an extremely deadly poison for humans. Do not worry, human. This mighty dragon will save you no matter what. Cal just ignored Rayan as usual and pushed the glass bottle toward Albaru. Don't you need it? Albaru came clean with it. Of course, it is good if I have it. It will make me stronger. It is clean as well. There are no traces of poison. Of course, it is a very precious item. Cal continued on like what he said next was not surprising, since it is a dead dragon's mana. What? Alberu could not hide his shock. He then let out a sigh after seeing the smile on Cal's face. You're driving me crazy. Alberu was not speaking like how someone in his position should, but he did not really want to do so today. Instead, he was speaking in the way he spoke to his mother's siblings. You really have no plans to say anything about my identity. It was difficult to find dead mana these days. But it was a dragon's dead mana. Of course, the amount of dead mana in the glass bottle was minimal. However, the fact that it was a dragon's dead mana would make Alberu become at least 3 or 4 times stronger than he was right now. Alberu could not understand why Cal would give him something so precious, even for a compensation. He thought Cal was someone similar to him, but now it was difficult to understand Cal. Why are you asking something so obvious? Alberu was at a loss of words after hearing Cal say that it was obvious. However, it really was the obvious answer for Cal. The Roan kingdom needs to become stronger. If you took a look at the power struggle between kingdoms right now, the Breck kingdom and Roan kingdom were at the bottom. The Whipper kingdom was on a one-way train to hell under Tunka's leadership, but they were a different story. At the same time, the southern jungle was slowly regaining its strength after putting out the fire earlier than in the novel. They all probably respected Litana even more after she brought Cal to the southern jungle to put out the fire. In addition, the Northern Alliance was planning their invasion as well. Alberu was gathering the Whipper Kingdom's mages in order to grow his own influence and prepare for the Northern Alliance's invasion. However, that was not enough. There is also the Wyvern Knights Brigade and the Empire. Cal did not know what happened after Volume 5. However, people had this treasure called imagination. It's obvious. The Wyvern Knights Brigade would dominate the air. Once the Imperial Prince shows his greed and reaches his hand out to the Western continent, the Breck Kingdom and Roan Kingdom will be nothing but candles in front of the wind. That was why Cal needed the Roan Kingdom to become stronger and have the strength to defend itself in order for him to live a peaceful life. In order to do that, they needed a strong leader to guide them. Since it is poisonous for me, I might as well use it to set a good foundation. But Cal did not want them to be too strong either. The Crown Prince was already stronger than he was in the novel. The Stan family was now also under Taylor's control, which meant that they would side with the Crown Prince. One more thing. Cal said one more thing to Alberu. Did you need the magic tower? It must be hard to speak like that when you already know about everything. The number of mages coming under the Crown Prince, as well as the speed at which they were coming, had increased. The magic tower's liege's summoning device. That was very useful. Cal had given Alberu one of the items he found in the hidden room on the 21st floor of the magic tower. It was an item that belonged to the liege of the tower, allowing the holder to send multiple short messages to all mages of the Whipper Kingdom. The Magic Tower's liege was the person who rose to the highest spot amongst the Whipper Kingdom's mages and guarded the Magic Tower. It wouldn't make sense for such a person to be unable to contact the mages. Tunka and his people never found the item because it was hidden on the 21st floor. Cal had delivered this to Alberu through Billows, and Alberu immediately sent a single message to all of the living mages in the Whipper Kingdom. The kingdom of Boulder's future ruler will protect you. Alberu, who had benefited a lot from it, wished for Cal to either move the magic tower to somewhere in the Roan kingdom or to restore it. However, he was not in a place to ask for such a thing anymore. I don't think I can give you an order or command, maybe a request. I do not have a plan to restore the magic tower. Alberu knew that was what Cal would say. That was why he was trying to slowly convince Cal, since he knew that Cal did not like annoying things. However, I can eventually give you a part of the blueprints to build the magic tower. Alberu brushed his face with his hands. What do you want? Alberu knew that there was no reason to beat around the bush anymore. He was not in control of this discussion right now. I need something to happen in 2 years. Cal knew that he needed status, in addition to money, in order to live that slacker life of his dreams. Why was it great to be a slacker? It was because you didn't need to worry about anybody else other than your family. Cal didn't want to live a life where he had to report to others. It didn't matter if he was seen as trash, he just wanted to live however he wanted. Eat, sleep, and do nothing. How great would that be? Cal could see Alberus' expression change as he read the contents of the document. Alberu was looking at it with confusion before his expression turned into a frown and ended with shock as he looked back up at Cal. Just what the hell is this? Cal had a short answer for Alberu. I believe that is for you to determine, your highness. Sigh. Alberu could not help but sigh. However, Cal was able to leave the office with the contract signed by Alberu. I've never felt so iffy after signing something that was beneficial to me. I believe you just need to enjoy it since it is a win-win for both of us, your highness. It definitely was a win for the crown prince. Cal would keep his identity a secret, give him the bottle of a dragon's dead mana, as well as a portion of the magic tower's blueprint in a few years. He was feeling iffy, even though he had received this enormous profit that had a worth that was almost impossible to evaluate in monetary value. It was because Cal was smiling too much. It was like he was on a field of flowers all by himself. Then I will be on my way, your highness. Hurry up and leave. Alberu was telling Cal to leave, but he really didn't want to send Cal away. He wanted to hold Cal here and beat some information out of him. However, he could not do so. The forest of darkness, the northwestern route, and the sea. Alberu could not figure out Cal's intentions in asking for something that was neither money nor material goods. On the other hand, Cal did not care whether the crown prince knew or not. He quickly got back on his carriage after accomplishing his reason for coming to the capital. There was no reason for him to stay in the capital any longer. Are we heading back to the Henitus territory, sir? Yes. Beacrox closed the carriage door and immediately started to drive toward home. Human, are we going home to rest now? Yes. I plan to rest for quite a while this time. Cal answered Rayan's question and leaned back into the chair. He should be able to roll around and do nothing for at least 6 months at minimum to a year at maximum. Then, as long as he safely makes it through the war, what awaits him should be a nice and relaxing slacker's life. However, Cal noticed something was off as soon as they returned home. What is going on? That, you see, young Masternim. Deputy Butler Hans was naturally the one who came out to greet Cal. But something was off. Hans seemed worried. Hurry up and tell me. Cal did not look at Choi Han, Beacrox on, and Hung who were behind him, and instead only looked at Hans. He had a bad feeling. An ominous feeling filled his mind. Am I not going to be able to rest? Something must have happened, as the other servants and knights around Hans had the same expression. Cal's mind became complicated in those short 5 seconds. Young Masternim, Mr. Ran has returned. Ran did, my father. Both Cal and Ran's son, Beacrox, looked toward Hans with shock. Ran was not supposed to be back for a couple more months. Hans then closed his eyes tightly. That made Cal have an even worse feeling. Hans opened his eyes again and could not look at Beacrox as he continued to speak. Mr. Ran came back injured. Lead me there. Hans, who saw Cal's stiff expression, quickly turned around and guided them into the residence. Cal followed him with Beacrox right next to him. Hans guided Cal as quickly as possible and stopped in front of a room. It was not Ran's room, but a luxurious bedroom that was reserved for high-ranking guests. Open the door. Yes, sir. Hans opened the door after hearing Cal's stern command. Creak. The door opened, and a terrible rotting smell filled Cal's nose. Young Masternim. Cal stiffened up for the first time since coming over to this world. Ran. The assassin Ran, that sly old man, was laying on the bed. Father. Beacrox rushed past Cal into the bedroom. Cal looked into Ran's eyes and asked, Ran, why is your arm like that? Ran had returned earlier than expected, and one of his arms had been cut off. Chapter 90. I suppose it is a gift. 3. I somehow ended up like this. Ran's benign smile was the same as always. However, his face was pale and full of small injuries. The rotting smell also got stronger as Cal got closer. His left arm, starting from the shoulder area, was missing. Hands. Yes, sir. Get out. Excuse me. Cal looked at Hans, as well as the estate staff and his father subordinate, before clarifying. Everybody except Beacrox and Choi Han, get out. Hans hesitated for a moment, but quickly took everyone out of the room after seeing the expression on Cal's face. Even On and Hung slowly moved back after seeing Cal's gaze. Meow. Meow. The baby kittens On and Hung looked at Ran multiple times with anxious expressions before heading out of the bedroom. The bedroom looked much bigger after those people left. Do you have enough strength to speak? Cal's calm question floated toward Ran. Ran had a gentle smile on his face and did not seem to be hurting at all. Yes, young Masternim. Then explain. How did you return like this when you went to hunt some foxes? Ran turned away from Cal and looked toward his son, Beacrox. Beacrux was on his knees by the bed, looking toward Ran's empty shoulder. Maybe I shouldn't have come back, but this was the only place that came to his mind. If he was going to die, he wanted to see his son and a couple other people one last time. I came across from the eastern continent. It was when Beacrux was very young. Ran started his story. He needed someone who would take care of his son. As you already know, I am an assassin. The eastern continent's underworld has 5 famous assassin families. One of them was our family, the Marlin family, and I was groomed to become the next head of household. Father, Beacrux called out to Ran. Our family was destroyed by an organization called ARM. Everybody else died, while I managed to avoid them and escape over to Western Continent with my son. I had been hiding my identity in order to survive. Sigh. Ran let out a deep sigh. His face was very pale. It was because, although this organization called ARM rules the underworld, they were just a low-ranking organization. The core of their operation was elsewhere. I felt fear from the strength of this organization that was beyond what I could even fathom. That was why I have been living as a lowly servant. Ran started to frown, but I caught onto their scent for the first time in tens of years. Beacrux flinched. Ran's gaze headed past Cal to Choi Han, who was standing there with a look of disbelief. The scent of arm was on this twisted yet good bastard. Choi Han had the scent of arm on him when he first came to our castle. That was the reason Ran and Beacrux had attacked Choi Han when he first came over from Harris village. He had the scent of arm on him. Choi Han's pupils started to shake. Then the assassins I killed in Harris village. Yes, there is a good chance they were from arm. Choi Han looked toward Cal as Ran continued to speak. I was able to figure out that they were stretching their reaches to the western continent when I went and investigated in the capital. It was more like a dog walking into a tiger's den than hunting foxes. Ran wondered what gave him the confidence to go attack them, but knew that he would have done the same thing if he had the choice again. He needed to know what they were planning to do. While I was looking around, I ran into one of Arm's attack squads and figured out what they were doing. He managed to get a bit of information after destroying that attack squad. However, I then somehow ended up losing my left arm and barely managed to escape with my life. Ran had a bitter smile on his face. He was a mess. For someone who practiced a double dagger style that used both hands, this was a severe hit to his strength. At that moment, Cal, who had been listening quietly, started to speak. So you were not able to determine the identity of this organization called ARM? Unfortunately, no. Ran was not any closer to that information than before. Ran. Ran looked toward Cal, whose aura had increased while they were apart. He felt a sense of pressure that made him want to bow. Who cut off your arm? ... It was a young mage who seemed to be cutting the arms of all enemies. Choi Han flinched and looked toward Cal. Crazy bastard. Some harsh words were coming out of Cal's mouth. ARM was probably the secret organization that Cal knew about. This was the organization responsible for the attack on Harris village. The ones to give Rayan over to the Marquis, the perpetrators for the capital's Plaza Terror incident, and the attack on the Blue Wolf tribe. Furthermore, Cal felt like he knew the person who cut off Ran's arm as well. Choi Han probably knew him too, the mage that led the Plaza Terror incident. There was a good chance it was the blood-crazy mage, Radika. He had lost his left arm and left eye thanks to Choi Han. Cal didn't know how Radika was able to cast magic with one hand and cut off people's arms, but there was a good chance that it was Radika. How could something like this happen? Choi Han seemed to be in a state of chaos as he stood there with his fists clenched. However, there was something else Cal needed to verify. Ran was strong, and his specialties were assassination and stealth. He was stronger than Radika. There had to be a reason Ran got his arm chopped off and had to run away. What is this rotting smell? Cal needed to figure out the identity of this rotting smell that was filling the room. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Ran smiled instead of answering the question. That smile made Cal frustrated, and he immediately walked over and pulled off the blanket covering Ran. Ah! Choi Han let out a gasp, and Beacrux started to frown. I was hit by some poison. Ran's thigh and torso were slowly turning black due to poison. There was a slimy fluid on it as well. Choi Han had never seen something like this before. However, Cal had seen it before. Mermaid poison. Ran looked toward Cal. They were the ones who were helping the mermaids. Cal sighed as he came to that revelation. He covered his eyes with his hand. To be honest, he had suspected this. He had suspected that the secret organization was involved when the whales first told him about the Forest of Darkness. It only made his suspicions stronger when they found that the ingredients from the Forest of Darkness had made the mermaids stronger. However, he chose not to think about it. Why? Because it was annoying. He also didn't want to get involved with them. If he somehow ended up finding out their identity, he needed to tell Choi Han. That would complicate things even further. That was why he just decided to let it go. It had nothing to do with his future safety. Damn bastards. But he wouldn't let them run wild in his territory. He didn't like this assassin Ran. However, seeing him like this made Cal realize something. Ran was someone under his command. Cal, actually, Kim Rock-soo, was oddly affectionate to those under his command. It was because he was only able to survive thanks to the help he received from others. Beacrox, Ran, and even Choi Han could not say anything after seeing this angry expression on Cal's face. They had never seen such a look on Cal's face before. Cal put the blanket back onto Ran's body. Is it the ocean? It is an island. There were many islands between the western and eastern continents. Choi Han, yes, sir. Cal looked toward Choi Han, who could not take his eyes off of Ran's arm. It was because he was feeling guilty. He felt that the reason that the blood-crazy mage Radika had done this was because of what he had done to Radika. What are you doing? He had to turn his gaze away after hearing Cal's voice. Cal then continued to speak. Stop thinking about useless things and go call Mueller over. Useless things. Choi Han knew that Cal had realized what he was thinking and bit down on his lips. I just need to go bring Mr. Mueller. Yeah, tell him to grab the blueprint for the ship and hurry over. Cal was not showing any anger. He just gave the order with indifference. However, Choi Han left faster than ever as he left the bedroom. Ran was confused that Cal was suddenly talking about a ship. Young Master Nim. Cal's indifference continued as he responded to Ran. You will go with me as well. Be prepared. He then started to grumble a bit. How can an assassin come back injured? I am still alive. Cal recalled the contents of Ran's messages to him. I am still alive. You are alive as well, right, young master? Cal let out a sigh. That mouth of yours is still alive, at least. Beacrox. Yes, sir. Beacrox responded without any energy. Cal put his hand on Beacrox's shoulder. Hurry up and go repack our bags. Grab everyone as well. Cal's next words made Beacrox quickly turn his head around and look at Cal. We need to at least get rid of the mermaid poison. The mermaid poison had the darkness attribute, and there was no known cure. Beacrox, who specialized in torture and assassinations, knew this better than anybody else. It was the same for Ran. That was the reason why he came to see his son. He returned home, to his second hometown, to see his son one last time before he died. It was thanks to Ran's immunity to many poisons, as well as the highest-grade potions from Count Deruth that were preventing his flesh from drying up and the poison from spreading elsewhere. The highest-grade potion was allowing him to have some strength while feeling no pain. It was only possible because the Henitus family was wealthy. There is a way to cure him. Beacrox, the usually prim and proper man, stuttered. Cal repeated his order very clearly. Move quickly. It was something that Rosalind was supposed to figure out in the novel, but Cal had already used it once to save Pazetin. Don't worry. Your father still has many years to live. Although Cal said it jokingly, it did not feel that way. Contrary to his words, Cal's expression was stiffer than ever. Damn it. It wasn't that he was angry because he would not get to rest. It was because things were moving in an unexpected direction. The novel did not have a situation like this. Ron started to speak once Beacrox left, and it was just the two of them. Young Master Nim. What? They seemed to be aiming for the sea route with the mermaids. Ron shared the important information that he had barely managed to obtain with Cal. Cal immediately responded, I know, excuse me, it's obvious. It was obvious. It was even more obvious once Cal heard that they had come over from the eastern continent. Ron, I know it is hard, but can I ask you one more thing? Yes, of course. Did anyone see your face? Only that, May. Ron did not look happy as he shared this fail as an assassin. On the other hand, Cal's eyes became cloudy. Young Master Nim. You're not going to go to war against that organization, are you? What do you think? Ron was struggling with the poison, but started to smile. He could see what Cal was planning to do. I'm sure it will all work out to your benefit. You know me very well. Cal was not planning to do anything that would complicate his life. He was going to achieve his goal and then quickly run. Of course, he planned to cause a ruckus before he left. Cal could hear Rayan's voice in his head. Rayan was angry. Weak human, do not worry. Cal knew that he, a high school student who was transported to this world, did not have the strength to do something like that. Annoying bastards. The secret organization, ARM, and the mermaids were both probably very strong. It would be difficult to go to war against them. However, the great Rayan will be with you. Cal at least had a very good sense of Rayan, Choi Han, Rosalind, and all of the others' levels of strength. He quickly formulated a plan. He needed to come up with a plan to protect himself as well as the people around him. That was the only way for his body and mind to be relaxed in the future. Rest until we leave. Cal left the bedroom Ran was in and immediately headed to the video communication room. He needed to head to the northeastern shoreline. He needed to go to the Ubar territory. Chapter 91. If I have to move. 1. A few days later, Cal took in the salty smell as he got off of the carriage. In front of his eyes was the sea that still had a couple whirlpools roaring fiercely. Young Masternim, it is an honor to meet you. Are you the one in charge? Yes, sir. The Henitus Territory's representative manager greeted Cal. He was the one responsible for representing the Henitus Territory, along with the rest of the managers involved in the development of the naval base. There were 3 managers currently located here representing either the Crown, the Ubar Territory, or the Henitus Territory. The development has picked up as some of the whirlpools disappeared, giving us access to more islands. Really? Yes, thanks to that, we were able to quickly develop our ships. The Henitus family had invested a lot of money into the development of this naval base, because the Ubar family wanted to keep the Crown's involvement to the minimum. They had wanted a couple of things in return, with one of them being the Henitus family being able to use a part of the shoreline free of charge. Then shall I guide you over to the residence? No, hold on. Cal looked toward the carriage and motioned with his finger. The carriage door opened, and a small, pale person stepped out. Hurry up. Yes, yes, sir. Mueller quickly rushed over and stood between Cal and the manager. Mueller was now chubbier and wearing fancy clothes. The Countess was doing a good job keeping Mueller under control using luxurious goods. Cal put his hand on Mueller's shoulder. Why don't you show him the Phase 1 blueprints? Gasp. Yes, yes, sir. Mueller gasped before quickly handing the blueprint over to the manager. As the manager in charge of the construction of this naval base, the manager was knowledgeable about construction and the sea. Huh. The manager looked at the blueprint for the ship for a moment before looking past Mueller to look at the person the pale Mueller was staring at. Young Masternim this. Yes, exactly like that. I've never seen a ship like this before. That made Cal flinch before looking down at Mueller. Cal had been shocked when he first saw the blueprints as well. This bastard isn't also someone who transmigrated from Korea or something, right? Mueller clenched onto the gold ring that the Countess, his mentor of sorts, had given him for support after seeing Cal's angry expression. Cal sighed at Mueller's reaction and then looked toward the manager. But don't you think it'll be good once we build it? More than good. The manager did not finish his sentence. Rather than good or bad, this was amazing. Cal casually moved past the question while looking at the manager, who was unable to answer the question. Won't it at least be durable? Yes, it'll be very durable, but it would definitely be durable. However, the manager wanted to ask a question. Is this really a ship for transportation? It looked more like a battleship. However, Cal finished the conversation before the manager could ask. Then that's all that matters. The manager could no longer ask the question and just accepted that Cal just wanted a very durable ship for transportation. He then realized that there may be a different problem. It looks like it would take a significant amount of money to build, especially this golden turtle section. What are you worried about? That problem wasn't a big deal to Cal either. Money isn't a problem. A satisfied smile was on the manager's face. I will do my best to create this masterpiece. Cal avoided the suddenly passionate manager's face and got back on the carriage. I will head to the residence with your subordinate, so you stay here and chat with Mueller. Yes, sir, I understand. Young Masternim, please rest peacefully. Cal closed the carriage door after seeing Mueller bow 90 degrees. The carriage started to head toward the residence, and the manager could see Mueller's shoulders open up. Ahem, you see, this ship will not break even if it gets hit by a magic bomb. Yes, it definitely looks like that, but we will probably only be able to make one. Our goal is a single ship. Mueller let out a fake cough. He knew that there was a good chance that he would be in the Hennetus castle as well as this ship, so he had put everything he had into these blueprints so that he would not end up dying. To be honest with you, the second phase of the blueprints, which is for the inside of the ship, is almost complete as well. Mueller shrugged and opened up his shoulders in arrogance. Yes, I have not shown it to the young master Nim yet, but the concept has been completed. What is the concept? Mueller confidently answered. The greatest defense is a strong offense. Hit before you are hit. Of course, this was just Mueller's own thoughts, as he had not received Cal's permission yet. Cal quietly observed the people gathered in the office once they arrived at the residence. It will not be easy this time. Everybody other than Ron, whom Cal had sent to his room, and Beecrox, who was taking care of Ron, were present. The three children averaging 7 years of age, Choi Han, Rosalind, Lark, and even Vice Captain Hilsman, and the 10 wolf children all quickly arrived in Cal's room. Cal had gathered up everyone in his arsenal. It's not like I am going to go destroy a kingdom or something. Cal felt like it might be too much, but he didn't have enough information about the enemy. It was better to be over-prepared. Rosalind looked toward Cal and started to speak. Young Master Cal, then are we taking a ship to Hy's Island? Yes, we will probably go somewhere around Hy's Island 5. Hy's Island was the term for the group of islands between the western and eastern continent. The numbers represented the order they were discovered. Cal's destination was Hy's Island 5. It was the 5th island to be discovered, as well as the largest island in the group. It was also the closest island to the western continent, making it possible to travel by ship easily. That was why even Ran could go with them. I heard that there is a mermaid base on the island. It is weird that they have a base on top of an island. That is why it is probably one of Arm's bases. This is why it is our first destination. Cal had already decided where they would go. Will be Hy's Island 12. Hy's Island 12 was a very small island that was the 12th to be discovered. It was the closest island to Hy's Island 5. Excuse me, young Master Nim. Vice Captain Hilsman cautiously started to speak. Cal motioned for him to continue. Didn't you say that we will be fighting against the mermaids? Aren't the whales currently fighting against the mermaids? Yes. Hilsman was very serious, unlike his usual goofy self. It was because he knew Ran's life was on the line. Cal continued to observe Hilsman as he recalled what his father had said. Whether he is an assassin or not, he is still one of my people. Save him. It will not be too late to worry about it after you save his life. Other people may think that Count Deruth was saving just another servant and wonder why he would spend so much effort. However, it was because Ran had watched over Cal for over 10 years while Cal shunned the rest of his family. He was thinking more as a father than as the Count. Young Master Nim, will we be okay? I heard that the mermaids are creatures of the dark and are currently stronger due to the dead mana and poison. Hilsman was worried about their darkness attribute and the dead mana. Rosalind answered the question instead of Cal. We will be fine. Young Master Cal knows how to cure the mermaid poison, and we just need to oppress the dead mana with an even stronger power. The usual strategy when fighting against creatures of the dark that use dead mana was to oppress them with a single attack in order to limit the amount of battle time. They needed to use a stronger mana or aura, or even a very strong attack in order to suppress the dead mana. And there was a power that was extremely strong against dead mana. Cal knew about that power. Life. There is a stupid method that would work very well against it. It was actually pretty simple. Living beings were stronger than the dead. There was something that most accurately proved that something was alive. Rosalind started to speak. Of course, it is most effective to use blood when fighting against creatures of the dark that use dead mana, but that is dangerous. Yes, blood. And they would need quite a lot of blood. Even a weak human would be able to hold back creatures of the dark for a short amount of time if they sprayed them with their blood. However, there was a high chance that they would die from too much blood loss. You couldn't fight against the strong creatures of the dark using a small amount of blood. Although blood is useless against dark elves or vampires. Dark elves were still children of nature, as they are living beings with blood even though they use dead mana, while vampires drink blood on a normal basis. The ancient texts described that the demonic races had dyed human hearts with dead mana in order to make them continue to beat even after the human had died. What crazy nonsense. It sounded crazy to Cal. At the same time, Cal had a sudden thought that he mumbled without thinking about. My blood would probably be extremely effective. His blood was powered by the vitality of the heart. With the regenerative abilities of the vitality of the heart, his blood would have more life than any other blood. The blood would also continue to spurt out without stop, thanks to the vitality of the heart, working to resupply blood and heal him. There would be nothing that was more effective against the creatures of the dark than his blood. Although he would need to test it out to be sure, he could probably last a while against the mermaids. Most importantly, ancient powers were powers born from nature and humans. That meant that the vitality of the heart held attributes of both nature and life. There was a good chance that it would be strong against the dark. Cal started to imagine, if I spray my blood, what if he covered himself in blood and spurted his enemies with it? Cal started to frown. How disgusting. It sounded very disgusting. Cal noticed that the room was silent as he looked around. A loud voice suddenly filled the silent room. What a crazy idea. Why would a weakling like you think about such a thing? We do not need your weak blood. Rayan was very angry. I wish you would stop having such weird thoughts. Very weird. It is a very weird thought. On and Hung were looking at Cal like he was crazy. That response made Cal look toward Rosalind, who was also shaking her head. She looked like she was saying that there was no way they would let him do that. There is no need to do that. Cal looked around at everyone and stopped after seeing Hilsman's face that seemed to be full of admiration for some reason. Cal responded back with a bit of anxiety. Of course I have no plans of doing that. Why would I use my precious blood? He had many cards to play other than his own blood. Why would he use his own blood when he hated pain? He would rather run away than do something like that. He could heal Ran if he just grabbed a mermaid corpse and ran away. Rayan flew over near the couch Cal was sitting on and spoke angrily. I will make sure you don't do such a thing. Nobody believed that he wouldn't do such a thing. Cal scoffed at their reactions, but quickly decided to forget about it. There was no way such a thing would happen, so he didn't feel the need to waste any more of his energy thinking about it. Instead, he stood up. Where are you going? Cal responded to Rayan. The Cliff of Winds, the steepest cliff on this shoreline. Cal headed to that cliff with a whirlpool underneath it. He looked down once he got to the top of the cliff. The shoreline was busy with the construction of the naval base. However, his gaze soon moved away, toward the horizon. What are you trying to do, Calnim? Cal shrugged his shoulders at Choi Han's question before he took out a conch shell that looked like a horn flute out of his magic bag. Choi Han had seen this item before. It was one of the items Cal had received from Watira when they had met the Whale King on their way to the Whipper Kingdom. What? Choi Han thought he might know what Cal was trying to do. Cal put his mouth on the smaller opening of the conch and started to blow. Kee. A quiet yet high-pitched noise started to come out before the conch shell was covered with a blue light. It was so quiet that the people down below could not hear it, but there were people far away who were able to hear it clearly. 2 days later, Cal was standing at the Cliff of Winds while watching the sunset. The sun was slowly going down across the horizon. He then suddenly put the still glowing conch shell to his ear. Gee, he heard something inside the conch shell. They're here. Rayan pointed toward the horizon as Cal said that and shouted as well. They're here. Huh. Wow. Choi Han, who had assumed this might be the case, let out a gasp while Rosalind, who had no idea, was shocked. Splash, splash. The ocean seemed to be moving far in the horizon. The cause of it was 2 large whales and a smaller third whale. Cal turned around to look at the rest of the group. They were all focused on the red-haired Cal rather than the red sunset. They could see that Cal had a smile on his face. Time to go. Their guides had arrived. Might as well ride the whales if I have to move. Chapter 92. If I have to move too, the large whales swimming across the horizon suddenly disappeared. Instead, a single person appeared in front of Cal. Young Master Cal, long time no see. Good to see you as well, Pazetin. The mixed-blooded whale, Pazetin. Only the small humpback whale turned into his human form so that he could appear in front of Cal and company. Rayan, Choi Han, and Rosalind were the only ones with Cal on this now dark cliff. Why did you suddenly call for us? Pazetin moved his gaze to the conch shell in Cal's hand. They were in the middle of fighting with the mermaids, but had to come over after hearing Cal's call. The signal Cal had sent was urgent. It was a noise that only the whale beast people could hear. Do you need our strength already? One of the conditions of Cal's deal with the whales was that he would be able to use their strength. Cal got right to the point in order to answer Pazetin's question. I found out the organization that is helping the mermaids. Excuse me. Cal's unexpected answer made Paziton's face stiffen up. The whales were already having major headaches from the people who had taken over High's Island 5 and were helping the mermaids out in the dock. It was not that they were very strong, but the fact that the mermaids had help was concerning. One of my subordinates was injured badly while figuring that out. I contacted you because we need to quickly take care of his mermaid poison and because I thought you should know the information. However, Paziton had a question after hearing Cal's comments. Young Master Cal, why were you looking into that? Cal closed his mouth for a second. A rare, awkward smile was on his face, just because I was concerned. Rayan was not invisible, but chose to speak into Cal's mind anyway. You're doing it again. However, Cal just ignored it and started to look annoyed. With the mermaids getting stronger thanks to the forest of darkness that is by our territory, I wanted to help somehow, even though I knew the strong whale would be able to take care of it. Paziton thought that the expression on Cal's face was one of embarrassment. Cal had a similar expression when he had helped get rid of the mermaid poison in his leg. Many emotions quickly went through the handsome Paziton's eyes. His beautiful eyes were very clear, even underneath the dark night sky. Cal turned his head away. I see. It's not like we are strangers, he casually answered before making eye contact with the others. Rosalind and Choi Han were staring at Cal. Their eyes easily revealed what they wanted to say. Isn't that different than the truth? Paziton then started to speak. Thank you very much, young Master Nim. You helped us out again after saving my life last time. Cal still didn't look back toward Paziton. He could see Rosalind and Choi Han asking him with their gazes. When did you save this person? Cal ignored their gazes, while Rosalind and Choi Han did not ask their questions aloud. In fact, Rosalind opened her mouth to say something else. Young Master Cal headed over here as soon as he learned of the information. We needed to quickly take care of the mermaid poison, but he thought we needed to let the whale tribe know this information as quickly as possible. Cal showed his thanks with his gaze. This was the first time someone actually helped him pull off a scam. Choi Han just kept his mouth shut and stepped back. I see. I guess we need to bring over a mermaid corpse in order to get rid of the mermaid poison. We will go ourselves. Excuse me. Cal looked back at Paziton. We are going as well. There was something he needed to do. Of course, the words coming out of Cal's mouth were very different from his actual thoughts. There aren't many of us, so we probably can't participate in the battle, but we want to help out, even if it is just a little. But really, Cal was just planning on doing a hit and run. Even that was enough. Paziton's pupils started to shake. The whale tribe was currently in the middle of a fierce battle with the mermaids. Of course, they had the advantage since they learned about the dead mana and poison in advance. However, there were a lot of mermaids, while the whales had a lot of obstacles in their way because they had to protect the weaker sea creatures while fighting the mermaids. That was why they needed an overwhelming strength. Young Masternim says they are weak, but Paziton's gaze headed toward the black dragon. It didn't matter if it was on land, on an island, or even in the sea. What are you looking at, little whale? The cute dragon with short legs wrinkled his nose and started to strike a pose that seemed to say, I am great. Paziton had seen the dragon's strength before. He had seen that overwhelming power with his own eyes. It is nothing, Dragonim. HMPH, I will be going as well. Rayan snorted at Paziton's respectful response and turned his head away. At the same time, Rayan started to speak into Cal's mind. Did I do a good job, human? Was I great? Cal slightly nodded his head at Rayan. He did well for his age. Cal didn't care about how Rayan was excited about his acting as he started to speak to Paziton. I will explain on our way there. I want to move as quickly as possible. What do you think? Paziton answered as Cal expected. We can leave right away. Good. Cal was preparing to leave very quietly late at night. They were not going to depart from the port, as there were many soldiers patrolling the area right now. Cal was currently on the island that was farthest away from the coast. Everyone had moved here earlier during the day. Oh, wow. Paziton was in awe as he looked at the group. He had expected On and Hang, but there were more people than he expected. He could also feel that they were all pretty strong. Paziton thought he might have misread because he was one of the weaker whales, but he seemed to be right based on the reactions of the two killer whales that came with him. Archie, long time no see. Archie, the killer whale that served as Whale King Shickler's guard, bowed with a stiff expression. He then turned his gaze away from Cal right away. Cal's gaze, as well as the black dragon staring at him from behind Cal, made him feel odd. Rayan started to speak at that moment. Are we riding this killer whale? Probably. Archie started to frown. Did he hear correctly? Did they say ride? Archie looked toward Paziton, who quickly looked away before starting to speak. A large ship will be easily spotted, so we will use a medium-sized ship in order to have everyone head out to sea. But since we have limited space in the ship, and also have an injured patient, Cal Nim and Dragon Nim, I am Rayan now. Yes, Rayan Nim, as well as some other people, will follow us using levitation magic, before landing on the two of your backs. Ho! Archie could not believe what he had just heard. Rayan started to speak at that moment. But killer whales are smaller than humpback whales. Will there be enough space? Killer whales were small in comparison to humpback whales. However, they were still at least 7–10 meters in length. Archie started to frown even more, while the other killer whale soldier that came with them was confused. Archie, thanks in advance. Pat, pat. Cal patted Archie's shoulder and started to smile. Archie felt like Cal was mocking him. At that moment, Archie could hear Paziton starting to speak once again. For your information, the two of you will have to pull the medium-sized ship as well. It has some magic in it, so we just need to tie it to you. We didn't get any crew members. Why should I deal with such crap? My father said to do anything and everything. Archie shut up after hearing Paziton's answer. The Whale King was extremely sensitive these days from fighting against the mermaids, so he might really get beaten to death if he made a wrong move. Damn it, Archie looked up at the sky and started to swear. Cal stood there and patted Archie's back. I will be on your back, so please swim safely. Archie had become a living taxi. Splash, splash, Cal observed the night sea while listening to the splashing of water. It was comfortable on the killer whale's back. Tap, tap. Rayan tapped on the killer whale's back. On and Hung were next to Ran on the ship because they were saying that they were scared of the water. However, they also wanted to be near Ran because they seemed to worry about Ran even more than Cal did. Human, the whale's back is slippery. It's supposed to be that way. I see. Rayan had a blank expression as he laid down on the killer whale's back like Cal. Archie, who was known as the strongest killer whale, was larger than most killer whales. He was approximately 12 meters in length, so it felt like a decent-sized building was moving. Cal looked toward the other killer whale next to them. The other killer whale was moving at the same speed. Between Archie and that killer whale was the medium-sized ship that was tied to them with mana ropes. Of course, Paziton was in the front, guiding them. This is like a high-speed taxi. It was very fast. Cal looked at the other killer whale's back. Rosalind and Choi Han were sitting there with odd expressions on their faces, while the seasick Hilsman was busy covering his mouth with his hands. Cal turned away from all three of them because they seemed uncomfortable and instead started to observe the night sky, as well as the shining stars. He then started to think, it should be okay to destroy one island, right? Cal enjoyed the peaceful scenery as they arrived at High's Island 1. It was because High's Island 12 was close to Arm's base on High's Island 5. They didn't want the whales to be seen. That was why they came to High's Island 1 first and will then move to High's Island 12. I will go get my Noonan. Paziton had a stiff expression as he reported to Cal that he would return with his sister. Cal had informed Paziton on their way over that the people helping the mermaids were a large organization that even had the balls to lead the Plaza Terror incident in the Roan Kingdom's capital. Sure, make it fast. Yes, sir. High's Island 1 is part of the whale territory, so the mermaids will not come. All right. Paziton bowed before quickly leaving the island. Archie and the other whale did not even look back as they followed behind Paziton. Young Master Nim, should I set up the tents? Yes. Move Ran once you are done. Yes, sir. The wolf Mies answered confidently before heading over to Lark and Hilsman. Lark, the Wolf King's successor, was currently patting Hilsman's back. Hilsman was busy vomiting from being seasick. Soon enough, Rosalind, Mies, and the rest set up a couple tents near High's Island 1's coast. Naturally, Cal did not help and simply watched them do all the work. Choi Han was standing in front of Cal because Cal had called him over. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. I think it is better to be selfish than allow any of our people to get hurt. Cal's goal was to quietly get out without getting hurt from the whale's battle with the mermaids. But there is something we must do this time. There was something Cal needed to tell Choi Han before the whales returned. You remember the mage from the Plaza Terror incident. Choi Han's expression stiffened up. The blood-crazy mage, Radika. Choi Han had cut his arm off. Cal quietly whispered to Choi Han. He is the only one who managed to see Ran's face. There are two things that I believe are most important in this operation. Choi Han made eye contact with Cal. First is to cure Ran of the mermaid poison, and second is to get rid of any potential threat to Ran or any of us in the future. You understand what I mean? Choi Han answered without any hesitation. I will either destroy that mage's other eye or kill him. He then added on. Beacrox will want to do it, but I think it is better for me to do it. He is currently too emotional to be rational. Choi Han knew exactly what he had to do. Ran ended up that way because he did not manage to kill Radika last time. He had no qualms about killing people anymore. It wasn't that it pained him to do so, but it didn't matter if those bastards died. No, it would be better if those bastards were dead. No, there is no need to overdo it and kill him. I don't have any thoughts about dirtying our hands. It will not be very difficult. Cal knew that Choi Han was a good person, but that he had no qualms about killing. However, Cal did not want to put any blood on his hands if possible. He didn't care if that was unfair. Choi Han, my plan is. It was at that moment. Splash, Cal heard a loud splashing noise. Cal closed his mouth as a bloody scent filled his nose. He turned his head toward the water. Wow, there was a person who really used that stupid method to fight. Well, a whale, not a person. The large humpback whale, Witira, the future queen of the whales. She was covered in blood. She seemed to have been fighting against the mermaids using her blood. Young Master Cal, nice to see you again. However, her voice was still very calm. At that moment, Rayan started to speak in Cal's mind. I am great and mighty, so I do not want to use blood like that. And you definitely cannot do that. Rayan was very adamant. Human, hurry up and give me the magic stones. I will make even 100 magic bombs if you want. Cal had hundreds of the highest grade magic stones that were said to be extremely destructive, as well as Rayan and Rosalind. Choi Han. Cal walked toward Witira as he spoke in a quiet voice that only Choi Han could hear. It was a task for a few people. Aren't you good at stealth? The name of the plan was Reflection, return everything they received. There was nothing worse or more annoying than having the same thing you did being done to you. Chapter 93. If I have to move, 3. Cal did not wait for Choi Han's answer, and instead immediately went to stand in front of the bloody whale. The injuries were made on purpose. There were no large injuries on the whale's body. All of these small injuries would disappear without scarring after using some potions. Looks like you used some blood. Witira's eyebrow raised a bit after hearing Cal's calm voice that showed no worry at all. A bit. I am in the vanguard, so I thought it would be better. Witira fought in front of even the killer whales that were known for their violence. She was also the type to not care about getting hurt. That type of mentality was sometimes needed during wars. While the whale tribe, other oceanic beast people, and the creatures of the sea were fighting against the mermaids, she was in the front, spraying her blood in order to push back the mermaids and their dead mana. How awe-inspiring would that be? It was sure to raise the soldiers' morales. Although I have no plans to do such a thing. Not getting hurt was the most important thing for Cal. He would do anything, including scamming other people, so that he would not get hurt. Shall we go into the tent and discuss? Sure. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Water vapor started to appear as Witira transformed into her human form and landed on the ground. Scary. She looked very scary as she transformed with her body still covered in blood. Cal slowly moved away from Witira and started to walk toward the tent. Follow me. Okay. He entered a different tent than the one Ran was in and got right to the point. You heard an overview of the situation from Pazetin. Yes, we were having a headache because the people helping the mermaids seemed to be strong, but we had no idea that they were such a large organization. Witira started to drink a potion before adding on. Her injuries quickly started to disappear as soon as she drank the potion. A swordsman and a spearman on a ship have been getting on our nerves the last few days. They would attack us whenever members of our whale tribe or the whales would come up for air. A few days ago, Cal flinched. Witira continued to speak. The mage using fire magic is annoying too, but that swordsman that keeps sending aura blasts down into the water is the real issue. Aura. A swordsman sending aura blasts. Isn't that at the swordmaster level? This is different than what I expected. The spearman is also annoying. He seems to have practiced the spear arts of the eastern continent. The strength of his aura is less than the swordmaster, but he was pretty efficient at using it. He seems like he will soon reach the spearmaster level. Another person almost at an equivalent level to a swordmaster. This was very different compared to what Cal was expecting. Cal's pupils started to shake. The enemies were stronger than he had anticipated. Cal looked toward the calm Watira. Although the whales were few in number, the humpback whales with the whale king's bloodline were stronger than Choi Han, and the killer whales were about as strong as Choi Han. The rest of the whales were weaker than Choi Han. Some pretty strong people have come as reinforcement. Right. But I think it will get easier once we get rid of a good number of the mermaids. The warrior mermaids who have absorbed dead mana were currently avoiding the whales and going around attacking the other sea creatures and oceanic beast people. Cal received a brief report about the current situation from Watira. Then are the swordsman, spearman, and mage focused on attacking the whales. Yes, the whale tribe and whales needed to surface every so often, even during battles. The secret organization would not miss that opportunity to attack. None of the whale tribe members have gotten injured, but many of the whale children have been injured. Anger was visible on Watira's face. They may not be beast people, but whales were smart and strong creatures. They were working with the whale tribe in order to fight in the front lines against the mermaids. Many of the children have left this world as well. That was why Watira was trying to kill those people. But she could not go to High's Island 5, because the mermaids continued to attack the weak sea creatures and beast people. The whale King Shikler was currently contemplating when to attack High's Island 5. I see. They had received Cal's contact in the process. They were very thankful to hear information about the organization, as well as Cal's comment that he wanted to help them out, even if it was just a little. It would make it easier for them if Cal's group could fight the people who were attacking them from above the water. Yes, that is why, although we know we shouldn't ask, it would be a great help to us if young Master Cal lent us a hand. Watira's idea of Cal's help was that he fought with them. However, Cal's plan was slightly different. Cal, who had been quietly thinking for a while, slowly started to speak. Watira, yes, I'm thinking about destroying an island. Destroy what? A map opened up in front of the confused Watira. Rayan had opened up a map with his front paw and pointed to a location. I'm thinking about removing High's Island 5 from the map. Cal was speaking seriously. High's Islands 115 were approximately 2 to 3 hours distance from each other. According to Ran, there were no other life forms on High's Island 5 other than the secret organization. Ships can just sail a bit further to High's Island 7. High's Island 7 would become the new resting spot for the people using this sea route. Is that even pose? Ah. Watira stopped in the middle of speaking because the black dragon was staring right at her. It is possible, little whale. Yes, I'm sure it is as you say, dragon nim. It was definitely possible. Although High's Island 5 was much larger than the Black Swamp, no control was needed as they were trying to destroy it. However, I need two things to do it. What is it? Watira's still calm demeanor let Cal know that Watira really was from an oceanic tribe. She did not care about the island, a piece of land, disappearing. On the other hand, Cal would have contemplated it for a while before giving up on the idea if there were other creatures living on the island. Actually, there's also a prerequisite prior to those two things. A prerequisite. Yes, we plan on fighting without revealing our identities, especially when we are fighting against that organization. Watira understood what Cal was trying to say. It would be a bad ending if Cal ended up in some terrible situations, because he became involved with that organization while helping them. Plus, that was trivial when he was going to destroy the island for them. Yes, I understand. Good. First, we need transportation. I will call some whales for you. Small ones, of course. I will focus on agile but stealthy ones. He just needed a small whale for the wolf children. Second, Cal and Watira made eye contact. I need you to go wild. Wild? I need the whales to run wild in order to cause a distraction. Cal casually continued on. Then I will use that moment to destroy High's Island 5 and the mermaid base underneath. You want us to draw them out. Will it be fine if we draw out the swordsman, spearman, and the mage? Yes. Ah, Watira suddenly remembered something. The mage has not left the island since the swordsman and spearman have arrived. He hasn't come out unless we got really close to the island. Really? That was perfect. It would be even better if he could blow away that blood-crazy Radika along with the island. Yes, he seems to be a bit crazy. Watira's face suddenly turned into a frown. Cal felt like he knew the reason. He started to laugh and rush at you when you were using your blood to fight. How did you know? The information we gathered said that he goes crazy because of the color red. Ah, Watira looked toward Cal with concern. Rayan turned his head around to look at Cal so fast that it made a swishing noise. Cal saw the looks on their faces and brushed back his red hair before casually adding on. That is why it will be complicated if I am seen. So that's it, human, I understand. Both the whale and the dragon understood. Watira then started to mumble. That swordsman was weird too. Swordsman. Yes, that woman seemed to have a similar personality. Well, you shouldn't need to worry, since you won't need to deal with her. Watira smiled, while Rayan had a look of determination on his face. Well, whatever then. Cal just decided not to think about it. He discussed the other details with Watira before saying goodbye and getting ready to send the wolf children and Hilsman off next morning. A whale will guide you there, so be as quiet as a mouse on High's Island 12. You have the outfits I gave you, right? Yes, young Master Nim, we have it packed. I will take good care of the children. Cal ignored Hilsman's report and looked toward Lark and Mies. The two boys both nodded their heads. Lark was usually shy, but he was reliable when he was with his younger siblings. A sense of responsibility seemed to change his demeanor. Then go and stay there. Shoot the signal flare if something goes wrong. Yes, sir. The 12 all packed their weapons and got on a teenage whale and a baby whale, both of whom were less than 4 meters in length, and headed toward High's Island 12. Cal watched them disappear before speaking to Beacrox. I know you are not happy, but you must be with your father. I understand, young Master Nim. Good, please save my father. Cal understood how Beacrox must feel, wanting to fight yet not being able to do so. Don't worry. He patted Beacrox on the shoulder before looking at the rest of the group. Rosalind, Choi Han, On, Hang, and Rayan. This group was going to move with Cal. Cal took out multiple black outfits from his magic bag. All right, put these on. Choi Han started to frown. We have to wear these again. It was the black outfit with a red star and 5 white stars around the heart, and the black mask that they had worn in the past when they went to rescue Rayan. Of course, this fake secret organization outfit was slightly different compared to the real one. Yes, Choi Han started to change after hearing Cal's short response. Only the 3 humans changed clothes before Rosalind and Rayan started to gather their mana. We are leaving now. Cal's group flew up into the sky after Rayan's warning. They were heading to High's Island 5. Once they quickly flew over to High's Island 5, Cal could hear a loud roar. Ruwa, fight. Cal looked down to see that the water was full of movement. Splash! A killer whale with an X-shaped scar on his back shot up above the water before disappearing back underneath. That caused a large ripple in the water. The whale tribe and the whales were doing their job of going wild. Wow, they're really giving it their best. They definitely were doing what they said they would do. Ruwar, a killer whale shot up into the air with a mermaid in its mouth. The mermaid was already dead. Human, make sure you do not go over there. Yes, Calnim, please stay away. Our youngest is right. Even if you go, don't go alone. Cal snorted at his group's concern. You think I'm crazy? Why would I go there? It was at that moment. Cal looked down after seeing Choi Han look down. They could see that 2 ships surrounded by magic shields were approaching the whales. A person was standing at the bow of each ship. The blonde woman, who seemed to be the swordsman, was pointing her sword at the ocean. The sword was covered by a golden aura. The swordsman swung her sword and shouted something Cal could not hear. What is she saying? Rayan answered Cal's question as usual. She said, I wonder how beautiful a bloody ocean would be. Lunatic. Watira needs to draw out as many of the secret organization's members as possible from High's Island 5. That needed to happen for him to safely and easily run away. Cal, who had been waiting for the whales to run wild and draw people out, suddenly flinched. Bang! The golden aura rushed out of the swordsman's sword and crashed into the water, splitting the ocean into 2 for a moment. Rayan, what is it, human? Let's hurry over. Cal could feel his heart beating fast. Seeing the strength of the enemy was not good for his health. Chapter 94. If I have to move, 4. Their flying speed increased a bit. Rayan started to speak at that moment. That whale is pretty good too. That whale. Cal looked down again. There was a woman darting through the parted water. The small whale is sort of good too. There was a man following behind her. It was Witira and Pazetin. The siblings wielded a whip and sword respectively as Witira rushed toward the swordsman and Pazetin rushed toward the spearman. The two were rushing forward while spraying blood as Cal had expected, quickly rushing toward their targets. Choi Han, yes Cal Nim, watched them carefully. Choi Han continued to observe without answering back. Flick, Witira's whip clashed against the swordsman's sword that was covered in her golden aura. Bang! A blue light was around Witira's whip. It was the unique power of the whales, utilizing the power of the ocean to attack. Witira's blue aura was just as strong as the swordsman's golden aura, which made it very obvious that she was fooling around when battling against Tunka. Don't worry, Choi Han will not lose, Rosalind will not lose either. Rayan made that proclamation before increasing his speed even more. Cal looked toward Choi Han and Rosalind, who both smiled back at him. Do not worry. Choi Han and I will not get hurt, even if things do not go as planned. Even if things do not go as planned, Cal was planning on taking care of it with the people wearing the masks. One of Cal's goals was to get rid of any potential issues that would make things dangerous for them in the future. Things will become complicated if Rayan is revealed. Since they could not get rid of the organization completely right now, because they didn't know the location of the organization's headquarters, things would become very complicated if any of them saw Rayan and managed to live to tell the rest of the organization. However, Rosalind and Choi Han had misunderstood Cal's gaze. She is right, Calnim. I will not get hurt. I'm more worried about me getting hurt. Cal could not say anything. However, On shook her head while laying in Cal's arms to show that Choi Han and Rosalind were wrong. On tapped on Cal's arm. I don't think you will get hurt. You do not need to worry. On knew the truth about what Cal was thinking. However, this 10-year-old's pitiful gaze was not to Cal's liking either. He just pretended not to hear On and instead urged Rayan on, even faster. All right, human. A moment later, Cal was floating above High's Island 5. Rosalind started to speak. The traps and alarm magic are around the coast, as Mr. Ran mentioned. The flow of mana is focused on those areas as well. There are none in the air. Rayan added on. Rayan had a pretty smug expression on his face that seemed to say that Rosalind was a smart human mage. However, it was ironic, as Rayan had learned human magic from Rosalind. Will it be possible to get past the magic and barge into the building? Cal opened up the map he drew based on Ran's description as he asked. Since Ran could not draw it himself due to the effects of the poison, Cal drew it based on what Ran described, with Ran verifying the details as they went. It might be a bit difficult. That mage bastard has secured their base with layers after layers of magic. Ahem, Choi Han let out a fake cough. Radhika was probably very focused on security after almost dying last time. Really? Then it was simple. Then do like we planned and don't touch the base as you plant the magic bombs. Rayan had created these magic bombs. Since Rayan's mana was the signal for them to explode, Rayan needed to focus on the 10 magic bombs for them to go off. The reason he was able to use magic, in addition to detonating the bombs in the Black Swamp, was because there were only 2 bombs. These bombs were much stronger than those because of the highest grade magic stones, and thus required Rayan's full attention to control them. It also didn't help that they needed to make these bombs quickly and on the fly. Then where should we put all 10 bombs? Cal showed the map to the group at Rayan's question. They could see a total of 10 points on the map. You can put one in each of these spots. Rosalind looked at the 10 points before opening her mouth and then closing it back again. She started to think while looking at Cal and Rayan. Highest grade magic stones. Rayan's magic bombs were extremely scary weapons of war that were many times stronger than the current bombs used during war. The strength of magic bombs relied on the quality of the magic stones, and these bombs were made with highest grade magic stones. Rosalind had been in awe of the mana gathered inside a highest grade magic stone she had seen when she was still the next in line for the throne of Breck Kingdom. Just where did young Master Cal find these magic stones? However, Cal took out those precious items without any comment and handed them to Rayan. Those 10 magic stones alone were enough to make Cal very wealthy. Rosalind was shocked at Cal's willingness to use them. However, this was because she did not know that Cal had hundreds of these highest-grade magic stones. The items in Cal's possession were probably worth more than most decent merchant guilds right now. Then we will split into 2 groups to do it. Reeb. The map was ripped in half and Cal handed one half to Rosalind. You two take care of this half. Choi Han and Rosalind nodded their heads. Cal then looked toward Rayan. They landed on a quiet cliff that was on the opposite side of where the whales were currently fighting. Cal could see a vibrant forest as he stood with the cliff to his back. Russell. Cal lowered his mask as he took a small step forward. All they could see were his eyes. It was the same for the others. We gather back here. Cal's group dispersed across High's Island 5. Nothing nearby. Russell. Cal was currently running through vines and tall grass that had grown tall and thick without any animals to damage them on the island. Tap, tap, tap. On and Hung were jumping through the trees next to Cal and was already creating fog around them just in case it was needed. It is here. Cal stopped moving after hearing Rayan's voice. Cal was responsible for the east side of the base in the middle. Cal took the magic bomb out of his pocket and buried it into the ground. His movements were very cautious. I'm dead if this blows up on me. The bomb used in the Black Swamp was already extremely strong, but this bomb was made with even better ingredients. That was why it was possible for it to destroy High's Island 5 and the mermaid base underneath. A coward would not be able to do this. Cal thought that not coming to a battlefield like this was the right answer as he carefully moved the bomb. Let's hurry up, human. Rayan shouted into Cal's mind, but Cal remained meticulous as he buried the bomb. They then started to move again. Two whirlwinds were surrounding Cal's feet as they moved. There are humans nearby. Cal came to a stop and motioned to On and Hung. On made the fog thicker while Cal kicked off the ground and jumped on top of the tallest tree. He then looked around. What's with this fog? Who knows? The weather is constantly changing because we are by the water. Cal's current location was by the base's food storage warehouses. The two secret organization members were pretty tense, even though they were speaking casually. Their eyes were constantly looking around to look for any intruders. Human, should we fight them? Cal shook his head at Rayan's question. Why should we fight them? Everybody else always seemed to want to fight when they came across an enemy like this, however. Cal did not want to do that at all. He didn't want to get the enemy's attention. Cal cautiously came down from the tree without making any noise and took out the invisibility magic device. Sigh, weak human, you live such a difficult life. Cal didn't care what Rayan had to say as he activated the invisibility magic device and carefully started to dig. On and Hung sighed before helping him dig. It was at that moment. Beep, beep, they could hear an alarm going off in the distance. Ha, isn't this the emergency distress signal? Do we have intruders? Hurry up and go take a look. I need to stay there. All right, sigh. Cal let out a deep sigh. The life of a main character always revolved around fighting the enemies. Cal pitied Choi Han's life as the main character as he continued to install the bomb. Did Rosalind and Choi Han get discovered? There was no need to ask such an obvious question. On and Hung started to dig faster. However, Cal continued at his slow pace. I'm sure they'll be fine. It would make it easier for Cal to move if the attention was focused on the west. Human, hurry up. They might find us too. Rayan continued to urge him to go faster, but Cal slowly and leisurely finished installing all of the bombs. It was all thanks to Choi Han and Rosalind causing a ruckus. Although he was pretty sure that it was probably just Choi Han who caused it. It's fine as long as their identities aren't revealed. The two of them will make sure to keep it that way. Cal installed the last bomb and returned to their original location. Someone familiar was underneath the cliff. Long time no see, Archie. The killer whale, Archie, flinched. He was surprised at Cal's outfit. It was similar to those who were helping the mermaids. Why are you wearing? Never mind. Please get on for now. Cal lightly jumped off the cliff. It would be difficult for Rayan to keep all three of them floating in the air while controlling 10 bombs and making sure that nothing else is harmed. That was why Cal had called this superspeed taxi over. The rest will come soon too. Archie looked toward Cal with a suspicious gaze instead of answering. His gaze seemed to be asking if they were really going to destroy the island. However, he did not have a chance to ask any questions. Catch them, we have to kill them. They could hear someone's angry shout. Cal flinched and made sure his hair was fully covered after hearing the familiar voice. No, don't let them jump. At that moment, two people wearing the same black outfit as Cal jumped off of the cliff. Some more people wearing similar outfits soon appeared at the top of the cliff. They were the real secret organization members. Cal could see the blood-crazy mage, Radika, among the group. Oh, you did it. Choi Han had an awkward smile at Cal's statement. Radika was being supported by his subordinates. His left eye was wrapped up, while his right eye was currently bleeding. I ran into him while installing a bomb. Tell me later. Cal stopped Choi Han from speaking and instead commanded Archie, hurry up and go. Archie started to move quickly after seeing Radika and the other members of the secret organization. He seemed to be excited at seeing Radika injured. Cal urged him on some more. Move even faster. Get as far as possible. They needed to at least get to a point where High's Island 12 was visible. It was the closest island to High's Island 5, but it was still a good distance away. At that moment, Rayan started to speak. Looks like someone found the bombs. Choi Han lowered his head even more. The secret organization members probably found the bombs while looking for them. Cal patted Choi Han's shoulder as he gave the order. Start. All right. Rayan started to gather mana in his front paws. Cal looked toward Rosalind. Please put up the strongest shields you can and make sure to include Archie inside. Of course. Rosalind started to create her shields. A total of 2 shields were created. Cal could see the whales continuing the battle with Watira in the lead to their east. Cal felt like he made eye contact with Watira, even though she was very far away. Splash! Watira flicked her whip onto the water. The waves started to rage, and Watira used that opening to move back. The whales that were running wild previously were now quickly running away. Everybody was finally out of the range of the bombs. Preparations are complete. Cal made eye contact with Rayan. He gave the order to Rayan, who was waiting for the go-ahead. Explode. Ooh. The black mana that was gathered by Rayan's paws shot out like arrows. The 10 rays of mana rushed toward the island like streaks of light. Cal covered his ears. Barring, bang barring, the ocean started to shake. Chapter 95, If I Have to Move 5, a large wave rushed toward them. Ah, everybody hold on to my body. Archie shouted urgently. The waves produced by the bomb were still dangerous, even though they were outside of the explosion's range. Cal, along with everyone else, quickly laid down flat to hug Archie. Cal looked toward the source of the loud noise behind the tall waves. Boom goo splash. A bright light rushed out of the island in the midst of all of those noises. Cal could see that a black smoke had taken its place once he could open his eyes again. All sorts of debris were flying out from within the black smoke. Cal's jaws dropped. It looked like the whole island was floating away as it broke down into small particles of dust. Is much stronger than I expected. He had never expected this much explosive power, even though he knew that the bombs would be stronger than average. He did claim that he would destroy the island, but the impact of the explosion on the ocean was huge. Rayan, who looked calm and composed, tilted his head in confusion. Wasn't this what you wanted, human? I thought you meant it when you said you wanted to destroy it. That's why I fortified the bombs a couple more times. This was the result of a miscommunication. There was no need to fortify those strong bombs. Cal continued to hold onto Archie's back tightly as he looked around the destroyed island. All he could see was the black smoke where the island used to stand. Move farther back. Archie flinched before quietly moving as Rayan instructed. Cal could not take his eyes off of the ocean. The black smoke slowly started to dissipate, and the island reappeared. Goo-woo, the cliff that they were standing on earlier was slowly crumbling. It was like dominoes after that. The entire island soon started to sink into the ocean. Ah, ki. It was faint because they were far away, but Cal could hear both humans and mermaids screaming. Splash. The water rippled as Watira shot up into the air. Attack. Following the large humpback whale's command, the whale tribe, whales, and the oceanic beast people all rushed toward the crumbling island. The people escaping from the island needed to face Watira's whip. What a terrible sight. It was a selfish thought, and he was the one who caused this to happen, but he felt uncomfortable looking at the mess. That was why he just wanted to live a peaceful life. Cal's eyes grew cloudy as he looked out toward the ocean. The way he was looking out made it seem like there were a lot of complicated emotions going through his mind. Rayan started to speak at that moment. It is a problem that you're so compassionate, but that is also your strong suit. What? Compassionate? Cal was shocked. Would a compassionate person think about destroying an island? Rayan continued to speak. We did the right thing for that old human, as well as for Beacrox, who helped out with my revenge. That did not necessarily mean it was the right thing, but Cal wasn't the type to always do the right thing. Plus, didn't you say they were part of the organization that handed me over to the Marquis? Even if they are not the actual people who did that, they are all the same. Cal looked up at the sky after hearing Rayon's words. He then patted the killer whale's back. Let's go. Archie quietly moved toward High's Island 12. I guess there wasn't a need for Lark or the children to get involved. Indeed. Cal could see High's Island 12 as he responded to Choi Han. He could see the wolf children with the whales. Choi Han, who had been looking at them as well, started to frown. Calnim, did you order them to stay like that? Yes. Choi Han looked toward the wolf children before shutting up at Cal's stern response. He was just thankful that there wasn't a need for them to get involved. High's Island 12 was about the size of High's Island 5. The large killer whale quickly approached the small island. Now I just need to wait for Watira to bring over a mermaid corpse. Cal was pretty satisfied with the results of this operation. It was at that moment. I'm going to kill you. Cal turned his head. Rayan immediately spoke into Cal's mind. I am going invisible. Why so suddenly? That bastard. He could hear Choi Han's angry voice. At the same time, Cal finally figured out what was going on. Son of A. He could see something red flying toward them using levitation magic. I'm going to kill you. You must die. It was Radika. The blood-crazy mage bastard was accurately flying toward the killer whale, Archie. Although his right eye was injured, he still seemed to have some sight. The blood-crazy bastard was covered in blood as he was flying toward them. However, his flight was very unstable. It was probably because he was controlling the mana with only one hand. Rosalind chimed in at that moment. He seems to be in a state of mana explosion. What? Mana explosion was a technique that people who handled mana used by putting their lives on the line. Radika seemed to have truly gone crazy. One arm and eye weren't enough for you. You crazy bastard. I'm going to kill you. Radika was only looking at Choi Han. He was crying bloody tears as he continued to fly toward them. Sai, still saying the same thing. Choi Han sighed before standing up on Archie's back. What the hell is going on? Cal let out a sigh. He was not afraid of Radika. Choi Han could even fight off a dragon that had used mana explosion, so why would he worry about Radika? In fact, it was better to get rid of him completely. However, Cal was looking past Radika. Why is that headed over here? A ship that had broken sides was moving toward High's Island 12. To be more specific, it was heading toward Cal's group that was sitting on top of Archie's back. The ship with the golden aura using swordsmen was heading toward them. Your subordinates and organization members are either running away or dying, so why aren't you going to help them? That was what Cal wanted to ask. Who are you? The swordsman asked, but Cal did not respond. He didn't have a reason to respond to her. Cal looked around and saw that nobody else was coming toward them. The whales seemed to be caught up with the mermaids. Should I fight? Cal patted Archie's back in order to say no to the suddenly respectful Archie. I will do it. Rosalind stood up. Blue mana was swirling slightly above her hand. Choi Han bit his lips while turning his gaze to look at the swordsman. This swordmaster-level woman seemed to be someone he should fight. Rosalind continued to speak at that moment. Choi Han, you take care of that mage. I will handle the swordsman. Rosalind was a genius mage who was already close to the highest tier a mage could achieve. Of course, I don't think I can defeat her, but I will be able to hold her back. Rosalind ignored Choi Han's gaze and looked toward Cal. That should be enough, right, young Master Cal? She didn't know why, but the fact that Rayon turned invisible made it seem like it would be difficult for Rayon to help in this battle. In that case, she just needed to step up. Miss Rosalind, let's fight together. Excuse me, he's going to fight with me. Rosalind looked toward Cal with shock. However, Cal was looking toward High's Island 12. She had misunderstood Cal's words. He never said that he would be the one to fight with her. Cal shouted toward the island. Go. Yes, sir. He heard some energetic responses from the island. 12 people soon got on the small whale and headed toward them. The two slightly larger whales that were waiting at High's Island 12 followed behind them as well. They swam past Archie and toward the ship. Why, you crazy bastards? One of the crew members on the ship started to shout. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Choi Han before responding. Are they the only secret organization? We are also a secret organization, starting now. The wolf children, who were all wearing black masks and black outfits with one red star and 5 white stars on their chests, rushed toward the ship. Cal didn't know when they got used to it, but they seemed to be able to move freely on the whales. It was fitting for the physically gifted wolf tribe. You go as well. Miss Rosalind, you too. Choi Han and Rosalind looked at each other before each saying one thing to Cal and then heading off. I will be back soon. Please stay safely hidden, Cal Nim. Young Master Cal, be careful. The killer whale, Archie, looked toward them in disbelief, but kept his mouth shut. Choi Han landed on one of the other two whales and headed toward Radika, while Rosalind used levitation magic to head toward the ship. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill you. Who the duck are you? Radika was shouting while flying in an unstable manner and shooting out his magic. However, Choi Han used his aura to destroy all of the attack magic before it reached him. Who are you? The swordsman's voice reached Choi Han's ear. At that moment, the swordsman swung down with her sword, and an aura blast that looked like a boomerang shot out toward Rosalind. Shield. Blink. Rosalind easily dodged the attack before shooting a fire orb back. The swordsman dodged, but the orb crashed into the ship's deck. Bang! A part of the ship broke off. Rosalind used this moment to toy with the swordsman, who was covered in her golden aura. I'm not sure. Who do you think we are? You can't tell. Choi Han heard Rosalind teasing the swordsman before blinking his eyes and shouting toward Radika. We are the secret organization. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh after hearing Choi Han's loud voice. He didn't mean for him to say it out loud like that, but it didn't matter as long as they kept their identities a secret. Archie, let's get closer to the island. Yes, sir. Archie watched Choi Han, Rosalind, and the wolf children on the whale fighting the members of ARM as he slowly headed toward High's Island 12. Archie couldn't help but think that Cal's group was really strong. Bang! Ah! He heard something breaking and someone screaming, but it was not one of Cal's people. Archie couldn't help but wonder how such strong people were all serving one person. I will make you bleed as well. Ah, I am going to kill you. Radika must have been having trouble with his levitation magic, as he floated very close to the water while casting his attack magic toward Choi Han. However, Choi Han was still able to easily handle all of Radika's attacks with his aura. Show me what you got. I'll play with you. Choi Han confidently answered back before moving even closer to Radika. He was moving very slowly, as if he was cornering this blood-covered human who was slowly losing his rationality from the mana explosion. Die. Radika's mana shot out like it was exploding. Choi Han kicked off the whale in order to dodge. Bang! High's Island 12 was hit by Radika's blast, and some rocks shot up into the air. Choi Han didn't care, as was currently rushing toward Radika. Rosalind was in a similar situation. Wow, Annie, you are so strong. Right, I'm a pretty strong mage. Rosalind and the swordsman seemed to be casually fighting. However, the ship continued to break as the two continued their battle. Archie was amazed that such strong people were all gathered together. However, Archie could not cover the shocked expression on his face at what happened next. Young Master Cal, what are you doing? Cal pretended not to hear Archie's voice as he climbed off of Archie's back. Splash. He jumped into the water that was about chest level. Cal then moved to hide behind the large killer whale. The invisible Rayan was currently hanging on Cal's back. Human, is there a reason you need to hide behind this whale? Of course. I won't be seen if I hide behind something this big. Cal did not respond to Rayan's question and only said what he needed to say. Let's destroy it. Archie flinched after hearing Cal's voice. Again, you're going to destroy something else. But Rayan was still calm. All right, human. Archie flinched again. He couldn't see the dragon, but he had definitely just heard him. The small dragon said that he was going to destroy it. Archie just kept his mouth shut. Let's give them what they deserve. Rayan decided to punish the members of the organization that was the reason he was abused for his first 4 years. Ooh, holy crap. Archie, who was planning on keeping his mouth shut, could not help but speak. A large number of thin and small mana arrows filled the sky. Ah! At that moment, Choi Han cut off Radika's right arm and watched it fall into the water. The blonde swordsman looked up toward the sky. Annie, you have another mage as well. Didn't I tell you we are a secret organization? The swordsman started to gather her golden aura as much as possible. Rosalind scoffed at her before saying just one thing. Retreat. The whales quickly started to retreat. However, there was no need to do that. Fire. The moment Cal instructed, the numerous mana arrows all fired accurately toward the ship the swordsman was on. Retreat. The blonde swordsman shouted as her golden aura shot out toward the arrows. However, her golden aura was not strong nor wide enough to defend against hundreds of arrows. Dragons really are mighty. Cal was in awe as he watched the remaining arrows hit the ship. Bang, bang, boom. Many different noises of explosion filled his ear. Chapter 96. If I have to move 6, you are right. I am amazing. Rayan responded as Archie let out a dig that actually sounded more like a compliment. Crazy. Naturally, the ship was damaged significantly. However, it wasn't completely destroyed. That swordsman is pretty strong. Rayan's assessment was spot on. The swordsman was amazing. She was able to send out another boomerang-shaped golden aura which destroyed more of Rayan's mana arrows. There were still enough to pretty much destroy the ship, though. Ah. Radika's body was shaking. Choi Han quietly observed the now armless mage. I guess hell die. Cal was observing Radika, who was nearing the end of his mana explosion. He assumed Choi Han would not do anything else since Radika would soon die. But he was wrong. Spurt. Blood splattered everywhere. Choi Han had swung his sword one more time at Radika's right eye. Cal turned away as he didn't want to see that sight. However, he was now looking at the ship that was continuing to crumble. Boom. The ship was breaking apart, starting from the bow. However, Cal clicked his tongue while watching the destruction. There was another one left, as I expected. At the same time, Cal was shocked. He was a magic spearman. Human, you didn't know. Yeah, I didn't. I see. A magic spearman was someone who used both magic and spears. Although the spearman was not at the spearmaster level, he could use magic. The spearman, who had not been using magic very much while he had been on the island, flew over using levitation magic to save just one person. Only the blonde swordsman flew up from the rubbles of the ship. Ah, please save us too. The members of the organization who were still alive shouted toward the spearman, but the spearman did not even turn to look at them. He just looked toward Radika, pretty strong. Cal could feel the strength of the secret organization. If this magic spearman can use levitation magic on 2 people, he was at least at the upper middle-tier mage level. He was both an upper middle-tier mage and a spearman who was close to reaching the spearmaster level. Do not worry, he is still weaker than Choi Han. I know, it's just that he is stronger than me. Silence suddenly filled the area. Rayan finally started to speak after a while. Stronger than you, it is kind of obvious that there are many people stronger than you. So do not be too upset. Cal wanted to say something back to Rayan, but could not do so. Bang! Scary. A golden aura hit Radika's body, which exploded on impact. Cal could see Choi Han retreating on a whale while sending out an attack with his black aura. However, it did not reach the magic spearman and swordsman in the air. A frowning Choi Han tried to swing his sword one more time as Rosalind slowly floated up into the air. The two of them peeked toward Cal, but could not call out to him. The silence continued, no, the screams of the people on the burning boat continued. Rosalind and Choi Han were ready to attack the magic spearman and blonde swordsman at any moment. It was at that moment. Splash, they could hear water splashing. Witira, as well as some of the whale tribe members, were swimming their way. How disappointing. That's why I said we should just run. The spearman sounded annoyed as he responded to the swordsman. He then looked toward Choi Han, Rosalind, and the wolf children. They were all still wearing masks. I can't tell who they are. Maybe Ya'll find out if we fight some more. The spearman saw the blue mana swirling on top of Rosalind's palm and shook his head. It'll be a draw at best. Flick, bang, the large blue whip landed on the water. At the same time, Witira used the recoil of the whip to jump into the air. The spearman summoned a 5-colored magic scroll that made Rosalind certain it was covered in highest-grade magic stone powder. No. Rosalind followed Witira and headed for the 2 enemies. Choi Han's black aura also shot toward them like a bullet. However, the spearman ripped the scroll in half before their attacks could reach them, and both he and the swordmaster-level swordsman started to turn transparent. It was a long-distance teleportation scroll. The blonde woman frowned as she parried Choi Han's aura with her own aura. A small explosion occurred, and she used that moment to wave toward Choi Han and Rosalind. Bye-bye, anonymous people. She then looked toward the angry-looking Witira and started to smile. So sad. Witira started to frown even more. Crackle, the usual noise of a magic scroll being activated, occurred as the 2 people seemed to be almost completely transparent now. Cal was at a loss of words. What a stereotypical villain's escape. However, not everyone was just sitting around. Ah, the magic spearman coughed up blood. An arrow had pierced through his stomach. The small mana arrow that flew from behind him was still spiraling in the spearman's body. The injury was slowly being opened wider. Opa! Why, you bastards! The blonde woman who was calm until now suddenly became angry. Crackle, however, the magic scroll fully activated at that moment, and the two of them disappeared. No more noise could be heard. Ah! Rosalind let out a gasp, and Watira's whip passed through where the two enemies had been standing. Choi Han was biting down on his lips as he looked toward the small remains of Radhika. At that moment, Cal, who was just peeking his head out from behind Archie, heard a voice from behind him. I did it. Rayan casually answered. A trace of my mana will remain in that magic spearman's body, even if he heals the injury. Only another dragon will be able to locate it. I will kill him immediately if he comes near us again. Everybody looked toward Rayan. The killer whale Archie flinched, while Cal started to clap. Rayan really is amazing. If it was possible to know when he was near, it gave them a way to prepare for the secret organization. Of course, there should be no more interactions with them since they had no idea about the identity of Cal's group. But it didn't hurt to have extra protection. Yes, I am amazing. Rayan shrugged. There was a reason Rayan had left the trace of his mana. Just by looking at the two enemies was enough to know that there were a lot of strong people within the organization. Dragons enjoyed overpowering strong people. I will wait until I am a bit bigger. What did you say? It is nothing, human. Cal did not hear what Rayan had said, but Archie definitely did. Archie suddenly had a feeling of fear. The black dragon in front of him was young, but he recalled the stories that he had heard about the adult dragons that could use dragon's breath. The whales had heard stories that were passed down through the generations that the history of the continent would change if an adult dragon became completely and thoroughly enraged. Cal slowly started to walk toward the island. Splash, splash. Watira approached him once he got close enough to where the water was only at his ankles. Her two subordinates were behind her. Sorry, young Master Cal. We couldn't focus on them because we wanted to get rid of the mermaids. That's okay. It's not like we couldn't handle them. We will take care of the rest. Good. Cal nodded his head as he took another step toward the island. Watira felt apologetic after seeing the slightly annoyed expression on Cal's face. She felt like she got him involved in an unnecessary mess. That was why she had her subordinates quickly hand over the thing he had asked for. Here is what you asked for. Oh, okay. It was the mermaid corpse. It was very clean, just like it was when it was still alive. Cal had asked Watira to bring over one of the strong mermaids that had absorbed dead mana. Who is it? One of the mermaid royalty. He never expected her to bring over a mermaid royalty in corpse form. Okay, we can go heal him right away. Any mermaid would have worked to get rid of the poison, but a strong mermaid's blood would make it faster, as well as make the future recovery much easier. The poison in Ran's body may not have spread everywhere yet, but he still had been dealing with the poison for a while. That was why Cal wanted to do whatever he could to get rid of it without leaving any problematic issues behind. This was the reason why he had asked Watira to find a corpse rather than Cal's group finding it themselves. We don't have a solution for the arm right now. Healing was possible if he still had the detached arm. However, Ran didn't have the arm, and even if he did, it was probably rotting by now since so many days had passed since it was cut off. But there is a method. The real arm was impossible, but a similar one was possible. They needed a necromancer, those who deal with corpses. Necromancers were anatomists and technicians. It would be weird if they weren't anatomists or technicians, since they mainly put corpses together for their use. Cal was certain that a necromancer that everybody believed to have disappeared was still on the western continent. The problem is that I don't know where they are. Cal had no idea about it because it was never discussed in the novel. That was why he decided to think about that later. Commander Archie and the whales will take you to High's Island 1. Okay. You all still have things to do, right? The whale tribe probably didn't want to miss this opportunity now that the mermaid's reinforcement was gone. That was why Whale King Schickler was not here and was instead still chasing down some mermaids. Yes, they were escaping to the east. We will chase after them to the end. The phrase, to the end, sounded vicious. Cal asked without thinking much about it. Will you obliterate the mermaids? No. This might sound funny, but the balance will be destroyed if they are all gone as well. We need to keep them alive, but we'll keep them in check. The whale tribe is a very scary tribe. Watira did not respond and instead just smiled back at Cal. Cal did not like this smile very much. Although he shouldn't speak since he had helped the whale tribe by blowing up the island, the whale tribe had a tendency to think that they were the greatest tribe alive. It made sense why the mermaids would hate the whale tribe that ruled the ocean under the name of peace. But there were always two sides to a story. Not my problem. Cal was someone who only moved based on what benefit he could gain from each situation. Thinking about this would not benefit him, so there was no point in thinking about it. Then I am going to go now. We are in a bit of a hurry. They needed to quickly heal Ran now that they had the necessary ingredient. Cal arrived at High's Island 1 and quickly entered the tent. Ran, young Masternim. Beacrox stood up and looked toward Cal. He saw Choi Han and Hilsman coming in with the mermaid corpse and closed his mouth. Ran was sleeping. The assassin was not aware that people had arrived. Sigh. A deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. A pile of highest-grade potions was sitting next to Ran's bed. Beacrox, remove the covers. Yes, sir. Can you lend me a glove? Beacrox, who was removing the blanket, suddenly flinched. He started to speak without looking at Cal. Are you going to personally do it? Beacrox quietly observed his father's face as he recalled what his father had told him. Ran had told Beacrox how strong the organization, arm, was every time he was awake. He heard Cal's confident response at that time. Yes, I will do it. Beacrox took a white glove out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. Cal put it on and inspected Ran's infected areas. The poison seemed to have settled down a bit after being doused in highest-grade potions. Cal motioned to Choi Han, who quickly brought the mermaid corpse over. The corpse cast a shadow over Ran's body as Cal took out a dagger and cut open the mermaid royalty's corpse. Drip, drip. The mermaid's blood started to drip 1 to 2 drops at a time before spurting out. Cal guided the corpse to make sure that the blood landed on Ran's sides and thigh. He then cut the corpse in other places as well in order to hit all of the infected areas. Beacrox, pour a highest-grade potion. Yes, sir. See, Izzle. The potion, mermaid blood, and mermaid poison mixed with each other and started to sizzle. However, they could see that the mermaid blood that was mixed with the highest-grade potion was evaporating the poison. Ooh, ah. Ran started to groan. His eyelids started to shake. It was because the mermaid poison that was deep in his body was starting to disappear. Ran's eyes slowly started to open. Young Master Nim, stop talking, I am busy. Ran still continued to ask. Are you healing me right now? Yes. Cal verified that the sticky poison that was stuck to Ran's body was gone before looking toward Ran. The poison is gone. Now you just need to recover. I see. Cal took off the now bloody white glove and threw it into the fire. Ran. Yes, young Master Nim. Ran looked back at Cal. Beacrox was looking at Cal as well. There is nobody left in that organization that knows your face. You know what I mean, right? Cal turned away from the fire in order to look at Ran as he continued. It means it is now time to go home. The poison was gone, and the person who took Ran's arm was no longer in this world. That was why Cal was saying that they could now go back to the Hennetus estate. The word home made Ran slowly close his eyes. Yes, young Master Nim. Cal nodded his head and patted Beacrox's shoulder. Beacrox had been holding his father's hand since earlier. We will start Ran's recovery as soon as we get back. That was the last thing Cal said before leaving the tent. He could see the endless ocean and sky. After working hard all day, it was now night time. The night sky over the ocean had a way of making people emotional. I guess I'll finally get to rest for a bit. Cal started to smile. They'll need to deal with Ran's recovery, but at least Ran was still alive. Cal was thinking that he could now enjoy the slacker life at home for a bit. Young Master Nim, you're back. Long time no see, Hans. Hans greeted Cal with a bright expression. Young Master Nim, what about Mr. Ran? The poison is gone. Oh, wow, thank you very much. Why are you thanking me? Everything has been fine while I was gone. Yes, there is nothing to report. After seeing that Hans did not seem worried at all, Cal believed that he would be able to live the slacker life once again, even if it was only for a year. Well, at least that was what he thought. Chapter 97. I got a feeling, one month later. Cal got to relax for exactly 1 month. Honestly speaking, it was slacking off in his point of view, but everybody else saw it differently. Is he bored? Rayan was observing Cal, who was blankly staring out the window and eating summer fruits. Rayan's face was serious. How could he not be worried? Cal was rocking on a rocking chair for the last 2 hours while looking out the window and eating fruits. He didn't say a word or even frown. He was plucking grapes one at a time to eat before just blankly staring out the window now. Weird, very weird. Now the slightly older kitten Hang was wagging his tail next to Rayan while observing Cal. Unfortunately, the two of them were rolling around on the bed and pretty far from Cal, who was by the window. He did not hear what they were saying. He wakes up later and later every day. He's also eating less and less. He then goes to sleep earlier and earlier. He's barely moving these days. Rayan had a serious expression as he shared his observations with Hang. He then started to frown some more. He's sleeping again. Plop. The grape in Cal's hand fell to the ground. Cal had once again fallen asleep while rocking in the rocking chair. Rayan's eyes started to shake. He was sleeping more, eating less, and not moving. This must mean, is he sick? Hang's expression became serious as well as his ears perked up. No, that's bad. The Cal that Rayan and Hang were looking at seemed to have gotten paler as well. Of course, this was only the case because Cal continued to sit inside while everybody else was getting darker from the summer sun. I don't think that's it. Only the silver kitten shook her head as she listened to her younger siblings discuss. What she was seeing was that Cal just found everything to be annoying. No, I read something in a book Rosalind gave me a while back. After learning all of the different languages of the continent, Rayan was now reading fairy tales that Rosalind was bringing for him. There was even one about a prince who fell into a curse that makes him sleep all the time. Oh my God! Hang was shocked. Rayan urgently continued to speak. Of course, it was not loud enough for the sleeping Cal to hear. I naturally checked to see if he was cursed or poisoned yesterday. Thankfully, he was not. That means that it is very likely that he is sick. My goodness. And was amazed that Rayan actually checked to see if Cal was cursed or poisoned. However, Rayan didn't care as he just continued to speak. He's even worse after coming here to Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness. It might be an unexplainable side effect of being in the Forest of Darkness. Cal's group was currently in Harris Village. Of course, the reason it became worse, as Rayan put it, was because Cal was only able to really start the slacker life once he was away from the Count, as well as other people in charge of the territory. Although there were other people in Harris Village as well, they were mainly specialists here to finish the cemeteries and the restoration of the village. There was no reason for Cal, who was only staying inside, to run into them. Cal was currently in a small two-story house that was built after they came to the Forest of Darkness last time. Father, I want to personally see how the restoration is going, since I have chosen to take responsibility for Harris Village. Cal, they are still far from completing the villa you discussed. There are a lot of houses that the specialists are staying in. I just need one of the two-story ones. I also think it would be best for Ran's recovery to be done quietly in a remote village. All right, I understand. Cal was filled with joy as he rushed over to Harris Village after getting his father's approval. Rayan, who had no idea about this, was worried. At that moment, someone started to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Nim. It was Deputy Butler Hans. His voice made on and hung stretch while Rayan opened his wings up before folding them back. Click, sigh. The door opened, and they heard Hans sigh before flinching. Hello, Hans. Nice to see you, Deputy Butler. Deputy Butler, I am hungry. Rayan hung, and On's words made Hans start to frown. His cheeks were twitching while his nostrils flared. I feel like my heart is going to stop. Hans grabbed his heart and shared his feelings. He had learned about On, Hang, and Rayan as soon as they arrived at Harris Village. It was very shocking at first, but he quickly recovered. Sigh. Cal, who was woken up, sighed as soon as he opened his eyes. Hans looked toward Cal and started to shout while looking like he was going to cry. I never knew such lovable and gracious beings existed. I feel so lucky to serve you, young Master Nim. What the hell is he talking about? Cal just ignored Hans' nonsense. Hans spent more time taking care of those children who averaged 7 years old than Cal. The reason Hans came to Cal's room every meal also seemed to be more about them than Cal. Deputy Butler, what is there to eat? Egu, Rayan Nim. We have your favorite tender beefsteak and a sweet vanilla ice cream that Rosalind Nim and Beecrox worked together to create. Oh, they were things that these children liked. Cal slowly stood up while watching them interact. Ah, Cal let out a groan. Should I have done some stretches? His body was stiff after sitting on the rocking chair without moving for too long. However, Cal was willing to deal with this much discomfort for the slacker life. He just thoughtlessly stared at the serious Rayan and hung before speaking to Hans. "Is everyone here?" "Yes, sir. Their training must have ended early today." Cal nodded his head and headed down to the first floor. There was a long table at the dining room on the first floor. "Young Master Nim. Ron, you look like you are healthy now." "Yes, sir. Here is your lemonade." And Cal had an odd expression as he looked at the lemonade in front of him. Ron was pretty efficient with one arm as well. Cal lifted up the cup of lemonade that he had not had for a while. It was at that moment. Tang, a dish was slammed down onto the table. Beecrox started to speak with a vicious gaze. "Why don't you go clean up first?" Cal flinched. He then realized that he recently showered and looked around the table. They do seem pretty bad. Luck, the 10 wolf children and Vice Captain Hilsman all looked terrible. They all looked shabby and sweaty. "Haha, chef, please understand. We're so tired after training that we need to eat something first." Hilsman laughed as he made an excuse and looked toward Cal, who nodded his head. "Don't worry about me and eat." As soon as he said that, Hilsman and the wolves started to eat. Choi Han was looking at them with satisfaction. Cal asked Choi Han a question. "You remember I told you not to overdo it, right?" The wolf children and Hilsman were currently training every day in the Forest of Darkness. They flinched at Cal's words and looked toward Choi Han. The vice captain looked extremely funny as he had frozen while holding up his fork, which was now shaking. "Yes, Calnim, I'm not overdoing it with them. We are slowly building up." Choi Han answered with a gentle smile which made Cal not doubt him at all. He also did not want to know any more about it. The wolf children were looking at Choi Han like they were looking at a drill sergeant from hell, but they still took the initiative to go find Choi Han every morning. Rather than children, they didn't seem like knights. They felt more like special forces. Cal drank his lemonade and decided to forget about useless things. "Young Master Cal, will we stay here until the winter?" Cal nodded his head at Rosalind's question. "Probably. I am thinking about going back home in the spring. Please feel free to go wherever you need for your research. You can also let me know what ingredients you may need." "Thank you, young Master Cal. It's nothing." Rosalind was currently researching and experimenting with magic in the basement of this building. Cal was giving her his full support as she would be the liege of the future magic tower. "It's good to have a lot of people I can ask for favors later." Networking was a very important tool. Cal returned to his room after the meal and sat right back down on the rocking chair. Sigh. A happy sigh came out of his mouth. Cal wanted to spend the next 70 years just staring at the setting sun like this. Rayan and Hang started to whisper to each other while watching him. "Is he sighing because he is so bored?" "I think so. He probably wants to travel." On shook her head until she noticed an item in the corner of the room starting to glow. She quickly started to speak. "The video communication device is glowing." Cal was confused. "The video communication device. Is someone calling from home?" On continued to speak. "It is red." Cal started to frown. Cal had set it so that anybody who had a chance of asking for something annoying would make the device glow red. And currently, there was only one person who would make it glow red. It was Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. "Oh, it is the Crown Prince. I will quickly connect his call." Rayan suddenly became energized as he flew toward the video communication device. "You don't really need to do that." Cal sighed after seeing Rayan suddenly moving quickly and turned his rocking chair to face toward the video communication device. "I am connecting him." A blue light started to surround the video communication device as soon as Rayan finished his sentence. A small screen soon appeared on top of the device. Cal could see that Crown Prince Albaru was smiling. "Viscount Cal, our kingdom's treasure. Did you have a nice day today? Why are you acting like this?" "Why wouldn't I act this way given our relationship?" "Just what is our relationship?" Cal finally understood how Albaru must have felt when he called him Your Highness, the Star of the Kingdom. "I guess we have a pretty good relationship with each other." Contrary to what he was saying, Cal's expression was as indifferent as before. However, Albaru was still smiling gently. "Of course, and since we have such a good relationship, something is weird." Cal had an ominous feeling. The bliss he felt in this past month of doing nothing seemed to pass by like a scene in a movie. "I am sure it's nothing. I hope that you can do me a favor." "That is difficult. I am currently very busy." Naturally, Albrew just ignored Cal's lies and said what he needed to say. "If you don't help me, I will be removed from the crown prince position and die. Cal flinched, as what Albaru had said was pretty serious. Albaru was currently gathering the mages of the Whipper Kingdom and strengthening his forces. It was the development of a force that would help protect the Roan Kingdom. Cal was helping him to make sure the kingdom and his home, sweet home, would be safe for him to live a peaceful life. Cal observed Alberus' face to see that his eyes seemed full of concern, even though his smile was bright. He didn't even look this concerned, even when Cal had figured out his identity. Cal sat up on the rocking chair and started to speak. Let's hear what you have to say. Just what is it you need my help for, Your Highness? Cal felt chills on his back. He had not had this type of ominous feeling for a while. Rayan and Hang, who were not visible to the crown prince, were sitting next to each other with their eyes sparkling. Alberu started to speak. Dark elf, I knew it. Cal expected him to say those words. Cal closed his eyes and saw his slacker life waving goodbye before it disappeared. Crown Prince Alberu, who was a quarter dark elf, continued to speak. Can you go to the dark elf village? Chapter 98. I got a feeling, too. Cal did not open his closed eyes. However, Alberu did not say anything about it. It was because he knew that he was asking for a lot by asking Cal to not just meet a dark elf, but to go to the dark elf village. There is an item I need you to retrieve for me. The dark elves helping me, and I are all unable to move right now. Alberu was busy getting stronger using the dead mana, while the Dark Elves helping him were under disguise getting things done. I also need a human to go. Although this item was made by an expert, it was a one-time use item that would activate as soon as it came into contact with someone who had even a bit of Dark Elf blood. That was why it was only possible to be transported by beings who did not have the darkness attribute, like humans or animals. Cal slowly opened his eyes and leaned back onto the rocking chair. What kind of item is it? Cal's casual posture was one that the king would probably consider treasonous, but Alberu could only frown. Sigh, why do I only have someone like you by my side? What did you say? I was thinking about how I have such a handsome person like you by my side. Crown Prince Alberu chuckled like he found his own words to be funny. He noticed that his true personality started to show up more and more the longer he spent with Cal. He knows my weakness. But ironically, that was the reason Cal Henitus was the only person he could trust. Cal had at least kept his secret for the past 2 months. If it is difficult for you to move right now, couldn't you tell your subordinate to pick it up later? Cal knew that Alberu had many subordinates under his command. I wish I could. Alberu let out a small sigh. He was currently secretly using the video communication device with the help of a dark elf mage instead of a mage from the palace. I need to go to the Empire. The Empire. The Crown Prince of the Roan Kingdom needs to go to the Empire. Cal and Alberu made eye contact. The Imperial Prince invited me to a celebration hosted by the Sun God twins. Celebration. This was something that did not happen in the first 5 volumes of The Birth of a Hero. Cal did not know about this celebration. However, Cal quickly understood Alberus' situation. The Sun God twins were a holy maiden and a saint who were said to be the embodiment of the Sun God. They were the holy maiden and saint that were always a part of any decent fantasy world. Cal was suddenly at a loss for words. The holy maiden and saint, who were said to be extremely good and treated as the symbol of sacrifice in normal fantasy worlds, were kind of special in The Birth of a Hero. Their level of good or bad depended on the god they represented. The Church of the Sun God is the enemy of the Dark Elves. I am worried that the chances of them figuring out that I am a quarter Dark Elf is pretty high. If that happens, a terrible situation would happen. Indeed, the Dark Elves were despised on the Western continent. As someone who had even a portion of Dark Elf blood, he would immediately be removed from the Crown Prince position. Furthermore, he might even die. Those twins would try to kill me. Cal could not respond to that. The Sun God, as the representation of the sun, hated creatures of the dark. It was because they roamed the darkness where he did not exist. His way of dealing with these creatures that he hated was to burn them to death. These twins carry the Sun God's teachings, so they would definitely rush to kill him if they ever found out his identity. That was their definition of justice. I have a bad feeling about this. The chill he was feeling this time was much worse than when he had heard the term dark elf. His entire body was covered in goosebumps. Cal subconsciously stated to speak, "Please enjoy your journey." Alberu started to laugh. I didn't plan on taking you anyways, but why is the Imperial Prince randomly hosting such a celebration? He probably had to contact all the other kingdoms. Maybe he's crazy. Cal was at a loss of words for a moment after hearing Alberus' casual remarks. Aren't you being too casual in front of me now, Your Highness? Alberu shrugged his shoulders and responded back. I think it is weird as well. Based on my information, the current emperor and the imperial prince were supposed to be trying to get rid of the Church of the Sun God. That was correct. The reason Cal had an ominous feeling was because he knew that the imperial prince did not like the Church of the Sun God. The imperial prince wanted to be the one in control of the empire in the future, so he grew his strength by pushing alchemy. Why would someone like him appreciate the Church of the Sun God that he could not control? Furthermore, the Church of the Sun God also knew that the current emperor and imperial prince were trying to push them out of the empire. But the imperial prince is suddenly celebrating the 150-year anniversary of the Church of the Sun God. Does that make sense to you? Not at all. You know what is even funnier? What is it? Apparently, it has also been 500 years since the alchemist's bell tower was created. They are having a celebration for that as well. Ho! Cal let out a gasp. The Church of the Sun God allowed them to celebrate alchemy at the same time. They must have, since the imperial prince went around inviting people. Cal and Alberu made eye contact again. Something smells fishy. Definitely fishy. Alberu started to smirk. Don't you get the feeling that something is going to happen during the celebration? It definitely felt that way. Either that, or there was a hidden agenda for this celebration. I'm not sure. However, Cal feigned ignorance. One of the themes of fantasy worlds was religion. Cal was not interested in religion and did not think much about it. I just don't want to get involved with them. It'll be annoying. It would be fine as long as he wasn't being dragged left and right. Cal's gaze headed past the video screen and toward Rayan. Rayan tilted his head, wondering why Cal was looking at him. If religion or anything else tries to boss me around. No, it is impossible for that to happen. Something like that should not happen as long as he was with Rayan, Choi Han, and Rosalind. If all else fails, Cal thought that he could just blow it up like he did with the island. Cal was a bit more courageous now than before. Liar. However, feigning ignorance did not work against the crown prince. Anyways, I need your help. I will definitely reward you accordingly later on. Cal did not immediately respond to Alberus' sincere request. Alberu probably agreed to go to the Empire because his position did not allow him to send the second or third prince. Cal finally started to speak after a while. Your Highness, the star of our kingdom. Alberu held back a sigh. It sounded like Cal was going to reject him. However, the continuing words made Alberu start to smile. Where is it? No matter how much Cal thought about it, he was the only one, other than the few people helping the crown prince in the dark, that could be trusted enough to do this. Which meant that he had no choice. He could not let the crown prince die. Alberu quietly laughed before starting to speak. The west. You will need to go west. Alberus' answer triggered a location in Cal's mind. It was one of the 5 forbidden regions. The dark elves live in the land of death. You really are very smart. The land of death was similar in name to the Gorge of Death, but it was different from the other forbidden regions that were created naturally. The land of death was the product of history. It was where the necromancers of the past waged the final battle with their skeleton armies. Located in the desert, the land of death had red sand during the day and black sand during the night. New sand dunes were created every day. The Dark Elf village is located there. You just need to get the item from the chief of the village. Your Highness. Cal had heard that the land of death, a desert, was so hot that even plants could not survive, and it was currently summer. What is it? A slightly gentle voice came out of Alberus' mouth. He was not pretending nor strategizing, it was his honest voice. Cal cautiously asked his question. Can I not go? Silence filled the room for a moment. Cal then nodded his head. I'll go since I said I'll go. I will give you a guide. Since it is the desert, you need to be with someone who knows the way. It was obvious what kind of guide he was going to get. She is my mother's sister, so my aunt. My aunt is the only dark elf who is currently able to move. Alberu added on. It may be just one person, but she is the one in charge of all of the dark elves under my command. You can trust her abilities. Cal nodded his head with a serious expression. He seemed so sincere that Alberu even felt sorry for Cal. Your Highness. Yes, Viscount Cal. I can ask you for any travel expenses, right? May I buy a lot of magic ice? I really hate the heat. Furthermore, can I pick the reward again? This time I will choose money. Cal asked many questions at once. Albrew quietly observed Cal before giving him an answer. Sure, do whatever you want. Cal started to smile as he responded back. I'm sure you are already aware, but I always complete my tasks with 120% efficiency, so I expect an even greater reward. I know. That is why I said do whatever you want. Yes, sir. Please leave it to me. Sure, I'll trust you. Cal and Albaru discussed a few more things before ending their call. The light disappeared from the video communication device before Rayan and Hung approached him. Human, are we traveling again? The desert is very hot. You can't faint. Rayan looked at Cal with a serious expression after hearing Hung's words. Cal didn't care as he pointed back to the video communication device and gave Rayan an order. Reconnect the video communication device. Again, yes, but somewhere else. Where? Rayan could see Cal smiling at his question. There was another strong religion other than the Church of the Sun God in this world. It was a very strong church. The Church of the Moon or the Church of Darkness. No, it was the Church of Eternal Darkness, an existence that made people never see the sun ever again. Death. Death was stronger than the sun. Connect me to the Stan estate. The Crown Prince probably knew about the power of death, but he could not speak to the Church of Death because he could not trust them and didn't want to risk his identity being revealed. However, Cal knew a priestess that the Church of the God of Death had excommunicated, and many people did not know about. Even after being excommunicated, she was still treasured by the God of Death. The Church of the God of Death currently did not have a holy maiden nor a saint. Why was that the case? Young Master Cal, hello Cage, it's been a while. The crazy priestess Cage. Are you bored these days? Cage observed Cal for a moment after hearing his question before finally shaking her head. I had a bad feeling about today. I don't remember the contents of my dream, but there was this bitter taste in my mouth. It's a good thing that Taylor will soon become the official successor, even without my help. Cal had heard as well. Taylor Stan, the eldest child of Marquis Stan, had recovered his position and would soon be announced as the official successor. So I have nothing to do. The crazy priestess smiled as she asked Cal, "What can I do for you?" Cal quickly responded like her response was obvious. "We need to go to the land of death. I will prepare right away." Cage did not seem to hesitate at all, even after he said that they were going to the land of death. She really was the type who would put her life on the line for her best friend Taylor. Cal now understood why the God of Death would continue to bless her even after she was excommunicated. She embodied something that was even greater than death. I have to return the favors you've done for us. Cal smiled to respond. See you soon, Cage. He smiled once more before the communication ended. Cal then immediately got up. Human, good. You need to move to be healthy. What are you talking about? Cal walked past Rayan and opened the door. He could see Hans coming down the corridor with a tray of fruits. Hans, yes, sir. Tell everyone to gather, except the wolves. Mr. Ran and the chef as well. Cal didn't know that the Dark Elf village was in the land of death, where the necromancers were last seen. It gave him a feeling that he might find the necromancers there too. Of course, he was only 50% sure about it, but wouldn't it be better to be prepared, just in case? Yes. Tell everyone to come, since we are heading out. 2 days later, Cal headed out of the Henitus territory after only getting to enjoy the slacker life for a month. Cal's crew's 2 carriages were heading toward the capital. Chapter 99. I got a feeling, 3. Cal did not enter the capital and just stayed at the village closest to the capital. The land of death and dark elves. What do you think? Cage looked toward Cal after hearing his question. Cal, who was fanning himself because of the heat, seemed very relaxed. Someone might think that he was here to enjoy tea time. What do you mean, what do I think? Of course, I will go. She was just as relaxed. I thought it might be something big since I didn't remember my dream. But the information she got from Cal was not very big of a deal. I just need to bless the item that you get from the Dark Elves, young Master Cal. Yes, once a day until we reach the capital. I want you to give the God of Death's blessing on that item every day. Dark Elves and the God of Death's blessing. Cal's mind was currently a complicated mess. Dark Elves were weak against the Sun God, and the God of Death was strong against the Sun God. Although the Sun God had a significantly larger number of believers, The strength of a guard did not rely on the number of believers. Young Master Nim, yes. Is someone going to go kill the bishop of the Church of the Sun God? You don't think I am the one to do that? Young Master Cal, you have no reason to fight against the bishop. You are the type of person the Church of the Sun God would like. You are wealthy, have an ancient power, and most important, you are a good person. Cal did not respond to Cage's statement. Other than the part about being a good person, Cal was definitely the type of person the Church of the Sun God would like. They heard a knock on the door at that moment. Cal stood up after hearing the voice that followed. Let's go. Hurry, let's go. It was a husky and strong voice. Cage, I have someone to introduce to you. Cal went over and opened the door. Oh, you had a guest. There was a woman who was about Cal's height and visibly sleek even though she was wearing a robe. She had met up with Cal 2 days ago. She is part of my group. Oh, really? Cage observed the woman who went back and forth using formal and informal speech with Cal. The woman asked Cal a question. You told her everything. Of course. I told her where we are going and what we are bringing back. The woman smiled at Cal's answer. It meant that that was all that he had told Cage. Cal was also going back and forth between formal and informal speech with this woman. The moment Cage wondered who this woman was, the woman walked over briskly and reached her hand out. Nice to meet you. My name is Tasha. She was a refreshingly beautiful woman. Cage shook her hand. At that moment, Cal closed the door and Tasha's face quickly moved to Cage's ear. I am a dark elf, the guide for this trip. The two women made eye contact. I just changed my skin color right now. Tasha then looked at Cage like she was observing her reaction. At that moment, Cage smiled and introduced herself. Nice to meet you, Tasha. My name is Cage, an excommunicated priestess of the God of Death. The term God of Death made the dark elf Tasha look toward Cal. Cal shook his head to show that he had not talked to Cage about the Crown Prince. How about a celebration since we have a new party member? Do you have alcohol? We have all sorts of drinks. Cal looked toward the two women who were casually chatting with each and started to speak. Tasha, let's go. Tasha and Cal made eye contact. Everybody in Cal's group knew that Tasha was a dark elf. However, only Cal, Rayan, On, and Hung knew that she was the Crown Prince's aunt. Will we be using the teleportation office in the capital? Tasha shook her head at Cage's question. My disguise magic may get detected. It looks like we will need to use a carriage. Ah, I have an identification card. Tasha showed her ID to Cage. Everything is fake other than my name and age. Cage found the refreshingly honest Tasha to be odd but likable. She then looked at Tasha's ID. Tasha, 29 years old. Tasha then started to chuckle. Ah, of course, you need to add a zero at the end of my age. 290 years old. Cage looked toward Tasha and asked, Can I call you Annie? I knew I liked you. You are only the third human who hasn't called me a granny after hearing my age. Please call me whatever you want, Cage. Okay, Annie. Cal had his arms crossed while looking at the two women. Cage seemed calm right now, but she was a carefree person who liked to drink. Tasha seemed to be the same way. It should be okay, right? He started to speak to the two women who had their arms around each other and were looking at him. Let's hurry since it's so hot. Cal could hear Rayan's voice in his head at that moment. Liar, weak human, you are not hot at all thanks to temperature magic. I even made you a cooling artifact. Rayan was right. Cal was definitely lying. Cal currently felt like he was standing outside in the middle of fall. Anyways, I will follow you while invisible. I am always by your side. It meant that there was someone to ask for magic any time it got hot. This was even better than having an air conditioner. I guess we need to go to the Caro Kingdom. Cal got on the carriage headed toward Caro Kingdom, which was located to the south of Breck Kingdom and to the northwest of the Morgan Empire. A new golden plaque that the Crown Prince had given him was in his inner pocket. Click. The carriage door opened with a small noise. The heat is no joke. The dry breeze rushed through the outfit that was tailored for use in the desert. It was still hot even though the sun was setting. Young Master Nim, would you like a cold lemonade? No need. You can just drink it. Ron, Beacrux, and Choi Han, who was carrying on and hung, got out after Cal. Tasha. Tasha jumped off the driver's seat at Cal's calling. Cal's group was currently at the western boundary of the Caro Kingdom, at a village in the Dubori territory that was right next to the Land of Death. Is the Land of Death right outside the western gate? Yes, it is. At that moment, Rayan's excited voice filled Cal's mind. The desert, This is my first time seeing it. Although I read about it, it is really different in person. Human, you really need to travel to experience everything for yourself. Cal flinched before ignoring the scary things that Rayan was saying. Tasha saw Cal flinch and had a bitter smile as she started to ask, "It is weird, isn't it?" "I suppose it is." Cal agreed with her statement. No humans ever returned from the land of death. That fact, as well as the necromancer legend, gave this land the name Land of Death. Tasha started to smile. It is weird that there is a gate when nobody would want to go out there, right? Rosalind got off the carriage and responded, "It is definitely weird. I agree." Cage felt the same way. Tasha opened her mouth to answer, but Cal pointed to the castle wall before she could do so. "I think I know why." The castle wall, well, a shabby and old wall that barely deserved the title castle wall that Cal pointed to had multiple people trying to climb it. Capture them, catch them, and kill them. Ah, they could hear the citizens screaming while the soldiers were laughing. What is going on? Tasha smiled bitterly at Choi Han's question. She looked around before quietly answering. The Liege of the Dubori territory taxes his people at a very high rate that is almost impossible for people in a village like this, right next to the desert, to handle. Past the desert is another kingdom, and the sea that will allow them to go wherever they want. There was no need to explain any further. The people trying to climb the wall looked like very poor peasants. Cal started to speak. They made the gate to catch the people running away, also to catch the people trying to sneak out. The land of death and the people trying to escape to the desert to run away from the unbearable tax rates. Of course, there are not too many people who attempt it. However, you do see at least one on a consistent basis, since the Dubori family has ruled over this region and continued to raise the taxes over and over. There were always bound to be many more bad rulers than good. Let's go to the gate. Cal headed to the gate that was pretty small for a castle gate. There were multiple soldiers and 2 knights at the gate. "What can we do for you?" The stiff knight looked toward Cal's group. The reason he was respectful was because their outfits looked fancy. Cal peeked over to the soldiers before looking back at the knight. The 2 citizens who were trying to climb the wall to escape to the land of death were currently being beaten to death by the soldiers. "Ah, please let me live. You stupid bastards. You think we won't be here because it is dinner time. Maybe y'all have made it if we went to dinner a bit earlier. You stupid bastards. I am sorry. Nightnam, I am very sorry. It's because I have no money." Ah, the sounds of punching and kicking could be heard. "We are trying to go outside the gate." The knight flinched at Cal's calm demeanor before putting on a twisted smile. Cal handed a gold coin to the knight, who quickly put it in his pocket and shouted to the soldier at the gate, "Open the gate." The knight looked at the man who seemed to be a wealthy noble and started to smile. "Please return alive." It was the best thing to say to the people heading to the land of death. Screech, the sound of the gate opening reached Cal's ear. He looked toward the slowly opening gate as the knight started to speak again. "I pray that you do not end up more fodder to dye those red sand." Cal could see the red sand that was brighter than the sunset, and his own hair. It was like a mountain made of droplets of blood. "I will make sure to do that." Cal responded to the knight. "Ha!" The knight caught the item that Cal threw with confusion. Cal looked toward the knight and started to speak. "Let them go." "Ah." The knight had a twisted smile on his face again. A proper knight would not have opened this gate without proper authorization. However, he and the other knight and the soldiers were all the same. They did not care much about the rules of the region. Bad rulers were always going to lead to bad subordinates. "Hee hee, I guess you are a good young master. Just getting involved in things for no reason." Cal saw the 2 peasants weakly walking away before starting to walk toward the gate. He gave one final statement to the knight. "I will give you another gold coin if I return alive." "Kekek, I will look forward to it." Cal received the knight's respectful answer, which was actually full of mockery, and entered the desert. Screech bang. The castle gate closed again without giving Cal any moment to change his mind. "What are you looking at?" Cal bluntly asked the group, who were all looking at him. He ignored the complicated expression on Choi Han's face. He was already not happy with what he just did, so he didn't want to pay attention to other people's emotions as well. "Tasha, hurry up and guide us there." Although someone might flinch at Cal's cold tone, Tasha had a refreshing smile on her face as she stood next to Cal. Of course, of course. Young Master Cal, you are such a good person." "Good person? No, just irresponsible." Cal could see that Tasha was about to say something else and quickly added on, "Hurry up. My, I understand." Tasha moved in front of Cal. "Let us walk for a bit." Tasha quickly darted forward. Cal lightly kicked off the sandy ground after her. Tap. Cal's body quickly shot forward with the kick. Choi Han followed behind Cal with On and hung in his arms. At the same time, Rosalind used haste magic on herself and Cage to follow after them. "Father, do you need me to support you?" "Nonsense. Your dad is still just as nimble." Ran and Beacrox were the last to move. Ran was just as fast as Choi Han and moved through the desert easier than anybody else. "Isn't it fun to run in the evening? Ha ha ha, let's get as far as possible from the gate." Tasha shouted as she continued to run. Cal was in awe after watching her run. She was not running with magic or even physical strength. It is an elemental. Dark elves were creatures of dark who lived according to the laws of nature. They were still able to handle elementals because they were elves. That was why they were still able to call themselves creatures of nature even while having the dark attribute. PSSH, PSSH. The sand shot up into the air following Cal's group's movement. Cal was amazed at the red sand that really seemed like blood. Cal's group ran behind Tasha for a while longer. Tasha finally stopped after they were pretty far from the castle gate. She looked at the sunset while speaking to the group. "Please take in the sight in front of your eyes. This sight." The moment Cal was confused about what Tasha was saying, the sun set completely and disappeared. Wow. Meow, meow. The entire group was filled with awe. The moment the sun set, the sand started to turn black starting from the horizon. It was an amazing sight to watch. It really is unexplainable. The black sand was glowing. "It is the same color as me. This desert is beautiful and handsome just like me." Rayan seemed excited as well. Cal followed up with his own sentiments. "It looks like night came down to the ground." "Correct." Tasha was smiling. "If night descended on Earth, where will the Earth have to go?" At that moment, a cool wind blew past them. The sand started to roll with the wind, creating multiple sand dunes. Sigh. Cal understood Tasha's question. He looked at the black sand that was moving with the wind as he answered, "If night descended on Earth." Cal's gaze moved over to Tasha. "Then the dark elves must have gone under the night." "Correct." Tasha took off the necklace she was wearing and threw it to the ground. "Ah!" Rosalind let out a gasp. Tasha's appearance quickly changed to one with a black skin that was glowing as much as the black sand, black pupils, and black hair. It was like she was a black pearl that had become a person. Tasha, who had looked like a typical citizen of the continent until now, returned to her true appearance and started to shout. "I will now guide you to the dark elf city." Wind was swirling in her hand as the elemental made the sand move even faster. They were located in the middle of the desert outside of anyone's visible gaze. A large door appeared on the ground where a sand dune used to stand. Tasha pulled up on that circular door with all of her strength. Underground, Rosalind was in awe. If night descended on Earth, the Earth just needed to go down farther. "I will go first. Can the last person please pull the door closed as they come?" Tasha lightly jumped into the hole. "I will close the door at the end." Cal took a step back after hearing Choi Han speak. The hole was so dark that he could not see anything. "I won't fall to my death, right? Human, let's go. Should be fine since Rayan is with me." Cal looked at everyone observing him as he jumped into the hole. Oh, Cal was amused. It was a slide. He could feel something on his back. Rayan was sticking to him while riding the slide. "Human, this is fun. I want to do it again." Cal continued to ride the slide down into what felt like the endless abyss. He could finally see a light at the end. It was a very bright light. Poof! Cal landed on a soft pile of cotton. The dark elf city appeared in front of his eyes. There were tons of shiny lights on the ceiling that were supported by large pillars. A beautiful underground city that had natural elements like water and trees was in front of Cal. Someone reached their hand out to help him up. It was Tasha. "Welcome to the City of Death." The City of Death. Cal took Tasha's hand to get up. "It's nice." Tasha started to smile at his response. Chapter 100. I got a feeling for puff, puff, puff. The process repeated with everyone falling onto the carton and getting back up. They all had the same reaction as they got up. Wow. Mio, wow. They couldn't help but be in awe of this underground city. They had imagined a dark and gloomy place, but the city in front of their eyes was shining brightly. There were many shiny lights roaming the high ceiling, with a creek to one side and fields filled with grains on both sides. There were also tall trees forming forests in some areas. How could such a place? Rosalind seemed to be in disbelief. She didn't have any bias against the Dark Elves, however. She still had some negative feelings when she was told that a hidden city was in the land of death. Knowing that the Dark Elves gain their power from the dead, someone like Rosalind, who uses mana from nature, couldn't help but have negative feelings about them. At that moment, Cage mumbled next to her. Death is a part of nature as well. She looked toward Cage, who seemed to find this sight to be normal. It was also normal to Cal. Elementals. Cal looked toward Tasha, the power of nature. She meant that it was the elementals. Although they derived their strength from dead mana, dark elves were still creatures of nature. As both creatures of the dark and part of the elf race, they were able to handle elementals while still using dead mana. Tasha opened her arms as she saw some dark elves approaching them. Long time no see. The three dark elves started to run after hearing her voice. You punk. You didn't send us a single letter for 5 years, and then you just pop up with a long time no see. Two of them berated Tasha, while the third respectfully greeted Cal. Nice to meet you. I will first guide you to your residence. Sean, long time no see. Please follow me. Tasha came and greeted Sean, who just ignored her. Oh, come on, Sean. Are you mad at me? Do you have any luggage? If you do, we will transport it for you. He flat out ignored her. Cal smiled before responding to Sean. We do not have any luggage. Please lead the way. Sean quietly observed Cal, who was smiling gently. I heard you were a noble. Please feel free to speak informally. Sure, I'll do that. Cal was not one to reject such an offer. Cal's group and the three Dark Elves entered the Dark Elves' stronghold, otherwise known as the City of Death. They could see more clearly once they entered into the city. There were even more reasons for them to be shocked. Isn't it more developed than most cities? Tasha asked Cal's group with a proud expression on her face. The city was pretty developed, such that it was at the level of most large cities in the Roan Kingdom. However, Cal did not respond to her statement. He was busy looking at something else. There are people here too. Tasha continued to smile. I see. They saw other dark elves as soon as they entered the city as expected, but there was approximately one human for every 10 dark elves. The land of death was one of the 5 forbidden regions. It was said that nobody who went into the land of death made it back alive. Their deaths were said to have made the sand as red as it was. Some people even thought that the curse of the necromancers led people to die in the land of death. Cal started to speak. There was a reason the people who ran away into the desert never came back. The dark elves who were with them started to smile. Tasha shrugged her shoulders as she responded. We couldn't let them just die, especially since the dark elves have a similar history of running away. As people who have had to run for their lives, they understood the people who ran away to this desert known as the land of death. They were so desperate that they ran away, even though they knew it would mean their death. They had felt the same way before. Cal was really in awe now. Amazing. It really was amazing. Although they had never harmed humans, dark elves were chased out by people because the places they lived were associated with death. But even after receiving such treatment, they were able to accept people within their midst. It was very different compared to the elves, who hated getting involved with humans. But this was probably why nature and the elementals did not choose to leave them. I understand why nature loves the dark elves. Nature did not shun the dark elves. Instead, it created a space in its arms for the dark elves. Cal did not miss the fact that the expressions on the faces of the humans in this city were bright. Well, it is all thanks to the unique nature of this land. Cal looked toward the dark elf named Sean, who pushed up his glasses and continued to speak. His gaze landed on Rosalind for a moment before moving away. This is the land of death. We do not know the reason behind it, but an aura of death resides in this desert. We notice that a phenomenon occurs twice a year where a small amount of dead mana rises up from the sand. Cal motioned with his eyes to Cage, who nodded her head. This desert is full of the aura of death. However, it is not evil. The aura of death follows the laws of nature and simply resides here for a moment before dissipating. You must be a priestess nym of the Church of the God of Death. I have been excommunicated. Sean flinched at Cage's response. On the other hand, Cal nodded at her words and shared his sentiments. Maybe this is a land granted by the God of Death. Just because you need dead mana as a creature of darkness does not mean that you are evil. Cal continued to speak to the dark elves who were looking at him. There are many humans who are crazy or evil, Wouldn't it be the same thing? You are right, young Master Nim. Ran agreed with Cal. Sean peeked toward Ran before putting on an awkward smile as Ran smiled at him. Tasha looked at everyone before finishing it with a beautiful conclusion. Anyways, it is a good place to live. That was the correct answer. Cal arrived at their residence, which was a pretty decent inn. This is the first time we have had guests here. Really? Sean nodded his head. We built this inn for visitors in case we find any other dark elf villages, however, we have not managed to find one yet. Furthermore, people who come here are not really in a state to stay at an inn. What kind of state are they usually in? Sean had no problem answering Choi Han's question. They are malnourished or close to death. Some of them are even in a state of fear after coming to the land of death and meeting dark elves like us. That is why we immediately moved them to the hospital ward. Sean approached the innkeeper. You have your first guests. Oh, Hyangnim. I finally get to have guests. The innkeeper was human. The old man, who seemed to be in his 70s, clapped as he welcomed Cal's group. Egu, welcome, esteemed guests. I may not look like it, but among the humans, I have spent the longest time in this city. I know the layout as well as the dark elf Hyangnims. Tasha whispered to the group. For your reference, Sean and I are the same age. Cal shook hands with the innkeeper. Owner, take good care of us while we are here. Of course. Welcome to the City of Life. City of Life. The old man smiled brightly after hearing Cal's confusion. Yes, sir, that is what we call it. That name is more fitting. Cal answered before turning toward Sean in order to ask a question. Now that we know where we are staying, I want to go shopping right away. They're already waiting for you. The market was in a 3-story building. Only Tasha and Sean led Cal and Choi Han there. The rest of the group was waiting for them at the inn. Of course, the invisible Rayan was with them as well. This is the building for the city's administrators. They were definitely different compared to the elves, who lived like hermits in the wild. The dark elves seemed to have a similar economic structure to humans. There were many young humans who were working in administration with the dark elves as well. Tasha noticed what Cal was looking at. The majority of the humans who come here do not know how to read or write. Most of them wanted to learn technical skills or farming. However, all of the children that are born in this city are given the same education as the young dark elves. Cal had wondered in the past about which part of the western continent would be most similar to Earth. This is probably it. This underground city was the closest to Earth. It might be because it was a place where people who ran away from tyrants gathered together. This is the mayor's office. They could see a simple wooden door. Sean pointed at the door and started to speak. Our city is usually managed by the eldest dark elf. The current mayornim is 521 years old. It was at that moment. Click, click, click. They heard the doorknob urgently turning. And finally, bang, the door to the mayor's room burst open. Mayornim, an old dark elf who had a white beard and white hair that was a steep contrast to his dark skin, appeared. However, the well-dressed and tidy dark elf's face was completely pale. This feeling, Sean became anxious. He peeked toward Cal's group before rushing over to the mayor. Mayornim, what is going on? Tasha rushed over as well. Her attitude was a bit different than Sean's. Grandpa, what is wrong? Grandpa. That word made Cal flinch. Was she calling him Grandpa because she was close to the mayor, or was she actually related to the mayor? If they were family, he would finally understand why this dark elf city seemed to have a deep relationship with the crown prince. Your granddaughter is here for the first time in a while. Why do you look so surprised? Tasha really was related to the mayor. I knew someone like the Crown Prince would have a pretty noble background. Crown Prince Albaru seemed to have a pretty hefty background. Cal looked toward Tasha and the mayor with a shocked expression. At that moment, Cal and the mayor made eye contact. The mayor seemed to have only been staring at Cal the whole time. The mayor started to speak, perhaps. His voice was shaking. Cal had a bad feeling about this. The old dark elf took out a handkerchief with his shaking hand and wiped his forehead before taking a deep breath. Sir, I heard that you had a dragon's dead mana on you. Something is weird. Although Cal was a noble, he was not at the level for someone like the mayor to speak respectfully toward him. Young Masternim, are you perhaps a dragon? Sean and Tasha both froze up, while Choi Han's pupils started to shake. No, Cal was very stern. I am not a dragon. Sean and Tasha looked relieved after hearing Cal's response. However, the mayor was different. I definitely feel a dragon Nim's aura around you, young Master Nim. It is coming from your vicinity, sir. The power that presides over nature is coming from you. That old dark elf is pretty smart. Rayan, who was floating behind Cal while still invisible, was amused. Cal did not care as he was honestly answering the mayor. I am not a dragon. That is very odd. The dark elf finally calmed down a bit. He continued to wipe away his sweat as he mumbled. I have met a dragon nim in the past and felt the same feeling that I am feeling now. My elemental, which met that dragon nim with me, says it is similar as well. This time, it was Cal's turn to flinch. What did he say he saw? And his elemental saw it with him. The elementals were the most difficult beings to scam. What? A dragon? Rayan seemed to be very interested as well. At 521 years old, the mayor definitely lived long enough to have seen a dragon at least once. It was at that moment. Mayornim, I am here as you requested. Cal thought it was a GPS speaking at that moment. The calm yet robotic woman's voice continued to speak. Shall I wait here? Cal turned around only to see a person who was covered from head to toe with a black robe. At that moment, he heard Rayan's voice in his head. She is a human, so why does she have the darkness attribute? I knew it. There were only a few ways for a human to obtain the darkness attribute. His intuition had been right. However, there was something he needed to take care of first. Are you really not a dragon nim? Yes, Mr. Mayor. Cal let out a sigh after seeing that the mayor was still having a hard time believing him. Cal entered the office and his group followed him inside. Cal looked toward Choi Han, who understood what Cal wanted, and quickly closed the door. Cal started to speak inside the quiet office. Rayan, Chapter 101. It's real, Rayan. The dark elves all looked confused. It was because the word that Cal said with a serious expression after having Choi Han close the door was a word that they were not familiar with. It is okay for me to appear. The dark elf, Sean, flinched. He heard a young voice coming from next to Cal, but he could not see anything. Ho, ho, ho. Sean turned his head after hearing the mayor laughing. He could see the mayor continuing to laugh as if he was shocked while wiping the sweat off of his palms with his handkerchief. Was it for real? Was it really a dragon? He heard the voice one more time. Tada. It appeared behind Cal. Oh my God. Tasha covered her mouth with both of her hands. Why are you not coming out? None of them heard Cal's voice, as their focus was on the face that was peeking out from behind Cal. Rayan only peeked his head out from behind Cal. Cal let out a sigh before taking a step to the side. As he did that, Rayan was slowly revealed to the dark elves. Know this. Tasha was so shocked that she was struggling with her words. She turned around to look at Sean. She wanted to ask her friend if she was hallucinating. However, Sean was frozen stiff, like he was sleeping with his eyes open. Thinking that she wouldn't be able to get any info out of Sean, Tasha quickly turned her gaze to her grandfather. The dark elf mayor was calm. The person who seemed like the one who would be the most shocked in this situation was calm, even if he was still sweating profusely. Grandfather Tasha had to stop speaking. The dark elf mayor started to speak to Rayan with a pious expression. I cannot greet Dragonim while standing on my two legs. The old man calmly tried to kneel. Cal let out a sigh at the mess in front of him. He knew that elves were crazy for dragons, but he didn't expect the dark elves to be the same. But it's not like I can lie when he said his elemental has met a dragon. Elementals, as creatures that have a strong affinity with nature, were very sensitive to things like mana, and thus were rarely wrong. If the Dark Elf Mayor's elemental has really seen a dragon and confirmed that there was a draconic aura around Cal, the Dark Elf Mayor would never believe him, even if he claimed he didn't have a dragon. That was how accurate elementals were with auras they have experienced at least once. With this being about a draconic aura, Cal had no choice. Cal looked toward the door to see Choi Han standing there like a guard with an awkward smile on his face. The person who was wearing a robe, so Cal could not tell anything about her, was just standing there like a scarecrow. At that moment, Rayan stood in front of the three dark elves. What is he trying to do? Cal looked toward Rayan with curiosity. I am the great Rayan Muru. Egu. Cal could see Rayan puffing up his chest. He took care of his self-introduction very well. I'm a grand total of 4 years old this year. Was there a need to tell them your age? Oh, great dragon nim. The dark elf mayor was already kneeling and responding to Rayan's every word like they were the words of a god. What to do about this? Cal was starting to get a headache. However, Rayan's introduction was not over yet, and I am taking care of Cal Henitus because he is a weakling. I don't think that's the case. Cal let out a deep sigh. He walked over to Rayan, who seemed like he would continue to share useless information, and petted Rayan's head. Rayan finally stopped talking. Cal looked over toward Tasha and started to speak. It looks like y'all need to help the Mayonim back up. Ah, Tasha let out a gasp like she was finally coming to her senses. The mayor started to speak at that time. No, I cannot do that. The dragon nim that I met last time said that standing in front of him was like asking for a fight. I do not wish to fight with dragon nim. What kind of dragon did he meet? Cal wondered if the mayor was actually feeling fear instead of respect right now. You can stand. I do not like things like that. However, the mayor instantly stood up after hearing Rayan's response. Cal raised both hands and clapped once. Clap! That clap got everyone's attention on Cal, who then started to speak. Let's all calm down first. Cal pointed toward the couches like it was his office. Everybody, please sit down. Cal avoided the chair reserved for the mayor and walked over to a three-person couch before he sat down. The mayor followed behind Cal with a calm expression. He was also no longer sweating. He then started to speak to Rayan. Dragonim, please sit over here. It was the seat Cal had left open for the mayor. Cal looked toward the mayor in disbelief as Rayan responded to the mayor. I don't want to. You sit there. Rayan flew over and sat down next to Cal. He then put his head on Cal's knee as if it belonged there. The mayor immediately sat down to listen to Rayan. Cal finally felt like things were calming down, so he asked Sean, can you bring me a cup of water? I am thirsty. I will do so right away. Sean looked like he was the calmest person in the room, but he was the palest one as well. Cal put a hand on Sean's back and started to speak. The dragon is a secret, a secret. Rayan echoed from behind Cal. Sean bowed his head and responded back. I promise on my relationship with the elementals that I will keep it a secret. A dark elf promising on their relationship with elementals was similar to a vow of death. An elf who could not interact with elementals would have to live in despair for the rest of their lives. Rayan looked toward the mayor and Tasha, who then made the same vow. Dragon Nim, I promise on my relationship with the elementals that I will keep it a secret. I also promise on my relationship with the elementals that I will keep it a secret. Cal finally seemed to be relieved as he leaned down into the couch. Sean soon brought not just a glass of water, but a fancy snack tray. The mayor took a sip of tea before he started to speak. My name is Obante. My name is Cal Henitus. The mayor was still being very formal with Cal. He had no choice, since Cal was with a dragon. Furthermore, they seemed to have a pretty close relationship with each other. The dragon that Mayor Obante had met in the past was a temperamental one who was very egotistical. That was the only experience Obante had with dragons. Young Master Cal, does Albaru know? Seeing the mayor call the crown prince's name so casually helped Cal understand that it was very likely that the mayor was related to Albaru. His Highness does not know. How Albaru got to know such a precious person while keeping me in the dark. I'm guessing we cannot tell even Albaru. I will take care of that. Cal was telling Obante to keep his vow. Obante looked disappointed, but still nodded his head and continued to speak. Of course, I will definitely keep my vow. Young Master Cal, I heard that you haven't been given a thorough explanation of what the item is. That is correct. For your reference, it is in the shape of a bracelet. His 521 years of experience must be worth something as the mayor got right to the point, unlike Tasha and Sean, who still seemed wary of Rayan. However, unfortunately, Cal had no intentions of learning more. Mayonim, I do not need to know. His face showed that he had no desire or curiosity about the item. That expression made Obante speechless. Cal then asked Obante a question. Is it okay for multiple humans to touch it? Why do you ask? A suspicious gaze appeared on Obante's face. One of the people with me is able to give the guard of death's blessing. Obante's expression quickly brightened. Cal noticed this, so he started to smile as he added on. I hope to bless that bracelet every day until I can hand it over to His Highness. That is why there will be at least 2 people who will need to touch it. I must thank you if it is for that reason. It will reduce the chances of Albaru getting caught. It will also give him an opportunity to escape if something dangerous happens. The excommunicated priestess, Cage's blessing, was not weak. Even though the Church of the God of Death did not have a holy maiden or a saint, Cal estimated that Cage's blessing was probably just as effective as the sun god twins' blessings. Might as well prepare thoroughly. Of course, I will leave it to you, young Master Cal. Obante explained the current situation to Cal. The item will be completed tomorrow. Then we should be able to leave any time after tomorrow. That might not be possible. Obante had an awkward expression on his face. Grandpa, did something happen? Tasha, who wanted to leave as quickly as possible, spoke up to ask. Young Master Cal, I don't know if you've heard, but there are 2 times a year that dead mana rises through the sand. The timing of it is always changing to the point that even we only become aware of it as it gets closer. The underground city's ceiling, which was supporting the desert, allowed the dark elves to find out about the dead mana a few days in advance. Is it that time? The mayor nodded his head at Cal's question. We expect it to happen 2 days later for a total of 3 days. It was dangerous for humans during that time. It would be fine for Tasha to cross the desert, but it was better for Cal's group to leave after about a week. Is it in liquid form? It is a gas. That made it even worse, since the dead mana would be floating around everywhere. Not only was it not healthy, it could be seriously dangerous if they inhaled the dead mana into their bloodstream. Cal let out a groan and started to think. Obante seemed apologetic after seeing Cal's expression. Cal then started to speak. Then I guess we have to play for a week. Yes, thank you for your excuse me. Do you have a tourist map of the underground city? Obante, who was looking at the casual Cal with disbelief, finally nodded his head after a while. Of course. I will tell Sean to be your guide. The Dark Elves had made a map for the visitors when they created the inn. Cal nodded his head before he looked toward the corner and asked, By the way, who is that person? Ah, that kid is. The human wearing a black robe was quietly sitting in the corner. That child is the one who is creating the bracelet. She was a human who was making an item with a dark attribute. Cal held himself back from smiling. Found one. He had found a human who was an expert on the human body and death. I called her to explain about the item. Obante could not continue to speak. He seemed to be hesitating. He slowly peeked toward Tasha, which let Cal know that the mayor had something to talk to Tasha about. It was at that moment. What seems to be the problem? For a moment, Cal thought that a god or an emperor was speaking. It was said in that kind of tone. Cal lowered his head, only to see a dragon trying to look majestic while sitting there with his head perked up. However, he was still so short that he did not look majestic at all. Dragon him, you see. Obante still did not dare to speak. At that moment, someone else started to speak. I am curious about the world. The voice was indifferent without any emotion, like the voice of a GPS. It was the person wearing the black robe. Cal's gaze headed over to the black robe. I wish to see the outside world. What? However, her words shocked both Sean and Tasha. Sigh. Obante let out a sigh and wiped his eyes with his handkerchief. He looked like he had instantly turned about 100 years older. Tasha started to speak at that moment. She seemed to know the black-robed person. Mary, what are you talking about? Mary seemed to be the woman's name. Tasha looked toward Obante with an angry expression. Grandfather. She seemed to be angry, however. She flinched after taking a look at Cal and Rayan. She bit down on her lips, as this would seem like they were preventing someone who wanted to go outside from going out. But it wasn't a lie. Sean started to speak. Mary, you know that it is dangerous. The black-robed woman responded back. That is why I plan to go alone. You definitely cannot go alone. Tasha jumped up and raised her voice. Mary could be in danger even if she was with her, so how could she let her go alone? Absolutely not. Silence filled the room after her outburst. Nobody was able to speak. However, a confused voice filled the room. Why can't she go? That human is very strong. She's even stronger than a mage I know. Ho! Cal was amused internally. This girl is stronger than Rosalind. Mary raised her head. Of course, they still couldn't see her face as she was wearing a robe with a large hood. Mary turned to look toward Cal and Rayan. She then started to pull her sleeve up. Mary. Sean reached out in shock, but she was faster. Mary managed to pull one of her sleeves completely up before Sean stopped her. Her arm appeared underneath the light. And Choi Han, who was at the door, let out a groan. Sigh. Sean put his head in his hands. Tasha looked back and forth between Cal and Choi Han with an anxious expression. Cal's eyes couldn't help but become cloudy as he looked at the arm that was revealed. The arm and hand that were revealed seemed to be covered in what seemed to be burns or black lines that looked like spiderwebs. It was a terrible scar that would make anyone flinch. Cal just stared at the injury. He was now certain that she would be able to make an arm for Ran. She was really a necromancer, a black spiderweb human. That was the term that people used for the necromancers in the past. Chapter 102. It's real too, Mary. You can't do that in front of people you don't know. Sigh. Tasha let out a sigh and grabbed Mary's arm. She then carefully pulled the robe down in order to cover the black lines back up. At the same time, she continued to observe Cal and Choi Han's expressions. Tasha was holding Mary's hand tightly. This, you see, Tasha was unable to hide her anxiety. No, she had been in a state of shock since Rayan appeared, but this was more despair than shock. Tasha. Cal looked right into Tasha's eyes and calmed her down. I don't plan to tell anybody, so do not worry. We are already all in the same boat. Tasha closed her mouth that had been repeatedly opening and closing without making a noise. She remembered what Albaru had said about Cal. Auntie, he may be rude, but he keeps his word. I can't trust him, but I can at least rely on the bastard. In the end, it meant that Albaru trusted Cal, even if he would not directly say that. Tasha started to agree with Albaru the longer she interacted with Cal. At that moment, Mary started to speak. I will also not speak about Dragonim. Since I cannot make a vow of elementals, I will vow with my life instead. Cal had a small smile on his face that quickly disappeared. He should not have to worry about Rayan's secret because she put her life on the line. Tasha then heard her grandfather starting to speak. Young Master Cal, do you know about necromancers? I know as much as any other person. Well, he knew more than the average person based on what he had read in the novel. Necromancers referred to people who used dead mana to control dead creatures to fight. They also had scars on their bodies that were impossible to hide, even with magic. Just like Mary's arm they just saw, their entire body is covered with black veins that look like spider webs. The black spiderweb human. It was the side effect of using dead mana that living beings should not be able to use. That might have been another reason that the necromancers were hunted down, in addition to their use of corpses to fight. They were deemed to be useless, but there were no useless occupations in the world. Everything had a time and place that they would be useful. My name is Mary. Mary started to speak again. I am 25 this year. She introduced herself following Rayan's style. Cal quietly listened, while Rayan was looking at the black robe with curiosity. I have lived in this city of life for the past 15 years. I remember running away into the desert with my family when I was 10 years old. The necromancer Mary was, as expected, one of the people who ran away from the village. That is the only thing I remember. Cal was not able to understand what she meant right away. We found Mary 15 years ago on the day the dead mana rose to the surface. Cal turned his head to see Sean continuing to speak with a stiff expression. I was the one who found her. Sean recalled what had happened 15 years ago. As we mentioned before, dead mana rises into the land of death twice a year. We go up to the surface every night when we know that the time is near in order to quickly bring down any humans who are running away into the desert. Since most of them are malnourished, even the slightest amount of dead mana can be critical. But we cannot get everyone. Tasha started to frown as she added on. Tasha was there when Sean found Mary. 15 years ago was when the highest amount of dead mana came up to the land of death. It was the most we have ever seen in the past few hundred years, at about 20 times the norm. Cal could imagine what it was like, as well as how Mary had become a necromancer. He then started to speak. That must have been where you found Miss Mary. She was found in the land of death with 20 times the normal amount of dead mana, when even the smallest amount would be deadly for humans. Yes, she had absorbed a significant amount of dead mana by the time we found her, but she managed to survive. Sean tried to answer, but someone else answered first. It was Mary. Yes, I managed to survive, even though it was extremely painful. Cal could not sense any emotion in Mary, even though she was saying it was painful. It felt like all of my veins were popping. In order to survive, I needed to learn to control the dead mana while dealing with the intense pain going through my body. When given with the options of being a black mage or a necromancer, I chose to become a necromancer. The 10-year-old Mary needed to become a necromancer in order to survive. That is why I am happy that I am in less pain. Tasha lowered her head like it was difficult to listen further. In less pain. Mary phrased it like this because necromancers lived a life of pain for absorbing dead mana that God did not allow for humans. However, I have no memories of my life before that. Cal now understood what she meant when she said running away into the desert was all that she remembered. I was running across the desert. My family members started to fall one by one behind me, but I continued to run. That is the only thing I remember. I don't remember where I used to live, nor even the faces of my family members. Mary remembered just one thing. Mary, keep running. Don't look back, just run. She only remembered her mom's voice and the feeling of the sand underneath her feet as she continued to run. She was only able to remember her name thanks to her mother's voice. I have been in pain, but I have been happy and very thankful. The emotionless voice continued to speak. Mary was happy and thankful to be here in the city of death. No, the city of life. She was also thankful for Obante, who was trying to keep her in the city, as well as Sean and Tasha, who had saved her and continued to look after her for the past 15 years. However, she heard her mom's voice every night. I know that humans do not like necromancers, but I am still curious about the human world. The majority of the people in the city called the human world hell. They also said that humans despised necromancers, but she was still curious. No, she felt empty inside. I don't want to bring harm to anyone, so I will go alone. This forgotten first 10 years of her life continued to haunt her and cause her pain. That was why she wanted to figure out what happened during those first 10 years. She wanted to recover her memories, and something was telling her that she needed to go to the human world to do that. She pulled up the sleeve on the arm that Tasha was not holding. The ugly scars appeared again. I heard that people find these scars to be disgusting. As such, I just have to make sure these scars aren't revealed and that I avoid the temples. I have prepared a lot for this trip. Mary's head, well, the hood of the black robe, was facing Cal and Rayan, but she was talking to the three dark elves. Tasha just stood there without being able to grab the other arm. She recalled the child who was having a hard time breathing in the black desert filled with dead mana. I need to run. I need to run. That was what the child was mumbling as black lines started to appear all over her body. Tasha could see that the child's parents were dying in the distance when she picked up the struggling girl from the sand. The child had run quite far. She then won against the dead mana and survived. I am curious about the world. Obante could not say anything. It was because he knew that she was not actually curious about the world. He knew that she just wanted to find her forgotten memories that continued to haunt her every night. At that moment, he could see something starting to move. It was Rayan. Rayan flew toward Mary and stopped in front of her. He quietly looked at the black robe for a while before starting to shout. You are amazing for managing to live. Of course, you are not great and mighty like me, but you are still amazing. Cal agreed with Rayan. He started to speak in a calm tone that was very different than Rayan's excited shout. You are amazing. It is fine as long as you manage to live. Right. I accept that you are a slightly amazing human. However, Rayan had more to say. However, if this weak human somehow got as strong as my front paw and went off on a journey while saying he was not going to get hurt, yet came back hurt, I would destroy this world. Isn't that too much? Shouldn't you heal me first? There were a lot of things Cal wanted to ask, but he was unable to say them out loud. It was because he agreed with Rayan to a certain degree. Mary also did not want the people around her to get hurt. That was why she understood Rayan, as well as the Dark Elves, and why they did not want her to leave. That was why she had waited for 5 years after turning 20, but she was still curious about the world. That is why I will not go until I get permission. Once I do go, I will definitely come back within 1 year without getting caught by anyone. She sounded very serious as she said that. Obante wiped the sweat off of his palms as he weakly answered, Later, let's talk about it later. She was the only necromancer in this city, no, the entire Western continent. Obante was the one who had opened that path for her. He could not bear to watch her die, so he took out one of the relics he had found in the past and gave it to her. Yes, sir, I understand. Obante turned his gaze to Cal and Rayan once Mary answered. I will let you know when the dead mana is gone. Please let us know if we can do anything to help make your stay during this time better. Thank you very much, Mayanim. Cal shook hands with Obante before getting up. Sean and Mary got up as well. However, there was one person still sitting down. Tasha. Tasha got up in shock after hearing Obante call her name. She seemed to have a lot weighing on her mind. Cal ignored this and headed out of the mayor's office. Rayan returned to being invisible while the Dark Elves and Mary pretended not to know anything. The mayor stayed in his office, while Tasha and Sean led the way for Cal's group. Choi Han was naturally standing right behind Cal, while the necromancer Mary stood next to Choi Han, quietly walking with her robe dragging on the ground. Mary. The hood of black robe raised when Mary turned her head and looked up at Cal. Cal asked as he continued to walk at a casual pace, "Can you make me an arm? Do you mean an arm for the human body?" Cal gently answered her emotionless question. "Yes, a left arm. Do you need it for something?" "Yes, I do. I understand. I will make it for you." Cal looked toward Mary, who did not ask about compensation or a reward, and asked, "What is it you want to see in the human world?" Sean and Tasha flinched at his question. Mary answered without any hesitation, "I am not sure." Mary really did not know. "I cannot imagine the human world since I have no memories of it and have only read about it in books. But I feel like there will be a lot of things I would want to see once I get there. I guess that makes sense." Cal agreed with Mary's logic. How could you want to see something specifically if you didn't know what was there? Maybe she'll know what she wants to see once she goes to the surface. At that moment, Rayan started to speak in Cal's mind. "I understand that feeling. There was nothing Rayan wanted to see while he was in that cave for 4 years. It was because he had not seen anything yet. He just wanted to be free. There was nothing else he was looking forward to. She is an amazing human." Rayan continued to praise the necromancer Mary since earlier. "She seems like a good person." It was Rayan's appeal to Cal that he wanted her to go with them. He wanted her to see the world. "Of course, she is not as good as you, weak human, but she is like us. She is a good person and has managed to live through such pain. She is an amazing human." Cal pretended not to hear Rayan, as usual. 2 days later, Cal was laying down on a couch in the restaurant of the inn while staring up at the ceiling. "This is no joke. Ruyumble." A loud noise accompanied what felt like an earthquake. However, it was not too severe. "Young Masternim, it looks like the dead mana is about to rise. Seems that way." Cal took a sip of the lemonade Ron handed him. This underground city even had lemons. They had every kind of fruit down here. Beecrox made some ice cream and put it on the table in front of Cal and the invisible Rayan. The innkeeper was looking at Beecrox like he really wanted to hire Beecrox as the inn's chef. "I am getting restless." Cal ignored Rayan and looked toward the inn door. "Beecrox, go bring me another cup of lemonade." "Excuse me. Young Masternim, I will do it." Beecrox asked in confusion, while Ron stepped up to say that he would do it. They heard a small bell chiming as someone entered the inn. "Ron, you sit down." It was a person completely covered in a black robe. Mary had entered the inn to visit Cal and walked over toward him without any hesitation. "Beecrox, go bring a cup of lemonade for our guest." Beecrox looked toward the completely covered person with confusion. Cal continued to speak to help Beecrox understand. "This is the person who will make your father a new arm." Beecrox stiffened up. Even Ron, who had his usual benign smile, couldn't help but change expressions. Cal looked toward the black robe in front of him and got right to the point. "Mary." Cal liked free things, money, and taking things from people, but he was not a full-on scam artist. He, as Kim Rock-soo, believed that he needed to appropriately reward people who did good things for him. Cal planned to give such a reward to the person who would make a new arm for the dual dagger-wielding assassin, Ran. She deserved a good reward for helping out one of his people. "I will give you a place to stay for 6 months." "All right. Good job, weak human," Rayan shouted in Cal's mind. Chapter 103. "It's real 3. What do you mean?" Mary's robotic voice was slightly shaking. "I am saying I will give you a place to stay until winter. However, the place you will be staying is not a village or city where humans live as you wish." The innkeeper slowly walked toward the door and locked it. His concerned gaze was focused on Mary. Cal looked toward the innkeeper before continuing to speak. "However, you can spend your time looking at the real sky and the beauty of the surface. Although it would be in the forest of darkness that was full of monsters, it still had the beauty of nature and the beautiful sky that you could not see in this underground city." "I do not wish to burden you." That was Mary's answer after a long duration of silence. The word, burden, made Cal start to smile. "You are probably saying that because you still don't know me very well." Cal sat down and looked up at Mary, only to see that she was wearing a black mask underneath her robe as well. He continued to speak to the girl, whom he had never actually made eye contact with. "I don't ever do anything that will burden me." Why would he do something crazy like turning the churches against him? He was offering this to her because he was able to give her a situation that would let her be on land without being caught by the churches. As for the next 6 months after that, Mary had said that she was going to travel for a year. Cal, naturally, remembered what she had said. I will help you so that you can escape from the Church of the Sun God at least once without dying. The Black Hood flinched, as if Mary had jerked her head in shock underneath. Is that possible? The innkeeper interjected into the conversation. Cal had heard from Sean that this old man was the one who treated Mary the most like his own family after Tasha had left. Is that really possible? Cal looked toward the old man, asking him with a shaky voice, and answered, "A dragon's dead, Mana. I will give that to you." However, his words were directed at Mary. If her strength was at Rosalind's level, and she needed to avoid the priests of the Church of the Sun God, all he had to do was make her stronger. It was only fair for him to do that much for someone who would make Ran a new arm. Young Master Nim. Ran, who had been quietly listening all this time, interjected. Cal raised his hand to stop him. "Stop talking." But young Master Nim. "A dragon's dead mana is too precious. I am fine, Beacrox." Cal turned away from Ran and called out to Beacrox, who was still blankly staring at space. "Didn't I tell you to go get some lemonade?" "Ah, hurry up." "Yes, sir." Beacrox avoided his father's gaze and rushed toward the kitchen. Cal offered Mary a seat. "Sit wherever you like." He seemed so relaxed that people would probably think he owned the place. First of all, a voice started to speak from inside of the Black Hood. "I will think about it after making the arm." The Black Hood then turned toward a different direction. Mary was now looking at Ran. Ran just stood there and let the eerie black robe stare at him. The GPS-like but emotionless voice started to speak again. "It looks like your muscles are very well developed. Based on the balance between your right arm and your body, I would say you are someone who uses both arms. I will need to pay special attention while making your arm. We will probably need to put it on and test it out a couple times to get it just right. How long will it take? Probably about 1 or 2 months." Cal leisurely took a sip of his lemonade. He seemed to be as relaxed as someone laying on a sand by the beach. He then said his conclusion out loud. "Then we can do it in your residence up on the surface. Ran works where you will be staying anyway. My mind is chaotic and complicated right now." The emotionless voice continued to speak. "It seems like a very complicated problem. I do not wish to be a burden, but at the same time, I feel like it should be fine because you are very strong." She was probably talking about Choi Han and Rayan. "She's right. The good girl is smart. She will not be a burden as long as I am around. I just need to destroy anything in our way." Cal just let Rayan talk as usual without listening. Dragons were naturally this scary. "I will come back later." "Sure. But I am leaving in a few days, so come back before then with your bags packed." Cal stood up and headed toward the stairwell to the second floor, as he had nothing left to say. "Ah, drink some lemonade before you go. You should know our chef's abilities, since Yowl all see each other quite often." Mary had no reaction to that as she continued to watch Cal. Cal did not pay attention to her and just headed toward his bedroom. Ran followed behind him, young Master Nim. It was rare to see Ran like this, without his benign smile. Who is that person and what is going on? Ran. Cal arrived in front of his room and turned the doorknob. Cal entered through the door and started to speak. It's okay to accept this much. Cal didn't even turn to look at Ran before closing the door. He then quietly chuckled after hearing the voice that finally came from the other side of the door after a long time. "Young Master Nim, should I bring up some snacks?" "Yeah, sure. Bring me something to drink too." Cal then added on, "Anything but lemonade." Cal was tired of lemonades. The knight who was guarding the gate into the desert at the village next to the land of death in the Karo Kingdom's Dubori territory was not very happy today. "Crazy bastard, bossing me around like this because he's been a knight for just 3 years longer than I have." The other knight was using his seniority to make this knight take the early guard duty. The soldiers kept quiet and avoided the angry knight. They would probably end up dead if they ratted the knight out. He also takes all the money too. The money they made from people while guarding the gate was all monopolized by the senior knight. He did buy them drinks every so often, but how good would the alcohol in a small village like this be? He took those 2 gold coins for himself the other day too. Son of a beach. Yow'll be in big trouble one day for taking. Tap. Ow, something had hit the knight on the head. The knight started to shout while rubbing the back of his head. Damn it, what the hell? Who threw her? The item that hit his head and fell to the ground was a very small and round item. It was a gold coin. Money had fallen from the sky. The knight quickly picked it up and looked around. He did not see anything, even when he looked up at the sky. What the? The knight first put the gold coin in his pocket and glared at the soldiers. He was telling them to keep their mouths shut. I guess you kept your promise in the end. Cal got on the carriage they left with the innkeeper at the village and answered Tasha's question. I'm just disappointed that it is not the same night as last time. I will give you another gold coin if I return alive. The night that Cal had said that to was, unfortunately, not here at this early hour. I should have just jumped the wall last time too. You probably wouldn't have been able to save the two peasants if you did that last time, right, young Masternim? Cal pretended not to hear Tasha. He was annoyed that Tasha kept trying to talk to him. However, Tasha looked at the cold Cal with a warm gaze. It's cool in here. It was the most comfortable in this carriage that was fortified with magic. Cal leaned into the chair and turned his head. A black blob was stuck against the window looking outside. Right next to it was an excited black dragon. Isn't it amazing? Yes, Rayannim, it is very amazing. Is that the village that I used to live in? Even I do not know that. Is that so? But I have never seen a village like this. It is so amazing. Rayan puffed up his chest after hearing the stiff voice. The real sky does not seem to have an end. It is difficult to fathom. It is so cool. You can look forward to the night sky as well. That is even cooler. It is the coolest if you see it at our house. I will also take you around the forest of darkness. Thank you, Rayan Nim. Cal turned his head away after seeing Rayan and Mary chatting with each other. Why are you looking at me like that? Tasha was looking at Cal with a gaze full of admiration. Cal turned away from the very awkward gaze and shouted out the door. Let's go. The carriage started to move. Cal pulled up his sleeve and pointed his wrist toward Cage. Miss Cage. Cage, who was sitting next to him quietly, cautiously reached both of her hands out and gently placed them around Cal's wrist. She then started to speak in a friendly voice. Bring forth the power of death to bring death and despair to those who wish to harm you. Your enemy shall wander in the darkness for eternity and will not be able to stop you. Your enemy will lose their eyes, their legs, their hearing, and their senses as they wander aimlessly for all eternity. Cal just quietly looked outside while listening to the vicious chant. An eerie feeling surrounded his wrist. Well, the bracelet on his wrist to be specific. I am finished. Cage, is the blessing of death always like this? Cage responded back in an excited voice. Of course, it is a blessing from the god of death. Did you expect it to be gentle? That was the correct answer. Cal was worried that the bracelet might become a cursed item after being blessed like this for a few days. However, that would likely just benefit the crown prince even more, so he just let Cage continue to bless the bracelet. Are there any stronger blessings? I plan to increase the strength of the blessing every day. I see. She really was a crazy priestess. Cal was relieved and continued to stare out the window as the carriage continued to move toward the capital. Is this my room? Yes, sir. You can stay here tonight, young Masternim. Cal avoided Tasha's overly thankful gaze. Cal's group was staying in the same inn at the village near the capital, like last time. Cal opened the door to his room. Click. And then, bang. He closed the door right back with a bang. Cal looked toward Tasha, who was smiling. Cal let out a deep sigh before opening the door again. He slowly dragged his feet as he entered the room. Tasha quickly closed the door behind him. At the same time, a familiar voice started to speak. This is not your room. Of course not, your highness. The crown prince, Albaru Crossman, was smiling at Cal. He had a fancy feast prepared in order to greet Cal. I did not know that you would come all the way out here to meet me. I am in a bit of a hurry. Hurry. Cal looked toward Albaru, who casually added on. Tunka became the commander-in-chief of the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka's group had started to move after laying low for the past few months. The fact that Tunka was commander-in-chief meant that the Whipper Kingdom's royalty had ended up in Tunka's hands. Albaru could hear Cal's indifferent voice. They've gotten a one-way ticket to hell. Albaru started to smirk. Indeed, although it has nothing to do with us right now. I guess he doesn't know your highness stole all of the remaining mages. Of course not. How could the Whipper Kingdom know when even our own people don't know much about it? Cal and Albaru made eye contact. Cling. The bracelet fell from Cal's hand and landed in Alberus' palm. See, Izzle. A noise that sounded like water hitting fire could be heard as a black smoke surrounded Alberus' body. Click. Alberu put the bracelet on his wrist. Your Highness, this appearance of yours is quite wonderful too. The quarter-dark elf Alberus' true appearance appeared in front of Cal. The blonde hair and blue eyes disappeared and were replaced with brown hair and brown eyes. Alberus' skin was definitely darker than most people as well. Even though he was only a quarter dark elf, the dark elf characteristics were very visible. It is probably because of the dead mana he absorbed. Thanks to that, more of his nature as a dark elf was developed than his human side. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Everything looks good when you are handsome. That was actually true. The blessing of the god of death. I am relieved. Alberu could feel the power inside the bracelet. He could also feel the impact of the blessings Cal gave to him as a gift as well. He shared one piece of information with Cal as he continued to sense the power inside the bracelet. Tunka is said to be going to the Empire in the Whipper Kingdom's heir's place. Cal started to frown. Sounds like it will be a mess. I agree. Alberu then asked Cal, will you be spending time at home? Yes, Your Highness. That is indeed the plan. It was at that moment. Rayan started to speak in Cal's mind again. Ah, talking about that idiot Tunka made me remember. The seed is starting to sprout. The seed from the magic tower was now sprouting. What will you be doing? I plan to farm a bit and rest. His network, the seed, money, he planned to grow them all. Of course, he would just be giving orders and not doing any of the actual work. I don't think anybody would believe you will be farming when you have such an expression on your face. Alberu felt iffy at Cal's face. He could tell Cal had a lot of different plots forming in his head. However, he quickly returned to the blonde hair and blue eyes appearance and said goodbye to Cal. He needed to quickly head over to the Empire. Cal soon left the capital and headed back to Harris Village in the Forest of Darkness. After spending over a month in that rural village, Cal woke up to listen to a message that Alberu had left him. He did not pick up the call last night because Alberu had called in the middle of the night. Just what the hell have you been doing? Alberus' voice sounded quite chaotic. Why does Commander Tunka call you his friend? Why are you the hero of the jungle? Even one of the Breck Kingdom's princes was asking about you and his sister. Everybody stealthily came over to ask about you before leaving. You're driving me crazy. Cal just blankly stared outside while listening to Alberus rant. Ron appeared at that moment and handed him a cup of water as well as some messages. We received contact from the whale tribe. It was a letter from Witira. The ocean is peaceful for now. Young Master Cal, the Whale King would like to show you the sea route. He received this letter from the north just as the weather was starting to get cooler. So annoying. Ron pretended not to hear Cal's mumbling as he continued on. We also received a message from home. They were asking if you could come home so that they could see you, since it is festival time soon. Multiple voices started to speak at once in the originally quiet bedroom. Festival. Did you say festival? Festival. Rayan, On, and Hang, who had all been asleep in the corner of the bedroom, suddenly shot up and rushed over. Cal ignored the puppy dog eyes they were giving him and laid back down on the bed. So annoying. At that moment, he heard the last part of Alberus recording. Alberus sighed before saying one last thing. Anyways, I am coming back with one of the Breck Kingdom's princes. Oh, and the Pope of the Church of the Sun God is dead. Ha! The Breck Kingdom's prince was fine, because he just needed to tell Rosalind. But it was what Alberu said afterward that caught Cal's attention. The criminals are the twins who were the church's holy maiden and saint. They are said to be on the run, but nobody knows where they went. What? Sigh, what a mess. What a total mess. Click, that was the end of the recording. Cal and Ron made eye contact with each other. Contact Miss Rosalind. Cal continued on. Let's just ignore the rest. Young Master Nim, you are getting wiser as you get older. Chapter 104. Forgot about it. 1. Are you ignoring the festival too, human? Rayan looked toward Cal. On and Hung looked up at him with similar expressions as well. Cal did not even look at the smiling trio as he continued to speak to Ron. I'll go back home 2 days from now. Yes, young Master Nim. Y'all need to hurry if you want to show the children the festival. Stop saying useless things and go bring Miss Rosalind. Yes, sir. Ron had a benign and mischievous smile on his face as he left the room. Cal ignored the smiling children as he got up from the bed. Human, are you getting ready to leave? We are not leaving right now. All right. I will return after letting people know that we are leaving. Rayan flew out the open window, and On and Hung jumped out behind him. The three children were headed toward the forest of darkness. Cal did not care what they were doing. Rosalind soon arrived, and Cal delivered the message to Rosalind. He started with how one of the Breck Kingdom's princes had asked Albaru about her, and then about how they asked about him. He then told Rosalind that Albaru was returning with that prince. Miss Rosalind, I asked you to come so that I could share that news with you. Once he was finished, he could see Rosalind smiling gently. It must be the fourth prince. Is that so? He's a total beach that probably left his courage behind in a dragon's lair. Leave what where? Cal had never heard Rosalind talk like this before. He whined about everything ever since he was a little boy. Really? He played along for now. Yes. That was why I always nagged at him. He might not have known because he was a prince, but we don't live in a world where you can get what you want simply by whining. Rosalind had a refreshing smile on her face. That is why I taught him about the world. Cal wondered what she might have taught him. He felt like it would have been very scary. Anyways, whether it is the fourth prince or someone else, I will take care of it. Cal found the words, take care of it, to be scary, but decided not to ask for details. He knew that she would take care of it properly. It was at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. He could hear a knock on the door as a black blob quickly flew in through the window. Human, open the door. Cal looked at Rayan, who was now covered in leaves and dirt, before sighing as he shouted toward the door. It was obvious who Rayan would have brought. Enter. Click. The door opened, and an existence that was even darker than Rayan walked in. Hello, young Master Nim. What a wonderful morning we have today. It was Mary, who greeted him in her robotic voice as usual. The necromancer Mary adjusted well to Harris Village. He paid a lot of attention to her at first because she just stared up at the sky both night and day, but she was doing well now. To be specific, she was playing well with the black dragon, Rayan. Human, listen. The good child and I found something. Rosalind smiled brightly and took a sip of the tea in front of her. Cal asked with a blank expression on his face. What? Did you find another interesting rock, or a leaf with many holes? Rayan had shown Mary around the forest of darkness. Cal felt iffy about Mary learning about the surface world from Rayan, but let it be because it was annoying to deal with it personally. Rayan reported to Cal every time they saw an interesting rock or leaf. Cal recalled how excited he had been at first, thinking that Rayan had found some treasure. No, but it was just something pretty similar. If it was something similar to a rock or leaf, Cal thought it was probably something like dirt. He just nodded his head and pointed to a seat for Mary to sit. Mary dragged her black robe over and sat down as Rosalind offered her some snacks. Rayan continued to shout as that happened. Yes, we found some bones. Bones. There seemed to be hundreds of them. Cal turned his gaze over to Mary. There seemed to be at least 200 corpses in there. The majority of them seemed to have been buried intact, as the bones are in very good condition. It seems to have happened within the last 2 years. Choi Han thinks that they were fighting and killed each other in the forest of darkness. Mary used the dead monsters, or animals, she found every so often in the forest of darkness to practice her necromancer abilities. Mary, however, did not use any human or elven corpses. I will need to put the bones together in order to know for sure, but it seems like it was a battle between land monsters and flying monsters. Rosalind could see that Cal's expression quickly changed and that the corner of his lips was twitching. Human, can the good child use those bones? Rosalind's expression became odd. Rayan and Mary reported everything that they found in the forest of darkness to Cal before asking if they could use it. She will use it cleanly. I promise I will not break it. Cal lifted up his teacup instead of responding to the combination of the black dragon and the black robe. He was about to take a sip of tea when he suddenly thought of something. Why didn't I think about that? He couldn't drink because the corners of his lips continued to twitch as he held back his laughter. He finally gave up drinking his tea and asked Mary, were the flying monster bones in good condition? Yes, sir. I will need to put it together and restore some broken parts, but they seem to be in a pretty good condition. How many? There are fewer than the land monsters. I guess there are around 70 of them. Size. They seem to be mutant monsters. Are they the size of wyverns? They are a bit smaller. Mary didn't know why Cal was suddenly talking about wyverns, but she still answered properly. Cal could feel his heart beating quickly at her response. The North's Wyvern Knights Brigade. Cal had worried about how to deal with the wyverns in the future. It would cause a lot of damage to the territory if he used the attacking ancient power or magic. Mary, yes, sir. Are you thankful to me? I am very thankful. Mary didn't think Cal's question was odd as she answered. Her voice was emotionless, but she meant it. Even though she was not living in a human village nor at the Caro Kingdom, Cal let her go to the Henitus estate every so often and allowed her to enjoy the beauty of the surface in a peaceful environment. She felt like she would miss the beautiful night sky, the blue sky, the vibrant natural environment, and even this house in the future. Good. Then I am sure Ya'll want to return the favor if I am in a difficult situation. Cal was smiling gently. Rosalind, who was watching this unfold, felt iffy about what Cal was saying, but the problem was that she was the only one who felt this way. Yes, sir. I definitely want to return the favor. A bright smile was on Cal's face. Then come to the Henitus territory once in the future when I call for you. Of course. I want to come back here all the time. An image was being created in Cal's mind right now. He maintained that image as he responded to Mary. Practice with the monster bones as much as you want. However, you know you need to return them to me before you leave, right? Of course. I will make sure they are cleaned and return them to you before I leave. Human, I knew you would let her use it. Rosalind was looking at him with a, what kind of deal is this? Kind of expression, but Cal was still looking at Mary, who was about to leave with Rayan. Can a flying monster corpse fly? Yes, sir. However, this is my first time using flying monster bones, so I will need a lot of practice. If the North had the Wyvern Knights Brigade... Cal was imagining how he would respond in the future. A flying skeletons brigade. Isn't the name cool? Cal could feel his heart beating quickly. There was one other thing that was making him so excited about it. He suppressed his excitement as he gently added on for Mary. Mary, let me know when you get used to working with flying monsters. Yes, sir. I will be on my way now. We will be back quickly, human. Mary and Rayan left the room. Cal looked at Rayan, who was flying toward the forest of darkness through the window, and started to think. A dragon should destroy wyverns, right? Cal had that adult dragon corpse on him. He had a full set of dragon bones that he had found in the forest of darkness. Cal became excited thinking about the dragon bones and flying monster bones making their grand appearance in the future. Just thinking about him made him feel happy. Miss Rosalind. Yes. Rosalind responded back to Cal's mischievous expression with a stoic face. She was thinking that the person in front of her was a really good person, but had a tendency to have these odd thoughts every so often. How is the strength of the Breck Kingdom's military? Excuse me. What I am about to tell you is extremely confidential. Rosalind could see the mischievous expression slowly disappearing from Cal's face. Alberu was not the type to travel with a foreign kingdom's prince without reason, especially as someone who had to hide his identity as being a quarter dark elf. Traveling with important people from foreign kingdoms would make him need to keep his guard up. What Alberu was doing right now was probably testing out to see if the Breck Kingdom and the prince were decent. You needed to be careful about sharing important information. He was observing the Breck Kingdom's prince right now to see if he was decent enough for Alberu to initiate his plan. Although Alberu was the type to chase his own benefit, he still put the kingdom first. The three northern nations have formed an alliance. What? On the other hand, Cal was the type to put himself and his people first. He would do anything to keep them safe and sound. And this is a secret. Only a few people know about it. Young Master Cal, just what? Click. Cal put the still full teacup back on the table, but Miss Rosalind, you see. Rosalind could see that Cal was smiling. Cal was considering Rosalind to be part of his people like Lark, but she had still not forgotten about her former position. Cal was saying this for her, who escaped from the royal family, but still smiled while talking about her younger brother. Cal was speaking to Rosalind, who may have thrown away her position as a princess, but still had family in the Breck Kingdom, who says that they are the only ones that can form an alliance. Rosalind's gaze quickly changed. Their tea time soon ended without any other conversation. Later that evening, Your Highness, the fourth prince is coming here. You freaking ghost, there is nothing you don't know. Yes, it is the fourth prince, Your Highness. Alberu, whose face appeared on the video communication device, did not look good. He was looking at Cal like he was trying to figure him out. Cal did not tell Alberu that he knew about the Northern Alliance. It had not been the right time to say it. However, it was now the right time. The three northern kingdoms have formed an alliance, right? Alberu did not respond to Cal's question and just quietly observed him. He then finally put on a gentle smile after a while. I knew you were just pretending not to know. That's why you helped me shelter those mages from the Whipper Kingdom and with the naval base. Cal did not react to Alberus' accusations. Alberu, who seemed like he didn't expect a reaction, immediately asked back, Then what do you think we need to do about this? Miss Rosalind will meet with her younger brother. I guess she knows this information as well. She is my friend. Alberu scoffed at Cal's answer before continuing to speak. You know that maintaining this secret is the most important thing, right? That is why I didn't even tell you until now, Your Highness. Seeing Cal's sly smile made Alberu feel like there was no worse expression in the world than Cal's smile as he quickly ended the call. Then see you next time. Any time, Your Highness. The video communication came to an end. A carriage with the Hennetus family's golden turtle crest passed through the Hennetus castle and headed for the estate behind it. It really feels like a festival is coming up. Cal nodded at Choi Han's statement before looking out the carriage window. The entire castle was in the process of being decorated and very lively. Even the entrance of the castle that was usually quiet was booming with a long line of people. I have never seen so many people outside the castle like this. He's right. Me neither. Cal could see that Choi Han was just as excited as Rayan, On, and Hang. This was probably Choi Han's first real festival as well. It's my first time too. I want to stand in line too. Cal smiled at Hang's comment as he looked out the window and patted Hang's small head. The Hennetus Territories Festival had many special competitions. Some of these included the cooking competition, the art competition, the sculpting competition, and with Countess Violin leading the charge, these competitions naturally had hefty rewards. Weak human, but why are those people standing in line like that? They seem to be here to apply for a competition or take part in the preliminaries. Choi Han started to speak as if he finally understood what was going on. No wonder I saw a couple talented martial artists. Huh, there must be a martial arts competition as well. No, there should just be things like cooking, sculpting, and art. Chapter 105. Forgot about it, too, martial arts. Yes, Calnim. Cal had a bad feeling about this. Choi Han did not see Cal's stiff face as he stared out at the castle gates and continued to speak. I don't know which competition they will participate in, but those two people seem very strong. I believe they will reach the finals. Choi Han's gaze was very sharp. I can't tell what their preferred weapon of choice is, but I guess you don't need to use a sword to fight. Based on one of their shoulders, it looks like their weapon of choice may be a bow. Cal looked toward Ran, who started to smile. There's an assassin who is a servant, so who says they cannot do art or cooking? Cal had forgotten for a moment that this was a fantasy world. This was a world where an average-looking cook was a poison specialist, and your neighbor working at the repair shop could be someone who used metal shards to brutally murder people. He had forgotten about how scary this world was. Choi Han. Yes, Kalnim. The Hennetus territory only has a cooking, art, and sculpting competition. Cal was curious how Choi Han would respond to this information. Ah, I see. They must do martial arts as a hobby then. Seeing Choi Han pass it off like it was nothing made Cal think it was a very MC-like response. Those humans are still not as strong as my front paw. Nuna, should we go win the competitions? I want to compete. You don't know how to do any of those things. After seeing the individuals next to him, Cal had no choice but to admit that this was how this world was set up to be. The carriage soon passed by the castle and into the estate. Cal asked Ran about the details. What is the competition schedule? It would be better if the territory was filled with strong experts. Ran handed him the schedule. Cal looked it over before asking Choi Han a question. You remember their faces? Yes, Calnim. A Munchkin world really was amazing. Why did there have to be so many experts? This was a difficult world for a weakling like him to survive. Cal turned his gaze over to Rosalind, who was sitting in a corner of the carriage. She had not said anything since he had told her about the Northern Alliance. She seemed to be deep in thought ever since their discussion. Young Master Cal, may I request for a meeting after I meet with my youngest brother, the fourth prince? Of course, I will not tell my brother about the alliance right away. That was what Rosalind had said to him yesterday. Cal just told her to do whatever was easiest. Woo-oh, boy. Cal could hear Hilsman's voice from the driver's seat as the carriage came to a stop. They had stopped outside the gates of the estate. Cal let out a sigh as he opened the carriage door and Rayan turned invisible. Where are you going? Orabuni. His youngest sister, Lily, was standing outside the gate. The 7-year-old seemed to have spent a lot of her time outside, as she was very tanned. You seem to have been training very hard. Yes, I've been giving it my all. Lily, who was confidently answering that she was training hard, seemed to have improved quite a bit. Since she trained enough to get really tanned like this, her skills had no choice but to improve. Cal looked at the wooden sword at Lily's waist, as well as the longer wooden sword on her back. Lily flinched at his gaze before quickly starting to speak. The one on my back is something I made because I was curious about a long wooden sword. Really? But the sword has many scratches on it, like you swung it down on firewood or something. Yes, that is it, Lily answered very respectfully as she avoided Cal's gaze. She then quickly added on. And I have finished my night training for the day. So I am going to play. I received Mother's approval, so I am going out for 1 hour. I'm only going to the alley with the restaurants nearby, so I will be safe. The 7-year-old explained the situation in detail to Cal. She must have felt guilty, even though Cal just looked at her and never asked for an explanation. Okay, have fun. See you at dinner. Yes, yes, sir. Cal motioned for her to go, and Lily looked back a couple times as she quickly started to run toward the restaurant alley. The staff of the estate frequently ate at the alley, so it was both cheap and clean. Cal got back on the carriage and started to think. Something is suspicious. Didn't she seem like the stereotypical youngest child of a wealthy family who found a hidden expert to serve as a master in the woods? Cal made eye contact with Ron, whose left arm still needed about 2 weeks to be completed. Look into it. Yes, young Master Nim. He didn't need to explain to Ron for him to understand. The sly old man who had lived in this world longer than he had seemed to be having the same suspicions as Cal. Countess Violin had probably looked into Lily already, but it was better for him to do his own investigation. Cal confirmed the details of the cooking competition before returning to the estate with the schedule in his hand. An unexpected person greeted him at the door. Basin. Hi, Young Nim. And were you waiting for me? Basin did not respond to Cal's question. Instead, he just opened up the file in his hands and started to speak. Cal could not even walk through the door as he stood there watching what Basin was doing. Hyung Nim, I heard you will be staying home during the festival. That is correct. Would it be possible for you to present the awards for the competitions? Cal started to smirk. The file in Basin's hands were administrative tasks for the territory. Basin was now at the level to take care of such tasks. Cal had never even touched a proper administrative file for the territory yet. This was a good sign. However, he quickly had a question. What about Father? Father will be giving the opening address, but said that he was too busy to deal with all of the small competitions. Father said that it would be great for myself, Hyung Nim, or Lily to do it. And Mother, she is the commissioner, so she will be giving the commissioner's award, but you will be presenting the awards to the winners. Why don't you do it? Cal didn't feel like doing it. In addition, Basin needed to do it for people to remember Basin better. I am currently busy with work for the territory. I need to show up at the competition in order to present the awards, but I do not have time right now, as I am currently learning about how to handle the administrative tasks for the territory. Cal started to smile. If Basin was busy learning about how to run the territory, it would be fine for him to give out the awards like this. Would people really remember him for such a deed? Basin needed to learn properly so that he could take care of everything in the future. All right, I will do it since you are busy. You will need to study hard in order to be responsible for half of the territory's administration in the future. Since Lily is working hard to lead the military side, you are very reliable. Cal patted Basin's shoulder and cheered him on. Basin responded back with a sincere expression, as if he had made up his mind about something. Yes, Hyungnim, please trust me and leave it to me. Of course, this territory is for you and Lily. Cal put on a happy smile for once and nodded his head. Don't push yourself too hard. I will be heading in now. He walked past Basin and headed into his chamber. His stride was both relaxed and light. Basin observed his brother's back for a bit before receiving Cal's group's greeting and heading toward the castle. Since he was not talented in martial arts like Lily was, Basin had made up his mind to learn the administrative tasks as best as possible to become an administrative expert. Basin Henitus, the 15-year-old, now had a dream. His entire family was cheering him on as well. That thought made the stoic Basin start to smile. It was a dream that would probably cause Cal to faint if he realized what was going through Bason's mind. Cal's face was full of boredom. It was even close to exhaustion. Why don't you stop with that face? You have the same expression, Your Highness. Crown Prince Albaru was looking at Cal with a similar expression. They were tired of each other after seeing each other via video every day. However, they still needed to talk to each other because there was work to be done. The fourth prince said he will take 3 of the royal knights and head to the Henitus territory. I am leaving the empire tomorrow, so you can assume that he'll leave around the same time. Yes, sir. I will let Miss Rosalind know. The fourth prince will arrive within the next month. Tell Count Deruth as well. Yes, sir. Did his father know that Rosalind was a princess? Although Cal had never told him, he assumed Count Deruth would know because Hans knew about it. He started to think about a lot of things as Albaru continued to speak. Do you want to hear something funny? Not at all. He accidentally said the truth. I'll tell you anyways, but Albaru ignored his feelings as usual. Do you know how the Pope of the Church of the Sun God died? Your Highness, can you talk about such a thing while in the Empire? I've already used noise cancellation magic. Did you forget who I am? Who you are? You have a ton of mages under your command. I'm sure you have a lot of magic devices as well. Cal accepted this fact and nodded his head at Albaru, who continued to speak. Once the Emperor announced the start of the festival, the Pope gave an opening address since the festival was related to the Sun God. The location for it was in front of the imperial capital's Sun God temple. Albaru put on a bitter smile thinking about the incident. The Pope was at a platform that was lower than the Emperor, yet higher than the imperial prince, who was next to the Emperor. It was made that way to give face to the Pope. That was not something to smile bitterly about. There was a different issue. That platform went flying. What? The temple and the platform all went flying. Cal suddenly thought about High's Island 5. An explosion. You're so sharp. Yes, an explosion. Crazy. Cal almost said that out loud. At the same time, he was confused. He thought that the Imperial Prince would have done it, but the Imperial Prince would not do something so obvious. Also, didn't Albaru already say that the Holy Twins were the culprits? It was similar to what happened to us. The term us made Cal's expression change. The only thing Albaru could be referring to was the capital's Plaza Terror incident. The Holy Twins and individuals wearing black outfits, as well as magic bombs that were similar in strength to the ones in our capital. Are you getting a sense of it now? Cal quietly sat there with a stiff expression. Albaru continued on like he understood what Cal was thinking. I managed to live thanks to a mage's shield, but the believers in front were massacred. It was not only the Pope that was killed. I will definitely find and destroy the organization that did this. It meant that they planned to do the same thing in our kingdom. Albaru still had not forgotten about that mage. It was a different mage this time, but I will definitely find that mage and punish him, Your Highness. Yes, that mage is no longer in this world. What? He is dead. Cal avoided Albarus' gaze. Did you kill him? I didn't do it. That was the truth. Although Choi Han cut off both arms and made Radika go blind, he was not the one to kill him. That crazy swordsman was the one who killed Radika. Ha! Cal could hear Albarus' deep sigh, but chose not to care about it. He had enough to worry about even without it. Something is fishy about the Sun God twins and the magic bombs. However, he had no way to find out. It was a new incident, so he had no way to know anything about it. He also couldn't send Ran or anyone else to go find out about it. Most importantly, Cal just hoped that he would not get dragged into it. Let me know about such things in the future. Will do. Cal had no problem answering casually like this. Albaru started to get a headache. He sighed as he continued to speak. Contact me when the fourth prince arrives. The fourth prince seemed to be calm and respectful. I'm sure Yao like each other. But she said he was a total beach and a whiner. Cal thought about Rosalind's words as he nodded his head. The two soon ended their conversation. Cal put his video communication device in his magic bag, as they would not need to chat for a while. The next day, Cal was sitting on a platform looking down. Down below was a large area with spectators sitting in a circle. Cal, who was sitting at the highest platform, opened up the paper in his hand. Is the competition starting now? Cal nodded his head at Rayan's question. A different competition would take place every day starting today. Human, will we go to the night market later too? Cal had taught Rayan about money this morning. Will you buy me everything I want to buy? Cal nodded his head. It would not be expensive to buy Rayan things from the night market. Cal could hear Rayan snickering in his head and looked down. The kittens, On and Hung, each had a necklace with a pouch on it. It was a pouch with their allowance. Mary, who was wearing her black robe, had a black pouch as well. Her allowance was in this pouch. I'm a really generous person sometimes. You are right. You are a very good person, human. Cal, who said something which would make Rosalind be shocked again, reached his hand out toward Choi Han and Ran. There was a piece of paper in his hand. So it is these three people, a cook, an artist, and a sculptor. Choi Han started to explain in order. A former knight, an archer, and an assassin. My goodness. Cal could not believe it. Chapter 106. Forgot about it. 3. A former knight, an archer, and an assassin. Maybe I can just create my own camouflaged fighting brigade. How shocked would the enemy be if a flying skeletons brigade and a group of cooks, artists, and sculptors, who are actually experts, showed up to fight them? Cal slowly started to smile. They're all above average in ability. Yes, all three of them are at about Vice Captain Hilsman-Nim's level. Human, why are you smiling like that? Is there something fun? Tell me, tell me. Rayan asked, but Cal did not answer. Instead, he looked toward Ron. Choi Han was dull when it came to things like this, but Ron was not. Ron started to smile as soon as they made eye contact. Young Master Nim, isn't this territory a better place to live than you expected? Seems that way. Count Deruth was currently in the process of fortifying the castle wall ever since Cal told him about the Northern Alliance. It was a large-scale construction using Mueller's blueprints. Furthermore, his father was busy increasing the number of soldiers, as well as their skill level. Of course, he was not taxing the citizens of the territory to do that. If he was, would they all come here to celebrate like this? Count Deruth was putting his own money to work. However, it did not seem like it was enough yet. Very good. Cal leaned his body into the very soft couch. He was in a position that would make it easy for him to fall asleep, however. Such a position was fitting for Cal. Yes, that man over there is the archer. The art competition was currently underway. It was more like an event than a competition, though. The artwork went through a first round of judging before the second round was conducted in public to determine the winner. The qualifiers from the first round were showing off their artwork of the stone mountain and quarry behind the Henitus castle. There would be a winner from this event. Cal turned his gaze to the archer artist that Choi Han had pointed out. The short-haired man with a long beard jumped up and started to swing his brush in the form of an X on the easel. Not this. Why am I so terrible? How could I call such trash art? My hands are crazy. The paint flew everywhere as the man clenched his hair. I am trash. Art is not something like this. Cal started to think while looking at the painting. But it is really good. Cal looked toward Choi Han, who avoided his gaze. Choi Han could not make eye contact, but still started to speak. He is quite sensitive. He has been in the territory for the shortest amount of time, at only 3 months. They say that he built a house next to the white tree at the top of the slums, saying that it is the source of his inspiration. What is the source of his inspiration? Cal looked down to see On and Hung meowing in laughter. The man-eating tree located in the slums where Cal had earned his first ancient power, the indestructible shield. That tree had turned white with blue leaves thanks to Cal. This isn't it. I can't show this trash to people. Cal started to speak to Ron. Let's pass on that guy. The white tree in the slums reacted to Cal because he was the owner of the indestructible shield. So, what if the tree was to react to Cal when he went to visit that archer? I may end up becoming his muse. He had a bad feeling that something like that would definitely happen. What about the sculptor? Will they come to the preliminaries tomorrow? No, Calnim. Then, they did not make it through. Choi Han contemplated for a moment before continuing on. They came in last place. They seem to have no talent for sculpting, but they are skilled in assassination. Ron interjected and asked Cal, Young Master Nim, should I reserve a restaurant? Yes. Cal debated whether he should go see the chef first as he leisurely watched the art competition. Of course, it didn't need to be said that he sighed at the artist archer who called himself trash before running out of the area. Orabuni, Lily's pupils were shaking. Cal just ignored this and entered the restaurant called A Place of Warmth. Welcome, young master Cal. The son of the territory's lord had visited. It was only natural that the chef came out to respectfully greet him. The old man in his 70s was fit, but the years had definitely taken a toll on his body. Cal was shocked when he had learned about this old man, but did not find it to be weird. I will guide you to your reserved room. The restaurants in front of the castle frequently prepared a separate room for when the staff at the castle brought guests over. Cal made eye contact with the old man, who could see Cal quietly looking directly at him. Lily seemed very nervous as she looked back and forth between the chef and Cal. Finally, Cal reached his hand out to the chef. "It is my honor to meet my mother's teacher." "What?" Lily was shocked as she looked at the chef and started to shout. "Master, you are mother's teacher." "Ah, master." The word she subconsciously said made Lily cover her mouth with both hands. Lily started to roll her eyes around the room while trying to figure out what to say when she saw that her brother was smiling. She was caught. It was a secret from the family. No. However, Lily did not know that Countess Violin had known about her master a long time ago. "I came because I wanted to meet my mother's teacher and my sister's master." The chef remained quiet as he observed Cal before starting to laugh. "I do not deserve to be called the Countess teacher. You flatter me." The chef, Edro, was a former captain of a knight's brigade. Cal recalled what Ran had reported about Edro. The people who have lived in this territory for more than 15 years know about this man's identity. He arrived with the Countess. Violin was from a fallen noble family. She had arrived at the Henitus territory to trade for luxury goods while she was running a merchant guild. Edro was the one who was responsible for keeping her group safe during that trip. He was the knight captain of Violin's family, and when Violin said that she wanted to jump into the cruel world of merchants, he gave up his life as a knight and turned into a mercenary in order to protect her. He is said to be the Countess' sword instructor when she was younger. Count Deruth and even Basin were able to handle the sword, like most nobles. Violin was not an exception and knew the basics as well. He stayed here, saying that it was his dream to be a chef when the Countess married Lord Deruth. Cal, Lily, and Basin did not know about this, as it had happened more than 15 years ago. Apparently, his father had built this restaurant for Edro as well. "I heard that the food here is wonderful. I came with high expectations." Cal smiled softly while Edro stiffened up a bit. There was no trash worse than this bastard. In the past, Edro had thought that he needed to teach a bastard like Cal some tough love after seeing Cal drinking and causing a ruckus. He was not one to tolerate such a rotten person. "It should be up to your standards," Edro confidently answered before guiding Cal to the room. "Human, enjoy the meal with your sister." Cal and Lily were in the same room while the rest of the group was in a different room. This was so that Rayan On and Han could eat in peace. "I will serve you." Ran followed behind Cal and made eye contact with Edro. Edro had heard from the Countess that Ran was an assassin. He was shocked at that fact, but shocked even more at the fact that Ran's skill level was so high that he could not see how strong Ran was. "You sly bastard. Ha! Hyang Nim, you are the same." Edro cautiously observed the benign smile on Ran's face. He saw Lily and Cal sitting in the room and slowly closed the door. He needed to go cook. Ran followed behind him. At that moment, Edro could hear what Cal was saying to Lily. "He is a talented swordsman. Learn properly." Edro looked toward Ran. "Our young master is all grown up." Ran could see Cal looking at him past Edro's shoulder as Edro was closing the door. Cal did grow up well. He grew up into a very sly person. Click. The door closed completely with a quiet noise, and Ran started to say the things that were prepared in advance. "Hyang Nim, our young master Nim wanted to see you because of Miss Lily, but also because he wanted to meet the person who used to serve the Countess. We did not inform the Countess of our visit, so please keep it a secret for us." Ran added something extra from what Cal had told him to say. "Our young masternim seems to want to learn about his mother's life now." Edro, the old man in his 70s who sacrificed everything he had for his liege and student, started to think deeply. He could still hear Cal and Lily's conversation through the door. "Lily, I believe that you will become an amazing swordsman." "Thank you, Orabuni. I will become the guardian knight who protects this territory." "Aham." Edro let out a fake cough before heading toward the kitchen. Ran followed behind him while recalling what Cal had told him to do. "Make it so that Edro will want to step up if the territory is in danger in the future. It'll be difficult for him to be in the front lines due to his age, but having someone like him step up is bound to strike at people's hearts. Don't you agree?" Cal had grown up very smart and sly. Of course, Ran liked it like this. They had set the bait for at least one person. After dinner, it was time for the second person. Honestly speaking, this was the last person since they decided to forget about the archer. Human. There are a lot of people even though it is night time. It is very bright. It is beautiful. Unlike the underground city, the things shining brightly in the dark makes my heart beat faster. Cal was wearing a brown robe while Mary, who was wearing a black robe, the invisible Rayan, and Choi Han, who was holding on and hung in his arms, walked next to him. The busy night market was filled with people as Cal quietly walked by with his hood on. Something smells delicious. I have 10 silver coins. Buy me that chicken skewer. I will give you the money. Cal let out a sigh and turned around. Deputy Butler Hans was chasing after them. Hans, yes, sir. Add 3 chicken skewers as well. Yes, yes, sir. I will go buy some chicken skewers for our lovely trio. Hans had multiple bags of food in his arms. They were all things that they were going to eat back home. Cal shook his head at Hans' excitement before continuing to walk. He stopped walking in front of one of the many trinket stalls. Welcome. A shocked woman jumped up and welcomed Cal. This is serious. Cal was speechless while looking at the mysterious sculptures. He looked at the woman in front of him. This was the sculptor who they believed to be a talented assassin. She is definitely skilled. I was not able to figure out her true identity. Young Masternim, for an assassin, half of it lies in their ability to hide their identity. He pointed to one of the sculptures. Is this a devil? The gentle woman, who seemed to be in her 40s, had a mild presence that was more like your sweet next-door neighbor. However, these sculptures were quite unique. Although he could not tell what they were, they all seemed cold and eerie. It made him think about things like devils, swords, and eternal darkness. Egu, it is a flower. It is a forsythia. Forsythia. This is shocking. Human, this is definitely not a forsythia. This was a talent of its own. Cal truly believed that as he picked up the sculpture. Cal thought it was a growling devil. You are right. It is a forsythia. I want to buy this one. Ah, really? Yes, I want to gift this to someone special. Cal just bullshitted with whatever came to mind. This process of building a relationship really was difficult. Ahem, human, if you really want to give it to me, I will even accept that shocking sculpture. Is this one a tiger? It is a lovely rabbit. Yes, give me this one too. The rabbit looked like the devil's guard dog. Thank you very much. No, these are wonderful sculptures. Cal picked up the 2 sculptures and continued to gently speak to the sculptor until the end. They are my style. I have never heard such praise before. I am so touched. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of admiration. Cal was sure about one thing while looking at her acting this way. She really is a good actress. People would really think she was a sculptor who had no talent but loved to sculpt and be touched by her passion. He recalled what Ran had told him. It is amazing that she was not noticed until now. She is one of 2 things, an assassin or a spy. The results of their investigation revealed that she was not a spy. They didn't know the reason for her coming to the Henitus territory, but she had pretended to be a sculptor here for the past 3 years. Ran said that he had never seen her before, and that, even when he saw her, he was only able to tell her hidden identity because Choi Han had said that she was strong. Cal received the devil rabbit and devil forsythia that the woman handed him. He took out some money from his bag and handed it to her. Egu, I do not have any change. A gold coin fell into her hand. The poor sculptor did not know what to do about it. Cal started to speak. It is my gift for all the toil you went through. You are the first to recognize my hard work. Cal slightly removed his hood while looking at the touched middle-aged woman. Cal Henitus, the face of the territory's lord's son, was revealed. Huh! Why, young Masternim. The sculptor became shocked and quickly tried to bow. She really was a good actress. Cal approached her and whispered in her ear, It is my gift for your struggle while being on the run. Excuse me, isn't it hard to live in hiding? The middle-aged woman's eyes became cold. At that moment, someone appeared behind Cal. He had suddenly appeared without making a single noise. Ran, you take care of the rest. Yes, young Master Nim. Cal started to speak to the sculptor assassin who had a shocked expression on her face but a cold gaze in her eyes. A gold coin should be enough for you to stop working for today. You should have plenty of time to chat with Ran. The sculptor assassin on the run, Frisia, did not notice Ran approaching. This was someone who was able to trick her sharp assassin senses. She was shocked while looking at Ran. Cal put on a gentle smile as he continued to speak to Frisia. Isn't it difficult to run? The second person was caught, as they had planned. Young Masternim, I will take care of the rest. Cal left it to Ron, since an assassin would be best at chatting with another assassin. Ron asked Cal if he needed information. Cal naturally needed information. He had survived until now relying on information he had from reading the novel, but that was ending. He was desperate for more information about the future. He only had about 1 year or two at max with the information he currently had. I will pay you back for my arm and my lie. Ron said he would pay him back, even when Cal said it was not needed. Mio, meow. On and Hung could instinctually feel that the sculptor was similar to them. Just the fact that Frisia was on the run made them like this person, who may become Ran's student or subordinate. Human, it will be difficult for my heart, but I will still accept it if you gave me both of them. The sculptures that even On and Hung found disgusting were safely moved to Rayan's treasure chest, his other dimension. A few days later, Cal put his signature on a file on the last day of the festival. Frisia. Yes, young Master Nim. I'm happy to sponsor such a promising sculptor like yourself. The gentle Frisia clasped her hands together with a modest and admiring expression. Young Master Nim, although I have only been sculpting for 3 years, I will definitely become someone big in the sculpting world. Cal, Ran, and Frisia were all smiling at this nonsense. Apparently she killed the chief. Why? Their assassin guild's rule was to only take assassination jobs between nobles. However, the new chief took on a job to kidnap a young child. She called him a crazy bastard and killed him for trying to do that job before running away. Is she being chased by the guild? No. She also tried to kill the noble who commissioned the job. This sculptor was a bold one. Who is the noble? They belong to a vassal household of the family that oversees the southwest. He had hit the jackpot. If the southeast was touching the Whipper Kingdom, then southwest was next to the empire. This would be useful to him in the future. Frisia, I look forward to many sculptures in the future. Yes, sir. I will only bring sculptures that you will like. Ran knew that they were not really talking about sculptures. She said there are others on the run who used to follow her as well. Cal naturally responded for them to all gather here. Shouldn't he do it properly if he was going to make a camouflaged fighting brigade? Cal sent Frisia and ran out before looking at the calendar in the study. His gaze was specifically looking at 3 weeks later. It'll come quickly. 3 weeks passed by quickly, as Cal expected. En Nuna sob. Hara. Rosalind let out a sigh while the fourth prince was crying while holding Rosalind's hand. How could my sister be in such a shabby and terrible place? My sister, who is the best in the world, why would you stay somewhere like this with nothing but rocks? Sob, staying at a lowly count's territory. Why, Sob? Cal casually picked up a cookie while listening to the fourth prince. He could see that a round water orb was on top of Rosalind's palm. He had never seen Rosalind look so angry before. Who is that crybaby? Our house is good because there are a lot of stones. What a stupid crybaby. Rayan's voice was cold. This was none other than the immature crybaby of a prince that Rosalind had mentioned. However, that prince did not even dare to look at Cal right now. By the way, human, you look as strong as my toe today. Cal had put on the dominating aura for the first time in a while in order to look at the fourth prince. A lowly count's family, without any power or influence, wants to serve my sister. That was the first thing the fourth prince named Penn had said when Cal went to greet him. He turned on the dominating aura from that moment on. Crunch. The sound of Cal eating his cookie could be heard throughout the room. The fourth prince avoided Cal's gaze even more. Crunch. Crunch. Cal continued to eat the cookie with a gentle expression on his face. For reference, Cal hated the immature crybaby types the most. Chapter 107, Forgot About It. 4. Cal was definitely sitting in a respectful way and looked like a proper noble while eating his cookie. Crunch. Crunch. He was eating the cookie as quietly as possible in order to follow proper etiquette, but the crunching noises could still be heard throughout the room. Human, is the cookie tasty? Cal could hear Rayan gulping behind him. Your Highness, is there something you need? No, nothing. The crybaby fourth prince, Penn, quickly turned away from Cal. The Rhone Kingdom's crown prince, Albaru Crossman, had told him that Cal was a talented and respectful person. I believe that Cal Henitus will eventually become the kingdom's treasure. However, Penn thought that it was not enough to serve his older sister, who had been the star of the Breck Kingdom. Cal seemed like a struggling noble when Penn first met him. The Henitus territory currently looked terrible as well. mainly because they were currently fortifying the castle and the castle walls. But what is this? Penn immediately noticed that Rosalind and Cal's relationship was different from what he had expected. Rosalind and Cal seemed to be at the same level. Suwab Nuna. That fact made Penn start to cry. Nuna, why are you suffering at a place like this, Sob? Penn, there is no Nuna here to console you because you are crying. Rosalind was speaking gently with a smile on her face, but the tone of her voice was vicious. Penn, why did you come here? Because I wanted to see you. You were the pride of our kingdom, Nuna. She was beautiful, smart, and stylish. For the Breck royalty that had nothing special, Rosalind was a shining beacon. The current crown prince, Penn's older brother, was a hard worker, but he had nothing special other than his diligence. Penn did not like that. In his opinion, the only person deserving of that golden crown was this red-haired woman with red pupils in front of him. His sister was the only one. But you suddenly showed up with some weird people and destroyed everything. How can you just disappear after doing that? Rosalind flinched and looked toward Cal after hearing Penn saying that she destroyed everything. Cal, who seemed to be harder to approach than usual, had an odd smile on his face as he looked back at her. She had not told Cal about it, but Rosalind and Choi Han had blown up one of the Breck Kingdom's palaces during their trip. Saab, Nuna, I wanted to see you each and every day. But why would you stay in a lacking countryside like this with nothing but rocks? For reference, Penn and Cal are the same age. This crybaby was also 18 years old. Cal found that to be shocking, especially since a member of the royal family, who should have been instilled a sense of responsibility and dignity, was really just an immature brat. Why would the crown prince say that this idiot was a sincere and decent guy? Cal questioned Albaru Crossman's judge of character. Penn was continuing to flap his mouth during that time. Nuna, I took care of the palace that you destroyed. It was cleaned up, and I even restored your palace. Don't worry about the costs. I used the money allocated for my palace to take care of it. Oh, I guess he is a bit talented after all. Penn looked fine after he finally stopped crying. Nuna, there are still a lot of people waiting for you to return. This was the truth. There were many waiting for their shining star to return. You're telling me to take back the heir position that I do not even want. Are you trying to step on your older brother's dreams? Rosalind's expression became completely cold. Her younger brother, the current crown prince, did not want the position. While she was still the crown princess, he would always tell her that he wanted to help her make the Breck kingdom a good kingdom. That pure personality was the reason she felt that he was more suitable to be the future king. That was why her father and mother had respected their decisions. No, that is not what I am trying to say. But Penn could not finish what he was saying. Cal watched him and started to think, he's just a kid. He was certain about his observation after listening to what Penn said next. The fourth prince and the youngest of the 6 children looked toward Rosalind and raised his voice again. Then what are you doing in this countryside village, Nuna? I thought your dream was to be a mage. Then shouldn't you at least aim to be an archmage? It doesn't make sense for a former princess to live in a tiny territory like this as their mage. It's not like you are the liege of a magic tower or anything. Are you satisfied with being a territory's mage? His sister had originally left, saying she was going to go visit the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower. Penn could not accept the current situation of a person who had such grand aspirations. He stared right into his sister's red pupils and could see that she was thinking. At that moment, the siblings heard an indifferent voice. Who knows whether or not she will eventually become the liege of a magic tower? Rosalind slowly turned her head. Her eyes, which had been focused on Penn, reached the still relaxed man to the side. Cal added on, like he was just sharing his thoughts. I believe it is definitely possible. I don't know if it will happen for Princess Rosalind, but the Miss Rosalind that I know will definitely be capable of doing it. As a mage, Rosalind would go on to become the liege of a magic tower. She would soon reach the level of a highest-tier mage. Although this was just Cal's opinion, he thought that she was the only one who could lead the mages once the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom formed an alliance. Of course, our safety comes first. Cal was at least certain about the strength and abilities of his crew. He then added on, Miss Rosalind will continue to grow in any environment. Cal looked toward the fourth Prince Penn. The two of their eyes met, and Penn's shoulders slightly flinched. Penn had felt a similar feeling as to when he had met the imperial prince of the empire. Penn felt like he was becoming smaller. Do you not believe in Miss Rosalind? Cal's eyes seemed full of trust as he said that. In that instant, Pen was at a loss of words. Cal quietly observed this crybaby whiner of a prince. You do believe in her, right? A gentle smile was on his face as he calmly asked the question. Of course, I believe in my sister. This was the only answer Pen could give, since he was the one who believed in his sister more than anyone else. Cal started to smile. Cal definitely seemed respectful to him, but Pen still felt like he was beneath Cal. Pen started to frown and subconsciously clenched his fists and started to shout to get out of this pressure like fear. A lowly noble son like you dares to question me about my sister. Heck, splash. Pen was drenched with water from above. The water bowl that was in Rosalind's hand had exploded on top of Pen's head. Rosalind gently started to speak to her younger brother, who seemed to be lost at the sudden attack. Looks like we need to have a nice long conversation for the first time in a while. Pen, get up. Nuna, what did I do wrong for you to suddenly? Ah, splash. An even stronger blast of water landed on Pen the moment he tried to turn around to look at Rosalind. Pen started to cough, as if water had gone down the wrong pipe. Compared to the tiny water ball that was in Rosalind's hand, Pen was completely drenched, like he had taken on a wave. I don't like him. That crybaby doesn't know how great our mage Rosalind is, and even dares to mock our house. He also looks down on you, weak human. Cal put on an awkward smile after hearing Rayan's voice in his head. I used very cold water for him to come to his senses. I did a good job. Rosalind looked toward Cal, who shrugged his shoulders. This second water balm was much different compared to a small water ball. Pen thought his sister had done this as well and looked toward Rosalind as he coughed. Cough. Ah, Nuna. Why would you? Pen, shut up. Pen shut up after seeing her cold gaze. Rosalind turned her gaze toward Cal. Pen, who turned around following her gaze, quickly looked down after feeling the unknown pressure from Cal. Young Master Cal, may I borrow the training grounds? What are you planning to do that your brother's face is turning pale at the mention of the words training grounds? I plan to spar and chat with my younger brother for the first time in a long time. Cal, naturally, played along with the gently smiling Rosalind. I will make sure it is completely empty for your sibling chat. Please have a wonderful conversation. Rosalind lightly chuckled. She knew that Cal's personality was one that would not be looking at her brother fondly right now. I feel the same way. Rosalind got up with a cold expression still on her face. However, she heard something that made her stop. Knock, knock, knock. Hans started to speak after knocking. Young Masternim, the mage in charge of our video communication, has visited us. He says that His Highness the Crown Prince has contacted you. Cal and Rosalind made eye contact. Rosalind looked toward Pen before nodding her head. Come in. The door soon opened, and the mage walked in with the video communication equipment. Hans followed in behind him. The two of them were shocked after seeing what was going on, as Pen looked like a total mess. Shall I connect you? Yes, please do. Rosalind answered and waved her hand. Pen was instantly dried up with her drying magic, and no longer looked like a wet rat. The territory's mage flinched at her magic casting abilities before quickly connecting the equipment. Alberus' face soon appeared on the screen. Thank you, Crown Prince Alberu. I was able to safely meet my sister thanks to you. I am glad. Cal admitted that the current Pen looked well-mannered and decent. I plan to stay here for a couple of days before I leave. Is that so? Alberu, who continued to chat with Pen, could see Cal standing behind Pen. Cal had a normal expression while looking at Pen, but as two peas in a pod, Alberu could tell that was not how Cal felt about Pen. Cal and Alberu made eye contact. Didn't you say he was a well-mannered prince? That was what Cal's gaze seemed to be saying to him. It seemed to be asking where he found such a useless idiot. Alberu quickly turned away from Cal. I guess he is a mess. Alberu quickly figured out that Pen was not the person to talk about their alliance. He trusted Cal's judgment. I hope that you have a wonderful stay in our own kingdom. Thank you very much. The video communication ended, and Rosalind immediately addressed Pen. Change into training clothes and go to the training ground. Ha! Pen started to frown, but still listened to Rosalind. I look forward to seeing you again, Your Highness. At that moment, Pen flinched at Cal's gentle words. Pen was aware of the fact that he was ill-mannered. Pen felt his back getting cold while looking at Cal, who was smiling at him. Since our territory only has rocks, the training grounds floor is made of rocks as well. We like it because it is very sturdy. Ha ha! Penn avoided Cal, who was happily smiling. Once he turned to the side, he could see his sister, who had a cold smile on her face. It was only then that Penn figured it out. They are similar. They traveled together because they were similar. Penn finally figured it out after seeing how Cal and Rosalind were smiling at him. He wanted to quickly get away from Cal, who gave him more pressure than even the Imperial Prince. Penn ignored everything Cal was saying as he quickly left the room. It was only then that Rosalind approached Cal. To be honest with you, I think the discussion is better suited for my first brother than Penn. She seemed to have a lot of thoughts about the alliance. She would personally need to make a move to meet the Brett Kingdom's crown prince. However, she had left her home, saying she did not need her title as princess anymore. Rosalind could not help but worry. Would it be okay for her to go back to the kingdom? Miss Rosalind. Cal quickly realized what was going on in her mind. He wanted Rosalind to personally make a move. That would increase the chance of things remaining a secret and progressing well. Do you think that it is necessary to give up on other things that are precious to you in order to achieve your dream? Rosalind looked toward Cal. He seemed confident as usual, but sometimes that confidence made him seem difficult to talk to. It was difficult for her to handle Cal today. However, right now, as she had felt many times before, she could feel the warmth deep in his heart. You can go visit your family as a mage, not as the princess, but as a mage. Rosalind was relieved after hearing Cal's words. At that moment, Rayan became visible and appeared in front of her. He's right. You are pretty amazing as a mage. Everybody will say that you are amazing. Rosalind started to smile. I will go and come back. Of course, you have to come back home. Rosalind lightly smiled at Rayan's words before she looked toward Cal. Cal added on indifferently. It'll be even better if you bring souvenirs back with you. Rosalind couldn't help but laugh loudly after hearing, bring souvenirs back with you. She recalled what Choi Han had said to her in the past. I have a home, but I can no longer go there. However, I now have a new home. It is difficult to explain this feeling of no longer being forever alone. Rosalind felt like she now understood that feeling. A home with people who believed in her skills. Of course, I have to come back to our home with many souvenirs. Cal did not know that this was the first time she used the term home. However, he was relieved that the alliance would probably be completed without a hitch. 1 week later, Rosalind left with a completely pale Penn and headed for the Brett Kingdom. Cal started to speak once they left. Let's go back. They would stay at Harris Village in the Forest of Darkness until next spring. Cal half-heartedly responded to Rayan's questions. Human, does it snow here in the winter? Probably. Then will there be a lot of flowers in the spring? Probably. As Cal had answered, Rayan would go on to see snow in the winter and flowers blooming in the spring. Time had gone by, and Cal had turned 19 years old. Young Master Nim, it is time to wake up. Ron was trying to wake Cal up. Cal was curled up underneath the blanket, with even his head covered. On and Hang, who had grown up much more, were pressing down on him with their paws. Human, you have slept for 13 hours. Are you hibernating? You are not a bear. Spring is over, so you can stop sleeping. Rayan, who looked like he grew about 10 cm, urged Cal to get up. Cal, who was rolling around the bed, answered without opening his eyes. Time goes by so quickly. It was already late spring. It was time for him to head to 10-Finger Mountain, the location of the final ancient power. Chapter 108. Scary 1, however, there were some things that he needed to confirm before leaving. It's not very comfortable. The necromancer Mary nodded her head and handed him a cushion. Cal put another cushion underneath himself as he looked forward, but the view is killer. As long as you didn't worry about the bones breaking down, that is. Human, is it fun sitting on the bones? Yes, it is fun. Rayan snickered at Cal's answer. Cal looked down at the skeleton he was sitting on. He could see the forest through the bones and thought about how he would die if he fell from this height. Cal was currently flying on the bones of Flying Monster. Mary had restored all 72 corpses of the flying monsters and grounded up the 2 highest-grade magic stones that Cal had gifted her in order to sprinkle the magic powder over the bones. The Flying Skeletons Brigade was complete. You can control them all at once. Yes, sir. I am disappointed that I cannot have them all flying at once right now because people may see them, though. Cal was being cautious just in case. Human, the deputy butler is here. Cal could see hands waving at him. The large bone wings headed downward, and the flying skeleton that Cal and Mary were flying on slowly headed down toward the ground. Bang! Agu. Hans took a step back because of the vibrations caused by their landing. He then saw Cal's indifferent expression and quickly started to speak. The Countnim and Mr. Mueller have contacted you. Cal quickly got off the skeleton and opened up the messages. He could quickly see the core of the messages. We will finish soon. Young Master Nim, I am decorating the inside as I explained to you. I am giving it my very best, to the point that I may even grow taller. Both the castle walls and the ship that Mueller described with the best defense is a strong offense mentality were almost completed. We will see Rosalind soon, and Watira will arrive soon as well. Rosalind was personally handling the formation of the alliance between the Breck Kingdom and Roan Kingdom. That would be finished soon. Currently, some of the Breck Kingdom's mages had secretly gone over to see Albaru as a part of the deal. The Whale tribe said that they had something to deliver to Cal since Cal delayed his trip to the north. Watira was going to personally visit. Cal decided to move now since there were quite a few days until Watira would arrive. Is everything packed? Yes, sir. Deputy Butler Hans answered vigorously. Cal looked toward the black robe. Mary, whose face Cal had still never seen, started to peek. It is time for me to leave as well. Yes. I am disappointed that we are not going in the same direction. Cal really was disappointed, since having Mary with him would add another strong pawn. Mary was not going to travel through the continent. Instead, she was heading back to the underground city earlier than she had said, before she would come back out. The black robe moved a bit when Cal said that he was disappointed. The robotic voice started to speak again. I will definitely come back, so please take care of my babies until my return. I will want to see this place very often. Cal's expression turned odd as he nodded with an indifferent expression. Of course. The babies Mary was talking about were the skeletons. Mary and Rayan had found many bones in the Forest of Darkness. This forest that was filled with many different mutant monsters was a forest of wonders for Mary. Anyways, those bones, those babies of hers, were all being stored in a cave inside the Forest of Darkness. Mary had returned the approximately 300 skeletons, her babies, to Cal. Cal turned away from the black robe, whose body language seemed to be asking him to take good care of her babies, and gave an order to Hans. Let's go right away. Cal was finally leaving Harris Village after about 9 months, long time no see. Cal leaned back on the couch and touched the leather on the armrest. The quality of this leather is really good. I changed it to a cheaper one. Stop saying such bullshit. Cal looked toward the man who was using a shiny chandelier to light up his office. Odious Flynn, the old merchant who was in charge of the Roan Kingdom's northwestern underworld, seemed healthier and younger. Life must be good for you. Odious started to smile while looking at Cal, who was giving off the stereotypical villain vibe. Of course. Life is great since Venian Stan is spending his entire life in prison. Cal started to smile as well. The Stan territory and the Northwest had gone through a significant amount of changes in the past 9 months. Venian Stan was in prison. At first, Cal was told that they did not have any plans to punish him that severely. However, he was once an unofficial heir to a noble family. They had to make an example out of him. Of course, the Stan family will probably kill him off in secret. Odious was smiling while thinking about Venian, but there was fear in his eyes as he looked toward Cal. He had gone crazy. Venian Stan had gone crazy. He apparently vomited every time he tried to eat in the underground prison. The person who made Venian that way was smiling in front of him right now. That person, Cal, asked Odious a question. The Marquis is losing his subordinate households one by one. Young Master Taylornim is very talented. Taylor announced that he would not kill his siblings once he became the official heir. At the same time, he got rid of the potential for his siblings to follow the Stan family's rule in order to try to take the position away from him. He called some priests over from the Church of the God of Death and made a vow of death with his siblings. Yes, I'm sure young Master Taylor is doing a great job. However, Odious was warier of the person in front of him. May I ask what brings you here today? Cal did not respond to Odious' question right away and instead tapped on the armrest with his finger. After tapping the armrest for a while, Cal asked Odious a question instead of answering. You have normal roots too, right? Odious had no problem answering such a question. If you are talking about clean trades, I have a couple different ones. I do make many deals in the light as well. Is that so? The finger that was tapping at the armrest started to move. Cal took out a plaque from his pocket and placed it on the table. A golden plaque. It was a golden plaque with the Roan Kingdom's Crossman family crest on it. Odious had a shocked expression on his face, but Cal had not even stated his needs yet. Silver coins were each worth 10 gallons. It wasn't worth as much as a gold coin, which was worth 100 gallons. Bring me 200,000 silver coins. 200. Cal made it very clear for Odious, who asked back. 200,000. 200,000. Odious seemed to be oddly emphasizing the word hundred, but Cal just confidently nodded his head. Yes, 200,000. Prepare that for me. 200,000 silver coins were worth 2 billion gallons. Odious was not shocked at the value of these silver coins. Odious asked the question on his mind. It cannot be in gold. You want to bring me 200,000 gold coins. That's fine too. 200,000 gold coins would be worth 20 billion gallons. Odious wondered if he had heard correctly. The fact that Cal seemed completely relaxed made Odious think that he had heard correctly. Odious accepted the situation. It just needs to be 200,000 of something. It would be difficult to prepare 200,000 gold coins as the merchant in charge of the Northwest's underworld, but it was not impossible. However, Odious' gaze moved toward the gold plaque. He could see Cal opening the lid of the plaque in order to show the signature inside. It would be better to get caught by the Crown Prince with 2 billion than 200 billion. But 200,000 coins will be very heavy. That is not a problem. Just what are you planning to do with it? In the end, Odious could not hide his curiosity and asked. He wanted to know what Cal was going to do with 200,000 silver coins. The smile on Cal's face became brighter. His skin was very good after eating and relaxing for 9 months. You want to know? Odious quickly waved his hand in front of him. It was better to not know what the man in front of him was thinking. Not at all. It was just a reaction. I do not need to know. Okay, prepare it in the next hour. You can do it, right? 1 hour, just what, never mind. I will get it ready. Cal could see that Odious was still curious, as his eyes seemed to be asking him a question. What are you going to do with 200,000 silver coins? What was Cal planning to do? He was going to create a path made of silver coins. 1 hour later, Cal was at Odious' underground warehouse. Odious was not here, and so it was just Cal. He pointed toward the 200,000 silver coins located inside. Rayan, store it all. All right, human. Rayan gathered all of the silver coins into his alternate dimension. Cal handed 5 silver coins to Rayan, who instantly put the 200,000 silver coins away and was looking at him. Human, you are giving me some too. Yes, we need to share good things. Rayan started to smile. Rayan took out a piggy bank from his alternate dimension. Human, put it in here. Clang, clang. The 5 silver coins went into the piggy bank. Rayan was collecting the money he received as his allowance. Rayan seemed to be happy to receive money other than his usual allowance of 10 silver for the first time. Cal verified that Rayan turned invisible before opening the door to the basement. Ho! Odious looked at the empty warehouse and expressed his shock. Cal patted Odious on the shoulder to say goodbye. Where are you heading now? Never mind. I will not ask anything. A wise decision. Send Billows my regards. Cal seemed to be happy. Let him know I am enjoying my life while throwing money around. Of course. Please have a safe journey, young Master Nim. I will. Cal smiled like a villain and left the stand territory. Odious was happy to see Cal leave. The carriage Cal was on was headed toward the tip of the Roan Kingdom's western region. It stopped at a village that was close to the unique 10-Finger Mountains. This was the closest village, but they would not reach the 10-Finger Mountains for a few more days. Young Master Nim, our lovelies seemed to like this inn. Cal looked at On and Hung, who were in Hant's arms. Meow, meow. The two were very good at controlling hands now. Cal scoffed at them before getting off the carriage. On and Hung were much bigger now. Beast people grew at the same pace, whether they were in their human form or their animal form. Normal cats would have already finished growing by now, but as members of the cat tribe, On and Hung were still young kittens. Choi Han, Lark, Beakrux, and Ran followed behind Cal. Calnim, will we wait for Rosalind here? Yes, Bloke Village. As this was a village near the western border of the Roan Kingdom, it was almost the size of a city. Many tourists and merchants traveled through this village. Cal was relaxed. He was relaxed even though they were near the Ten-Finger Mountains and close to the elf village. There's no way that the elves, who detest humans, would come down to Bloke Village. The elves in the novel never went to any of the human villages, such as Bloke Village. They said that it was the rule of their village. They will only come down if their village is in serious trouble. That was how the elves were. This was why Cal was able to walk into the inn in a relaxed manner. I will get a room right away. Sure, take your time. The inn that On and Hung selected was clean and nice. Cal looked around the first-floor restaurant hall. There were a lot of people at the counter he was standing at, as well as around the restaurant. Most of them were merchants. Cal noticed 5 people sitting in the corner with their robes covering their faces as he slowly looked around. Cal, who was about to move his gaze away from them, noticed the food on their table. It was all vegetables, nothing else other than vegetables. Ha! Cal felt a chill down his back. Elves only ate vegetables and fruits. That feeling became worse once he heard Rayan's voice. Weak human, they don't seem to be human. Did the elf village face some serious trouble? That was what was going through Cal's mind. Would there be an elf or an elemental that had seen a dragon in the past like the dark elf mayor? Clang! One of the robed individuals dropped their fork. Their hands were shaking. Shoot, they must have seen one before. Cal quickly whispered in a quiet voice so that the 5 elves in the corner could not hear. Rayan, fly around the restaurant without stopping, and don't appear. I do not know you. Sure, got it. I will do as you want, human. Cal closed his eyes. Rayan will fly around in circles inside the restaurant while remaining invisible. Bang! He opened his eyes after hearing a loud noise. The robed individual, whom Cal expected was an elf, jumped up and started to look around. Cal accepted that he had let his guard down. After resting for 9 months, he had let his guard down. Cal looked away from the 5 robed individuals. There were many people coming into the inn as well as already in the inn. This was beneficial for him. I do not know anything. The first thing to do was to play dumb. Chapter 109. Scary 2. Cal looked around while acting like a random passerby. What is going on? One of the other robed individuals got up to ask the robed individual that jumped up and made the chair fall down. Let me go. The original robed individual raised his voice. His voice echoed through the restaurant, and Cal thought he could see the anxiety on the individual's face through the robe. Cal looked up at the ceiling. Human, I am spinning in circles. It sounded like Rayan was going around the ceiling in circles. Cal lowered his gaze and looked around the restaurant. The dainty white hands of the individual Cal, assumed to be an elf, were shaking. My goodness. The individual who had probably met a dragon in the past slowly started to walk. The face that was hidden underneath the robe's hood was looking around left and right. Pow, pow. The middle-aged elf ran into other people as he walked. What the hell? The elf ignored everything. No, it was more like he could not say anything because he was in shock. The other robed individual apologized to everyone as he chased after the first elf. Cal was nervous. Don't come over here. Cal used his peripheral vision to observe the elf. At the same time, Cal tapped Hans on the shoulder. He didn't know what Hans was talking to the innkeeper about, but the tap was his way of telling Hans to hurry it up. Human, how long do I have to spin in circles? I will keep on doing it. Rayan sounded excited. He seemed to be enjoying flying in circles. Cal ignored the now 5-year-old's excitement. The Dark Elves are related to the Crown Prince, and we are the only ones who know about their existence, so it was difficult to feign ignorance toward them. But he needed to deny it as much as possible in this situation. The novel, The Birth of a Hero, described in a single line about how much the elves revered the dragons. Elves would cheer after seeing a dragon flutter their wings once. Nothing else needed to be said. Dark elves were probably 3 times better than regular elves when it came to dealing with dragons. A single flutter of Rayan's wings could make the elves fall over with joy. What a terrible thought. But Cal's expression slowly became stiffer. Why is he coming this way? Rayan isn't even here. Cal's heart started to beat quickly. At that moment, a welcomed voice reached Cal's ear. Young Master Nim. Hans could see a bright smile on Cal's face as he called out to him. Yes, Hans. Hans had never seen Cal looking so happy to see him. He had a bitter taste in his mouth about it, but still proceeded with what he needed to say. The good rooms are only on the 3rd floor and higher. Is that ochre? Very good. Cal's tone made it very clear that he wanted to quickly head to that room. Hans quickly turned back to talk to the innkeeper after receiving the message from Cal to make it happen quickly. Then would you like all of the special rooms on the third floor? Cal could now run away and disappear to the third floor as soon as Hans answered the innkeeper's question. Young Masternim, where are you going? The third floor. Cal was already walking toward the stairs to the third floor. Choi Han followed behind him with an odd expression on his face. He thought Cal must be really tired as he had a stiff expression. Human, where are you going without me? You look pale. Are you sick? Should I come over? No, don't come. Please don't come. Cal cautiously shook his head before taking a step up the staircase. It was at that moment. He heard something from right behind him. Ah, hey, mister, are you drunk? Why do you keep bumping into people? I am truly sorry. He is usually not like this. Yes, it was from right behind him. Cal heard something bumping behind him at the same time as the discussion. Cal clenched onto the rail of the staircase. Why is he coming to me when he has an elemental? Cal found this to be odd. The elemental should have recognized the spinning Rayan, so why was the elf headed toward him? Did Rayan's scent get on him because Rayan always stuck to him? Cal quickly took another step. Excuse me. Cal could feel goosebumps on his back as the voice started to speak right behind him. Should he turn around? The thought going through his mind was one of their being surrounded by the elves praising Rayan, while he could do nothing but crouch there in disbelief. Something happened while he continued to worry about it. Who are you? What do you want? Choi Han and Ron got in between the robed individual and Cal. Cal started to smile. Right, I had these guys. Cal slowly turned around. He could see the elf being blocked by Choi Han and Ron underneath the staircase. He couldn't see the unique ears of the elves, but he could see the elf's eyes underneath the slightly lifted hood. Cal looked down into those eyes and started to speak. What do you want? The elf flinched as the other elf chasing behind him grabbed his arm. Arjasi, why are you acting like this? Cal caught a glimpse of the face of the elf in the back. What the? It wasn't because the elf was extremely handsome to the point everybody else would look like pumpkins. It was because he had a Z-shaped scar by his eyes. Why is he here? It was the healer, Pendrick. He was known to be the most handsome of all elves. Cal already wanted to go home. His mind was a complicated mess. Which elf would Pendrick call an Arjasi, but still travel with? It was hard to use facial features because the novel said that all elves were handsome. He would know the chief and Pendrick because they were both described in detail, but the rest of the elves could not be distinguished this way. The elf who stopped Cal did not budge at Pendrick's actuals and became chaotic as he looked toward Cal. Tha, the elf started to speak in a shaking voice. Do you believe in mana? Cal thought the elf was asking if he was religious. Cal started to laugh out of nervousness. The middle-aged elf flinched after seeing Cal's smirk. This relaxed demeanor and those cruel eyes that looked down on anything other than himself. It was the same as the great gaze of a dragon. The feeling of a dragon that is floating around in the air. There was no way a dragon would be spinning around in circles like this. The elf was certain that Cal was using his aura and spinning it in a circle to play around with the life forms in the restaurant. It was something a dragon would do. If that was the case, then there was only one person that the dragon could be. That person has the strongest scent of nature on him. There were many strong individuals in this restaurant. However, the scent of nature was different than strength. The middle-aged elf's hand started to shake. Elves were the closest to nature after dragons. That was why they were much more sensitive to mana than the dark elves. There is a scent of wind, wood, and water. A human cannot possess all of these scents at once. The middle-aged elf started to think. There was no way a human could find multiple ancient powers of different attributes. Humans would be lucky if they managed to find one in their entire life. There was only one existence that gave off such a strong scent of nature. He had to be a dragon, but he did not dare to say that out loud. Only if my elemental was with me right now. If he had his elemental that he had left back in the village, he would be able to know for sure. The middle-aged elf lamented this fact, but he could not call his elemental over. It was currently hard at work at the village in his place. However, the elf didn't know that there was a human here who did have multiple ancient powers of different attributes, but did not need any luck to find them. The owner of these ancient powers, Cal, sternly responded back. I do not believe in something like mana. A dragon would have responded that he believed in mana. However, Cal answered that he did not believe in mana. Cal looked directly into the elf's eyes and made his stance clear. The elf slowly started to look down. I will proceed as you wish. Isn't his answer weird? Cal found it odd that the elf was respectfully bowing his head. Proceed. Cal started to feel iffy about this conversation. But it was not like he could just say, I am not a dragon, I am human. Cal wondered why an elf who should have an elemental was doing this. Ajasi, what is going on? It's nothing. We just need to do what we were already doing. Ha, isn't that obvious? Yes. Cal looked at the middle-aged elf chatting with Pendrick and started to smile. The middle-aged elf was indeed handsome. The elf looked back toward Cal as he continued to speak. We just need to quietly go about our business. Why are you saying that while looking at me? Cal was nervous and started to frown. That made the elf flinch before he bowed 90 degrees. I apologize for disturbing you. I will pretend not to know you in the future, sir. I pray that you are not upset. This is too weird. It definitely feels like he is treating me like a dragon. An elemental that has met a dragon would definitely tell this elf that I am a human. What is going on? Cal had a bitter taste in his mouth, but pretended not to know for now. Let us go our separate ways, since you seem to be finished. Cal turned back around. He still looked very cold. Choi Han and Ran stared at the unknown robed individuals before turning around to follow Cal. Human, human. I will find you after spinning around for about 10 more minutes. This is fun. Rayan was now flying in a figure eight like a bee. His speed was slowly increasing. The middle-aged elf started to feel increasingly fearful as he felt the dragon's aura start to roam around the restaurant at faster and faster speeds. Ajasi, what was that about? Nothing. Let's quickly leave. Pendrick held back his frustration and sighed. He leaned toward the middle-aged elf and quietly whispered, Guardian Nightnim, are you okay? The middle-aged elf nodded his head with a serious expression. It was disappointing, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yes, I am fine. Let's go. We need to go support the village. Yes, sir. Pendrick looked toward the table with the rest of their group with a stiff expression. The others all got up. They came to the human world, but had nothing to show for it. They needed to hurry back to the village and protect it. Sorry I delayed us. Let's hurry. The elves quickly got out of the restaurant and headed toward the 10-Finger Mountains. Their village, which was located within these 10 peaks of different heights, was in danger. Early morning a few days later, Cal was climbing the third peak of the 10-Finger Mountains with only Rayan by his side. Human, taking a stroll is fun. A stroll, my ass. Cal wiped the sweat off of his face as he used the sound of the wind to quickly climb the mountain. These peaks were called the 10-Finger Mountains because they resembled fingers. This meant that the third and eighth peaks were the tallest. These two peaks were so tall that the peak was covered by the clouds and snow did not melt until the middle of summer. But that peak is melting. The final ancient power was the Fire of Destruction. Other people would not know about it yet. This ancient power would melt about half of this third peak in 2 weeks. Human, it is hot. What is this? Egu. Cal groaned as he reached the top. Isn't this lava? I read about it in a book. It is hotter than the fire in the jungle. It is an interesting power. Lava appeared in front of Cal and Rayan. It was not huge, but still a decently large lava pit. Of course, this peak was not a volcano. However, this lava was melting the mountain. They could feel intense heat radiating from the fire. But Cal was feeling less of it thanks to the necklace with the fire-suppressing water, as well as the vitality of the heart. He looked at the center of the lava pit. Ha! He couldn't believe it. A golden pig sculpture was spinning in circles in the middle of the lava pit. Rayan. Cal called out to Rayan, who was staring at the interesting sight in front of him. Rayan could see Cal holding his magic bag open in front of him. What is it, human? Hand over the money. Rayan blinked a few times before putting the silver coins in Cal's bag. Cal slowly started to smile. It had been a while since he did something this refreshing without harming anyone. Showing off your wealth was best for stress relief. Ha 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 ha, Cal started to laugh out loud. Human, why are you laughing? Rayan moved backward. It was not because Cal was laughing. It was odd to see Cal laughing like this, but it was nice to see. However, what Cal started to do was odd. Clang, clang. Cal grasped a fistful of silver coins and threw it into the lava. Human, do you know how many chicken skewers? How much candy? Human, why are you doing this? Tell me if you have any issues with me. Human, ha ha ha. Cal was not listening to Rayan. At that moment, something weird started to happen. Ooh-ooang. They could hear a noise as the silver coins did not melt and started to rise up from the lava to create a path. The former owner of this ancient power was a greedy and wealthy warrior. This last ancient power required money to get. It really felt nice to spend money like it was water. Ha ha ha. Cal laughed out loud like a hero as he continued to throw silver coins in front of him and into the lava. A silver path made of money was slowly starting to form. Chapter 110. Scary 3. I didn't expect for someone like you to appear. Cal could hear the voice of the owner of the Fire of Destruction. The voice sounded like it was looking at a crazy person. Clarang, the silver coins continued to fly like snow. Ah, this is bliss. It was even better since it was someone else's money. He would never get a chance like this again. Yes, let's throw it all. Silver coins continued to fly as Cal grabbed handfuls and threw them toward the golden pig sculpture. This can't be. I don't know how to feel. I shouldn't feel this way. But this is so refreshing to watch. The 5-year-old Rayan fell into a state of chaos. Cal didn't care as he watched the silver coins float up to create a path for him. The fire of destruction really couldn't be called lava or fire. It was more of a liquid flame, since the fire was in a liquid-like state. The fire of destruction that appeared on the third peak of the Ten-Finger Mountains did not go out until it destroyed the entire peak. Nobody could do anything about it until an elf that had a fire elemental earned the ancient power. People did not earn this power the proper way in the novel. However, Cal knew the proper way to earn the power after reading about it in the novel. However, people did not think about throwing money into the lava. This flowing fire could not burn money. Why, you ask? I haven't felt this feeling in a long time. Ah, the smell of money. It was because the owner of the ancient power was crazy about money. Keep on throwing the money. I haven't seen anybody other than my crazy friend waste silver coins like this. Mew-ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. Both Cal and the owner of the ancient power were laughing. Silver coins continued to fly into the lava as they laughed. Rayan took his piggy bank out of his alternate dimension and held it close. He looked back and forth between Cal and his piggy bank with a serious expression. What are you looking at? Cal looked odd as he suddenly stopped laughing and stoically stood there. A path of silver coins was shining on top of the boiling lava. That silver light meshed well with the red-haired Cal. Weak human. What? Let me know if you don't have enough. I'm willing to give you my piggy bank. Cal snorted. Cal would never steal money from children. He didn't enjoy snot-filled money. Money. Let me smell more of the scent of money. Furthermore, he had 200,000 of these silver coins, courtesy of the Crown Prince. Here. Cal looked like a very benevolent person right now. Most importantly, that elf was not able to take control of the full fire of destruction, and considered it to be a useless power. However, the elf would have regretted it later if he knew that he would have been able to get closer and closer to the full power of the fire of destruction if he was willing to spend a lot of money. The warrior, who was the former owner of the fire of destruction, was said to be very greedy for money. He didn't want power or fame. Living in poverty during his childhood made him want money above all else. I wanted to be able to throw money away like trash like this too. But those damn bastards stole it all. My money, as well as my friend's money. Those sons of beaches. You cruel bastards that treated us like slaves. The golden pig started to swear profusely. Cal did not pay any attention to it as he started to walk toward the golden pig. Ha, so annoying. Cal was now taking out entire bags of money and just pouring it in front of him as he walked. Why, you wonderful human being. The voice of the former owner was shaking. Ooh-wang, Cal started to smile. The golden pig sculpture was shining even brighter now. See, Isel, a red vapor started to rise from the lava. Rayan flew up higher in order to avoid the vapor. It was vapor that had fire inside of it. Parat. The indestructible shield and its wings covered Cal's body. This is no better than manual labor. Cal was getting tired of this repetitive procedure. Even throwing money around got boring after a while. Cal clicked his tongue and started to pour the money even faster. He was able to soon arrive in front of the golden pig sculpture in the middle of the lava pit, as the pit was not very wide. The voice started to speak again once Cal was in front of the sculpture. I approve of you. You have the right attitude to gain this power. If it is you, if it is someone like you who is willing to throw money away like this, you will be able to overcome every obstacle in your way. The owner of the ancient power had approved of him and was telling Cal to grab the pig sculpture. However, the owner of the ancient power could only speak in disbelief after seeing Cal's next actions. Hmm, Clang, clang. Cal took out even more silver coins. So many. He was still far away from using all 200,000 silver coins. My goodness. I've never seen such a crazy person before. You must be an angel. The owner of the ancient power could not hide his admiration. The pig sculpture started to vibrate even stronger the more the owner shouted with joy. Ooh-wang. The entire peak started to shake. See-izzle, see-izzle. More of the red vapor started to rise into the air and headed toward the pig sculpture. Cal did not care about any of this, as he continued to pour out all 200,000 silver coins with indifference. The owner of the ancient power was now at a loss for words. Cal straightened his back after finally pouring out all of the silver coins. He was sweating. This is hard work. Cal looked toward the shining pig sculpture as he said that. The red vapors were surrounding the golden pig sculpture. I approve of you. I debated it for a while, since I felt my friend's power on you. Friend's power. Was he friends with the thief that was the owner of the sound of the wind? Cal felt like he learned something useless again. He then started to frown at the owner's next words. There really are no normal people who own ancient powers. Here you go. Take it. It is the power to destroy everything. Of course, the money is mine. Oh, the ancient power started to float toward Cal. The golden pig sculpture that was surrounded by red vapor was now in front of Cal's nose. He's cheaper than I expected. He didn't know that this would happen with only 2 billion gallons. Cal slowly reached his hand out toward the golden pig sculpture. He would have powers for defending, regenerating, escaping, and attacking once he got this power. At that moment, the owner started to speak again. It's interesting that you are in the land of boulders, but do not have the corresponding ancient power. Boulder. Cal flinched. To be honest with you, money isn't the only thing that I couldn't destroy. There is a boulder that I could not destroy as well. I will share this information with you since you helped me resolve my resentment. It was a hint about another ancient power. But I don't need it. Cal was fine with what he had already. He also had the fire-suppressing water and the dominating aura. There were probably no other human beings who had so many ancient powers. The king of rocks, the giant cobblestone that is known as the super rock, is in the land of boulders. Cal's expression did not seem to be good as he heard about the land of boulders, the Roan kingdom. Why did it have to be a giant cobblestone? Cal had a bad feeling about this. Cal did not respond to the ancient power who did not say anything else and just touched the golden pig sculpture. See-izzle. Cal's hand touched the vapor, but he did not get hurt. Ooh-oh, the tips of his fingers touched the pig sculpture. A mix of gold and red light rushed toward Cal. Use it to melt anything in your way. You will survive through the pain. The voice of the ancient power's owner slowly disappeared. Cal lifted up his shirt to see that there was now a rose gold thunderbolt on the silver shield on his chest. Cal was relieved. It's not a pig. The pig sculpture earlier was cute, but he didn't want such a tattoo. Cal reached his hand out. Ooh, Rayan was amazed at what was happening. See-izzle, a loud sizzle noise appeared as the silver coins disappeared into silver vapor. At the same time, the red lava sizzled and formed into an orb in front of Cal's hand. Cal clenched his hand into a fist as if he was trying to grab the orb. Pad. The lava orb disappeared with a quiet noise. Only a wide pit was left on top of the third peak. Human, is that power from earlier yours now? I guess so. You are as strong as half of my pinky toe now. You are now a very extremely tiny amount stronger. Cal smiled after receiving Rayan's approval. A cool breeze swept past him. Now that the heat from the lava was gone, the top of this peak was returning to being cold. At that moment, Rayan approached him with his piggy bank still in his paws. But human, what? I waited to tell you this because you seemed to be focusing. Rayan was smiling widely. Cal suddenly felt an ominous feeling. Why was Rayan being like this? Rayan casually added on, the magic spearman is nearby. Who? Cal temporarily forgot who it was. He just arrived recently. I can sense his location. Ah, Cal remembered the magic spearman of the secret organization. They had met at High's Island 12. The magic spearman had been marked by Rayan's mana arrow before he ran away with the blonde sword master. Why would he be here? Rayan was stronger after becoming a year older, but he still had short, stubby legs. One of those short legs pointed toward the spot between the 7th and 8th peaks. I can feel him over there. Cal covered his face with both hands. There was a village hidden by illusion magic between the 7th and 8th peaks. Naturally, it was the elf village. It was said to be similar to a fairy tale land, with a small lake and trees that were hundreds of years old. Now what? As expected, this incident was not described in the first 5 volumes of The Birth of a Hero. Cal felt like he knew the people that put the elf village in enough danger for 5 elves to come to a human village. Would the magic spearmen have come for no reason? The elves must be fighting against Arm right now. Rayan then added on, "Oh, and the dude from last time is coming. Last time." Cal lowered the hands covering his face. He had seen so many people that he didn't know who Rayan was talking about. "He is coming very fast. He's already close to the peak. I am hiding." Cal wished Rayan would tell him things like this faster. Rayan was staying quiet in order to not interrupt Cal while he was getting an ancient power, but this was more important to Cal. He had a bad feeling he knew who it was now. It always happened like this. Rustle. Cal could hear the sound of someone approaching. Hara. He couldn't help but sigh as he slowly turned around. Cal was standing in the middle of the pit as he looked up at the individual that arrived. I remember there was. The visitor looked around in shock. He had seen lava here a few days ago. This extra issue was annoying while they were dealing with a major headache, but he had seen some hope within that power. The man who was looking around made eye contact with Cal. Cal's red hair made it seem like the lava had disappeared and turned into a person. "Why, you are." The visitor, Pendrick the healer, remembered the red-haired man in front of him. He was the person the Guardian Knight had stopped in the restaurant. "Who is that man? Why did you stop him?" "I am not certain either. It is better for us to not know that, Senior." It was the first time that the Guardian Knight had said something like that about a human. Pendrick stopped talking after seeing the indifference in the man's face. In contrast, the man who was standing tall in the middle of the pit started to speak. It was a cold voice. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Cal was feigning ignorance more than ever. Chapter 111, Scary 4, but there was another individual responding to Cal other than Pendrick. "Human, I know who he is. Do you want to know? He was the elf that stood behind the elf that talked to you in the inn. I remember everything because I am a great and mighty dragon. No, I already know who he is." Cal started to frown after his mind became rowdy with Rayon's unnecessary explanation. And why is he like that? Cal was anxious about Pendrick's reaction. Pendrick slightly lifted the hood of his robe. Although his ears were still covered, Cal could see the Z-shaped scar around Pendrick's eyes. "Sir, we met at the inn. I remember that we made eye contact. This was true." Cal had flinched after seeing the scar by Pendrick's eyes. "I see." However, Cal feigned ignorance until the end. He also made his responses as short as possible. He had learned from his experiences. Cannot say too much. He kept ending up being dragged into messes the more he talked to someone. Cal turned away from Pendrick and started to walk in the opposite direction. He was heading toward the top of the pit. Crumble, crumble. The black rocks broke as he stepped on them. Cal's red hair fluttered in the wind. "Hell, stop thinking about me now." Of course, Cal was wrong. "Sir, did you earn an ancient power?" Cal did not stop walking, even after Pendrick started to speak. "Yes," he gave a short answer. Pendrick flinched at the cold and indifferent voice. He looked at the back of the man who was walking away. Why would Pendrick have come here, even though the village was in trouble? It was because of the scary feeling he got from the lava. Pendrick was aware of his status as an elf who could not handle an elemental. The only things that he had going for him were his healing and fighting abilities. For someone like him, that scary lava was a tempting power. He wanted the power to help his village. He thought that the fire might be able to burn that thing that was a poison to the elves. However, ancient powers were things that required a lot of luck to acquire. They were said to have predestined owners. "Excuse me." Pendrick started to run toward Cal. Cal flinched at the sound of someone running toward him. Why is he following me? Cal started to walk faster. However, he still responded to Pendrick. "What is it? Could you please lend me the strength of your ancient power?" Cal thought that he shouldn't have responded. Cal started to frown. How could someone suddenly launch a hook like this? Cal wanted to sigh, but just turned around with the frown still on his face. He then flinched. An elf was standing behind him. Pendrick had lowered his hood to reveal his elf ears. The novel had mentioned that the whales were so beautiful they could put the elves to shame. However, as one of the main character's party members, Pendrick had a different kind of beauty compared to other elves. He was someone who lived in despair as an elf who could not handle an elemental. However, he still had a purpose as a healer. Although his face was pale, Cal could not deny that Pendrick was handsome. Is that elf sick? He seems very pale. Although Pendrick looked pale, he was not sick, but he sure was handsome. Cal continued to stare at the elf Pendrick. This made Pendrick start to think he really isn't an average person. Cal did not even flinch after seeing an elf. Although Cal was not speaking, Cal's gaze seemed to be telling him to hurry up and explain. Since he had brought it up, he needed to explain the details. I am an elf, and I live in the elf village. Cal held back a sigh. He turned his gaze away and looked far away as Pendrick started to explain. He felt like his luck was really bad. It was always a mess whenever he left his house. At that moment, something Pendrick said caught Cal's attention. An organization has invaded our village in an attempt to steal the branch of the world tree. What? Wouldn't the elf village be destroyed if you lose the branch? Cal was so shocked that he accidentally blurted that out loud. The world tree was an existence of legends. Most fantasy worlds were said to be supported by a world tree. However, the world tree wasn't really that grand of an existence. However, it existed in a special location and helped the creatures of nature live peacefully. As for the elves, they used a branch of the world tree with permission in order to build their villages. It was a village made with the help of the trees and nature. The elves lived in that village, and the world tree's branch used illusion magic to let the elves live without danger. The elf village would disappear if the world tree's branch disappeared. Yes, it will be destroyed. Pendrick hid his shock as he calmly answered. He then started to observe Cal more thoroughly. There was a reason this person did not become shocked after seeing that he was an elf. He knows a lot about elves. Unlike most people who had fantasies and curiosities about elves, this man in front of him had some knowledge regarding elves and elementals. That is why the elves and elementals are currently fighting against that organization. Cal maintained his expression as he asked about that organization. Who is that organization? We are not sure. However, they are wearing clothes that have a red star and 5 white stars. We could not determine the identity of the organization, even after conducting an investigation. Crazy bastards. Cal could not tell why that organization, called or whatever it was doing these things. They really are terrible people. Those baddies must be punished. They want to destroy the elves' homes. I will destroy the world if our house is destroyed. Cal ignored Rayan and asked what he wanted to ask. So why do you need my ancient power? He wanted to know what his power had to do with their battle. Pendrick asked a question instead of answering Cal's question. Do you know what is the most poisonous substance toward elves? Cal knew the answer. As much as he didn't want to, he definitely knew the answer. Cal let out a sigh. The elves and dark elves did not have a good relationship with each other because of dead mana. I do not know if this power of fire will be able to burn dead mana. Dead mana was like poison to the elves. That was why the Guardian Knight had left his elemental at the village when he went out to investigate. Elementals were not affected by dead mana, so they were currently the ones protecting the elf village. Pendrick's gaze became even more pensive. This was someone who really knew a lot about elves. It was difficult to find such a person. I still want to test it out. Please help us. They are spraying water infused with dead mana, and even the elementals could not take care of it. And why should I help you? Pendrick was suddenly at a loss of words. However, Cal was thinking about someone at this time. The person he was thinking about was someone who was always in pain, but carried on because the pain was not very severe. He was thinking about the necromancer, Mary. Since he planned to put her to use quite a bit, wouldn't it be great to erase some of his debt to Mary? Especially if things were going to be like this anyway, that we will reward you for your assistance. Pendrick stumbled as he answered. Cal just asked right back. Reward? Pendrick flinched after seeing that Cal was interested. What should they give to a human? The elf village was poor in human standards. It did not have money, treasures, or jewels. All they had was wood. Yes, sir, that, you see, for your reward. No need. Excuse me. There's no way elves living in nature have money or jewels to give. Of course, Pendrick the healer and the elementals could still give him a reward. However, Cal did not say that part. Why? Elves like humans who are not materialistic. Elves were a race that liked being minimalists. Cal had already made up his mind, especially since Rayan was strongly encouraging him from a while ago. Human, I want to punch that magic spearman in the face. Since the strongest in their party was saying that, what could Cal do about it? Furthermore, Pendrick had lived until now because Cal had twisted the story. He didn't want him to die here. There was also something that Cal needed to verify. I will help you. Really? Pendrick could see the man starting to smile for the first time. It is not like I can just ignore someone in trouble. It was an indifferent tone, but Pendrick started to feel thankful. He knew that the man in front of him had no reason to help him at all. That was why he was having such a strong reaction to the man's willingness to help. Pendrick opened his mouth to speak. However, the man started to speak before he could say anything. Plus, that organization sounds like those punks I have met before. What do you mean? Cal looked toward the other peaks and started to speak as if he was reminiscing about the past. There was a time when I went to help the whale tribe. They had given dead mana to the mermaids to spread mermaid poison throughout the ocean. How terrible. They were trying to kill the ocean and everything in it. Pendrick was angry, and they tried to kill the people at the Roan Kingdom's capital using bombs. I barely managed to prevent that. Pendrick suddenly recalled an incident. The Roan Kingdom's Plaza Terror incident. He had learned that people who seemed to be from the same organization had attempted such terrible deeds when he went out to investigate. He also heard the name of a noble who was said to have an ancient power. They had said that he had used his ancient power to save the citizens before falling over in exhaustion. That person also had red hair. Cal Henitus. Pendrick could see that the man still had a gentle smile on his face. You know my name? Ah, Pendrick could not help but gasp. This really was not an average person. Human, why are you smiling like when you are with the Crown Prince? Are you trying to scam someone? Cal could hear Rayan's voice, but he ignored it as he asked Pendrick, "Tell me the location of your village. I will grab my group and head over right away." Pendrick bowed his head. "Thank you very much." He could see Cal Henitus. The person he felt was very cold at first, gently smiling like his thank you was enough compensation for helping the elf village. Of course, Cal was smiling because he was thinking about how to take as much as he could from the elves. Rustle, rustle. Cal felt the leaves flying by his face as he rushed forward. Tap, tap. The kittens, On and Hung, were jumping across the trees while keeping up with Cal. Calnim. Choi Han approached Cal. Cal's group was currently heading for the valley between the 7th and 8th peaks of the 10-Finger Mountains. What? Choi Han started to wince at Cal's cold response. He then asked in an awkward voice, "Do we have to dress like this?" "Yes." "May I ask why?" "One reason is to hide our identities." Ran, Beacrux, and Lark, who were following behind Cal and Choi Han, started to pay attention to their conversation. Cal and Choi Han continued to speak while not slowing down at all. And the other reasons? Choi Han could see Cal smiling, to annoy them. Choi Han closed his mouth. In his opinion, Cal's real reason had more to do with annoying Arm than hiding their identities. Choi Han was not wrong. Cal did not like this secret organization that continued to get in his way of living peacefully. Human, do I just need to stay far away like this? Cal nodded his head. Rayan was flying high up in the sky, but as a dragon, he should have been able to see Cal's nod. Cal had told Rayan to stay out of the elemental's range since they were going to the elf village. However, Rayan was still nearby, just in case something went wrong. "Young Masternim, I can see it." Cal raised his head after hearing Ran speak. Something odd could be seen in the distance. Clang, clang, bang. They could hear the sounds of swords clashing together, as well as the sound of explosions. How odd. Cal agreed with Locke's statement. The valley between the 7th and 8th peaks was fluctuating, and they could see a different location flashing through the fluctuation. That was the elf village. Cal shared his sentiments while looking at the entrance to the village. What a mess. There were elementals that materialized into physical bodies, as well as some elves who were fighting against the secret organization. "Let's go." Cal started to smirk. He quickly rushed toward the boundary of the village. On. Fog covered Cal's body. Cal did not need to say anything else for Hung to immediately start spreading his poison inside the fog. A poisonous fog soon protected Cal's body. "I will take the lead." Beacrux put on a white glove as he stepped forward. Choi Han was already in front of him. "Young Masternim, I will quietly follow behind you." Cal could see Ran slowly disappear into the forest without making a noise. Clang! Cal turned around after hearing the noise, only to see that Lark's claws had grown. Lark awkwardly smiled, as if he was embarrassed. He was still very shy. Cal looked back to the front as he approached the loud elf village. Bang! Ah! Screech, it was a mess with the screams of humans, animals, elves, and elementals. The strong individuals within the elf village suddenly stopped moving. All of their gazes headed toward the seventh peak. They could see people heading toward them quickly from the seventh peak. More enemies. One of the elves shouted in disbelief. However, the elf soon flinched. Ah! One of the enemy's arms was missing. The person who cut the arm off was none other than the person who was in front of the new group of who he thought to be the enemies. Ha! He could see it clearly once they got closer. Who are you? One of the enemies shouted. They had black outfits with 5 white stars and a single red star. Some of the enemies started to shout in disbelief. The elves could see that the outfits the people coming from the seventh peak were wearing was the same as the enemies. However, it was done with a terrible patch job. The people wearing outfits that had stars that looked like a newbie had sewed them on soon approached them. Hyangnim, it is them. Pendrick, what did you say? Them. The elf's eyes became wide after hearing Pendrick's words. At that moment, Cal arrived at the battlefield with Choi Han and Beacrox in front of him. He could see a familiar face. Choi Han, who was in the front, started to speak. Won't they be angry? Cal's group was pretending to be the secret organization, just like they had done at High's Island. Cal casually responded, I want them to get angry. Wouldn't that be great? It definitely would. Cal listened to Choi Han's response as he looked toward the familiar magic spearman. It was the same one who thought he was going to get away safely from High's Island, yet ended up getting injured by Rayan's mana arrow. Ha! The magic spearman, who had a spear in his hand, let out a gasp of disbelief. He looked toward the people who made him run away from High's Island before sighing and starting to speak. They're driving me crazy. Hearing a villain saying something like that made Cal start to smile. Chapter 112. Scary 5. Just who are you? Choi Han responded to the magic spearman's question. The secret organization. Choi Han was very confident with his answer now. Cal could see Choi Han starting to smirk through the opening in his mask. He couldn't believe that Choi Han was smirking. It was not fitting Choi Han's character. What a bunch of lunatics. They could feel the magic spearman's true feelings. He looked angry and annoyed. Cal started to smirk even wider than Choi Han. So why do you do these bad things to harm other people? Hey kid, who are they? Who are they? There were 2 people who seemed to be working with the magic spearman. There was a boy who seemed to be about 12 years old, as well as a middle-aged man. Neither of them are as strong as the magic spearman. However, the young boy is special. Their handy strength detector, Rayan, explained to Cal. Furthermore, Pendrick had already described these 2 to Cal. The young boy is a tamer. Based on the type of words that he uses, it seems that he just looks like a young boy. He made the animals that seem to have lost their will to spread the dead mana against the elves. The middle-aged swordsman protects the tamer. They could also see hundreds of soldiers from the secret organization. On their side, the elves had, at max, 200 adult elves. Even with the help of the elementals, it was no wonder that the elves were struggling, especially since the secret organization was using dead mana against them. Hyangs, who are you and why are you pretending to be us? Cal made eye contact with the tamer boy who was looking at him. Tamers were said to have special abilities. They could become friends with living animals and monsters and fight together with them, or they could take away the animal's will and make them like a zombie. An animal or monster that has their will taken away can never return to normal. Even if they are released from the taming, they will go berserk until they die. Gra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Cal could see animals with bottles of dead mana in their mouths around the young boy. There seemed to be at least 200 or 300 animals. The animals seemed to have been poisoned by dead mana as well, as their entire bodies were filled with black veins. The wolves living in the valley all lost their wills once the young boy's eyes turned white. Our biggest issue right now is the tamer boy directing the animals to release the dead mana. Each time he does that, he makes his subordinates temporarily retreat so that they are not affected by the dead mana. So the elves can only avoid the animals with the dead mana and retreat as well. Since they control the timing of that attack, we are unable to launch a proper attack. And there were 2 strong individuals protecting the young tamer boy. It was at that moment. Boom! One of the animals suddenly blew up. The wolf that blew up because it could not handle the dead mana that was released slowly disappeared without a trace as black smoke started to rise from its corpse. I cannot forgive them. Cal turned around to see Lark's eyes turning red. Of all the animals out there, the animals that the tamer boy had picked were all wolves, foxes, or similar animals. The young boy's eyes suddenly turned wide. Ha! There are claws on that man's hands. He must be from the wolf tribe. Wow, I want to make him mine. Crunch. Lark's teeth became sharp, and his anger was visible on his face. Choi Han stood in front of Lark and covered his sword with his aura. Both the tamer boy and the middle-aged man flinched after seeing the aura that showed that Choi Han was a sword master. The middle-aged man asked the magic spearman, "Are they the ones who messed with the mermaid incident?" "Yes, it was those crazy bastards." A cold voice interrupted the middle-aged man and the magic spearman who were looking at each other. "You weaklings sure have a lot to say." The two men turned toward the source of the voice. Cal lightly laughed before he gave an order to the owner of the cold voice who was looking at him. "You can fight." Beacrox put on 4 pairs of white gloves to get revenge for his father. There was a longsword in his hand. However, the first scream did not come because of Beacrox. "Ah, my arm." One of the secret organization's soldiers had suddenly lost their left arm. They clenched onto their shoulder as they started to scream. However, they could not see the person that had cut their arm off. A moment later, Cal could hear a quiet voice from behind him. "Young Masternim, it is a cruel sight to look at. Are you feeling okay?" Ran was the perpetrator. What a sly old man. This was why Cal was so confident today. He looked past the secret organization and toward the boundary of the elf village. A small defensive wall could be seen. Cal could also see Pendrick and the elves looking at them with blank expressions. Cal gave the order while looking at the elves. "We will first get to the boundary." Cal's body shot forward by using the sound of the wind. "Our first priority is to block them," the magic spearman shouted. The hundreds of soldiers and animals all charged toward Cal's group. Cal looked toward them and started to smile. The magic spearman flinched as they made eye contact. Cal then started to speak to the magic spearman. "You think this fog is just for show?" The fog surrounding Cal's body quickly started to spread. On and Hung had gotten much stronger than before. Meow, meow. The chilling meowing of the kittens echoed in the valley. The white fog quickly turned red as Cal charged into the approaching enemies. However, Cal was not afraid at all. The enemies in the front of the army started to grab their necks. Ugh! Ah! It was difficult to use deadly poison against a large number of enemies. However, it was possible to paralyze them. The ones who managed to approach Cal through the paralysis all lost their left arms. "Young Masternim, do not push yourself too hard as you run." "I know." Ran was using a dagger in each hand in order to cut off each of the enemy's left arms without any hesitation. He was being nice by not killing them. Ran was currently using the left arm that Mary had made for him. The arm, which seemed to be a bit grey, had no issues keeping up with his right arm. A whirlwind started to form in Cal's hand. "Remove the fog." The fog disappeared. "Add poison to the whirlwind." The whirlwind turned red. A kitten who was dyed black jumped off of a tree and landed on Cal's shoulder. It was Hung. Cal shot up 2 poisonous whirlwinds into the sky as he continued to charge forward. Ran kept up in order to protect Cal. Lark was not far behind them, growling with his fangs showing. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Although Lark had not transformed into his berserk state, the animals that had lost their will still flinched at his growl. Their instincts made them feel fear, as it was the growl of the Wolf King's heir. Lark quickly caught up to Cal and asked, "Young Masternim, can we heal them?" "In that state, probably not. They can't return to normal. Number, I understand." The way to save those animals was to quickly kill them and remove the tamer's control. If they just got rid of the tamer's influence, they would continue to go berserk while suffering from the dead mana. Cal peeked at Lark, moving away before continuing to move forward. He could hear the magic spearman shouting from a distance. "Where are these bastards always popping out from?" The magic spearman clenched his teeth and started to shout. Beacrox started to attack him as he did that. "Shut the hell up. I plan on using all of my white gloves today." Clang! Beacrox's longsword clashed against the magic spearman's spear. The magic spearman started to cast a spell with his other hand. Fireball! Bang! Shoot! "This is why I didn't want to come here." The magic spearman shouted as if he was tired of this. His fireball was easily broken by Lark's punch. Lark's hand burned for a moment, but he ignored it. This was the wolves' style of fighting. They fought without thinking about defense. However, Lark's goal was not the magic spearman. He was aiming for the person the magic spearman was protecting. The magic spearman urgently shouted, "Shoot! Argosy, protect Ballard." Lark's sharp claws were aiming for the tamer. However, there was no one to block Lark. The middle-aged swordsman was currently in a fierce battle. Damn it, where did these bastards come from? Oh, looks like you still have enough energy to flap your mouth. Shall we raise it up a level? Choi Han leisurely continued to attack the swordsman. The swordsman's body started to become covered in injuries. However, Choi Han did not kill him instead. He just looked around as he pushed the swordsman to his limit. Wow. However, the tamer was still laughing without worry. Lark's sharp claws instantly arrived in front of the tamer. Time to catch a wolf. The young boy's eyes instantly turned white. However, there was something covered his eyes the moment they turned white. The wolves on our side all lost their wolves once the young boy's eyes turned white. Pendrick had explained it in detail for them. Meow. Another kitten that was dyed black appeared. The kitten, who was covering her usual silver color, instantly landed near the tamer and covered the tamer's eyes with her fog. Ha! What is this? The tamer became anxious. Cal's first goal was to prevent any more animals from becoming tamed. Lark's claws headed toward the tamer's eyes that were covered by the fog. Clang! However, there was a small dagger that stopped Lark's claws. Suddenly, a mummy-like assassin wearing white appeared from the shadow of the grass. The dagger in the assassin's hand turned in an odd direction and aimed for the back of Lark's hand. I guess I need to cut your fingers off. The moment the assassin said that, he could see that Lark was smiling. Pendrick had said the following to Cal. It looks like there are two people protecting the tamer. However, right before Pendrick had climbed to the top of the mountain, Rayan had told Cal that the magic spearman had just arrived. In that case, who were the two that Pendrick had seen protecting the tamer? Number 1. Dodge. A voice called out to the assassin. At the same time, the man named Number 1 twisted his body to the side after hearing a different, cold voice. You're going to cut off who's what. It was Choi Han. His sword cut through the assassin's side. Ah! However, the assassin covered the tamer boy's neck with his arm and retreated to the back. Lark's claws only managed to scratch the boy's palm. Ow. Number 1, I am hurt. I'm going to kill that wolf. The boy started to cry through the fog. Tusk. Lark clicked his tongue and carried on in his arms as he rushed toward the boundary of the elf village without looking back. The tamer started to shout, "Kill those young mutts!" An old man's voice echoed in the valley as the animal's eyes turned red. Choi Han immediately headed toward Beacrox. He was supposed to go to Cal, but he was worried that Beacrox would lose his rationality during the battle. "Where are you going?" Beacrox asked Choi Han with a stoic expression. Beacrox was weaker than the magic spearman. Choi Han, who had been worried about Beacrox for that reason, looked back and asked in shock, "What is up with those gloves?" I was annoyed. Beacrox, who had thrown a total of 8 gloves toward the magic spearman, was smiling. They stopped talking at that moment and instead started chasing after Cal, who had arrived at the boundary to the elf village. Thanks to Ran's guard and Hung's poison, Cal had arrived at the wall in a straight line, like he was running a 100 million race. Pendrick, good to see you. Pendrick nodded his head with a blank expression. Yes, yes, sir. Cal looked past Pendrick, only to see another familiar face. Good to see you again, too. It was the middle-aged elf he had met in the inn, the guardian knight, Jeet. Jeet could not believe what he was seeing. Adult elves were strong because they could handle elementals. However, they were not at this level. This man had a sword master, a wolf beast person, a poisonous fog, and an assassin of unknown strength protecting him. Furthermore, the other swordsmen seemed to be as strong as Jeet as well. How could all these strong individuals show up together? They were all as strong as the royal knights. Jeet looked toward Cal Henitus, the man leading these experts, and barely managed to speak. Yes, sir, it has been a while. He was still respectful toward Cal. Jeet asked his elemental as soon as he saw Cal. Is he a dragon? No, he's a human. However, the power of nature is strong in this one. He was not a dragon. However, Jeet had heard about this noble and the things that he had done. Pendrick had explained it all to him. Pendrick also mentioned that this human had agreed to help them without asking for any compensation. Even though elves did not like humans, they liked life forms that were pure and had a sense of responsibility. Cal could see an old elf with white hair and beard walking toward them. It was the elf chief. However, unfortunately, he did not have time to greet her. Calnim, Everyone has arrived. Cal saw that everyone had arrived and walked toward the front of the wall. Choi Han and Beakrax followed next to him. Cal was walking confidently, as if he was walking on top of the walls of the Henitus castle walls. These walls were too shabby to be called castle walls. He could see animals rushing toward them from below the wall. Kill them. No matter what, make sure to kill them first. How dare they do that to my precious baby skin? The tamer really was not a child. The old man's voice made Cal turn around. All of the 300 animals with bottles of dead mana around their necks rushed toward him like they had gone crazy. The elves and the materialized elementals all flinched. This was much worse than the attacks until now. Calnim, is this okay? Pendrick turned pale as he looked toward the liquid dead mana falling between the animals. The ground turned black as soon as the liquid landed on it. Pendrick could hear Cal's voice at that moment. I did this on purpose. Pendrick flinched and turned his head. Excuse me. Cal looked peaceful as he stood on the wall with the elf village behind him. He looked like he was the chief of the village. Cal stared at the fact that only the animals were attacking before he started to speak. He's still cool-headed. The tamer had veins popping out of his forehead, but did not make the soldiers become poisoned by the dead mana. The soldiers of the secret organization were all stationed behind the animals, and behind them at the way back was the tamer and the trio of protectors. Pendrick noticed this as well, and his eyes turned cloudy as he started to frown. Are you trying to get rid of the animals and the dead mana first? The battle would be in their favor if Cal used that lava-like fire to burn the animals and the dead mana in the bottles around their necks. Rationality was telling Pendrick that this was the correct decision. The Guardian Knight and the other elves all kept their mouths shut as they looked toward Cal. This was the reason they had asked for Cal's assistance. Although they had lived with these animals in harmony, they had no choice. It was better to release them from this pain as quickly as possible. No, they could hear Cal's calm voice. Cal wanted to know the strength of the fire of destruction before using it in his own territory. He was curious to know about the strength of the true fire of destruction and not the useless one that the elf had gained in the novel. That was why he was going to go all out, just once. Cal smiled at the elves and responded. I plan to attack them. Cal stretched his arm out. Boom, boom. His heart was beating as a rose-gold light appeared on his palm. The magic spearman flinched and started to shout. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Everybody attack. Ajasi, number 1, the two of you attack too. You want us to go through the dead mana. The magic spearman started to frown at the middle-aged man's question. He then coldly gave an order. It's an order. The middle-aged man, the assassin, and the hesitating soldiers all bit down on their lips and started to charge toward Cal after hearing the magic spearman's order. Yes, kill them. Scratch up all of those bastards' faces. The tamer was shouting. It was at that moment. Rumble the elves looked up at the sky. Rayan, who was in the sky, started to speak to Cal. Human, what is this? Is it okay for me to stay here? It was at that moment. Wow. Rayan was amazed. Shoot, Blin. At the same time, the magic spearman started to scream, but his shout was drowned out. Boom! A red thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Everybody could see nothing but red for a moment. It was also so loud that their ears were ringing. Once that thunderbolt disappeared, they could all hear something else. Cal hunched over and started to cough. Cough! Blood was coming out of Cal's mouth. Shoot! They never said there was a recoil effect. The Birth of a Hero did not say that there was a recoil to this power. Cal then remembered what the owner of the ancient power had said. If it is you, if it is someone like you, who can throw all this money away, you'll be able to overcome anything. Use it to melt anything in your way. You will survive through the pain. Damn it. Why couldn't he say it'll hurt? Cal had not paid much attention to what the owner of the ancient power had said. Cal covered his mouth with one hand. Drip, drip. Blood continued to drip down. Chapter 113, Great and Mighty One, Cal. Cal could hear Rayan's voice in his head. He was in pain. He had never felt this much pain ever since he came over to this world. Ah! The black blood continued to drip down through his fingers and onto the castle wall. He could not stand up straight as he continued to spit out blood. Cough. Calnim. A hand quickly grabbed onto the hunched-over Cal. It was Choi Han. Choi Han subconsciously tried to stand Cal up after seeing Cal look like he was about to fall off the wall. However, there was someone preventing him from doing so. Stop. What is it? Choi Han and Ran made eye contact. Ran continued to speak with a cold expression on his face. However, the corners of his lips were pale. What will you do if the blood goes down the wrong pipe? Choi Han let go of Cal. At that moment, Choi Han could see a bloody hand grabbing his arm. It was Cal. Cal looked toward Choi Han and Ran with a pained expression. Hurry up, enough. This damn blood. Blood continued to fill his mouth, preventing him from speaking properly. Why is the blood not stopping? He was in so much pain after the fire thunderbolt had landed. However, he was no longer in pain after about a minute, as the vitality of the heart started to heal him. However, there were still two problems. First, he still continued to cough up blood, and second, so hungry. He was hungry and felt like he had used up all of the energy in his body. He felt like he had been starving for a few days. It was similar to the pain that Kim Rok-soo had felt prior to getting used to not having food for long periods of time. Choi Han, hurry and go. What are you saying, Kalnim? We need to take care of you first. Go bring me some bread. I'm so hungry. That was what Cal was trying to say, but Choi Han's vicious gaze made him say something else. Go take care of the tamer. Hurry up. At that moment, Cal heard someone screaming. My skin. It was an old man's voice. He was certain that it was the tamer. However, Cal could not see what was going on, as he was hunched over and coughing up blood. But he could still hear the screams, as well as the scent of burnt flesh. However, Choi Han could see what was going on. The location that the red light had struck was burnt black, with a large fire continuing to roar. He could not see any life forms above the fire. The range of the thunderbolt was very wide. The secret organization members who were in the rear were all gone without a trace. My baby's soft skin. Ah! Choi Han's gaze turned cold. The tamer and magic spearman must have succeeded in using blink as they appeared from outside of the thunderbolt's range. But they seemed to still have been affected by it, as the magic spearman's brown hair was all burnt and his spear was gone. He also seemed to have gotten burnt on his right hand. Kill them all. It hurts, it ducking hurts. However, the magic spearman was not as hurt as the tamer. The blink must have gone wrong, as the tamer had a deep injury in his arm and his face was burnt. Choi Han remembered what Cal had said before they headed over to the elf village. I earned an ancient power, and I want to try it out. So, everybody retreat to the back once we get to the wall. It was an amazing power. Even he could not create such damage with a single blow. That was why Choi Han understood why the elves were standing there with a blank expression. What are you doing? Hurry up and go. Choi Han turned his gaze after feeling a tug at his arm. He could see that Cal's gaze was still calm, even though he could not stop coughing up blood. His eyes seemed rational. He was telling Choi Han to go while coughing up blood. Hurry up and go. Are you going to let the animals continue to suffer like this? Cal was clenching onto Choi Han's arm with what seemed to be a lot of strength based on the veins on the back of his hand, but there was no power in the grasp. That made Choi Han's expression become even stiffer. He was like this in the capital too. Choi Han was thinking about how Cal always put himself in danger in order to save others. Cal always tried to do the difficult things himself, even if he would suffer in pain like this. Who cares if the power is strong when it causes this much pain? However, Choi Han understood Cal's feelings. At that moment, Choi Han heard Cal's voice in his ear. Only you can do it. Cal could see Choi Han removing his hand from his shoulder. Choi Han really was the only one who could do it. Cal thought about making Rayan do it, but Rayan was a bit odd right now. Rayan's voice was consistently echoing in Cal's mind. T this, B blood, what is he trying to say? Rayan could not speak properly instead, he just continued to say that over and over. At that moment, Cal heard Choi Han's voice. I will come back soon. Choi Han did not wait for Cal's response before disappearing. Cal soon heard a lot more screams. It was most likely Choi Han's work. Cal wiped off the blood in his hands and put some strength into his legs. He then quickly gave an order. Ran, dead mana. Yes, sir. Ran's left arm, which was made by the necromancer Mary, was able to collect dead mana because it was not alive. Cal was planning on selling this precious dead mana to the Dark Elves and the Crown Prince. I can't give up this free money. Cal hated working for free. Cal put in a lot of effort in turning his head. He was so hungry that even doing this was difficult right now. He could see Lark and the kittens. Go. Although it would be normal for them to flinch after hearing Cal's indifferent voice, Lark immediately jumped off the wall and started to run behind Choi Han. On and Hung, who had been in Lark's arms, headed toward Cal. Meow, meow. They tried to rub their bodies on Cal's legs. However, Cal avoided them. He didn't want the black dye to come off their bodies. Cal tapped them with his now clean hand to urge them on. On and Hung meowed a few more times before revealing their fangs and following behind Lark. Cal watched them leave before he slowly raised himself up. He could finally see the bottom of the wall. Cal flinched, and his sight became blurry for a moment. Whether it was because he had spent all of his energy or because the sight in front of him was shocking, Cal staggered to the side. Was the fire of destruction this strong? He could see the fire on top of the scorched ground. The results of using the fire of destruction at full power was beyond what Cal had expected. Cal started to think as he staggered. This is pretty good. It was worth the 200,000 silver coins. However, contrary to his satisfaction, Cal could not put any strength in his body. He did not even have the power to stop himself from falling backward. Young Master Nim, shoot. Pendrick and Beecrox reached their arms out to catch him. However, Cal did not fall, even though they did not manage to reach him. No, Cal, you cannot fall down. Cal could feel a head supporting his back. It was the black dragon, Rayan. He could feel Rayan's round head on his back as his back started to get wet. Rayan seemed to be crying. Cal started to frown. This is bad. The dragon had descended. Cal looked toward the elves behind Pendrick. They were all still blankly staring below the wall. However, two elves, the guardian knight and the chief, who had come much closer, slowly turned toward Cal. At the same time, the elementals next to the two elves, a half-transparent blue elemental and a white elemental, both started to shake in fear. Calnim, are you okay? Pendrick's hand was covered in a white light. It was his healing power. Pendrick's hand immediately headed for Cal's back, but it ran into something invisible. What the? Pendrick mumbled in shock. Just a dragon's body. Cal started to speak to Pendrick in order to divert his attention. Cal was not bleeding like before, but a small amount of blood was still seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Once we get rid of the tamer, I think it will be better for the elves to take care of the animals. They have lived with all of you for a long time. Pendrick stopped moving. He looked toward Cal and was at a loss for words after seeing Cal's calm demeanor. He finally understood why Cal had not used that red thunderbolt, the power that he needed to sacrifice his own strength to cast on the animals. He was feeling sorry for the animals. He had proceeded with this difficult and painful method so that the elves, who had been living in harmony with the animals for a long time, could peacefully say goodbye to them. Cal ignored Pendrick's gaze and started to think about how he had to do all this even though he was starving. Cal looked back down at the bottom of the wall. Ha! Pendrick could see Cal let out a sigh-like laugh as he looked at the battlefield. I picked a difficult path. Choi Han and the rest were fighting very well. Cal could see Choi Han's black aura cut through the tamer's stomach. Be blood. Brown, come protect me. Shoot. Bang. Choi Han nimbly dodged the magic spearman's sword. The magic spearman had taken a sword from one of his subordinates in order to be able to attack, as his spear had been destroyed by Cal's thunderbolt. I'm already busy because of those blonde twins. Why are these bastards always getting in my way? The magic spearman swung his sword in a way that looked like he wanted to vent his frustration. However, his attacks did not manage to land on Choi Han. Cal looked away from the indifferent Choi Han to see the others, who were also fighting. With him not there, Locke, the kittens, and even Ran were like fish in water. Actually, vicious might be a better word to describe it. All of them were fighting without holding back. The battlefield was filled with blood. Cal got scared at the sight and repented. I stepped in for nothing. Yes, there was no need for him to do that. He chose the difficult path for no reason. Looking at his present situation after stepping up to test the power of the fire of destruction, Cal regretted his actions. All he had to do was use these experts under his command. Cal found it difficult to even stand there without any strength. He wanted to go to sleep. Although he was not in pain, he really wanted to eat. This was the first time he felt like he was going to faint after receiving the vitality of the heart. Pendrick, who had misunderstood Cal's bitter smile for a different reason, hesitated multiple times with a complicated expression on his face before finally starting to speak. We will never forget your and everyone else's benevolence, young Master Nim. However, Cal could not respond to Pendrick's statement. You crazy bastards. Beecrox, who had approached Cal, shouted loudly as he swung his longsword. Cal, who quickly turned around, could see a white bandage in front of him. It was the assassin, number 1. He seemed to have run forward without looking back while the red thunderbolt struck down. He was so stealthy that he managed to get by Beecrox without getting noticed. Cal made eye contact with the eyes visible underneath the bandage. At that moment, he heard an angry voice in his head. The voice sounded like it had been crying. "I am going to kill him." With that, the white bandage flew backward. Cal blankly stared at the individual that got thrown back without even touching him. Beecrox did not need to swing his longsword. Rayan had used his strength. The white bandage that was floating in the air tried to move in fear, but he could not do anything. What is this? Urea mage. Cal thought about his answer, but did not say it out loud. No, a dragon. A vicious voice continued to speak in his head. I will never forgive any of them. Cal wondered who the them Rayan was talking about was. Human, I will not appear just like you asked. However, in return, do not look. It will be difficult for a weakling like you to watch. Cal happily did as Rayan asked. He made sure to say something, just in case Rayan went crazy. Okay, I am going to take a nap. Cal closed his eyes. He didn't have any strength to even keep his eyes open anymore. Cal felt the round reptile head and paws supporting his body as he fell asleep. Ah, ah, ah. A pitiful scream echoed in the valley. Bang! It sounded like something blew up. In fact, it sounded like a human body blew up. Cal debated whether he should open his eyes and watch. However, he had given them orders prior to their arrival at the elf village. With the victory in their grasps, he knew that these people, who were all stronger than him, would take care of everything. A great and mighty being's protection. Cal lost consciousness after hearing this new voice. He felt like his body was slowly being laid down as he prayed. He prayed that he could have at least one slice of bread when he woke up. However, when Cal woke up, he was laying in an extremely beautiful, almost to the point of overwhelming, flower garden. There was even a weird leaf crown on his head. It was a crown made from the world tree's leaves. Cal was nervous at what might be going on. Chapter 114. Great and mighty, too, Cal felt like he was coming out of a swamp as he came back to his senses. He tried to recall what had happened. I fainted. He had no strength left and fainted. Cal realized that it was time for him to open his eyes. It was because he could hear a voice in his head. 3, 2, 1. Half of half. Human, I will count back down from 100. Wake up before I reach 0, or I will destroy this continent. 199, 98. Cal heard Rayan's voice and immediately opened his eyes. He was shocked at what he saw. A flower garden. There were flower petals floating in the air. Rayan's voice could be heard by his ear. N95. The voice that was as quiet as a whisper seemed to be shocked. Cal lowered his head. The voice had come from on top of his stomach. He raised his hand to feel something invisible on his stomach. It was Rayan. Has he been here the whole time? Cal got scared thinking about how this black dragon would have been reciting his countdown the entire time. Cal felt the naturally cold reptilian skin as he patted Rayan's back. Other people would think that he was patting thin air. He then turned his gaze. Why did the first face he saw have to be Ran's? Ran, whose benign smile was missing, looked stiff as he stopped what he was doing and focused on Cal. What Ran was doing made Cal become scared. Why is he sharpening his blade? Ran was sharpening his dagger at the boundaries of the flower garden. He seemed to have removed all of the blood off the dagger as it was shining under the blue sky. Cal felt like just touching it would cut his skin. Cal blankly stared until he turned his gaze after hearing Rayan's voice. Human, why did you faint for 3 days? I can make hundreds of thunderbolts like that. Do not do that ever again. Weaklings should live like weaklings. 3 days. I fainted for 3 days. Me. Calnim, he woke up. He finally woke up. Me-yo. Cal could see Choi Han on Hung and the rest of the group all running toward him. Cal started to frown as soon as he saw them. Why are they still in a mess? Rayan had said that it had been 3 days. Cal looked at Choi Han and Lark, who were still wearing the black outfits and looked like they did not even clean the dry blood off of their bodies. He then looked down at himself and was relieved. Although he was wearing the black outfit as well, there was no blood or dirt on him. I cleaned you up with my magic. I'm a clean dragon. Rayan really was the best. Cal could see that even On and Hung still had the black dye on their bodies. However, he did not get up, as it was annoying to even get up. Finally, you finally woke up. Choi Han spoke on behalf of everyone. His voice was a mix of relief and admiration. For the past 3 days, Choi Han and the rest stayed by his side without leaving. The elves had told them that this was a safe location, and to trust them, however, neither Choi Han nor the rest could trust them easily. After all of them had grown up with some sort of trust issue. Choi Han made eye contact with Cal. Cal's gaze seemed to be asking where they were located. That was correct. Cal definitely had that on his mind as he looked at Choi Han. Why am I here looking like this? Choi Han started to speak in order to answer Cal's question. This is said to be the place with the strongest amount of life force and natural power. The elves told us this was the best place for recovery. Cal quickly understood that this was the elf village's flower garden that was described in the novel. The branch of the world tree was nearby this flower garden. Cal moved his still weak hand to touch his head. He was curious about what was on his head. It seemed to be a crown made of the world tree's leaves. Cal started to smile once he felt the leaves on his head. They're giving me the best possible treatment. The elves had provided a human a crown made of the world tree's leaves and placed them at the location closest to the branch of the world tree. This was beyond the treatment they would give him for helping them. There was only one answer. Cal remembered the shocked voice he heard right before he fainted. A great and mighty being's protection. The chief of the elf village seemed to have realized the existence of a dragon. The problem was whether it was just her that knew of Rayan or if everyone else knew as well. Cal pointed to his stomach. Choi Han avoided Cal's gaze. Cal started to frown. Choi Han started to touch the flowers in the garden as he quickly said in a quiet voice so that nobody else could hear. Ahem, nobody has seen Rayan, but the chief and the guardian might know about that existence being nearby. Cal asked Choi Han with his gaze. Just the two of them. Choi Han, who peeked over at Cal, turned his gaze away again as he answered. The others probably suspected. Cal could hear Rayan mumbling in his head. I never showed myself. I kept my promise. I quietly stayed next to you, human. I even ignored the chief when she tried to talk to me. It had been 3 days. He had been out for too long. He had no idea what these fools may have done while he was out. Cal looked past Choi Han, who wouldn't make eye contact with him, and took the time to look at each person, starting with On and Hung, then Locke and Beecrox, and finally ending with Ron. Young Master Nim, do you have the strength to speak? The group all looked toward Cal at Ron's question. He had fainted after coughing up blood. They knew that Cal was a good person who really liked to help others, but they also knew that Cal did not enjoy moving around and getting hurt. That Cal had used so much strength that he fainted. They were all so shocked that their minds went blank. They focused on Cal's lips that were slowly starting to open. It was his usual indifferent voice that sounded very cold. Nobody got hurt. Ron slowly started to smile. On and Hung meowed as they started to rub their faces on Cal's body. All of the black dye on their bodies seemed like it would end up on Cal's outfit. Yes, sir. Nobody got hurt. You do not need to worry, young Master Nim. Worry, Cal answered with shock. It's only natural. The enemy would need strength at the level of the whale royalty for Choi Han to get hurt. It was only natural for them to not get hurt. Cal started to get annoyed while looking at Choi Han, who was smirking. He was also annoyed while looking at Beecrox, who was slowly removing his bloodied white gloves, as well as Ron, who was pretending to be a benign old man again. Ahem. Cal looked back toward Choi Han after hearing his fake cough. He needed to get up. He felt like he had recovered enough strength, however. This flower garden was softer than he expected. Cal Nim. Choi Han let out a fake cough before starting to speak. He needed to report the results of the battle from 3 days ago to Cal. They had taken care of things properly, but they may have gone a bit overboard. Everybody turned away so as to not make eye contact with Cal. All of the enemies retreated after the battle 3 days ago. Number 1, the assassin, is dead, while the magic spearman will not be able to move his lower body in the future. As for the tamer, Choi Han could see Cal's palm in front of his face. Choi Han stopped talking at this gesture that was telling him to stop talking and looked toward Cal. Cal's face seemed healthy but tired. I am hungry. Excuse me. Meat? Ha! He was looking for meat in the elf village, which only had vegetables. He had hoped for a piece of bread before he fainted, but now he felt like he needed some meat. His strength had recovered, but the starving feeling had not disappeared. Cal confidently responded back to the confused Choi Han. His voice was cracking after not being used for a few days. Tell them to bring out some meat. Beecrox stood up at that moment. I will go get some for you, as expected of the chef. Beecrox seemed reliable to Cal for the first time. Cal watched Beecrox put on a new pair of gloves and heading away to cook before Cal slowly lifted his body up. Plop! The crown of leaves fell onto his thighs. The crown that was made of the world tree's leaves was now green, just like normal leaves. If there was a color to describe the color of an aurora, this would be it. Cal felt iffy while thinking about how he had been laying here while wearing this fancy and holy-looking crown of leaves for the past 3 days. That was why he picked the crown up with only 2 fingers as he looked toward the entrance of the flower garden. Originally, nobody had been there. However, a group of people arrived right as Beecrox left. Cal looked toward them and started to speak. I wish to lay down on a bed. The elf in front of the group was the elf chief Canaria, who was a recurring character in the novel alongside Pendrick. Her white hair was combed up tidily, and a smile was on her wrinkly old face as she bowed. I will provide a house fitting for our esteemed guest, who has received the protection of a great and mighty being. It was an extremely respectful demeanor. Choi Han had seen this for the past 3 days, but he still felt a bit overwhelmed by this extremely respectful demeanor. Although they had helped the elves, this level of respect seemed to be beyond what they deserved. He subconsciously started to frown as he looked toward Cal. He knew that Cal did not like this kind of demeanor, even at the palace. However, Choi Han could only keep his mouth shut at Cal's corresponding actions. Sure. He was twirling the crown in his hand as he casually answered like it was natural. Lead the way. People might even think that Cal was a dragon. Cal didn't care about this as he accepted the situation as is. However, he felt a bit awkward after seeing the house. Here it is. It was a house made by carving a hole in the largest tree in the elf village. The house inside of the large tree was magical. Cal looked toward Chief Canaria. It is my house. The chief had given him her house. This was the best house in the entire village. Cal flinched for a moment before confidently starting to speak. May I go in? There was no reason to reject such a good house. Cal, who sat down on a soft couch made of leaves, heard the rest of the story about what had happened in the last 3 days while he ate bread. Cal picked up the glass of fruit juice that Ron handed him while he observed Choi Han, Canaria, Jeet, and Pendrick, who were all sitting in front of him. The tamer lost his eyes and fainted before teleporting away with the magic spearman. Cal had repeated the results of the battle. The magic spearman lost his spear and injured his legs, so it is expected that he will not be able to use his lower body in the future. Only the 2 of them managed to run away, while the middle-aged swordsman and a few of the organization's members are imprisoned. As for the rest, they were dead. The animals were dead as well. Cal made eye contact with Chief Canaria. She had a wise gaze that only someone who had lived for many years could have. He then started to speak again. Then we can leave now. With everything settled, they did not need to be here any longer. Pendrick flinched and started to speak. We need to reward. Cal's group had gone above and beyond what the elves had originally expected. However, Pendrick could see Cal raise his hand to stop him. No need. The elves will have enough issues restoring the village and the boundaries, so how could I ask for anything? I am happy enough that none of my group got hurt. Pendrick's pupils started to shake. He had felt it last time as well, but how could there be such a good person? He had heard that nobles were greedy and seeked power, but all of that information seemed to be wrong. At that moment, Pendrick could hear the chief starting to speak. I can see why you have a dragon's protection. Pendrick flinched. As he had expected, the great and mighty being was a dragon. The chief and guardian knight had not said a single thing to the suspecting elves. Everything seemed to make sense after hearing what the chief just said. That overwhelming natural power that destroyed the enemies belonged to a dragon. Although gods existed, elves believed that dragons were gods that lived in the world with them. Cal was a person protected by a being that was a god of all living creatures. I am sure that there is a reason Dragonim is roaming by your side without revealing themselves. Chief Canaria was observing Cal. The dragon was hiding his identity, but had revealed his powers. Someone like her, who had lived for a long time, naturally understood the dragon's intent. He doesn't want us to worship him. However, he probably wants us to treat his person like we would treat him. She had been iffy at first when Pendrick had said that a human was coming to help them. However, if it was someone who had the love and protection of a dragon, especially a person like Cal, who had protected the elves and the world tree to the point that he coughed up blood, we can do that. She slowly started to speak. As someone who has Dragonim's protection, I believe you have the qualifications to hear everything. Qualifications. Cal started to frown. He had a bad feeling about this. All he wanted to do was take as much as he could from the elf village before he left. Cal urgently started to speak. Hold. They seemed to be looking for the world tree. He had heard something useless before he could even shout, "Hold on." Cal's pupils started to shake. An odd smile was on Chief Canaria's face as she noticed Cal's reaction. The location of the world tree is not known. There are almost no humans who know about it. However, Cal did know the location. The world tree was in the last of the 5 forbidden regions, the Valley of Despair. Only a few elves knew about this location. It is not a place people need to know about. Cal pretended like he didn't know the location. He also did not want to find out through the elf chief. However, the chief must have misunderstood as she started to smile. You are right. However, greedy humans always want to know the location, like that organization this time. However, there are bound to be the opposite kind of people as well. She felt like this benevolent man, who was willing to sacrifice himself without desiring any profits in return, should know everything. Furthermore, he had a dragon next to him. The fact that a dragon, a race known for their selfishness, was willing to use their power for someone else meant that this human was the first of his kind. He would be a hero who would be talked about for ages. There was a reason that the human heroes in the ancient legends always had a guardian dragon with them. Sadly, humans had forgotten about these ancient legends. Dragons tended to only help out talented humans with strong wills. Although this time, it seems like the dragon has picked a weakling. But he is someone who has had many fortuitous encounters in order to gain multiple ancient powers. There will be no one as lucky as him in the future. The chief quickly got to the point. That is why we plan on sending Pendrick to Sir Gold Dragonim to handle the situation. The defense around the world tree is currently controlled with his magic. Cal flinched. What did she just say? Gold Dragon. Rayan showed a similar response. This was different than with the Dark Elf Mayor. Chief Canaria seemed to know the location of another dragon. I want to feign ignorance. Naturally, Cal did not want to know the location of the other dragon, especially since it was related to the world tree. Of course, nothing big would happen if the world tree was to disappear from the western continent. Human, I am curious. However, Rayan was curious. Ask her, I am curious about the dragon. Why did this dragon show such curiosity for another dragon? Their race was known for only liking themselves. Cal hesitated for a long time before finally asking, where will Pendrick be going? He did not directly ask the location of the dragon's lair. Cal was hoping that the chief would avoid answering the question by saying that it was none of his business. However, the chief immediately answered, he is in the Whipper Kingdom. Cal's shoulders flinched as Rayan started to shout in his mind. Human, don't we need to go sell that thing to that idiot? We also have to go destroy the magic tower. Rayan was right. They needed to meet with Watira and then head to the Whipper Kingdom to meet Tunka. There were benefits to be had and a magic tower to be blown up. Oh, Rayan was excited. What did I get myself into? That was the only thought on Cal's mind. Chapter 115, Great and Mighty 3, Dragon. It was another dragon aside from Rayan. Cal did not want to meet another dragon. In most fantasy novels, old dragons were characters that served as helpers who would give the MC the key for a critical point in the novel. However, the dragons in The Birth of a Hero were all just egotistical and arrogant beings. Didn't the novel say that all of the dragons here were very selfish? Rayan was an exception. Cal started to frown as he started to worry. I know there are no dragons as great and mighty as I am in this world, but I am curious. Everybody has other members of their race except me. Rayan saying, except me, made Cal flinch. Well, you are one of a kind as well. There is nobody else as weak as you. That is okay. I will be with you. Ha! A deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. He brushed his face with his hands as he continued to think. Why did things end up like this? He had done things according to the plan, so why did all these other things keep getting in his way? Was it because he had both a dragon and the MC, Choi Han, with him? Rayan's worried voice went off in Cal's head. Human, are you sick again? Ha! Cal covered his face with both hands as he asked the elf chief, can you tell us the location? Oh yeah, Chief Canaria started to smile at Cal's question. She seemed like a fan who was about to watch her two favorite celebrities meet each other. Cal started to feel iffy after lowering his hand to see the smile on Canaria's face. Does the dragon have a good personality? I do not dare to speak on the personalities of such revered beings. They're all great and mighty beings. Cal shouldn't have asked such a question to dragon worshippers. Is it an adult dragon? He is an ancient dragon nymph. He is also a sociable dragon. An old dragon, Rayan added on after hearing Canaria say that the dragon was an ancient dragon. On the other hand, Cal's expression did not seem to be too good. A sociable dragon is still a selfish dragon, but Cal was still a bit relieved. Chief Canaria's words meant that the gold dragon would at least show some curiosity toward Rayan. I will prove the greatness of Rayan Muro. Cal held back a sigh after hearing Rayan's response. Would a goofy dragon like Rayan manage to survive in front of an ancient dragon? He was actually a bit worried. However, that worry quickly disappeared. It was because of what Chief Canaria said next. However, I am worried because, as an ancient dragon, the dragon nymph is struggling with his health. I hope that seeing another dragon nymph will make him happy and help him recover some strength. Thankfully, that dragon was weak. This lessened Cal's worries, because he felt like they would be able to run away, even if Rayan ended up in a fight with this gold dragon. We can run if all else fails. Rayan should not be at a disadvantage if he took Choi Han and the rest with them. Cal debated what he could do to be able to take a strong enough group to be able to look down on that ancient dragon. However, Canaria started to smile and speak again. I believe it would be a beautiful sight when the two dragon nymphs meet. Beautiful. Cal was worried that blood would be shed. However, an even greater concern arose. The guardian knight motioned to the chief with his eyes. Canaria's expression stiffened a bit after seeing his gaze. She then turned to make eye contact with Cal. Young master nymph, is it possible? Canaria said a collection of words that made Cal have a bad feeling. Cal picked up another piece of bread and started to eat again. Could you meet with the swordsman, you damn elves? Cal took another bite of the bread and swallowed the things he wanted to say to the elves as well. These elves didn't give him anything, but continued to ask him for stuff. Even if Cal kept saying he didn't need anything, isn't it only proper to bring something over when asking for something? They were like this in the novel too. This chief put Choi Han to work quite a bit. Cal thought that the chief was like a raccoon. She didn't give any rewards while saying that materialistic greed was bad, but still asked for a lot of help. Naturally, Cal had no plan on being swindled by Canaria. Cal looked toward Canaria with an indifferent expression. Why do I need to meet him? Canaria cautiously started to speak after seeing Cal's indifferent expression and hearing his cold voice. She had never been this cautious around a human before. However, he was someone who was protected by a dragon. That great and mighty dragon was probably nearby watching them right now. The swordsman would not say anything, no matter how much we interrogate him. You mentioned that you do not know their identity, but we thought you might be able to get more information out of him since you have dealt with them 3 times already. Canaria could see Cal chewing on the bread while he observed her. This noble who was eating the bread gracefully finished the piece of bread before starting to smile. It was similar to her own smile. I will help you only up to this request, since it is for everyone's benefit. Canaria's expression became odd. However, Cal did not show any reactions to her expression. Instead, he looked toward the others as he continued to speak. Pendrick, don't you agree? We need to help each other out so everyone can live well, as long as it is within our abilities. You are right, young master nymph. Yes. Helping each other without any materialistic gain in mind is indeed very cool. You agree with us too, right, Guardian Knight nymph? The Guardian Knight flinched at Cal's sudden question before fixing his posture and responding. Ahem, yes indeed. I've never met a young master nymph, another human who knows the value of such deeds. You definitely deserve the protection of a dragon nymph. Indeed, like you mentioned, Guardian Knight nymph, such deeds can only be repaid with action. Contrary to Cal's gentle demeanor, his word choice was very specific. However, his gentle smile made the two elves only hear what they thought to be the words of a benevolent person. Pendrick loudly responded back. You are right. The heart cannot be filled with materialistic things. Pendrick was showing the type of reaction Cal wanted. Good, good. So next time, you will all need to give it your all to help me out. Instead of sharing his inner thoughts, Cal looked toward the chief and put on a smile that seemed even more benevolent than the chief's smile. There was nothing in the elf village to take other than their manual labor. Putting the elves to work also meant that he would be getting the elementals to work as well. Shouldn't he put them to use since he helped them out? Furthermore, the elf village was at a great location between the Roan kingdom and the Breck kingdom. Human, why are you smiling like you smile around the crown prince? Did they do something wrong? Instead of responding to Rayon's words, Cal stood up from his seat. Let us go right away. Cal and the chief made eye contact. Shouldn't we do our best to help as quickly as possible if there is a need? The chief's expression turned odd again. It was as if this human in front of her was pressuring her to do as he said. She could also feel the source of the pressure as well. What a unique, ancient power. This unknown ancient power was pressuring her. She found Cal to be interesting. He had unparalleled luck, a unique ancient power, and his speech is eloquent as well. Canaria got up as Cal had done. She could see curiosity in the eyes of Pendrick and the Guardian Knight as they looked at Cal. The other elves would probably have similar expressions on their faces. This was an interesting human. She wondered what he was trying to do by getting the elves' curiosities. She was curious as well, but she could not continue to stay by Cal's side. Unfortunately, I need to return to the restoration site, so Pendrick will guide you there. I see. Cal made eye contact with Pendrick. Shall we go? Yes, sir. Pendrick took the lead and opened the door. Cal, as well as the rest of the group, started to move. However, Cal soon stopped walking. Ah, what is it, young Master Nim? Cal rummaged through his magic bag as he responded. Everybody, masks on. The mask that Cal had taken off to eat had returned. The group let out a collective sigh before taking out their masks as well. Cal gave them a few commands once everybody had their masks on. Pendrick blankly watched before flinching at what Cal was telling the group to do, but soon started to walk at Cal's urging. We can go. Yes, yes, sir. Cal followed Pendrick to the back of the chief's residence. They were heading in the opposite direction of the flower garden from earlier. A large boulder soon appeared, and Cal's expression turned odd after entering the underground room underneath the boulder. This location had never been described in the novel. Cal had thought that the elves had done some simple interrogations after imprisoning the swordsman from the secret organization. This is not what I had expected. The underground room in front of Cal was dyed with blood. It seemed more proper to call this an underground prison. Cal did not know that the elves would torture the swordsman. Cal reaffirmed his belief that stereotypes were useless before he pointed with his chin as he looked at Pendrick. How can we chat when he is like that? That. Pendrick was at a loss for words as he started to smile awkwardly. The elves guarding the underground prison smiled awkwardly as well. Cal could see that the middle-aged swordsman was almost unrecognizable as he sat there with his legs twisted and his body covered in blood. Choi Han said that he paralyzed him. Cal peeked toward the elf with the torturing tools and mumbled as he crouched down. Elves and humans, they're all the same. Pendrick flinched at Cal's words. The words from this person who had no greed and simply moved to save everyone felt cold and sharp. Pendrick, can you send the other elves out? You can stay. I want to chat in peace. Yes, sir, I understand. Pendrick motioned to the guards, who soon exited the room. Cal was looking at the bloodied man while Pendrick did that. He had been with the tamer and the magic spearman. This swordsman had seemed pretty talented for his age. Do you know his name? No, he has not said anything. Pendrick mumbled as he answered. Cal found it odd that a healer like Pendrick could calmly stand in this prison as he turned his gaze back to the middle-aged swordsman. It was at that moment. Kehe. The swordsman suddenly started to laugh. It was a fairly creepy laughter. However, Cal looked toward him and spoke with indifference. I'm glad that you are not pretending to be asleep. Beacrux chimed in at that moment. His name is Balbud. Balbud, the middle-aged swordsman, instantly stopped laughing. Cal turned toward Beacrux and flinched. Beacrux had put on a new pair of white gloves at some point and was holding a sharp dagger in his hand. Beacrux misunderstood Cal's shocked expression and explained himself. That was what the magic spearman called him during the battle. He seems to have been responsible for protecting the tamer. However, based on how similar his name is to the tamer's name, he just seems like a dispensable tool. Kehe, he. The swordsman started to laugh as soon as Beacrux finished speaking. However, he still did not say anything. Cal's voice reached the swordsman Balbud, who was looking down at the ground. You're not going to say anything. However, Balbud started to speak, contrary to Cal's expectations. Just, Balbud slowly raised his head. He didn't care about the elves. However, he was curious about these people. They still had those masks and annoying fake uniforms on, as if they were making fun of him. Just who the hell are you? Who dares to go against us? Balbud started to grind his teeth. He had never seen such experts before. That was why it felt so unfair. He wanted to know who they were before he died. However, Balbud could see Cal smiling behind the mask. This was the person who had fainted after launching the red thunderbolt. He believed this man was the leader. That man said a single word. Arm. Balbud's eyes opened wide. He tried to move his head back down to avoid Cal's gaze. However, there was a hand that pulled on his hair. It was not Cal but Beacrox, whose white gloves were quickly being stained red by the blood on Balbud's hair. With his head being held in place, Balbud had no choice but to look at Cal. Cal slowly asked before Balbud managed to close his eyes. I guess the eastern continent was not enough. Cal could see the anxiety in Balbud's face. What the hell are you? Sun God. However, Cal just continued to say what he wanted to say. He decided to ask all of the questions he had while he had the chance. Roan, Wolf Tribe, Mermaids, and the Empire. The mermaids were probably for the sea routes, but why did you aim for the Roan Kingdom and the Empire? Cal made eye contact with Balbud, who had seemed anxious ever since he brought up the eastern continent. Balbud started to frown. He had no idea who this person was nor how he knew about Arm, the eastern continent, as well as their actions on the western continent. He lightly bit down on his lips as his eyes became cloudy, and he started to smile. Hee, you think I would tell you anything? Balbud moved his tongue to find a bitter taste deep in his mouth. His heart would stop moving the moment he burst this capsule. Balbud started to laugh while thinking about how he would kill himself without revealing anything. He provoked Cal with his fiery gaze as he tried to bite down on the small capsule in his mouth. I will never tell you. The middle-aged swordsman Balbud suddenly grunted. He could see the eyes behind the mask turning into crescents. You're looking down on me too much if you think that such a method would work. Mio. The red kitten removed his stealth and slowly appeared in front of everyone. On and Hung were, naturally, with Cal. Balbud, who couldn't look down because Beacrox was holding his head up, could not see the fog surrounding his legs. They were using a paralyzing poison. Cough. Balbud's body was shaking as a white glove went into his mouth and pulled out the small capsule. That is a magic device. I will analyze it. Cal turned his gaze back toward Balbud after seeing Beacrox cleaning his white glove and putting the small capsule away. He smiled while looking at Balbud, who was slowly losing consciousness from the paralyzing poison. You can't expect me to fall for such a common pattern. Cal had read many novels about how the MC could not gain any information from the enemies they captured, because the enemy would use poison or a hidden device to kill themselves. As he was not the MC of a story, Cal did not want to suffer such a disappointing loss of information. He got up after seeing that Balbud finally lost his consciousness and gently started to speak to Pendrick, who was looking at him. All lives are precious. Isn't it great we saved him before he died? Pendrick suddenly forgot what he was going to say. Chapter 116, Great and Mighty 4. Cal walked toward Pendrick, who was standing there without being able to say anything. Did you decide what you will do with Balbud? That. Difficult to decide. Pendrick nodded his head. The elven philosophy dictated that they should execute Balbud and the rest of the prisoners. However, it would be disappointing to execute them right away without gathering any information from them beforehand. I would like to make a suggestion. A suggestion? Cal started to smile toward Pendrick, who was confused but also had some expectations toward what Cal would say. Pendrick would definitely remember how Cal mentioned Arm and the Eastern Continent. Since this was new information that Cal did not share in front of the chief, Pendrick would want to gather more information like this, if possible. There are no other races like the elves that are so thorough with getting revenge. The elves considered them to be an elegant race that was better than other races. That was the reason they were not materialistic. They believed that living in nature without materialistic greed made them better than other races, like the humans. Maybe that was why, but the elves were thorough with making sure to get revenge on any enemies that choose to provoke them. In this aspect, the elves probably resembled dragons more than the dark elves. After all, the dragons were an even more arrogant race than the elves. Cal turned his gaze toward Balbud. Beacrox was thoroughly tightening the chains on his arms and legs. What about passing Balbud off to someone else? Pendrick's expression became odd. This did not seem to be the result he had wanted. Do you mean pass him off to you, young Masternim? The elves knew they had already asked a lot of Cal, but they were hoping that Cal would step in. The elf village currently did not have enough elementals to even restore the valley. Furthermore, they needed to be prepared in case the organization came back to attack again. Although they were lacking manpower, they also wanted to get their revenge. Pendrick held back his expectations and waited for Cal's response. He thought it would be good if Cal stepped in. You could not find such a righteous person anywhere in the world. No, excuse me. However, a completely unexpected answer came out of Cal's mouth. If he was not going to take Balbud, who would? The confusion was clearly visible on Pendrick's face. I want you to first discuss my suggestion with the chiefnim. I will give you the details if you all decide to go along with my suggestion. Will it be with a trustworthy person? Pendrick could see Cal nod his head without any hesitation. Yes, it is a trustworthy person. It was because Cal had the person's weakness in his hands. Cal recalled the video communication device that was stuck deep inside his magic bag. He had not had to think about it for a while. He was annoyed with the secret organization and hated them. However, he did not want to step up to deal with them. It was obvious that doing so would lead to a lot of headaches. So, think about it and give me an answer by this evening. I will be leaving tomorrow because there are things I still need to do. Pendrick observed Cal's back as Cal started to walk away after patting him on the shoulder. If it is someone such a righteous person can trust, wouldn't it be okay? He could not be certain about it, but Pendrick felt like he could trust Cal because Cal had stepped up once again for a situation where he had nothing to gain. Oh, one more thing. Yes. Cal turned back around and started to speak. Are you going to the Whipper Kingdom alone? Ah, yes, sir. I believe that will be the case. Then let's go together. Excuse me. Cal gently smiled toward Pendrick. He thought that it would be better to have an elf from the elf village who had a connection with the gold dragon when they went to meet him. If possible, he wanted to take everyone that he could. Of course, he would be in the way back of their group, maybe even hiding behind Choi Han. The Whipper Kingdom is currently a dangerous place to move around alone. You'll be safe if you go with us. We have things to do there anyway. The current Whipper Kingdom was a mess. The Whipper Kingdom has been on a one-way train to hell ever since Tunka became the commander-in-chief last fall. Of course, none of the Whipper Kingdom's residents knew that they were headed for despair. Cal looked toward Pendrick, who had an apologetic look on his face. I can't burden you so much. No such thing. Stop thinking about such useless things. It'll probably be better so that you know where the prisoner ends up as well. Just think about it. Thank you very much. No need to thank me. Shouldn't we all help each other out? Pendrick started to smile. It looked even purer and brighter because his face was so handsome. Of course, Cal was paying more attention to Beacrox, who was looking at him with an iffy look on his face. You are right. Young Masternim, you are definitely right. Yes, everything I say is right. Cal played along with Pendrick using a joking tone before heading out of the underground prison. He could hear Pendrick speaking to him as he walked. I will discuss it with the chief as quickly as possible. That was exactly what Cal wanted. Cal started to walk faster. There was someone he needed to discuss this with as well. To be more specific, he needed to tell the person he planned on dumping Balbud on. Cal, who returned to the chief's house, immediately ordered Rayan to check the surroundings. There were no bugs nor recording magic in the house, probably because they knew that Cal was with a dragon. Cal walked into the guest room that the chief had created for him and had his group guard the door. Rayan. All right, human. Rayan revealed himself in the air. Cal put the video communication device on the table and sat down on the couch. Rayan started to connect the video communication device at Cal's signal. A person's face appeared on the device after a moment. Long time no see. It was Crown Prince Albaru. Albarus' eyes showed just the slightest bit of happiness to see Cal. Your Highness, you still remain the vibrant star in the hearts of the citizens. However, Albaru immediately started to frown after hearing Cal's greeting. What do you want from me now? You really understand me now. I am filled with admi. Enough. Cal closed his mouth and started to smile. Albaru started to frown, as if he found Cal's smile to be disgusting. The two of them had not seen each other for about 3 months. They had nothing to discuss with each other since they chatted about the Whipper Kingdom 3 months ago. Are you contacting me about traveling to the Whipper Kingdom? Contrary to the frown on his face, Alberus' eyes were full of curiosity. It was because he knew what Cal was planning to sell at the Whipper Kingdom, as well as how he was going to do it. No, unfortunately, it is not for that reason. Then, I managed to capture one of the members of the organization that caused the Plaza Terror incident. This swordsman seems to hold a mid to low tier position with the organization. Alberu blinked a few times to think about whether he heard Cal correctly. However, his eyes soon were filled with shock. How? No, never mind. That is not important. The how is important. We captured him in the Rhone Kingdom. Alberus' expression quickly stiffened. Cal looked at Alberus' expression and started to think. He bit the bait. Alberu had bit onto this information. Cal hoped to no longer have to deal with the secret organization. At the same time, he didn't want to be the one who took care of them himself. How could the son of a count fight against an organization that could rock the entire continent? It would be difficult, even with a dragon by his side. That was why Cal thought of this person. It was someone whom neither the secret organization nor the elves could easily touch, as well as someone who would take care of it even more thoroughly than himself. It was someone who had negative feelings about the organization and wanted to get rid of them. At the same time, it was someone whose weakness was in Cal's hands. It could be none other than our dear Crown Prince. I can tell you the details after the discussions are completed, however. We managed to catch this person around the Rhone Kingdom's 10-Finger Mountains. And why are you telling me all this? Cal smiled instead of responding, while Alberu clicked his tongue and continued to speak. Hand him over to me. Yes, sir. Alberu continued to frown as if he found the way Cal answered to be annoying. You seem to pass all of the annoying things to me. Do you not like it? No, it's great. Sue, great. Contrary to Alberus' frowning face, his eyes were clear. The Rhone Kingdom had not managed to discover the identity of the organization. Not being able to find any answers after a year of investigation was humiliating for the kingdom. That was why Cal knew that Alberu would do anything and everything to gather information from Balbud. Alberu would also use Balbud to his advantage. Your Highness. Yes, you're going to put him to use, aren't you? Alberu started to smile as he asked. For what? Asking even though he knows exactly what I am talking about. Naturally, for the Empire. Ha ha ha, yes, I definitely will. The Empire still had not captured the secret organization and the holy twins that had killed the Pope. That fact did not sit well with Cal. The Empire claimed that they were fervently looking for the twins. However, having to deal with the Whipper Kingdom made it difficult for them to focus all of their attention on the search. At first glance, it might look like the Empire was taking their time in the search, with the hope that the power of the Church of the Sun God would go down even more as time passes. However, this was an incident where hundreds of their citizens were killed as well. It is weird because the Imperial Prince is someone who cares a lot about saving face. It made no sense that the Empire had not figured anything out about the incident. The Empire even rejected the Rhone Kingdom's offer to work together multiple times. That was why even Alberu was curious about what the Empire was doing. At the same time, Cal's train of thought was different. The Imperial Prince is someone who would set the jungle on fire to gain control. He also knows that the North will come down to invade, yet is instead waiting for the Rhone Kingdom and the Breck Kingdom to lose strength while fighting the North. But such a person was leaving the secret organization alone. That made no sense. It had to be one of two reasons. Either the Empire wants to find the organization on their own in order to prove that they are better than everybody else, or they have a secret relationship with Arm. There was something Cal had paid attention to while he was lounging around in Harris Village. Well, by paid attention, he gave some orders for others to do the work. Anyways, what Cal had done was get Ran to gather Frisia, the assassin posing as a sculptor, as well as others, and create an information brigade. The Whipper Kingdom's Tunka will soon head to the Empire. Cal knew that the contents of Volume 5 were coming to an end soon. Of course, the story has twisted in many ways thanks to his interference. Tunka, who should have already been at war, was delayed, while the jungle was quickly becoming unified under Queen Letana's rule. I still have to do what I have to do. Cal still planned on going back to the Whipper Kingdom in order to profit. There were a lot of things to do once he got there. Hand the prisoner over to my aunt. Report everything that happens as well. Cal nodded his head as if that was obvious before he calmly continued on. Yes, sir. Oh, I am also selling dead mana. What? There's a large amount of it, so I think I will need to sell it in the Dark Elf City. There is no discount. I will sell it to you at the market price. I also only accept cash. Albaru, who was looking at Cal in disbelief, slowly started to speak with a serious expression on his face. How much is it? I will sell it to you at a fair price, Your Highness. Cal safely concluded his dead mana deal, as well as the issue of Balbud with Albaru, who was still full of disbelief. They discussed everything for quite a while, but the results were satisfactory. Maybe that was why, but he didn't mind having a long discussion with Chief Canaria regarding Balbud later that evening. The next morning, Cal was standing in front of the still unconscious Balbud. Cal sat down on a chair and crossed his legs as he looked down toward Balbud. Beecrox approached Balbud and asked, "Should I wake him up, young Master Nim?" "Yes." Beecrox grabbed Balbud's hair and splashed him with a bucket of water. Pendrick and the Guardian Knight who were standing behind, Cal cautiously asked, after seeing Beecrox's actions, "Are you going to tell him what is going to happen? Wouldn't it be better to take him while he is still unconscious?" "I'm not sure. I think it will be better to tell him at least some of it." Pendrick stopped talking after listening to Cal's relaxed response. Balbud was groaning as he started to come to his senses. The cold water did its job in waking him up. Cal stood up and took a step back as he quietly observed. He recalled the conversation he had with Chief Canaria last night. "Young Master Nim, wouldn't the kingdom know about our village if we work with the Crown Prince? One of the conditions for the Crown Prince will be keeping this village a secret. Plus, isn't it difficult on your own? None of the other elf villages will help you. They will just focus on protecting their own branch from the World Tree, especially if you explain what happened." Pendrick was shocked at what Cal had said. Cal was aware of the fact that elves were selfish and had no sense of race relations. Pendrick noticed Balbud opening his eyes and looking toward Cal as he closed his mouth. Just what the hell. Balbud's voice was a mess thanks to the poison from the other day. Cal started to smile at Balbud, who barely managed to realize what was going on. Balbud bit down on his lips and glared at Cal. "I don't like that look of yours." Cal sounded very calm as he frowned about Balbud's gaze. That calmness made Balbud even more anxious as he started to speak. What did you do to me?" "Nothing yet, but there is a lot planned from now." The phrase "from now" made Balbud's shoulders slightly shake. However, the man looking down at him, Cal, continued to speak in his casual tone. "You will leave this elf village with me. Your life will be in my hands." Pendrick, who was behind Cal, made eye contact with the Guardian Knight. He did not know Cal would share such details with the prisoner. However, Cal's next words made Pendrick abruptly turn his gaze back toward Cal. "That is why I am going to share my itinerary with you." Cal, who was seated once again, uncrossed his legs and lowered his head to make eye contact with Balbud. "What do you think is the strongest race after dragons?" Take a guess." "Strongest race after dragons." Cal did not miss Balbud's pupils starting to shake. He could see his smiling face in Balbud's eyes. "Damn boy, you look so cool when you smile." After that moment of narcissistic reflection, Cal noticed that Balbud's face was filled with chaos and fear as he continued to speak. "I plan to meet with the whale tribe, the same whale tribe that hates the secret organization and wants to kill all of you. In fact, I am meeting with the whale royalty." Cal heard Rayan's report as he stared at Balbud's pale face. "Human, this swordsman does not have any type of surveillance magic on him. That device from last time was the only one. That meant that nothing Cal said would be leaked to the secret organization. After that, I plan to go meet with a dragon. You know about dragons, right?" Darkness descended on Balbud's face. He clearly remembered Cal saying that they would be moving together. Cal stopped smiling as he continued on. "They are quite famous for being selfish and violent." Rayan's shocked voice went off in Cal's head. That is not the case. Of course, there are some dragons who are not like that." "That's right. I'm a very good dragon that likes to save things." Cal held back his sigh at Rayan's response before he made eye contact with Balbud, who was staring at him fiercely. "This dragon is an ancient dragon who cherishes the world tree and the elves quite a bit." Cal stood up from the chair. Balbud, who was turning pale for multiple reasons, could see Cal looking down at him with a gentle expression. Cal fixed his clothes before saying one last thing to Balbud. "Look forward to it." The next words were directed at Beecrox. "Cover his eyes and knock him unconscious." "Should I paralyze him as well?" "Yes." Balbud's eyes were slowly covered with a black cloth. Balbud debated whether he should flail around or scream, however. Cal's indifferent gaze made him stay still. He could not even die on his own accord anymore. He could hear the torturer asking Cal something else once he finished placing the blindfold around his eyes. What about a gag? That too. Yes, sir. You take care of everything. Just make sure he cannot kill himself, but that he is not relaxed either. Don't overdo it, though. Got it. Yes, sir. A gag was placed inside Balbud's mouth. Cal peeked at Beecrox taking care of Balbud as he turned around. Shall we go? Pendrick and the Guardian Knight slowly nodded their heads at Cal's casual question. The two elves were looking at Cal as if he was an alien, but Cal just shrugged his shoulders. All he did was scare Balbud enough so that he can have a quiet journey until they met with Alberus and the dark elf, Tasha. Plus, it wasn't like he was lying. Cal asked Pendrick, who had been standing there with a blank expression until they made eye contact. Did you pack your bags? Yes, sir. Then I guess we can go. Cal's true new party member was Pendrick, not Balbud. However, there were people preventing Cal's group from leaving. It was the other elves of the village that Cal managed to avoid during his stay. Do you really have a dragon nymph's protection? Ooh. The half-transparent elementals were causing a ruckus while flying around in front of Cal's eyes. Cal looked toward the one who asked him the question. There were many elves behind that elf with the same expression that was full of anticipation. What a pain. Cal could feel a headache brewing. Chapter 117. Great and Mighty 5. It was rare for an elf to approach a human first. They didn't really have any reason to do so. However, the elves of the Ten-Finger Mountain village had found a reason to do so, and were very persistent as they approached the human in front of them. That human, as expected, was Cal. Is it difficult to answer? Cal avoided eye contact with the elf in front of the group. Why did the two elves in the front have to be a grandma and a child? Cal looked toward Chief Canaria. I thought I made it clear that I wanted to leave quietly. Canaria gently smiled toward Cal. Cal found that smile to be annoying, however. This was not her fault. I'm sorry, young Master Nim. I only told my family. Cal turned his gaze toward the source of the apology. Pendrick looked very apologetic. He was the reason that their departure time and location was revealed. However, you could not blame him for telling his family about his departure. Well, in that case, Cal thought that he had at least avoided the worst possible situation with Rayon showing up and being revered. That was why he decided to use this to his advantage. Wouldn't it be easier to get the elves to do his bidding if he left with a good impression? No, that is not something to be sorry about. A benevolent smile was on Cal's face. That smile allowed Pendrick to let out a sigh of relief. However, Cal's group slowly started to avoid looking at Cal. Cal made eye contact with the young elf who was holding his grandma's hand. No, it is not difficult to answer. He seemed very gentle toward the child. Cal thought about the child's question from before. Do you really have a dragon nymph's protection? He could see that the elves and elementals all wanted an answer. Some of the elves were looking right at him, while others were off in the distance, secretly peeping. Of course, the elementals were glowing and mumbling something, but Cal could not hear them. However, their voices were heard by the elves. This human is protected by a strong aura. It must be a dragon nymph's aura. I've never felt a dragon nymph's aura before. I will remember this forever. My goodness, a human that has so many natural auras on him. Fire, water, wind, and wood, all four of these are in different shapes on him. He also has an extra natural power that does not have an affinity. The elementals were currently shouting chaotically. I've never seen such a human before. He's not an elementalist or an elf. I can see why Dragon Nim would like him. He must be a human that is loved by ancient powers, no, by nature. What an interesting human. The elves turned even more pensive after hearing the elemental's words. This was the same for Chief Canaria and the Guardian Knight as well. Only Pendrick did not know about it, as he could not hear the elementals. Cal, who was in the same boat as Pendrick, did not know about the elementals going crazy as he started to speak. The dragon protects the weak me. Ah, gasps could be heard throughout the crowd. At that moment, Rayan, who was invisible and stuck on Cal's back as usual, started to speak into Cal's mind. I'm glad you know, weak human. Cal just ignored Rayan's comment and started to smile while looking at the elf child. However, that smile soon started to flinch at the child's response. Wow, I'm so jealous. You're the best. You're so cool. The child's triple combo of praise landed on Cal before the child continued to speak. I wanted to go meet you when you were in the World Trees Garden, that flower garden. However, your subordinates were so strict, and so I could not go. I've never met such strong people before. They seem to be stronger than even the human royal knights. The child peeked toward the rest of the group as he said that. He then hid behind his grandma like he was scared. An elf was scared of a human. Just what the hell did they do to protect me for those 3 days? Cal had a feeling that it wasn't him that avoided the elves, but the elves that avoided him because of what Choi Han and crew did during the 3 days that he was unconscious. They just gathered here today to say goodbye to Pendrick. Cal received a few more questions after answering the child's question. The majority of them came from other children. What is Dragon Nim like? Rayon's front paw continued to tap on Cal's back. Cal answered with a gentle smile. I am great and mighty. He is great and mighty. Cal answered as Rayon instructed him to do. Since things ended up like this, wouldn't it be great to be known as the lucky human who received the protection of a great and mighty dragon? He felt like he could see the elf's interest level going up, like he was playing a game. Wow, is he handsome? Rayon naturally gave him the answer again. Handsome and beautiful. He is handsome and beautiful. Wow. The children's admiration, as well as the adults' nods of approval, continued. Cal wanted to shake his head. They would all fall back and cheer endlessly if a real dragon appeared in front of them. Dragonim must be very strong. There is nothing in the world as strong as my body. Of course, he's very strong, Cal answered like a ventriloquist's doll. Rayon's voice started to get louder in his head. I really am the great and mighty Rayon Muro. I am also 1 year older now. Cal was getting a headache from all the noise around him. He still managed to motion to Ran with his eyes, however, and Ran stepped forward with Choi Han in order to create a path for Cal. Cal followed the two of them to the entrance of the elf village. An old elf who was with the children that followed Cal to the entrance slowly started to speak. Would it be possible to meet Dragon Nim? I can show up right now. Cal had no plans of letting the elves meet with a dragon. He was planning on using that card in the future when it would be to his benefit. As for now, it was best to leave his identity as the human who was the closest to a dragon. Cal stopped walking and opened up his arms. The elves who were following Cal, as well as the ones peeking from a distance, all listened to Cal's voice. Can't you feel the great and mighty aura of Dragon Nim around us? I believe that all of you elf Nims, the ones who are said to be the closest to nature, would be able to feel this great and mighty aura. Naturally, the older elves and the elementals could feel the aura around Cal. It was as if a dragon was casually roaming around Cal. However, they thought that there was no way a dragon would follow a human around. Unless it was crazy, a dragon would never do that, especially while keeping itself invisible. They believed that they were sensing the dragon's aura that was protecting the human in front of them. Cal observed the elves nodding their heads and continued to speak. I will speak with the Dragon Nim and see if I can create an opportunity for you to speak with Dragon Nim in the future. The elves jerked their heads up only to see a gloomy expression on Cal's face. However, right now, as you all probably know, the village is in a difficult place, and many scary things are happening around the continent. I need to quickly leave to deal with some of those things. Some of the elves nodded their heads. These were the ones who were watching Cal from afar. The elf village was a mess. They barely managed to fend off the invaders who were aiming for the branch of the world tree. They did not like the attitudes of the other elves who were praising a human during such a time. It wasn't like Dragon Nim was here. Of course, it was fine to accept and respect a person who has received the protection of a dragon, but they did not like such a happy atmosphere in a time of trouble. While they had such thoughts on their minds, Cal's words reached their ears. They could clearly tell that the human in front of them was the one who had saved them from despair. Cal still kept this gloomy atmosphere about him. They could feel a sense of responsibility on Cal's shoulders. It was solidified even further by Cal's next words. I have a lot to do. These were the tasks that were assigned to me. The adult elves' expressions stiffened at those words. They felt like they knew what Cal was trying to do, even without him telling them. Just like when he had saved their village, and just like they had heard from the chief about the other time when he saved the capital, he probably had similar things to do. He was probably going to sacrifice himself again without seeking any material gain. Cal observed the calmer crowd that was focused on him and started to think. I definitely have a lot of things to do. He needed to trick Tunka and make some profit. He needed to meet with a lot of people. Of course, he didn't know what the order of things would be, but he needed to do everything in the near future. It was nice meeting with all of you, the friends of nature, however. I believe it is time for me to leave. The children, who still had a lot of questions, seemed disappointed, but the adults consoled them and created a path for Cal. Cal looked back at his group that had stopped to wait for him. The elf healer, Pendrick, seemed to be full of admiration. However, Beecrox, Ran, and the kittens were doing their best to hold themselves back from shaking their heads, while Choi Han and Lark were nodding their heads as if they agreed with Cal. Human, this is why I cannot leave you alone. You uselessly weak but very useful human. It was now normal for Cal to ignore Rayan's nonsense. He was right about to start walking again, but soon stopped. The half-transparent elementals that had been chaotically flying around lined up to create a path for him. They looked like lamps lighting up a path. They said something while standing in line, however. Cal had no way of understanding. He just walked down the path in order to leave the village. He's a decent person. It's just disappointing that he is not an elementalist. I want to introduce him to my friend. He reminds me of the ancient heroes my mother told me about. They were said to be similar. I really think he is a good person. I couldn't tell for sure earlier, but he seems very pure. Although Cal would have scoffed if he heard what the elementals were saying, none of the elves were scoffing at their comments. Only Chief Canaria greeted Cal at the entrance with an odd expression on her face. Chief Nim, I will be on my way now. Canaria asked a question instead of saying goodbye. Young Master Nim, you said your family is in the northeast. Yes, she could read the wariness in Cal's eyes. Canaria started to smile, as this Cal was much easier to deal with than the valiant Cal from earlier. Young Master Cal, I believe that you know that you currently do not possess the power of Earth. The Roan Kingdom is the kingdom of boulders, and this is where the power of the Earth is at its strongest. Boulders are the strongest form of Earth. Cal did not hide his thoughts as he made eye contact with Canaria. And Cal did not have any plan of gaining any more ancient powers. He would have all 5 elements of nature if he gained the power of Earth. He had an ominous feeling that doing something like that would lead to a difficult future. Canaria, who noticed Cal's expression stiffening up, carefully handed the book that was in her arms to Cal. Cal did not take it, and instead just looked at her with confusion. She started to explain what the book was about. This is a book that discusses an ancient legend related to the Earth. It is very old. We cannot decipher its meaning at all, however. I feel that you may need this in the future. Cal looked at the book that Canaria was pushing toward him. An ancient legend. That made him want to not take the book. He didn't need it. However, her continued words made Cal's eyes open wide. It is quite a funny legend. A hero with a strong destructive power supposedly was extremely greedy for money. Once that hero died, the hero in this legend is said to have found the wealth of his friend and kept it safe. Canaria snorted. Would a hero be greedy for money? Especially a hero who supposedly saved the world from freezing and did not seek any power, influence, or fame. How could someone like that be greedy for money? Isn't it unbelievable? She looked at Cal for validation. Cal also snorted and nodded his head. Of course. How could a hero be like that? Furthermore, many ancient legends are a mix of lies and the truth. That is often the case. Anyways, this book is about the legend of the other hero, who was both the greedy hero's friend and enemy. This hero seems to be the one who used the power of Earth. Canaria looked toward Cal, who seemed to have a lot on his mind. Cal slowly reached his hand out, and Canaria put the book in his hand. To be honest with you, I do not think you will find the ancient power described in this book. However, since we do not need this book, I thought it would be great if it could even help you a little bit, since you helped save our village. It is not a precious book. To be honest with you, no. Canaria thought it might make Cal feel bad, but decided to tell the truth. We have a warehouse where the elves gather things they don't need. I remembered that this book was in that warehouse and brought it over. However, she still thought that this book would not be of much help to Cal. That was because she had gone to the location described in the book, but did not find anything. But since he is lucky, you needed a lot of luck to find ancient powers, to the point that it was said that the heavens determined the owner of each ancient power. However, this human in front of her had enough luck to gather 5 ancient powers. That was why she brought this book over. Cal had an awkward expression on his face as he took the book. I will take it for now, since you say that the elf village does not need it. It is difficult to say no to such generosity. However, ancient powers are not something you can just gain because you want to. Of course, you need the mandate of heaven to get it. But it is still an unbelievable and funny legend, so at least give it a read. Thank you, I will. Cal slowly put the book away and shook hands with Canaria. Let us meet again if it is the will of the heavens, Chief Nim. I hope we can meet together with Dragon Nim next time. Chief, I am right here. Cal ignored Rayan's shout and said goodbye to Canaria. He touched the book in his pocket and started to think. There is a reason the fire of destruction appeared near this elf village. He thought that the fire of destruction appeared nearby because this book was in the village. Although it might have been a coincidence, he thought that there might be something there. He recalled what the chief had said. Would a hero be greedy for money? Especially a hero who supposedly saved the world from freezing and did not seek any power, influence, nor fame. How could someone like that be greedy for money? Isn't it unbelievable? Of course, it made sense. Why would it not make sense? Cal had made it rain money for that hero not too long ago. Cal was almost certain that the greedy hero in this book was the owner of the Fire of Destruction. He also had a feeling that the hero's frenemy was the Super Rock. Although boulders were just a sub-property of Earth, it was still a part of the Earth. So, the owner of the Super Rock took the Fire of Destruction's owner's money. Cal's heart was beating, not because of the ancient power, but because of the money. It didn't matter whether he earned the ancient power or not, but couldn't he just take the money? Cal held back a smirk and said his final goodbye. Goodbye now. Have a safe trip. Cal walked into the half-transparent hut that was the entrance to the illusion magic hiding the elf village. The rest of the group followed behind him. Cal had finally left the elf village for the first time in a few days. He then stopped walking right outside of the boundary. Ha! He let out a sigh. The group slowly turned their gazes away and into the distance at his sigh. Choi Han and Locke let out some fake coughs and lowered their heads, while Ran and Beakrux still remained calm. On and Hung meowed while in Choi Han's arms before looking away toward a mountain in the distance. Human, can you see the glorious evidence of our battle? We destroyed it all, Rayan proudly shouted in Cal's mind. Yes, they really did destroy everything. Cal had wondered why the elf chief had to personally help out with the restoration, but after looking at the site in front of him, it all made sense. There were a lot of trees that were destroyed, and the ground was turned over in many spots. Some boulders also looked like they were cut in half by swords or auras. However, Cal could not say anything. Human, your thunderbolt left the biggest mark. Can you see it? It is a pretty useful power, but do not use it ever again. He could not say anything because he had done the most damage to the land. There was a giant crater on the ground that looked like a meteor had landed. Everything in that crater was completely charred black. Cal looked away toward a distant mountain peak as he started to speak. Let's go. He then asked Beacrox before using the sound of the wind to move away from the valley. He's not too heavy, right? Yes, sir. Beacrox, who had Balbud on his shoulder, made it look like Balbud did not weigh a pound. Balbud, whose eyes, mouth, and ears were all covered, was still unconscious. Cal verified that everyone was ready before heading out of the valley and toward Bloke Village. Although they arrived at the village quickly, he stopped at the foot of the mountain because of Balbud. Young Master Nim. Deputy Butler hands bowed and greeted Cal. The kittens, On and Hung, jumped out of Choi Han's arms and into Hant's arms. Cal walked past Hans and reached his hand out to someone else. Has it been about 3 months? Yes, young Master Cal. Rosalind, who had returned from the Breck Kingdom, smiled back at Cal. She took a piece of paper out of her pocket in order to respond to Cal's gaze that seemed to be asking how it went. It indicated that Rosalind would be the captain of the Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom's major alliance at the beginning of a war. Cal started to laugh as he greeted Rosalind. Welcome back, Miss Rosalind. That's what I wanted to hear. Cal let go of Rosalind's hand before giving an order to Hans. He needed to meet with the dark elf, Tasha, once again. Hans, we are first heading to the capital. Chapter 118. Nice to meet you, 1. Cal met Tasha at an inn outside of the capital. The basement has been completely redone. It was the same inn that Cal had used the last time he was in the capital when he delivered the bracelet to Albaru. Cal had heard that Albaru had purchased this inn. Currently, the ground floor of this building was an inn as usual, while the basement was being used to house the mages. There are a lot of mages. The basement had 3 levels in total, with approximately 30 mages running around getting things done. They all flinched once they saw Cal's group before they respectfully bowed toward Rosalind and then disappeared. Because this was all being done in secret, there were a lot of advanced magic devices throughout the area. The newest defense magic was purchased in order to fortify the basement as well. Tasha, who was the same height as Cal, lifted her head toward Cal and asked, "Young Master Cal, isn't this place wonderful?" Cal could tell that Tasha was joking, and so he played along. "I think our Henitus castle will be much better." "Really?" Tasha waved her hand and started to laugh. There was no way that was true. This was an area made with the help of the talented mages from the Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom was known for their magic devices. There was no way anywhere in the kingdom could match up to the basement in front of them. That was why Tasha knew that Cal was joking. He probably just said that because he loved his home very much. "Come on, young Master Cal, this is much nicer than the Henitus castle. Although this may not be the best location, it has the newest magic devices. As you already know, the number of magic devices are currently dwindling. Of course, there is an anonymous merchant monopolizing and selling a lot of magic devices. I wonder where he got all of those magic devices from." It was as Tasha said. That was why the fact that Albaru was creating a place for the mages to develop magic devices would be beneficial for the Roan Kingdom in the future. That was also why Tasha was looking at Cal with pride. However, she slowly started to realize something was off. Cal, who was looking back at her, seemed to be half serious with what he had said. Tasha looked toward Rosalind, whom she had seen quite frequently these past few months. Tasha then flinched after seeing Rosalind standing there with an awkward smile. That made Tasha look over at the rest of Cal's group. There was Beacrox, who was still carrying the paralyzed Balbud, as well as Ran, Choi Han, Lak, On, and Hang. All of them were looking around with indifference. Their unexpected reactions made Tasha look back at Cal, who was smiling. That smile made Tasha become uncertain as she started to speak. Young master, really, did the Henitus castle really have more magic devices than this basement?" Although she did not manage to get the whole question out, Cal casually answered back, "I'm not joking." Rosalind nodded her head in agreement. "Ha!" Tasha let out a sigh. The Roan Kingdom was not known for having a strong presence of magic, but the Henitus territory, the one that was located in the farthest corner of the continent, had all of the newest magic devices. At that moment, Cal approached her and whispered in her ear, "Didn't His Highness tell you that he would get a part of the blueprints for a magic tower for you?" That was top secret information. Tasha's pupils started to shake before quickly calming back down. Her stiff expression loosened up, and she started to laugh. "Ha ha ha." She brushed her long hair back and asked Cal, "I was wondering where he was going to get it from. You will be providing it. Why are you asking such an obvious question?" Cal pushed it aside like it was nothing. He really felt that way. It would not make sense for him to not keep the blueprints when he was going to go destroy the magic tower. Currently, the Henitus castle and the castle walls were almost finished with the renovations. On the surface, Rosalind was in charge of the magic devices. However, the majority of them were made by Rayan. I don't give him 10 silver coins as an allowance for nothing. He wasn't giving Rayan an allowance on a whim. He had given it to Rayan knowing that Rayan would end up making all of the magic devices for the castle and his ship. Furthermore, it is said to be better to learn about saving money when you are young. "Young Master Cal, I want to go visit the Henitus castle. It is still under renovation. Come visit when it is completed." "Really?" Cal nodded his head and added on, "Yes, bring Mary with you too." He wanted Tasha to bring him a worker. Tasha let out a sigh-like laugh and vigorously nodded her head. "Then I shall properly guide you now." Her gaze headed over to Balbud. She looked at the blindfold and earplugs on Balbud before looking back toward Cal and starting to speak. "We spent a ton of money on the underground prison so that he can't run away." Although Tasha had a magic necklace on to make her look human, Cal could see her black pupils and black hair showing. "Is that so? We are building a prison as well. I wonder how this one will be." Cal accepted it like it was normal. He followed Tasha down to the 3rd level of the basement. Cal then entered one of the prison cells. "It's pretty nice, isn't it? It'll be a nice place for him to stay." Cal looked around the prison cell. There were multiple cells on this floor, but this specific cell seemed nicer than the others. It looked like a typical room at an inn, but the unique thing about this cell was that all of the corners were rounded. It was built in a circular fashion so as to prevent the prisoner from being able to harm themselves. Cal understood their intent. It looks like you've selected the path of mental torture instead of physical torture. He could see Tasha nodding her head at his words. This was not just any criminal. He was someone with a bit of rank in the organization that was responsible for a terror incident at the Capitol. There was no way they would treat him like any other criminal. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue and motioned to Beecrox, who sat Balbud down on a couch. He then removed the blindfold and the earplugs. Balbud could not stop shaking because of the paralyzing poison. However, he had to open his eyes. Open your eyes. It was because of Beecrox's cold voice. Balbud had to work hard to be able to open his eyes, and once he did, he saw a nice room that looked kind of odd. There were many eyes looking down at him as he sat there tied up. Tasha looked toward Cal with confusion, as Balbud seemed to be in decent condition. She had heard that Balbud had received a big injury. Her confused gaze made Cal start to speak. He cannot move his lower body. However, we healed the small injuries around his body. You really are too nice, young Master Cal. Tasha shook her head. Balbud could not believe it. They had tortured him with all sorts of poisons every day without killing him. Of course, Beecrox had done that while saying that he still wanted to learn more about poisons. Cal pretended not to notice the actions of the son, who had not forgotten about how his father had lost his left arm. Cal avoided Tasha's gaze, that seemed to be asking how there could be such a soft person. Tasha then turned to look at Balbud when Cal started to speak. If you are planning to use mental torture, should I introduce you to an expert? The excommunicated priestess, Cage, was an expert in mental torture. No, thank you. We have our own methods. Cal looked away as Tasha smiled toward Balbud. She really was not just an average dark elf. There was a reason she was responsible for everything in the shadows for Albaru. I look forward to chatting with you in the future. Tasha's gentle voice toward Balbud gave Cal the chills. Cal motioned to Tasha that they should leave the cell after Cal saw Balbud's pale face, and Tasha got up and headed out of the cell with them. Tasha verified that everyone other than Balbud was out before she ordered the guards to guard properly as they headed back up to the surface. She casually asked Cal a question as they walked up the stairs. How were the elves? Cal could hear both curiosity and wariness in her voice. Cal had left Hans and Pendrick at a different inn today. It was because there was a complicated relationship between elves and the dark elves. Cal pretended not to know about that complicated relationship as he answered back to Tasha. Typical elves. Really? You must be their eternal benefactor since you protected their branch of the world tree, though. There's also Rayan. Rayan. Tasha, who understood what Cal meant by saying Rayan was there, nodded her head in admiration. They must have treated you like a saint. Cal could not think of anything to say in return. Tasha stealthily asked Cal, whose silence seemed to acknowledge that she was right. Just what are you selling to the Whipper Kingdom that Albaru keeps laughing for no reason when he is alone? His Highness keeps laughing when he is alone. Cal felt like that scene could be part of a horror movie. Cal did not want to see Albaru laughing like that. Yes. Every time I go to report to him, he's always laughing while saying that he's looking forward to what you are going to do. I guess that's possible. Tasha could see that Cal's smile was similar to Albaru's smile. The two of them really were similar. This made her certain about one thing. It's not something that will benefit the Whipper Kingdom. Of course not. I am a citizen of the Roan Kingdom. That indifference response made Tasha feel relieved. Tasha, who hid her relief from Cal, opened the door to the surface and cheered Cal on. I hope everything goes well. Let's drink together next time. Sure. Cal, who stepped back onto the surface, could hear Rayon's voice in his head. Is what we are going to do considered a scam? Rayon had heard everything Albaru had discussed with Cal, as well as everything Cal had done to prepare. Technically, it is not a scam. It was not a scam. It was just that he was only going to sell half of the item. Either way, I just need to destroy the magic tower as you want. Will you give me 10 silver coins if I do it? Cal whispered back to Rayan, who seemed to be full of anticipation. I'll give you a gold coin. Oh, my lord. The dragon was shocked. Cal started to imagine the show that would play out as they destroyed the magic tower. It sounded like it was going to be quite entertaining. Rayan, who was thinking about getting a gold coin, snapped out of it to ask Cal a question. Cal, who was about to get on the carriage, stopped for a moment after hearing Rayan's question. Are we going to go meet the large whale and the little rat? Cal nodded his head as he got on the carriage. Hans and Pendrick soon joined them in the carriage as they headed toward the Rhone Kingdom's northeastern coast, the location of the Ubar Territory's naval base. Cal slowly looked around the Ubar Territory coast that he had not seen for a few months. He sent Ran and Beacrox to the Cliff of Winds to meet with Watira, while Cal moved around with only Choi Han, Lark, and Pendrick by his side. On and Hung chose to head to the residence with Hans, as they did not like water. Human, of course Rayan was with Cal. Human that thing. Rayan called out to Cal a few times, but could not finish his sentence. But Rayan was not the only one. Young Master Nim, Cal Nim. Oh my, Lark, Choi Han, and Pendrick were each at a loss of words as well. Cal could not help but look at that thing while trying to look around the naval base. Good thing we made it so that only those with the proper authorization could enter the base. Thanks to Albaru, who was extremely wary of the Northern Alliance sending some spies, the naval base was under multiple layers of security. That was why Cal was relieved after seeing the thing in front of him. Choi Han pointed toward the Hennetus portion of the coast with his finger. Cal Nim, that is a ship, right? Yes, it is a ship. Of course, this was Cal's first time seeing it as well. He had only received reports about how the construction was going through video communication. Choi Han was mumbling like an idiot with a shocked expression on his face. An extremely large ship was in front of his eyes. Anybody will be able to tell that is a Hennetus ship. Cal, who was confidently nodding his head, actually, Kim Rok-soo, was relieved after seeing the almost completed ship. It was different compared to the Korean turtle ship that he knew about. Choi Han seemed to be just shocked at the size of the ship, rather than thinking about Korea or the turtle ship as Cal had. Unlike the turtle ship on Cal's mind, this ship did not have a turtle shell covering the deck. Instead, the deck was open with turtle shell-shaped walls on either side of the ship. The plan was for many different magic devices to be inside these shell-shaped walls so that they can shoot up into the air. Ha! Cal let out a sigh after seeing the ship. He had underestimated his father and the Hennetus family's way of doing things. Rayan, who had been quiet for a while, finally started to speak again. Human, is that all gold? Is all of that yellow actually gold? All of those shiny things on the ship are gold. Choi Han let out a gasp. It is a golden turtle. The turtle shells on both sides of the ship were gold in color. Furthermore, there was a dashing turtle sculpture at the bow of the ship. Even the ship's mast had a golden turtle on it. All of the gold on the ship was shining brightly underneath the sun. Young Master Nim, I didn't know you were from such a wealthy family. Even Pendrick, who had no desire for materialistic things, could not help but gasp at the large amount of gold on the ship. Cal looked toward them and clarified things. He needed to do so before they got the wrong idea. I want to say this so that all of you do not get the wrong idea. Cal noticed Mueller running over from the shore as well as Watira, Ran, and Beacrox heading toward them from the Cliff of Winds. He then looked back at the group that was with him and slowly started to speak. They were all waiting to hear what he had to say. It is only gold-plated. It was not completely made of gold. Choi Han and Pendrick looked toward him with shocked expressions, but Cal had said what he needed to say, so he ignored them and greeted Watira, who arrived before Mueller. Long time no see. Yes, young Master Cal, have you been well? Contrary to Watira's happy greeting, she did not look well. I've been well, but you don't seem too good. Cal asked about it right away, since he didn't like to beat around the bush. Watira nodded her head as if she had expected this and started to speak. She also did not want to waste time beating around the bush. She got right to the point. We ended up getting tangled up with the eastern continent because of the mermaids. At that moment, Ran and Beacrox looked toward Watira. The eastern continent was their hometown and a place that Cal did not know much about. We gathered a lot of information thanks to that, but there is something that is difficult for us to do. I came while hoping that you might be able to help us. You want to ask me for a favor, not a favor, but an exchange of information. Cal had expected this. It would not be something small, since the whale tribe said they would come in person. However, he could not feign ignorance and avoid them. He needed to know what was going on so that he could avoid any headaches. He was certain that it was related to the secret organization. If it was too difficult for Cal to deal with, he planned on passing it off to someone else, like the elves, Albaru, or even the gold dragon. Speak. Cal motioned for Watira to continue. She cautiously started to speak again. The ones who gave us this information were the members of the race that was known for being the strongest race in the eastern continent. Strongest race. Although that caught Cal's attention, he focused more on the was known for being portion that seemed to describe it as something from the past. He felt a chill run down his back, even though there was no breeze. The tiger tribe was at the point of being obliterated because of that organization. We happened to run into their shaman, the tiger tribe. Cal did not hear anything else Watira had to say. He blanked out the moment she said, tiger tribe, and blinked his eyes a few times. The tiger tribe. Cal asked to see if he had heard correctly. However, Watira thought that he had not heard correctly and stopped what she was saying to confirm. Yes, the tiger tribe. Just the name alone made it sound like it would be one of the strongest races in the eastern continent. They apparently also had a shaman. Chapter 119. Nice to meet you, too. Cal couldn't help but wonder. Do I have some unknown affinity with animals? He could not understand why he kept getting tangled up with so many different types of beast people. Furthermore, they were all beast people who were either struggling or in danger. It's not like I'm running an animal hospital or something. Cal looked around him. Ran and Beacrox were already standing by Watira, and Cal so that they could see if anybody was approaching them. They really were a sharp father-son duo. Cal's gaze turned back toward Watira. What is the information that you want to trade? Watira used her tongue to lick her lower lips after seeing Cal's gaze. Her mouth was going dry after seeing how Cal looked like he had no interest at all in her information. However, Cal's mind was just in a state of chaos right now. What a mess it would be if I get tangled up with tigers too. Cal was thinking about how horrible the future would be as Watira finally started to speak. Actually, you do not necessarily need to give us any information. It is us sharing information with you. Cal's expression became odd. Nothing in life was free. He continued to stare at Watira before he proceeded to speak. I'll at least listen to what you have to say. Watira nodded her head and started to speak. She recited the information she had gathered while patrolling the eastern continent's coast. The organization you mentioned before, has taken full control of the eastern continent's underworld. Ran's eyes headed toward Watira's lips. The tiger tribe discovered that a portion of had crossed over to the western continent. While gathering more information about that, they learned that a large number of experts have already arrived on the western continent. Cal nodded his head. It made sense. The magic spearman, the blonde sword master, all of them were rare experts. Watira observed Cal nodding his head as she continued to speak, and they discovered that Arm's first battle brigade, one of their many battle brigades, will conduct a large-scale move in the near future. Hmm. Cal, who was just blankly nodding his head, stopped moving. What did you say? Cal wondered if he had heard correctly. What is coming over? The first battle brigade. The tiger tribe is certain that the entire brigade is getting ready to move. Where? Here, the western continent. Yes, the western continent. Ho. Cal was at a loss for words after hearing this information that was much larger in scale than he had expected. He then raised his hand to cover his neck because it was getting the chills. Watira noticed the worried expression on Cal's face. I knew he would worry about it. She started to feel warm thinking that Cal was seriously worried about the western continent. However, Cal was worried about himself, not the continent. Young Master Cal, that is why. That is why. There's more. Cal looked toward Watira, who brought over information he did not want, like he was looking at a ticking bomb. However, Watira continued to speak, as if she was trying to resolve the concern on Cal's mind. The tiger tribe and the whales are currently running around gathering more information. The tiger tribe expects the brigade to move this winter. Cal started to frown. Watira had said that the tiger tribe was close to extinction because of So why were they poking their noses around digging up information? Were they aiming to get revenge? The tiger tribe had a suggestion for us when they shared that information with us. Cal quickly started to speak. He had a feeling that he should not hear the details of their suggestion. I see. So, what is the information you want from me? That was his way of trying to brush it aside. However, it was for naught, as Watira nodded her head and described the suggestion. What they suggested was that, the moment the first battle brigade reaches the center of the ocean, Cal started to frown and looked down at Watira's waist. Tap, tap. Watira was caressing the whip wrapped around her waist as she slowly continued to speak. We kill them all. Cal let out a deep sigh. He finally understood why the secret organization worked with the mermaids in order to try to take control of the sea route. It was so that they could move their members to the western continents safely. Every word that Watira was saying sounded like thunder in Cal's ears. The tiger tribe thinks we should get rid of them and leave no traces behind. The ocean will be advantageous for us because we will be able to reduce the number of injuries on our side, as well more easily capture some prisoners to pry out more information. Really? Yes, it is a very entertaining plan. Hoo-hoo, Watira's laugh roamed around Cal's head. They're so scary. Was one of the branches of the secret organization. That meant that their first battle brigade would be very strong. For that reason, Cal did not want to get involved with this oceanic battle. That was why Cal asked his earlier question once again. So, what is the information that you want from me? Watira did not respond right away. She peeked at Cal for a bit, before cautiously starting to speak. The tiger tribe is looking for some information in return for spying on until winter time. To be honest with you, we want to provide them with that information if possible, because we need to get revenge on that organization as well. Cal just silently stared at Watira instead of answering. Watira then continued to speak. It actually isn't a very difficult piece of information to get. However, I thought you would have more knowledge about it than us. Knowledge. Cal did not hide his wariness at the fact that the word, information, had changed to knowledge. However, Watira slowly started to explain what she needed. They are looking for a large area that does not have many people. As for the temperature, the cooler it is, the better. Furthermore, they need a forest, and it would be best if there isn't any ruling power in the area. But it still needs to have a way to connect with the human world so that they can exchange any necessary items. Cal could not understand why the tiger tribe would need such information. Why do they want to know about such a place? So that the tiger tribe can move there. In that case, there is a. Cal could not finish his sentence as he looked toward Watira. What are the tigers trying to do? Yes, it makes sense they want information on such a location because they want to move. That is why I was hoping you might know of a suitable place. Cal could not say anything. Did he know of such a place? A place without people nor a ruling power. Cool, but not cold, along with a forest. At the same time, has easy access to trade with humans. Rayon's voice shouted out in his head. He sounded like a contestant on a game show who was about to answer the winning question. There is such a place, the Forest of Darkness. Cal naturally ignored Rayon's answer. I'm not sure. I can't think of anywhere right now. Why did he ignore Rayon? Would Watira be asking because she doesn't know the answer? The reason she was asking like this was because she wanted Cal to be the one to bring up the Forest of Darkness. Really? See. Watira's expression right now was one that seemed to be saying that she knows Cal knows the answer to her question. She desperately seemed to want Cal to say it. Human, you don't know. I do. Just repeat after me. Forest of darkness. Nope, not doing it. Yeah, I can't think of anywhere right now. Cal's expression seemed realistic. He really seemed like he didn't know. Watira lightly bit down on her lips before nodding her head. In that case, could you let us know if you remember such a place next time we meet? Sure, I'll do that. Cal had no plans of doing that. She's going to ask me to let the tigers live there if I say the Forest of Darkness. Of course, the whale tribe would not ask for that favor without compensation. They would probably compensate him fairly, however. Cal did not want that. Taking in the tiger tribe that wants to get revenge on the secret organization was like jumping in front of a train. Well, it would be beneficial to have the tigers with us when the northern nights come down. But he still didn't think this was the right answer. He already had a wolf battle squad. By the time Cal organized his thoughts, Watira started to say something else. Oh, the organization is going to send a couple of people across the ocean, first in an attempt to find a sea route where they can avoid us. She sounded very casual. Cal immediately asked back, "You're just going to let them do that?" "Yes, we will just observe them." The reason for this was obvious. Cal immediately answered back, "You want to see where they go?" Yes, he knew that was the case. The whales probably wanted to know where they were headed. Those members probably wouldn't head right to Arm's western base, but they should be able to gather some information about it. All right, work hard, work hard. That was what he wanted to say before ending the conversation. However, he looked around, feeling a lot of gazes on him. Agu, Ran, Beacrox, Choi Han, Lark, and even Pendrick. Although Rosalind, hands on, and Hung were not here, the majority of his battle strength were all staring at him. All of them were people who had negative feelings about Arm, but it is still too much. Cal found it odd that their level of anger seemed to have increased, however. He could only start to speak again after seeing Ran and Choi Han's cold gazes. Yes, work hard. Y'all share the information with me. Of course. Good. Choi Han was staring at him and Watira. He looked like he was ready to pick up his sword and run wild. Ran was clenching his dagger tightly. Does that old man still hold a grudge for his arm? However, the cowardly Cal ended up having to say one more thing. Ahem, let me know as soon as you find out where they are going. Cal peeked around once more. Choi Hen nodded his head in satisfaction, while Ran started to smile and mumble. I need to make them cough up blood and starve to death. Such scary words. Cal, who had coughed up blood and starved after using the fire thunderbolt, started to shiver after hearing those words. He then started to think, these people really are too much for a coward like me to handle. Young Master Cal, what is it? Watira pointed to a spot behind Cal. Her action made Cal turn around, only to see the golden turtle shell shining in the sun. Is that your ship? Watira's voice was shaking. Cal did not know this as he nodded his head. Yes. To be more accurate, it is a ship that belongs to our territory. You figured it out right away. Cal pointed to Mueller, who was fidgeting off to the side without being able to approach them. He made it. Flick. Cal's flicked his index finger as a signal for Mueller to approach, and Mueller quickly ran over. This dwarf and rat half-blood were still short, but he had gotten a bit plump. Young Masternim, great to see you again. Have you been well? Hee hee. Mueller, who was smiling as he greeted Cal, was much less scared than before. Cal was shocked, but he liked it like this. This was better than having Mueller being scared of everything. Yes, I have been well. On and Hung want to see you. The four of us will have dinner together at some point. Hiccup. Mueller suddenly started to hiccup. His shoulders closed in as he cautiously started to speak. Did the two respected kitten-nims come with you? Yes. They keep talking about you. They must be really excited to see you again. Mueller's face became pale. Cal did not care about this as he introduced Mueller to Watira. He is a dwarf and rat half-blood and is extremely talented. Right, Mueller. Both Watira and Cal turned to look at Mueller. Mueller flinched after seeing Watira's beauty before vigorously nodding his head and starting to shout. Yes, sir. This ship is designed to have the strongest offensive capabilities and will dominate the seas in the future. You will never be able to find another ship like this. Watira nodded her head. Even she could tell that the golden ship in front of her had extremely strong defense. Although she could not tell how strong the offensive capabilities of the ship will be, she knew that it would be completed properly, since Cal was in charge of it. Young Master Cal really has good foresight. Watira was amazed at how Cal was already ready for naval warfare. Young Master Cal, you really are amazing. Me? Yes. Mueller stopped talking once he saw that Watira and Cal were chatting with each other once again. He wanted to explain that this ship had the greatest defense in the world, however, he did not have the moment to do that. As he stood there disappointed, Cal asked him a question. The blueprints for the villa. Ah, they are almost completed, sir. Cal started to smile. Cal was talking about the blueprints for Cal's new villa that would be built on the Yuba coast. It was a house that would allow him to safely enjoy the slacker life, even during a war. The details of this dream house were being described by Mueller. I plan to expand the basement as much as possible while being as sturdy as possible. It will also have an extremely strong defense. Pat, pat. Cal leaned over to pat the short Mueller on the shoulder. Y'all need to give it your all to make it. Yes, sir. I will definitely get it done. Good. I will trust you. The word trust made Mueller turn even more pale. However, Watira was amazed. Although they are calling it a villa, it sounds more like he is making a secret base. A sturdy building with a large basement. It was perfect for a secret base. Watira could see the others behind Cal as well. Choi Han continued to nod his head with a smile on his face. The others seemed pretty relaxed as well. They really are special. Watira did not share her thoughts as she turned to speak to Cal, who was finished speaking to Mueller. Will you be leaving tomorrow? That is the plan. It was almost 1 year since Cal had last visited the Whipper Kingdom. But there was one other thing Cal needed to do before heading back. Cal returned to the magic tower right before a year had gone by. Young Master Nim, we're glad to see you again after such a long time. Cal shook the hand of the person in front of him. This was the former liege of the Magic Tower's secret son, the one who was the child of a Whipper Kingdom citizen and a mage, the unfortunate person who could not use mana. He was the crazy bastard who was one of Tunka's top advisors. The man in front of Cal was Harol Kojang. Harol, long time no see. The man who had a total hatred of magic seemed much better than a year ago. Where is Tunka? I am right here. Cal let go of Harol's hand and looked toward the sound of the voice. Screech. The rusty iron gate opened and the large Tunka walked out of the building. Tunka was coming out of the magic tower. This building, which was a reminder of the terrible past for the Whipper Kingdom citizens, was surrounded by weeds. You became the commander-in-chief. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am the commander-in-chief. Tunka laughed at Cal's statement and answered back with excitement. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Cal. That is why I want to end this reminder of the past before I start working as the commander-in-chief. Tunka definitely gave off the vibe of a crazy bastard. Tunka pointed toward the magic tower behind him as he asked Cal, "You will destroy it, just as you promised." Part of the deal last year was that Cal would destroy the magic tower. Tunka looked like he would kill Cal if Cal did not plan to hold up his end of the deal. Of course, that could never happen because of Choi Han and the others behind Cal, but that would be what Tunka would want to do. You see, Cal started to speak. Neither Tunka nor Cal had changed much in this past year. Cal then continued on with his usual indifference. I am someone who keeps my word. Both of them started to smile. I'll make it quite the sight, and I'll make a profit in the process. The value of the documents and the seed he had found in the underground lab last year had gone up by quite a bit. Kahaha. Tunka let out a loud laugh. He seemed to like Cal's words quite a bit. At that moment, Rayan started to speak into Cal's head. Human, you know. Cal flinched at Rayan's sudden words. He always got uncomfortable whenever Rayan acted like this. What was he planning to say this time? To be honest with you, I enjoy breaking things. That is why I am very excited right now. Let's blow it away. Rayan was excited while thinking about blowing up this historic monument. Rayan's statement actually made Cal start to smile. We're actually thinking the same thing for once. Rayan and Cal were both feeling the same way. Honestly speaking, Cal was excited as well. He was excited about the show that would soon take place. Chapter 120. Nice to meet you, 3. Although Cal was excited, seeing Tunka laughing like a lunatic was still not a pleasing sight. Ya'll break it tomorrow. Tunka looked like a kid, wanting to know what his birthday present was as he asked Cal the question. That was why Cal decided to heighten Tunka's expectations. Number, what? Tunka, as well as Harol and the other chiefs, all stiffened up. Cal looked at their stiff expressions and gave a refreshing answer. Breaking is too light of a word. I will destroy it completely. What? Ah ha ha. Cal could see Tunka laughing maniacally before walking over to the base outside of the magic tower with his arms open wide. Many soldiers came over to greet Tunka as he started to shout. Did you hear? This symbol of hate will soon disappear. A new history of the Whipper Kingdom will soon begin. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers started to stomp their feet and cheer. I'm getting tired of this. Cal was tired of their barbaric ways. Harol Kojang suddenly approached him and peeked toward Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind, who were all standing behind Cal, before starting to speak to Cal. Young Master Nim, you must have been shocked at the number of soldiers here. We were training nearby and brought everyone over after learning that you were heading our way. Training nearby? What a load of bullshit. Cal was certain that they brought the soldiers over to raise their morale from watching the magic tower go down. But Cal didn't really care about that. He slowly started to speak. I guess that makes sense. It's fine if more people come over. It'll be quite a show. Of course, Cal was someone who worked hard, even for things he didn't really care about. Everybody is gathering to watch the explosion. Oh, they will know the greatness of my magic bomb. It would be better if more people were around to see it. Harold started to observe Cal after seeing how calm Cal was. This was someone who knew his secret. However, a whole year had gone by without Cal blackmailing him nor even asking for anything. He then came back to complete his end of the deal from last year. By the way, how will you destroy the magic tower? Magic. Excuse me. Cal started to smile after seeing Harold's shocked expression. Cal was planning to use magic in front of people who hated magic. What? How else would you destroy it? Harold looked toward Cal's hand that was now on his shoulder. Pat, pat. The hand that was patting his shoulder suddenly stopped moving as Cal started to speak again. Isn't it quite entertaining to destroy the magic tower, the symbol of magic, using magic? Harold turned to look at Cal after hearing his jovial tone. Stay in your lane. Your part of the deal was that it was up to me what I did with the magic tower and how I destroy it. Cal's tone implied that he would not allow them to step out of their lane again. Harold could see Cal and his group. Choi Han had easily taken care of Tunka the last time that they were here. The rest of them seemed to be almost as strong as him. Those experts were staring at him and Cal. Cal quietly whispered in Harold's ear, "You're also not in a place to tell me what to do." Harold let out a sigh. The man who knew the secret of his birth came back after a year to shove it in his face while telling him to stay in his lane. Harold's gaze started to slowly turn colder. This was the Whipper Kingdom, his territory. However, Cal continued to speak at that moment. You have this kingdom in your hands and live however you want. I am the same way. Harold's gaze, that was turning colder by the second, suddenly turned into confusion. I am the same way. That sentence echoed over and over in his ears. He looked up and made eye contact with Cal, who continued on in a pleasant tone. I'll stay in my lane, so you stay in yours. Harold, whose physical appearance made him look like a good person, slowly started to smile before he finally ended up laughing. Ha ha ha. He laughed for a while until he noticed Tunka returning toward them and finally greeted Cal with a smile. You are still the same, young Master Cal. That is why I am even happier to see you again. Of course, I am still a lover of peace. Once again, you have that smile you have when you meet with the Crown Prince. Cal ignored Rayan's comment and made eye contact with the still excited Tunka. However, Tunka's gaze was pointed at Choi Han, who was standing behind Cal. Want to fight again? It'll be fun to beat up a commander-in-chief. Choi Han's gaze seemed to be full of annoyance as he brushed aside Tunka's provocation. Tunka did not cower at Choi Han's comment and instead seemed to get even more excited as he started to mumble. He smells like he's gotten even stronger. Cal's shoulders flinched. Choi Han became even stronger. He slowly turned his head to look at Choi Han, who slightly bowed his head. I'm always working hard to protect everyone. Why? You're already super strong. Why do you need to do that? Based on what Miss Watira said, I believe it was the right decision. Choi Han's pure yet chilly smile was visible to Cal. He quickly turned his head away. I have a bad feeling about this. He was worried that Choi Han wanted to participate in the Tiger Tribe and Whale Tribe's attack to decimate the secret organization's first battle brigade. Cal knew that he just needed to turn around and ask Choi Han to find out the answer, however, he could not do so. He had an ominous feeling. That was why he chose to change the topic of conversation. He casually started to speak to Tunka. Tunka, how about a celebration tonight? A celebration? Cal feigned excitement and responded back to this idiot who did not seem to understand. Yes, a pre-celebration of the destruction of the magic tower. What do you think? Haha, I like it. You really are not like those rotten nobles. You know a thing or two. Know a thing or two. I guess I know that you are on a train to hell. This fool was planning on charging into the Empire instead of attacking the jungle first. Cal observed Tunka, who was happily telling the chiefs to plan a celebration. He then slowly looked toward his group and started to speak. Let's rest a bit. They needed to rest now so that they could move around at night. Night soon arrived. Cal had a look of doubt on his face as he looked down. Choi Han and Rosalind were talking about the bombs they would use tomorrow on one side of the tent, while Cal just continued to look down with his arms crossed. This is very doubtful. Not at all. We can do a good job. She's right. Nuna, Rayan, and I are the best. I am great and mighty. On, Hung, and Rayan all shouted in a row. However, this only made Cal frown even more. He didn't know whether they could do it. But it's not like I can take out the people who are supposed to participate in the celebration. Choi Han, Lark, Beacrox, Rosalind, Ran, Pendrick, and Cal were all scheduled to celebrate with Tunka. The red kitten, Hung, confidently stepped forward and stood in front of Rayan and on as he opened up his chest. The three of us can even destroy a castle. That was technically true, since Rayan alone was enough to do that. But Cal was worried that they would just cause a mess without doing things properly. Cal kicked the large box next to him. Dong. The box sounded like it was full. The items that they had found last year in the underground research lab were inside this box, a mana storage device that uses the principles of ancient powers, the reason for developing magic resistance. It included the research documents for those two topics. Furthermore, there was a seed as well. Of course, these were only half of the things Cal had gained from the lab. To be specific, it was the half that was useless. You need to put this back there properly. Got it. Cal could see the 5-year-old Rayan click his tongue and let out a sigh. Weak human, we are stronger than you. Stop nagging. Ho, Cal couldn't believe it. However, On and Hung nodded in agreement as well. Rayan flicked his front paw and the large box floated up into the air and turned invisible. Well, be back. Human, you are weak, so don't drink too much. Cal was full of disbelief and could not say anything. Hung approached him and patted Cal's foot with his front paw. Well, be back really fast. Can I play hide-and-seek with Nunar and youngest bro inside of the magic tower once we're done? Sure. Hung and Rayan snickered as they stealthily left the tent, while On patted Cal's thigh so as to tell him that she will take care of it. She then slowly left the tent as well. Cal brushed his face with both hands. He knew that they would get it done properly, so why was he feeling so iffy? However, Cal ended up feeling a different kind of iffiness after seeing the next person who came into his tent. Excuse me, young Master Nim. Yes, will we be heading to the lair after this? The gold dragon's lair where an ancient dragon lives. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe. Of course, he had to go there. How could he not when Rayan, the strongest member of their team, wanted to go? Then I will contact Gold Dragon Nim in advance. I'm sure he'll be very happy. Sure. Young Master Nim, do you think that once we get there? What? The handsome elf seemed embarrassed. Cal was starting to get impatient when Pendrick cautiously started to speak once again. Do you think that I will be able to meet the Dragon Nim protecting you as well once we get there? Yes, you'll be able to meet him. I see. I'm sure that I am the only elf who will get to meet two Dragon Nims at once. Cal nodded his head with an indifferent expression on his face. Life forms like this that were super energetic and pure really did not mesh well with him. I guess so. Oh, and will we meet the person I am to heal on our way back? Cal's expression became serious. Yes, we will meet them afterward. Yes, sir, I understand. He had asked Tasha to contact Mary when he met Tasha at the Capitol. Tasha looked toward Cal with a warm gaze when he had told her it was regarding getting rid of Mary's pain, but Cal had pushed the memory aside, as he had found Tasha's warm gaze to be annoying. Then I will not disturb you any longer, as it is already so late. Pendrick did not use transformation magic. Instead, he just lowered his hood in order to cover his ears as he headed out of the tent. Cal let out a sigh and looked toward the two people still in the tent. Choi Han noticed his gaze and started to smile awkwardly. How is it going? You see, it was rare to see Choi Han answering like this. However, Cal did not give Choi Han even a moment to answer as he sternly responded. You must make sure to do a good job. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal heard Choi Han's weak response before pointing toward the entrance of the tent. I guess it is time we join in on the drinking. Sure, young Master Cal. As you say, Cal Nim. Cal opened up the flap of the tent and headed out. He could hear laughter and singing throughout Tunka's base, even though it was late at night. Cal looked in the opposite direction for a moment. The children, who now averaged 8 years old, were probably working hard right now. Cal hoped that Tunka's group would celebrate even more as he walked toward them. The next morning after the celebration, the day that the magic tower would disappear into history, was finally here. Cal looked up at the magic tower with his arms crossed. The magic tower was known for having 20 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. It no longer had the extravagance it used to have in the past. All that stood in front of him was a rusty building filled with the aura of death. Keh, I'm looking forward to this. Cal looked over to his side and made eye contact with Tunka. Tunka, who still looked a bit hungover, was smiling. Although someone might think that he was crazy, his gaze was still sharp. Our citizens, a large number of our brothers, were killed because of that magic tower. I am a bit disappointed that you are destroying it with a magic bomb, but that's entertaining as well. You are right, Commander Tunkanim. Our history will soon begin. Harald Kodyang added on from Tunka's side. There were many soldiers stomping the ground and banging the ends of their spears on the ground with anticipation. Kalnim. Choi Han approached Cal at that moment. We are ready. Really? Cal's gaze headed back to the magic tower. A couple of black magic bombs were placed around the tower. This is the great and mighty Rayan's newest magic bomb. This was Rayan's magic bomb, version 5 years old. I will detonate it once you give the signal. Rosalind gathered her mana and waited for Cal's command. Rosalind, who had been using magic to disguise herself since coming to the Whipper Kingdom, was calm. Cal looked toward Tunka and started to speak. Well, detonate it soon. Wouldn't it be good to let the soldiers know? Keh, you think so? Tunka walked over to his soldiers and opened up his arms. He looked like he had something to say again. Cal, who was not interested at all in what Tunka had to say, walked over to Rosalind in order to give the order. However, Harol started to approach him. Harol, the secret son of the Magic Tower's liege. Harol looked toward Cal and gently started to speak. You must be disappointed, young Master Cal. About what? You didn't manage to get anything out of the Magic Tower, and even have to blow it up after doing nothing with it for a year. I definitely am disappointed. Not really. I'm very excited. Cal had a bitter smile on his face as he casually responded back. I'll just treat it as throwing some money away. You know that I am rich. You definitely look like a noble when you say something like that. You bet I am, don't forget it. Cal could feel the ground start to shake as he said that. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The soldiers started to stomp their feet once again as they started to chant. Cal turned to look at them and ended up making eye contact with Tunka. He then raised his hand after seeing Tunka's excited expression. Do it. I am starting the 5-second countdown. Mana started to fluctuate in Rosalind's palm. 5. The soldiers started to stomp even harder once she started the countdown. 4, 3, 2. Rosalind, Cal, Choi Han, Ran, and Beacrox all looked at each other. The mana shot out of Rosalind's palm and rushed toward the magic bombs. 1. Explode. Bang, bang, barang. Multiple sounds of explosions echoed throughout the area. It was so loud that you couldn't even hear the soldiers stomping their feet. This is so exciting, very exciting. We can destroy it entirely since nobody will get hurt. Rayan was excited about this. Roo-woo wumble. The magic tower is breaking down. The magic tower started to crumble while causing a dust storm. The dust storm rushed toward the group, even though they were all standing outside the range of the explosion. Muhahaha. It's destroyed. It's done. Cal could hear Tunka's laughter and the cheers of the citizens who had been oppressed by magic. Cal turned his gaze to his side again. Crazy bastard. Harol was smiling to the point that it looked like his mouth might rip. This was the case, even though he was trying to hold himself back from smiling. Harol looked excited as he looked toward Cal. You are smiling as well, young Masternim. Cal was smiling as well. Yes, that was refreshing. It was refreshing watching the magic tower crumble. Cal was smiling while watching this sight that the majority of the continent's mages would cry and lament about. But how could he not? Krieg, the magic tower started to tilt to the side, starting from the second floor. Boom! It finally tilted completely to the side and crumbled to the ground. Cough, cough. Damn it, so much dust. Cal covered his mouth with a handkerchief to shield against the dust. Human, did you catch a cold? Cal ignored Rayan's nonsense as he looked toward the magic tower that was covered in dust. The destroyed magic tower slowly revealed itself. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The soldiers became even more excited. Cal felt the excitement behind him as he slowly approached the destroyed magic tower. Choi Han and the others walked in first. Are you trying to take a look at the remains? Harol snickered as he approached Cal. Yes, I want to take a look. Cal smiled and moved to the side as if he was inviting Harol to walk with him. The two men, who were excited for completely different reasons, slowly walked into the dust cloud. Finally, they could see what remained of the magic tower. Harol closed his mouth in order to hold back his laughter. The 20-story magic tower was gone, and they could only see the remains on the ground. You must be very happy. Harol nodded his head without looking at Cal. He was so happy that it could not be explained with words. He had longed to see this for such a long time. Magic would never enter the Whipper Kingdom ever again. This brought Harol immense amounts of joy. At that moment, he could hear Cal's calm voice. I am happy as well. Harol felt odd hearing Cal's comment. Cal didn't seem like he was just playing along with him. He really sounded like he was happy. Harol slowly turned to see Cal smiling. At that moment, they heard someone's voice. Ha! It was Choi Han. Cal's eyes started to get cloudy. The show was about to start. Choi Han pointed to the underground that was visible through the broken part of the first floor. Yes, down there, in the now slightly visible secret fourth floor underground, was the box that Rayan and crew had moved last night. Cal was waiting to hear Choi Han's script that would signal the start of the show. The words that Choi Han had been practicing for many days slowly started to come out. What is this? This is odd, should I report this to Cal Nim? Ah, what terrible acting. While Cal wanted to grab Choi Han by the collar, Beecrox pushed Choi Han back and looked down where Choi Han was looking at. There is something there. Like a good assassin, Beecrox's acting was fabulous. Beecrox looked toward Cal. The majority of the documents were destroyed by the explosion, leaving behind only the slightest amount of research documents. Cal had set it up. This was on purpose. Beecrox started to speak. Young Master Nim. It was now Cal's turn.